Chapter 81. 10 People and 10 People in Kinmatsu. The pinnacle of mechanical puppets. A total of 10 puppets can use Kimen ninja tools, toxins, bombs and even chakra. The most amazing thing is that they can also use ninjutsu. But there are puppets made of machines that can use ninjutsu. Of the puppet master of Monziman is worthy of the name. However, the puppet master of Monziman not only refers to his peak puppet making skills, but also his skills of manipulating puppets to fight, also belongs to the master level. Of the 10 people of Kinmatsu is. During World War II, Monziman personally played it. At that time, Kazekage, the second generation of Sunagakur village, and Monziman jointly developed the puppet technique. With the full support of the Kingdom of Wind, they obtained a lot of money to make puppets and cultivate ninjas who manipulate puppets. Under this kind of development, the strength of Sunagakur village has expanded rapidly, and even led to wars everywhere. 3220. However, it was suppressed by Iwagakur village and Kumogakur village, and its strength was greatly damaged. It was at this time that there was a small ninja village who wanted to replace it and become one of the new 5 ninja villages, and immediately decided to take the opportunity to attack Sunagakur village. However, all this came to nothing after Monziman, who was at the peak of his youth, personally took action. That little shinobi village was almost destroyed by him alone. With the power of one person, a village was destroyed. That battle established the name of the puppet master of Monziman, and also forged the illustrious name of the 10 people of Kinmatsu. Nara Shikaku is the representative of the new generation of the Nara family, the Nara family. It has a long history and records a lot of historical information. He also learned a little about 10 people from Jinsong. 10 puppets, some use 2 large knives, some use hooks, scythes, and some use hair ties to bind and destroy the enemy with bombs. There are even those responsible for close combat and guarding the puppet master at close range. It can be said that there are 10 people in Jinmatsu, 10 people, integrating attack, defense, and containment, and it is simply a small army. One person can form an army, and it can be used on Monziman. Just as Nara Shikaku was thinking about a countermeasure, a hook and a scythe were quickly thrown from the left and right, cutting towards his head. This move was launched by the number 5 puppet and number 8 puppet, and it was called Lock Scythe. Shikaku continued to retreat, but the speed was not fast. He was immediately caught up by the Lock Scythe, and the hook lock and the sickle quickly closed. It seems that the next moment, his head will be chopped off. But it's not that simple. Shikaku is not a battle idiot. The 2 scythes stopped tremblingly when they were 10 centimeters away from his neck. The 2 shadows directly pulled the scythe, making it impossible for him to enter. Monziman was not surprised. After a few short fights with Shikaku, he knew that this young man was strong. As for the master of shadow secret art, he is not at all under the strong Nara of the older generation. And he's very smart. The fight starts, and he's backing up. The base was originally dark, and no shadows could be formed. But the boy who was trampled by Konaha before was hit by the sun, and there is a large area where shadows can be formed. A flick of a finger, the chakra silk thread controlled the number 7 puppet, wielding a pair of knives, and slashed it. Nara Shikaku didn't panic, and stretched out one hand. A palm made of shadows shook out, and then slapped it hard. Shadow palm pressure. A large number of black shadows instantly pressed the number 7 puppet to the ground. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get out. Monziman smiled slightly. You are very strong, especially for the master of shadow secret art. However, I have 10 puppets, and only 3 puppets came out, so you should do your best. Then what about next? Quote. Nara Shikaku frowned, carefully preparing for the next attack. Puppet acting is explosive. ... Gong Yi watched the battle over there from the corner of his eye, and was amazed. The battle of the original puppet technique is so beautiful, just like art, which makes people fascinated. Puppet master only needs to stand still and control the puppet, and then he can play the enemy with applause. This feeling of being in control, how wonderful it would be to think about it. And it's just manipulating a puppet, so how about making a powerful puppet by yourself? No wonder Sasori of the Red Sand is so fascinated by the art of puppets, not to mention whether there is eternal beauty, just it's enough to make something like a robot, and it's enough to give people a sense of accomplishment. Gong Yi swings his sword, ready to kill the resisting ninja in front of him, but only hears, clang. With a bang, the enemy didn't die. When Mars shot in all directions, Gong Yi suddenly realized. It turned out to be a puppet, and the manipulator was standing proudly behind, directing the puppet to fight against him. Gong Yi grinned, if you don't have the marvelous manipulation skills like Monziman, then you can die. The words fell, Gong Yi slapped the puppet with the back of his sword and went straight to the puppet master. Puppet master was a little anxious, and wanted to summon the puppet back to defend, but with his manipulation skills, the puppet just turned around and was stiff and motionless. He was already dead, blood was spilled from his head, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. The battle continued, and time seemed to be slow, but 7 minutes had passed as the ninjas fell one by one. The low-level ninjas of Sunagaku began to be afraid. The boy was like a ghost, holding a long sword. Wherever he went, someone fell. Puppet ninja is a little bit better. If you are lucky, you can use a hard mechanical puppet to resist 1 or 2, but that's all. There are even people who are shaking and shouting, Deep Blue Devil. This name is gone. In this dark place, Gong Yi's actions do have the taste of demons. Gong Yi, however, was a little dissatisfied. It had been delayed for too long, and reinforcements from the enemy might have arrived. He put away the long sword, focused slightly, and then men opened. One step out, the air shook the ground. Gong Yi in the fifth door state, only felt a powerful feeling, spontaneously born. Get rid of you quickly. The words fell, he instantly disappeared in place. Bang! With one kick, a ninja's body shattered into a cloud of blood. Gong Yi still felt that it was not enough, and slapped the ground with one palm. Doden Earth Style Crack 1. 6 The earth turned palms. The huge gap cracked from the ground, and the 7 ninjas who gathered together to resist, caught off guard, and fell directly into it. The gap's close, and people disappear. After a minute, all low-level ninjas are all solved. At the same time, Uchiha Chinfang shouted loudly. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. The elite Jonin, who was still resisting in front of him, was buried in a sea of intense fire. Glancing at the panting Uchiha Chinfang, Gong Yi pointed to Hyuga Shenming over there. You help him, I'll help Captain Shikaku, solve it quickly. Little devil, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Gong Yi doesn't ignore him, and has already rushed behind Monziman, with the Rasengan in his hand accumulating. Boom! With a palm shot, Gong Yi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled back. Chapter 82. 3 Jewels Suction Crushing. Open black lens bracket 17th more close black lens bracket. A Tauren puppet fell to the ground, with a spiral wound on his back. Monziman looked at Gong Yi with some fear, and summoned the number 2 puppet he had sent back. Young man of Konaha, you are strong. Gong Yi looked at him warily. Just now he wanted to sneak attack to kill the old man, but was blocked by a puppet, and the other party even had time to send another puppet to counter him. Click, click. The sound of mechanical twisting came, and the Tauren puppet, who had been beaten down by Gong Yi Rasengan before, stood up as if nothing had happened. Gong Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and the defensive ability of 10 people and 10 people in Jinsong was astonishing. Rasengan is an advanced ninjutsu that relies on huge tearing power, and few people can stop it. And this puppet, who was wounded frontally, was actually fine. Of course I am very strong, and the corpses on the ground are the best proof of my strength. Gong Yi said lightly, his eyes fell to Nara Shikaku's side. In all fairness, Nara Shikaku is not weak, at least at the level of the elite Jonin, especially he is very smart, and he can use a variety of ninjutsu and shadow magic during the battle. But the opponent is a Monziman who is no longer in his prime, and even aged as if he will die at any time. Shikaku was pressed 29 times. If Gong Yi didn't sneak attack on the other party, Nara Shikaku, maybe he couldn't hold it anymore. Monziman's eyes swept over those corpses, and the color of sadness couldn't help but come up. The ninjas here are all his descendants, and even some puppet ninjas have been instructed by him. However, before the war began, they died in this dark stronghold. When he looked at another battlefield, he couldn't help shaking his head. Those 7 Jonin besieged Hyuga Shenming, but the upper hand in the battle, but every time when he was ready to kill, Hyuga Shenming used the famous absolute defense of the Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven. That's it, dragging them so that they can't go support others. Now that Uchiha Chikaz joins in, he will soon be at a disadvantage. After all, this is the alliance of the two powerhouses, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Monziman sighed, Konaha has geniuses from generation to generation. How unfortunate it is for me, Sunagakur, to be next to you. Gong Yi said lightly, you Sunagakur also have geniuses, don't you? But the number is small. What a treacherous kid. It turned out that when he was talking about normal, Gong Yi launched an attack quickly. Monziman's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly summoned the ox-headed puppet to stand in front of him. Gong Yi didn't seem to remember the previous failure, and still slapped the puppet with his palm. Monziman was about to say something, but his body felt as if his internal organs were being stirred, and it began to shatter. His face was flushed, he couldn't help opening his mouth, spitting out blood and even half an intestine in it. Gong Yi stepped back to avoid the old guy's dying counterattack. Receiving such a blow, the puppets of Monziman who suppressed Nara Shikaku were no longer controlled, and returned directly to his side, keeping him firmly in the middle. The liberated Nara Shikaku looked at Gong Yi in amazement, not understanding how he did it just now. On the other side, Uchiha Chikaz, who had finished defeating the enemy, came over. As for Hyuga's name, he was seriously injured as early as when he was 7 endures. Now that the enemy has been dealt with, he is sitting on the ground unsupported, as if he has no more breath left. Uchiha Chinfeng looked at Gong Yi in confusion. How did he do it? No comment. Gong Yi didn't even look at him, but stubbornly said, Zeman, I think if there is anything to say, I'd better kill this old guy and talk about it after leaving here. Nara Shikaku's face changed slightly. Kill him. A large number of ninjas are approaching here, and the distance is not far away. Gong Yi drew out his long sword. This old guy has too many tricks, and his puppet's protection ability is very strong. Uchiha Chikaz, you use demonic illusion to confuse his mind. Captain Shikaku, you use shadow magic to control his body. I will attack from the front. Little devil, why should I listen to you? Uchiha Chinfeng is still very dissatisfied with Gong Yi ordering him to do things before. Shikaku gave a death order. Listen to Gong Yi, or go back and let the Orochimaru-sama accuse you of disrespecting the order. Uchiha Chikaz had a gloomy face, but had to listen to Nara Shikaku's words. 3 Tomo Sharingan unfolds again. The evil intentions are annoying, but also fascinating. However, before he could cast demonic illusion, Monziman over there laughed sadly. Hundreds of ninjas all died in battle, and I can't blame me. Anyway, it's enough to live, let you go to hell with me today. 3 Jewels Suction Crushing, who had been guarding Monziman all the time, stood up abruptly, and then started hand seal with their hands dazzled. The speed of the hand seal is even faster than that of Jonin. What a joke, this is a mechanical puppet, not a human. After the seal was finished, the three puppets suddenly opened their mouths and stuck out their tongues. Gong Yi has good eyesight and can directly see the words written on his tongue. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. At this moment, Gong Yi just wanted to scold him. God is his. This is not the general principle of Buddhism. Take refuge in the 3 jewels. A tornado rises from the ground. The violent suction makes it difficult to stand firm. Feel the terrifying pulling force inside. Once sucked in, the body will collapse instantly. Uchiha Chinfang's face changed greatly, and he ran away without saying a word. This old guy worked so hard, such a huge chakra completely drained all the energy of his body. Using this technique, the old guy will definitely die. The mission has been completed. There is no need for him to stay here to fight. Gong Yi was also about to run, but when he saw that Nara Shikaku, who had consumed a lot of chakra and could no longer hold on, was sucked by the tornado step by step, he stopped. A little hesitation, Gong Yi instantly opened the sixth door. Light blue energy covered him, and at this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful. Taking 2 steps forward, in the eye of the wind, he grabbed Nara Shikaku, and then yanked it out. Gong Yi, Hyuga Shenming, he is still inside. It's too late. Monziman has run out of chakra, his ninjutsu is completely out of control, and everything in the stronghold will be destroyed. I can only save one person at 320 now. Nara Shikaku bit Kiba, go. Looking at the 2 people who jumped into the sky and disappeared from sight, Hyuga gave a bleak smile. He doesn't blame Nara Shikaku, nor does he blame Gong Yi. He only blamed himself for being from the Hyuga branch, not main clan. Perhaps, this is the fate that my family will never be able to get rid of. I live to protect main clan, fight to protect main clan, and even die for main clan's glory and status in the village. Hyuga, in my next life, I will never join the Hyuga family. By the time Chio and Rasa arrived with dozens of Jonin, the stronghold had been completely destroyed in a tornado. Endless yellow sand poured into the cave and covered it. And behind them, there are 2,000 Sunagakur pioneers. Chio looked ashen looking at the distant dots. Miru Tianlin, Jinchuriki column, bring 20 Jonins, go and kill them for me die. Yes, Chio-sama. The called ninja bowed his head and waved his hand. 20 Jonin followed him, chasing after Gong Yi along the route they had escaped. Chio stared blankly at the quicksand that kept slipping under his feet. Emin, was it my fault for pulling you into this war? Advisor Chio, perhaps Monziman-sama, isn't dead yet. Young man beside him laughed and spread his hands. The majestic chakra swept the world, and countless yellow sand rolled out of the cave. As far as the eye can see, 10 white-robed puppets of different shapes lie quietly in the cave. Chapter 83, Crazy Brush Favorability, 18th more. Ahem, Gong Yi, let's go. I'm really tired. The desert, Nara Shikaku put his hands on his legs, hunched over his waist, and kept breathing heavily. Gong Yi braked abruptly and turned his head to look at him, while hundreds of meters away, thick smoke billowed, and dozens of terrifying chakras shot up into the sky. Yuck. Nara Shikaku coughed and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood was black, apparently poisoned. The old guy is really hard to deal with. Puppet technique is already so strong, and he even secretly poisoned him. Now my chakra is exhausted, my body is poisoned, and my stamina is lost. Running with you again will only hurt you. Gong Yi was silent for a moment, then grabbed Nara Shikaku decisively and carried him directly behind him. With the body shape of a teenager, back, an adult man, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a villain's back, a big mountain. However, Gong Yi didn't notice at all. The 6 doors opened at the same time, and the speed did not decrease at all. The 8 inner gates can last another 10 minutes, enough to run into the first line of defense laid up by Konaha. At that time, if someone blocks a little, they will be safe. As for why he took the risk, saving Nara Shikaku at the risk, Gong Yi has also carefully considered. Throughout the history of Hokage, there has never been a shortage of wise men and strategists around the strong. The same goes for Nara Shikaku's future. Not only was he at the top of Konaha, he gave advice to the 4th, 3rd, 5th, and even 6th generations of Hokage, but he also became one of the main leaders of the coalition headquarters during the 4th World War. Even the rival ninja Raikage affirmed his talent and made him the commander-in-chief of the temporary coalition. It is such a pity that such a person died in this uninhabited desert. Save him by yourself, even if you can't take him as a subordinate, you can let him accept a life-saving grace. If the village does anything unfavorable to Gong Yi in the future, with Nara Shikaku's character, he will definitely not sit idly by. Distinguishing the stakes, Gong Yi resolutely ran away with Shikaku behind his back. The weak Nara Shikaku didn't know Gong Yi's psychology and activities, he only knew that Uchiha Chinfeng directly left him as the captain and fled. And Gong Yi, the young boy, never gave up on him. When the chasing troops are approaching, they must also carry him out of this desert. Shikaku-sensei, hold me tight. Gong Yi said calmly, and his speed was a little faster. Enemies ahead. The difficulty level of this mission is high, and it is not only the number of enemies. Main thing is that the base of Monziman and the others is in the second half of the front line of Sunagaku village. It can be said that Gong Yi and the others are deep in the rear, raiding thousands of miles. All smooth sailing, but if it is discovered, it will be chased and intercepted by Sunagaku's army. 1, 2, 2, 3. 3 enemies. Gong Yi squinted and rushed over without dodging. Of running at high speed, before the enemy closes, he forcibly rammed through an enemy. PFF'd. The blood burst, like bright Yuhi-colored flowers, blooming in the desert. Nara Shikaku licked the blood on his lips, and his heart became more and more nervous. Bastard, what are you all doing? Why haven't you stopped? Exclamation mark quote. Jinchuriki column irritated the ninja beside him and said tremblingly, we have done our best to mobilize the nearby squads to besiege them. But that man, like the human-shaped tailed beast, is simply unreasonable, and he just bumped into it when he met. Jinchuriki column took a deep breath, and he saw the corpse on the ground all the way. Can be said that there is not a whole corpse, but it was actually torn apart by the young man alive. I don't care whether he is a human-tailed beast or not, Lord Chiyo has issued an order to kill them. But if you go further, you will cross Tianchuanyuan, the land of rivers, and enter the border of the land of fire. According to the information we got back from the ninja, Konaha has built a defense line there. Bastard, don't kill the two of them, after returning, who will bear the wrath of Lord Chiyo? Follow me. Amankawahara, the territory of the river country. Because at the same time adjacent to the country of wind and the country of fire, here, since ancient times, has been one of the battlefields where the great powers clash. Gong Yi glanced back at Tianchuanyuan behind him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Master Shikaku, now we have entered the first line of defense in Konaha. No sound on his back, Gong Yi turned his head to look. Nara Shikaku had fallen into a coma. Gong Yi bit Kiba and couldn't wait any longer. He must hurry back to the base camp and use the antidote there to treat Shikaku. Without hesitation, Gong Yi walked into the jungle, and when the Konaha ninja appeared, he simply left a few messages. Watch out. There's a lot of Sunagaku behind. Don't let it go, they're breaking in. The ninjas who appeared and asked looked at each other, and when they saw Gong Yi's bloody and terrifying appearance, he couldn't help shuddering. But they also know Gong Yi, especially Nara Shikaku on Gong Yi's back. Gong Yi left, a few ninjas pondered for a while and released a flare. Mass enemy invasion. The Konaha ninja received news of the enemy invasion almost instantly. Along with him, Jonin Gong Yi, Nara Shikaku returned with a serious back injury. Therefore, along the way, from the first line of defense, to the second line of defense, to the third line of defense, Gong Yi was not blocked by the previous inquiries. But that doesn't mean no one saw him. Especially the blood-drenched, suffocating look on his face made many ninjas who saw this scene shocked. Where did this come from? It was so tragic that even Shikaku-sama was seriously injured, and I don't know if he was alive or dead. In fact, after Gong Yi stepped into the first line of defense, the 8 inner gates status had dissipated. The following journey is entirely based on his strong body and tenacious will. When he returned to base camp exhausted, there were already many ninjas waiting for him. Nara family came up first, but before they could care about their own Nara Shikaku, they were pushed away by the medical ninja. Why are you standing here and want you Shikaku-sama to die? The Nara tribe dispersed their worries and watched as the medical ninja walked to Gong Yi's face. Before, they wanted to pick up Nara Shikaku. Eri Sakurai is the head of the medical team sent by Konaha this time, although she is only a chunin, but there are not many senior medical ninjas in the village now. Gong Yi, Shikaku-sama caught it's too tight, I can't break his hand. Gong Yi took a deep breath and opened one by one Shikaku's fingers on his shoulders. Please, Shikaku-sensei is seriously injured and poisoned. You take the antidote to him first, and then treat him. When Nara Shikaku was carried in, the ninja at the scene saw Gong Yi's expression changed. This young man come from? He was covered in blood and gasping for breath, as if he was reaching his limit. Trace of admiration came spontaneously. Especially the Nara clan, they just saw how Shikaku-sama, who had recovered from his own family, was holding onto Gong Yi. Didn't let go even when I was in a coma. What a trust. Captain Gong Yi, thank you so much. Captain Gong Yi, are you alright? Lord Gong Yi, the kindness of Lord Shikaku in saving us will never be forgotten by the Nara family. Gong Yi rested for a while, then recovered a little. Secretly, he has begun to use healing techniques to repair some of his internal injuries. Trauma, he didn't move very much, these can be said to be proof of merits in the battlefield. He stood up and shook his head. It's hard to say whether Shikaku-sensei will survive. I can also medical ninjutsu, so let me show him. Watching Gong Yi walk towards the medical ninja army camp, everyone present looked at his back with respect. Gong Yi can certainly feel the respect of these people, but he just thinks it is worth it even if he doesn't consider Nara Shikaku's attitude towards him in the future. The favorability of the Konaha ninja. This is the so-called reputation. This is the so-called reputation. From this moment on, no one will ignore him. Philo reminds you. And LT, please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise it will be banned. Collect IP, and GT. Chapter 84. Powerful Medical Ninja. Open black lens bracket. The 19th more close black lens bracket. Entering the medical camp, Gong Yi greeted the others. Most of the ninjas here, he knows. After all, 99% of Konaha's medical ninjas come from Konaha Hospital. Gong Yi stayed there for 7 or 8 months, coming and going, and they were all familiar with each other. Gong Yi, why are you here? By the way, I forgot, you came back with Shikaku-sama, and you were injured too. Come on, let me show you. Sakurai Eri pulled Gong Yi worriedly, and wanted to check his body, but when he saw the blood all over his body, his heart couldn't help trembling. I was so careless just now that I forgot about Gong Yi. Gong Yi smiled and squeezed her hand. Sister Hilly, I'm fine. You forgot, I'm Tsunade-sensei's disciple, and I have mastered a lot of medical ninjutsu. Wei suddenly realized that, it is no wonder that he subconsciously didn't worry about Gong Yi just now. This is Tsunade-sama's proud disciple, and when it comes to medical ninjutsu, he may be even more powerful than them. How about Shikaku-sensei? Gong Yi pointed at Shikaku, who was unconscious. Wei frowned and said, his injury is very complicated, he has been poisoned, there is not much chakra left in his body, and his meridians are disordered. And 320 is not the point, look at Shikaku-sama's back. Gong Yi leaned forward and was shocked by what he saw. Nara Shikaku's entire back was blurred with blood, and he couldn't find a good piece of meat, even some bones were leaking out. Bai Sheng, bloody, so not scary. Gong Yi suddenly remembered that Shikaku had been sucked in by 3 joules suction crushing released by Monziman, and he pulled him out without noticing his back. When fleeing, he was carried on his back, and he didn't even notice. No wonder Shikaku went to the back and fell into a coma. With such a serious injury, if I were an ordinary person, I would have cried out in pain long ago. We have given him an antidote with the characteristics of Lord Tsunade, and we have used hemostasis for emergency treatment. Yi said quickly, and at the same time instructing others, began to use medical ninjutsu to treat Nara Shikaku's trauma. Gong Yi watched for a while, then frowned and said, "The healing technique doesn't seem to work." "What's the matter?" Anxiously, "Sir Shikaku's wounds are too large, and our master's healing technique can't cure quickly, and the situation is still worsening." Gong Yi thought about it and stood up. "Let me come." "You. Sister, you also said that I am the proud disciple of Master Tsunade, and my medical ninjutsu has been passed down." Sakurai Ariyi was stunned for a moment, then she bit her teeth lightly, causing everyone to back away. Gong Yi walked to Shikaku's side, stretched out his palm. The chakra was like a small fish, nimbly swimming in his hand. Hands pressed down lightly, covering Shikaku's back. Yin-Ying's light lit up, and soon, the wound opened, and some fresh flesh even appeared. Hi. This is sage art. Captain Gong Yi, he actually mastered advanced medical ninjutsu, jutsu. Exclamations from the side, and the medical ninja's onlookers were also surprised. Eri looked at Gong Yi, who was serious and focused without blinking. She remembered what Tsunade had said to her when she was on the battlefield. If you encounter serious and intractable wounded on the battlefield, you can try to find Gong Yi. She didn't understand it at the time, but now that she thinks about it, Gong Yi's medical ninjutsu is so brilliant. Sage art. It can activate all wound cells and stimulate its own healing and recovery ability within 5 minutes. Heal a wound that is usually difficult to heal. This ninjutsu is said to be very difficult even for Tsunade-sama. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi is already a master, and it seems that he is still very proficient at using it. Gong Yi is unaware of the eyes and words of surprise, or worship, just focus on Shikaku. The injured area of Nara Shikaku is too large, and there is no good meat to be found on the entire back. Even with sage art, it cannot be cured all at once. The past 6 months, under the guidance of Tsunade, medical ninjutsu has grown enough. In the original book, Sakura was taught by Tsunade for 3 years before growing into a medical ninja who surprised even Chiyo. Gong Yi's chakra control ability is stronger than Sakura. When he studied basic theories, with his strong comprehension and memory ability, he was even more like a duck to water. For more than half a year, he has been regarded as a qualified and even brilliant medical ninja. Sage art is one of his master's many medical ninjutsu. 5 minutes later, the wound on the neck was completely healed. Gong Yi no. Stop, continue to use the palm sage art, towards the chest and back, for treatment. Medical ninjutsu does not seem to require a hand seal. But in fact, it is much more difficult than ordinary ninjutsu. It is in the hand seal state all the time, guiding chakra to stimulate cell activity. So people will see that when medical ninjas treat patients, their hands are often motionless, and it takes a long time to relax. 5 minutes passed and a wound was healed. Another 5 minutes passed. Ariyi looked at Gong Yi nervously, saw the sweat dripping from his face, and quickly took out his personal handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Gong Yi, why don't you take a break? Using palm sage art so often, your chakra won't be able to take it. Gong Yi turned his head and smiled reluctantly. I can still hold on, I can't stop now. The wounded area is too large, and once it stops, the wound that is not healed will spread and contaminate other cells that have begun to recover. Ariki-san, ask someone to prepare clean water for Shikaku, sensei. Congestion from the body will affect the wound. Outside the medical camp, the ninjas who stayed behind were all staring curiously inside. Someone came out with the water basin from which the wounded had been washed. Bloody water, and the Nara clan hurried over and asked the situation in a low voice. When they heard that there was no cure, they all looked desperate. However, when they heard that Gong Yi personally took action, and even released the palm of sage art, one by one became excited again. Later, When I heard that Gong Yi was not Ju chakra wasted and tried his best to heal Nara Shikaku, everyone was silent. Sir Shikaku won't come back without Gong Yi. Without Gong Yi, Lord Shikaku is just a corpse now. This kind of kindness, our Nara family, will definitely repay in the future. And the other ninjas were all delighted when they heard that Gong Yi had superb medical ninjutsu. Why did Tsunade have such a great reputation in the village, and why did the villagers not have any dissatisfaction even though she did not show up for many years when she later took over the Hokage for the 5th generation? Here's the reason. A superb medical ninja is the guarantee that all ninjas fight with all their might on the battlefield. Let go and fight, as long as I don't die on the spot. After I go back, someone will heal me. Please download the latest chapter of Filu Shoukan Baidu Search 99 Playmate Find 99 Novel Network this paragraph, otherwise block the collection of IP, and GT. Chapter 85, Super Long-Term Tasks 20 more. Night is gradually shrouded, the starry sky is low, and there is a faint tremor in the distant forest. Gong Yi walked out of the medical camp tired, and the applause suddenly broke out. Gong Yi was stunned for a while, then looked at the backup ninjas surrounding the outside, and suddenly realized. He waved his hand, let's all go away. In addition, don't applaud, if the location of the base camp is exposed, Lord Orochimaru will deal with it by military law. When Gong Yi said this, everyone left in embarrassment. And today, they couldn't wait to tell other ninjas who didn't stay in the camp. On the battlefield, many people die every day, but many heroes are born. As long as it is a heroic deed that can improve morale, under the promotion of people with a heart, and in the ninja's personal recitation, it will soon spread to the army. Gong Yi went back to his tent, didn't even take a shower, and fell asleep. He was really exhausted. He didn't wake up suddenly until midnight. It's been a long time since it's been like this. Gong Yi stretched his back. Usually, he practiced magic at night, and he was still in good spirits the next day. A long-lost sleep seems to work better. Gong Yi has come to realize that even if he is in a desperate practice, even if he looks good, he will still feel bored in his heart. Of sleep can actually play a regulating role. He planned to go out to see the situation. In the afternoon, the situation was a little strange. Stands to reason that both himself and Shikaku are back, and Shikaku is still seriously injured. Why should Orochimaru come to condolences, or ask about the mission? Orochimaru didn't show up until nightfall. Gong Yi guessed that maybe something went wrong. However, when he was about to leave the tent, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Deep in my mind, on the panel of the Shuiba system, a bloody Yuhi, colored icon flickered like breathing. Mission. When did it start? Gong Yi clicked the blood Yuhi quest icon in surprise, and quickly took the quest situation to heart. Mission. Survive the 3 wars. Mission description. Survive the 3rd Ninja World War. Overall progress. 7 inches. Branch missions. Completed defeating the Sunagaku arsenal behind enemy lines, completed the treatment of Nara Shikaku, and became the leader of the Konaha Medical Corps. Evaluation. The task is not over, no evaluation. Reward. It depends on the evaluation. The minimum reward is 10,000 points and a low-level scholar skill. Gong Yi raised his brows, slightly interested. There are very few tasks that the Shuiba system actively publishes. There will be corresponding tasks in the 3 wars, and he also expects it. But this quest, so detailed, and even branching quests, evaluate these extra things, which makes Gong Yi interesting. Rewards seem to be very generous, with a minimum of 10,000 learning master points and a low-level learning master skill. You know, to upgrade from the 1st level academic rank to the 2nd level, only 100 points of academic superiority are needed. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level, you need 10,000 points of learning hegemony, which can be said to be 100 times 100. If you calculate according to this rule, imagine how to upgrade the later rank. If you can survive the 3 battles, then you will be able to get the 3rd level up. No, such a big task. the reward is too insignificant. Gong Yi put his attention on the 555 small characters, depending on the evaluation. He guessed that the completion of this task, or survival, was as simple as that. Surviving is the bare minimum. Famous in the 3 wars, what kind of evaluation will I get and what kind of rewards will I get? If I can become a pivotal figure in the 3 wars, how will the evaluation be rewarded, and how if I can end it by myself? Gong Yi gradually narrowed his eyes. This task really moved his heart. Regarding the task, Gong Yi put it into his mind and was not impatient. He analyzed it again. This is a long-term task and cannot be accomplished overnight. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to start with small tasks one by one. For example, becoming the leader of the Konaha medical unit. After leaving the camp, Gong Yi found a stream and washed briefly. After the heavy bloody air was washed off, it lightened a lot. As for the trauma on his body, he also used the healing technique to restore it. Now he is full of energy and physical strength, and chakra has recovered as before. On the way back to the camp, Gong Yi suddenly moved. System, can the healing technique be renamed? Please change the name of the host. Well, let's call it rejuvenation. The name change has been completed. The host's current master's skills are as follows: the intermediate skill rejuvenation, the low-level skill gravity, and the growth skill refinement. Gong Yi nodded his head in satisfaction. In this way, he could avoid the same name as the medical ninjutsu healing technique that he used every day. The name of rejuvenation is simple and easy to remember, and it can also well summarize the effect of the skill. Rejuvenation and rejuvenation. After using it, everything is back to normal, like spring, full of vitality. Now that the system has listed his master's mastery skills, Gong Yi simply clicked on the panel to check his current situation. Age: 9 years old ninja. Jonin constitution, 68 points mental strength, 68 points chakra. Basic attributes: wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. The strongest attribute: earth weapon, kunai, shuriken, detonating talisman, precious long sword. Unnamed scholar value: 80 scholar points can be exchanged for scholar skills, or upgrade to scholar rank. Scholar rank. Level 2 can have a maximum of 555 scholar skills, and support 2 or more research topics to carry out scholar skills at the same time. Intermediate rejuvenation technique, low-level gravity technique, growable skills, the current research topic of spirit refinement. 3-3s, master the 8 inner gates. Developed and mastered 2 ninjutsu rasengans with complete chakra form changes. Kekkei Genkei. Completed research topics. 9 nines. Carrot. Half of the chakra required for lower level ninjutsu heart decapitation. Lower rock jinchuriki column gun. Half of the chakra required for ninjutsu. Self-created defense ninjutsu rock armor analysis. The 8 inner gates 100 mission. Fight the immortal Shaoqiang mission was completed. The Land of Rain mission was brought back to Konaha to complete, and the 3 battles were not completed. After reading the panel, Gong Yi rubbed his face, feeling a little distressed. It's getting harder and harder to obtain the mastery value. This thing must be obtained through project research and task completion. And now the subject research that I am involved in, each of which is of a high level, requires a lot of time to accumulate experimentally. Tasks. The system has released less, and the difficulty is very high. Gong Yi shook his head. Time. After all, it's still a little tight. If you give me some more time, maybe I can study the second chakra form changing skills in the village, or study Kekkei Genkei and sealing techniques. Already. Master of medical ninjutsu very well, and he can carry out various experiments on Kekkei Genkei. For example, try to analyze the characteristics of the heart cells, or dissect them to find the key points. Forget it, I don't want to do this for the time being. Let's do the things in front of you first. Gong Yi still knows the priorities of things, and he is very clear about what to do now. Back at the camp, Gong Yi suddenly felt that the atmosphere was completely different. Some ninjas with blood on their bodies kept coming back, and every ninja in the past had a solemn expression. Just as he was watching, a medical ninja saw him and his eyes lit up. Gong Yi, come and help, we don't have enough people. What's wrong? Too many wounded. After you came back yesterday afternoon, the first line of defense was attacked frantically by the enemy. There is nothing to say, the 20th watch shows everything. Then the state of the 5th watch will resume tomorrow, but it may be added suddenly at any time, because I don't know how many words will be written in the state explosion watch. Chapter 86. Angry Sunagakur Village Open Black Lens Bracket Chapter 1 Close Black Lens Bracket. Gong Yi was a little surprised. The two sides had not even passed the contact phase. Did Sunagakur start attacking directly? He did not refuse, and entered the tent with the medical ninja. Standing outside, because there are ninjas who continue to release the Otogakur technique, I still don't feel it. As soon as I enter the tent, the large space is full of the pain and screams of injured ninjas. Seeing Gong Yi coming in, Ariyi Sakurai, who was busy, was overjoyed. Gong Yi, come here, here is a seriously injured ninja who needs immediate medical attention. Gong Yi hurried over and saw the wounded man and couldn't help but smile. Coincidentally, old acquaintance, Miura Mingyuan. Gong Yi once met him when he was performing a high-level mission. It's just that Miura's current state is really not that good. A hand hangs limply on the plank, and the bones are broken. On the body, there is a shuriken inserted in all directions, that is to say, he is not injured to the point. Only then can he be brought back to treat. 3220. Check the status for a while. Gong Yi do not hesitate. He put his hand on him, and with a slight flick, a shuriken was dislodged. Then hemostasis, to stop the continuous flow of blood, too much blood loss, most likely to cause death. Move your hands quickly and repeat this action. 3 strokes and 5 divisions, and the wound of the inserted shuriken was treated. Then there is the broken arm. The joint technique can not only hurt people, but also save people. Accurately find the broken bones, connect the dislocated ones, and use sage art to stimulate the regeneration of osteogenic cells. After doing this calmly, Miura's situation was barely stabilized. From serious injuries to minor injuries. Miura opened his eyes with difficulty, saw Gong Yi, and grinned. Captain Gong Yi, how are you? Gong Yi used his sage art to heal the wound that had just stopped bleeding before, and said, the medical ninjas are not enough, so I'll make up the numbers. Miura twitched the corners of his mouth, then I'm lucky, I heard that you have learned medical ninjutsu from Master Tsunade, so you must be very skilled. Gong Yi shrugged, it's okay, if you were someone else, maybe you would die. But with me here, don't worry, you'll be fine soon. Miura Mingyuan hummed, closed his eyes, endured the pain, and let Gong Yi treat him. After 10 minutes passed, he felt much more relaxed. Walked away from the gate of death, and came back again. Gong Yi wiped his sweat, but felt that medical ninjutsu was more tiring than fighting. 4. Chakra control ability, the requirements were too high. From start to finish, no slack is allowed. No wonder the system will become the head of the Konaha medical force. As one of the side quests, it is not enough to show 1 or 2 superb medical ninjutsu. Must persevere, save a lot of ninjas, let them thank you from the bottom of your heart, and let the rest of the medical team recognize you in order to become the leader. I am tired. Okay. Miura Akira said gratefully. In all, Captain Gong Yi has saved me twice. I don't know how to repay you for this kindness. It's from the same village, to say this. It's too outlandish. A wave of his hand, he asked curiously, which line of defense are you on? The first line of defense, with my squad on guard duty. Miura Mingyuan's expression became a little gloomy, it's just a pity that my team members are all dead. Gong Yi didn't ask questions right away, giving Miura a little more time to feel sad. He actually knew very well that civilian ninjas like Miura Akira were not even able to reach Jonin. The event of a war, they are basically cannon fodder. Some people may say that the first line of defense has to be guarded by someone, why did they think Miura and the others are cannon fodder? But those people don't think about it. Since ancient times, the border guards have been a country's very elite army. For example, in the original Washa world of Gong Yi, the border of Zhao state in the Sengoku period was guarded by the general Li Mu, and in the Qin dynasty, Meng Tian expanded the border. During the Han dynasty, there was even Huo Qubing who went on an expedition to the Huns. These are all elite soldiers. In Konaha, the ninjas most suitable for the first line of defense on the border should be Aburame, Hyuga, Inazuka, Yamanaka, Nara as a family of ninjas. First, they have very good detection methods, and second, they also have strong communication and communication capabilities. Once you encounter the enemy's massive attack, you can block it and notify the rear. Not much better than Miura Akira. Weak civilian ninjas. However, they are on the second line of defense, a very safe place. The first wave of the most ferocious attacks is carried by civilian ninjas, and the second wave of blocking battles, those who are easy to make meritorious deeds, will come from them. A detailed analysis is as simple as that. Gong Yi knew very well that if it wasn't for his outstanding performance in the past 2 years, maybe he would have died at the forefront like Miura. When Miura recovered a little, Gong Yi asked again, "What happened yesterday? Why did Sunagaku suddenly attack?" Miura replied, "I don't know the specific situation, but I only know that the enemy has more than 20 powerful Jonins attacking the first line of defense. And our first line of defense, only a dozen or so Jonins are far away from each other. It's also split apart." In a hurry, he was seriously injured. Gong Yi's expression froze. More than 20 Sunagaku Jonin. Isn't this the number of ninjas who chased him before? Afterwards, the first line of defense was broken, and the ninjas on the second line of defense came forward. However, on Sunagaku's side, there are hundreds of ninjas one after another. We, Konaha, suffered a loss due to the fierce battle between the two sides. Fortunately, in the back, Orochimaru-sama personally led people to support, not only to defeat Sunagaku, but also to snatch back the first line of defense. Miura has some words in the back, probably complaining about the second line of defense's family ninjas. The support is too slow, causing their first line of defense to suffer heavy casualties. Gong Yi already understood why Orochimaru didn't come to see him and Shikaku yesterday. It was to support the front line. And Sunagaku's extreme reaction also shows how important it is for Gong Yi and the others to destroy the base. Sunagaku. Maybe it has something to do with killing Monziman himself. Gong Yi was very confident, and with his old body, he would definitely not be able to carry it with his old body. Even if Chiyo, a powerful medical ninja, made his own efforts, he would never be able to save Monziman. The loss of an important stronghold, still in the rear, was a provocation that Sunagaku could not bear. Of a puppet master will make the top of Sunagaku unable to remain silent. Their frantic attack on the Konaha line is the best proof. Just then, Battalion 1. 6 the gate of the tent was pushed open, and a large crowd squeezed in. The leader is Orochimaru. After he came in, he spit out 2 words without talking nonsense. Rescue. Behind him is a horribly wounded ninja. Gong Yi glanced at Eri Sakurai who was busy, took a deep breath, stood up, and commanded the medical ninja. Since he wants to be the leader of the Konaha medical unit, he must seize the opportunity to show his performance. Seeing Gong Yi methodically instructing the medical ninja to save people, and taking over 2 wounded himself, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows in surprise. Seeing Gong Yi skillfully using palm sage art, healing art, hemostasis and other medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru even stopped his steps to leave. Quietly stood there and observed it carefully. Especially when Gong Yi calmly used a chakra scalpel, the corners of Orochimaru's mouth rose involuntarily. Chapter 87. Working with Orochimaru. The Sunagaku village base camp is different from the camp established by Konaha. Their strongholds are mostly sand houses built with yellow sand. At this moment, people come and go, and from time to time wounded ninjas are carried in. Chiyo and Ebizo stood in the command room, staring at the scene outside, silent. Ebizo squinted slightly. Sister, the plan to attack Konaha has been successful for the most part. Not only broke the first line of defense, penetrated the second line of defense, but also forced their commander Orochimaru out. It's just that our losses are also very heavy, and Orochimaru is too powerful. Chiyo snorted coldly. Of course Orochimaru is not weak. I couldn't even take him down before. I never thought of killing him with a single raid. Chiyo glanced back, and in the corner of the command room, there was a black wooden coffin quietly placed. It's just that Konaha dared to attack our rear when he was still unsteady, which is too arrogant. Monziman's death, they must pay the price. Ebizo sighed. Their only remaining master puppet maker in Sunagakure was assassinated by the Konaha ninja raiding Chinli. A thing really needs revenge. Yesterday, when Ebizo arrived, only to see Monziman after the war, relying on the puppet, barely holding a breath. 10 people from Kinmatsu to Chiyo, he passed away. 2 inches if Sasori were still around, that would be great. Speaking of Sasori, Chiyo couldn't help frowning. In the village of Sunagakure, Monziman is an absolute master of making and manipulating puppets. Under this, Chiyo is only good at manipulating puppets, and her grandson, Sasori, is known as a genius puppet stylist, and has a talent no less than Monziman in production. If Sasori is still there, in the village, even if Monziman dies, it will not affect the subsequent war. But no if. Sister, do you say that the disappearance of Sasori has anything to do with the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Kazekage-sama? Ebizo asked suddenly, his eyes twinkling. Chiyo turned around and gave him a stern look. Ebizo, I don't want to hear this a second time in the future. 3 generations of Kazekage were assassinated by Konaha ninjas. This is a fact. Konaha must give an account of this. If they don't, then we will use war to force them to pay. Facing Chiyo's aggressive attitude, Ebizo subconsciously took a step back. A stern expression, Ebizo probably understood what his sister was thinking. Many people in the village suspected that the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage had something to do with Sasori, and this incident was suppressed by Chiyo in the end. Then the condemnation of Konaha was launched, and war was declared. Sister really loves her grandson. Ebizo bowed his head and began to analyze the trend of the war after that. This war was initiated by our village and sent to the battlefield. There were more than 2,000 ninjas in the initial stage. It was a surprise to Konaha. However, with the arrival of Konaha's follow-up ninja reinforcements, the situation may not be in our favor. Chiyo's grip on the master is tight. Of course she knows this. Konaha's strength is far higher than Sunagakure village. If it's just 2 villages fighting, even if Sunagakure can get a little early advantage, as long as Konaha gets serious, the result is predictable. However, this war, from the very beginning, Chiyo did not intend to fight against Konaha with the power of a village. Have you chosen the staff sent to Iwagakure village? Ebizo nodded. I personally lead the team to talk to Iwatsuchikage. But sister, you really plan to pull other ninja villages into the water too? Humph. Chiyo sneered. The Land of Fire has occupied the best land and has the most prosperous commercial trade these years. Such a big piece of fat, I don't believe other countries will not be tempted. Destroy Konaha, and the country of fire will naturally collapse. That old guy Onoki, he will make the right choice. Phew. The wind blows, and this world will no longer be peaceful. Chakra gathers on the edge of the palm, forming a sharp blade, slowly cutting open the abdomen of a ninja. Probing his hand deep inside, Gong Yi pushed aside the damaged internal organs and nodded. Needle and thread. Do stitches. The assistant next to him quickly handed over the tools he needed, and Gong Yi methodically performed internal organs repair surgery for the wounded. There were medical ninjas around who saw this scene, and they were amazed. Of the proud disciple of Tsunade-sama, Captain Gong Yi, not only can master the advanced medical ninjutsu like sage art, but also the chakra scalpel. After sewing up the internal organs, Gong Yi retracted his hand and released his palm sage art to stimulate the activity of muscle cells and restore the cut wound. When he healed another injured ninja, he looked up and saw Orochimaru standing in the tent. Master Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded to Gong Yi, looked around at the wounded in the tent, and asked suddenly, "You are the one who directs the medical ninja to treat these wounded. How long will it take to save them?" Gong Yi thought for a moment, then confidently said, 3 days, give me 3 days. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. All ninjas are assigned to you, 3 days later, I will come to you. Orochimaru gave him a deep look and turned to leave. Gong Yi looked at his back, pursed the corners of his mouth, and smiled. Master Gong Yi, the patient in bed number 9 has recovered. Have he recovered, then let him go out without occupying the bed. Master Gong Yi, Inazuka's wound has worsened again. How could it get worse? It's already been dealt with. Did he not listen to me and let the wound touch something? It seems that his ninja dog licked his wound. Bastard, listen to my orders. There can't be any ninja dogs or psychic beasts in the medical camp. They all have bacteria that worsen wounds. Master Gong Yi. Gong Yi rubbed his swollen head, quite tired. It turns out that being the leader of a unit is such a hassle. What you need is not only superb and convincing medical ninjutsu, but also a strong commanding ability. During these 3 days, he not only personally took action to treat everyone, but also assigned strong or weak medical ninjas to treat and observe some other lightly wounded people. Fortunately, I've made it through. Gong Yi looked at the camp with a sense of accomplishment. Under his command, everything was in order. Who had doubts about him also quickly trusted him. It can be said that although he is not the head of the medical corps in name, in fact, as long as Tsunade does not appear, all the medical corps in the war against Sunagaku will be managed by him. If I get it, I will complete this task. Gong Yi thought in his heart, just in time, said Cao Cao will arrive. The figure of Orochimaru has come outside the tent. Wei Li, I'll go out first, and you'll take care of me here. Aries Sakurai smiled sweetly, go ahead, Lord Gong Yi. Gong Yi scratched his head, it's okay, let such a sweet and gentle young lady call him, sir. It feels pretty good. Arriving outside the camp, Orochimaru looked at him for a while. Yes, your medical ninjutsu is a bit stronger than Tsunade. How dare I compare to Mr. Tsunade? Orochimaru shook his head, excessive modesty is a cover-up. I say you are strong, and naturally I have my own judgment. Gong Yi shrugged, no longer humble. Judging from the master's medical ninjutsu, in addition to regular medical ninjutsu, he also has a sage art and a chakra scalpel, which is a ninjutsu that even Tsunade finds difficult. Say that he is somewhat better than Tsunade is true. Then thank you for your affirmation. No thanks, maybe when the war is over, we will have a chance to cooperate. Gong Yi's heart moved, and when he cooperated with Orochimaru, he suddenly remembered the experiments of Orochimaru. There are many places that require the cooperation of medical ninjas. This can be seen from the original book. Orochimaru knows that Kabuto is a multifaceted spy, but still reuses Kabuto. Excellent medical ninjas are very important for Orochimaru's experiments. But Orochimaru is not talking about cooperation in depth now, but walks out. Let's go see Shikaku. I don't know how his injuries are doing. Chapter 88. The leader of the medical force, the third More. The Nara clan participated in this war and had a camp of their own. After all, they also carried the corresponding ninja beasts, deer. Unlike in the original book, the deer of the Nara clan, except Shikamaru appeared when he designed to ambush Hidan. And nothing else. When Gong Yi got to know Konaha, he found out. The deer cultivated by the Nara family have unique uses, such as hauling supplies, identifying water sources, etc. This is also a kind of psychic beast. Although it is not as powerful as the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan, the snakes, toads, and slugs of the Three Holy Lands, it has a great auxiliary fighting effect, but it can also be regarded as a contribution to the war. Nara Shikaku recuperates in his family's camp, and a special tribe is responsible for taking care of him. When Orochimaru and Gong Yi came together, Shikaku, with a pale face, had already stood up to meet them. "How's the injury?" "It's alright, it's fine, it just takes a while to rest." Nara Shikaku laughed. His eyes fell from Orochimaru to Gong Yi. "Gong Yi, thank you." These two simple words can contain very heavy emotions. Gong Yi doesn't just carry Shikaku back from the chasing soldiers and save him by himself. Nara Shikaku is a person who values love and righteousness, and just two words show his attitude. Gong Yi smiled and shook his head. "It's fine if you're okay, don't worry about the others." Nara Shikaku no longer delays on this topic. He knows very well why Orochimaru came to him. Soon, he told Orochimaru about the situation of the mission that day. Mentioned that Hyuga died in battle. Orochimaru's face remained calm. Orochimaru was slightly disgusted when he said that Uchiha Chikaz retreated alone regardless of his companions. The Uchiha family, and Konaha, are separated from each other, and they are no longer the same. Shikaku didn't dare to comment. Compared to the Uchiha family, the Nara family was a lot less valuable. He sighed. "I made this plan, it's too risky, and it must be prudent in the future." After this incident, Nara Shikaku's whole person has a faint transformation. He is no longer complacent because of his intelligence. His mind has settled, and he has become calm in his dealings with others. If you give him a few more years, or after this war, he will surely occupy a place at the top of Konaha. Orochimaru waved his hand. "There is no need to say more about self-blame. The task is completed, our strategic goal is achieved." A stronghold and the death of Monziman, Sunagaku's strength in the puppet department has been greatly reduced, and there is no chance of winning this war. Quote. Nara Shikaku nodded, and in that respect they were indeed successful. But he was still a little worried. Hyuga died in battle. What is the attitude of the rest of the Hyuga clan now? Orochimaru smiled grimly. "He's just a family member. Dead or alive doesn't matter. And Sunagaku attacked our defense line aggressively a few days ago. I think they have increased their troops a lot. I also sent a message to the village for help, and now the reinforcements should be arriving soon. The Hyuga clan will also send other people over to take charge." "Is that so?" Gong Yi stood quietly, listening to the two of them analyze the situation. To be said that as the most profound people in the Hokage world, Nara Shikaku and Orochimaru, all showed the penultimate-s overall view. This war, from the contact, the outbreak, to the continuation, and the direction of the war, they have now analyzed everything. Gong Yi listened a lot and benefited a lot. Orochimaru turned his head suddenly. "Gong Yi, I plan to appoint you as the head of the medical unit, what do you think?" Gong Yi wanted to shirk and then pick up again. But looking at Nara Shikaku's trusting gaze, he no longer hesitated. "Accept the appointment of the commander, I also believe that I can do it well." Orochimaru hummed, ready to wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and he would announce the relevant appointments. If anyone disagrees, no one should disagree. Behind Gong Yi, there are Orochimaru and Tsunade. Nara Shikaku also laughed. "Gong Yi's medical ninjutsu is extremely brilliant, and I am the first to agree." Well, this has the support of another family spokesperson. Gong Yi-chung, being the leader of the medical unit is a sure thing. After visiting Shikaku, Gong Yi and Orochimaru walked to the main camp together. Arrived at the gate of the camp, Mite Guy quickly ran over. Captain, I finally found you." Gong Yi smiled and said, "What's the matter? Your guard duty should be over. Have you just returned to the camp to rest?" Mite Guy said anxiously, "No, Asuma is injured. The med ninjas in the camp can't help, they say only you can." Asuma is injured. Gong Yi's expression froze, and Orochimaru next to him heard that his teacher's son was injured, but just smiled. "Gong Yi, you go, I'm fine here." Gong Yi did not go straight away, but held on to the anxious Mite Guy. How did he get hurt? Fight Sunagaku. Mite Guy responded quickly. You are the third line of defense, how can you meet ninjas? Orochimaru frowned. Has the third line of defense already met Sunagaku? Gong Yi glanced at Orochimaru. The meaning of it, I believe Orochimaru has understood it. As for what to do next, it is none of his business. He took Mite Guy and left directly. At Gong Yi's speed, it only took a few seconds to cross the main camp to the last medical camp. Ignoring Mite Guy's shock at Gong Yi's speed, Gong Yi walked right in. Screaming Asuma lying on the bed, Gong Yi frowned. Where's the injury? The medical ninja who had been checked next to him quickly replied. I was hit with a detonating charm, my legs fell into many iron pieces, and my meridians were sealed by thousands of books. The situation is a bit complicated, but fortunately, Gong Yi can handle it. It's nothing, leave it to me. Gong Yi made a judgment, and then said to Asuma, bear the pain, I will help you deal with the wound on your leg first. Asuma twitched the corners of his mouth, as if the wound had been drawn, his face wrinkled tightly. He reluctantly said, can I smoke a cigarette? You treat you, I. Come on, although you're not an adult, but if your father is here, I won't blame you. Kionzong, please help me get the cigarette case. The side, Hyuga Kionzong silently took out a cigarette case for him, and even lit a cigarette for him. Gong Yi glanced at Hyuga Kionzong and quickly treated Asuma's wound. Half an hour later, Gong Yi clapped his hands and handed Asuma, who had passed out of pain, to the care of other ninjas. He pulled Hyuga Chizong, lie down. Captain, I'm fine. Blame me for not protecting Asuma. I tell you to lie down, just lie down, don't think I can't see it, you are still standing here with your injuries. At this moment, Gong Yi, who always smiles, is as stern as an elder. Hyuga Kionzong lowered his head and lay down on the bed obediently. He opened his clothes, and there was a wound in his abdomen, which was extremely terrifying. Stop. Are you there yet, Hazashi-sama? A man in a gray kimono shut down the hideous Byakugan and issued an order to the thousands of ninjas behind him. When you arrive at your destination, wait for me here first. I'll see Commander Orochimaru. I'll make arrangements for you later. Chapter 89. Who approves, who opposes? Konaha Base Camp, in the commander's tent. Orochimaru is sitting on the top of the long wooden table, and next to him is the pale-faced Nara Shikaku. In addition to the two of them, there were also several ninjas exuding great strength, each sitting on the wooden table. Akamichi Choza of Akamichi Clan, Yamanaka Inoichi of Yamanaka Clan, Inazuka Claw Girl of Inazuka Clan, Aburame Jawei of Aburame Clan, Sarutobi Aster of Sarutobi Clan, Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Chikas, and the head of Hyuga Clan who just arrived, Hyuga Hazashi. Said that each of these people present is an absolutely important person in their respective family. Many people are considered by their respective families as candidates for the next generation of patriarchs. Even Hyuga Hazashi, who seems to be only a branch elder of the Hyuga clan, but in fact, his elder brother Hyuga Hiyashi, who took over as the head of the clan last month. It can be seen that Konaha village has shown a lot about the war with Sunagaku. Enough attention was paid. But he wasn't too careful, and he didn't send out the patriarch-level figures of the major families in the village. The people they sent were very strong, but they were all young. It seems that for this war, the major families all have the idea of honing their younger generations. If they can win, the younger generation can obtain military merit and fame, and after returning, with great strength, they can successfully succeed the patriarch and hold the power of the family. Lord Orochimaru, everyone has arrived, not yet. Start. Uchiha Chinfeng said impatiently, seeing these. Even though he was weaker than Uchiha, but in the village with a better family than Uchiha, he felt irritated. Especially that, Nara Shikaku, who is so weak, can sit next to Orochimaru. Status is even higher than the representative of his Uchiha clan. Orochimaru glanced at him calmly, and said lightly, "There is one more person to wait for. Who is still worthy of us waiting for the representative ninjas of the major families in the village? They are all here." Uchiha Chika's words were actually what other clan representatives wanted to ask ninjas. Who else had to wait a long time for these characters to suddenly hear footsteps outside, and the tent door was pushed open immediately. Who was 1.6 meters tall appeared in front of everyone with a trace of fatigue. "Sorry for making you guys wait so long." Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this little guy looks tall, but his immature face doesn't look like an adult? Among them, there are one or two who know Gong Yi. "See you at this scene," he looked thoughtful. Shikaku waved. "Gong Yi, come, sit here." Gong Yi hesitated for a moment, but the position Shikaku was pointing to turned out to be on the opposite side of him, that is, to the right of Orochimaru. If the importance is divided according to where he sits, he is Orochimaru's right-hand man just like Shikaku. The status was even higher than Uchiha and Hyuga after that. Orochimaru didn't say anything, just nodded. Gong Yi no longer hesitated, walked over and sat down. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, seeming to sense that there was an atmosphere of doubt and dissatisfaction in the venue. "First, make an appointment decision. I have decided to appoint Gong Yi as the leader of the Konaha ninja army, healer. Do you agree?" As soon as these words came out, there was a lot of discussion in the venue. What a joke, at his age, he can take on such a heavy responsibility. "Lord Orochimaru, the medical unit is related to the lives of our subordinates, please make your decision carefully. Too young, inexperienced in doing things, something went wrong, what should I do if Lord Hokage blames? HMPH, this kid, can you know medical ninjutsu?" Gong Yi quietly surveyed the crowd, counting in his heart, who agreed and who opposed. Under his observation, he found that the Akamichi and Yamanaka clans, although they had doubts, did not object. Was greeted by Nara Shikaku. The Nara clan and their two clans have always watched and helped each other, and they have been friends from generation to generation. Especially the new generation, Akamichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, known as Ino Shikacho. The Sarutobi clan has no objection. Sarutobi Aster, the eldest son of 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is also the eldest brother of his own team member Asuma. He should be on Orochimaru's side and will not oppose Orochimaru's decision. As for the others, Inuzuka, Aburame, Uchiha, were the most vehemently opposed. The Hyuga family was silent, and the leader, Hyuga Hazashi, seemed to be observing the situation, ready to make a decision for or against. "Are you done?" Orochimaru asked suddenly. Everyone closed their mouths and dared not speak anymore. Orochimaru, known as Sannin, is so powerful that no one will doubt whether he can suppress these powerful family members. Orochimaru smiled grimly and licked his tongue. Gong Yi has studied medical ninjutsu at Tsunade. If you suspect that he is not skilled enough, please use your brain. 3 days ago, we were attacked by Sunagaku, and there were more than 100 ninjas who were injured in various ways. I asked Gong Yi to lead the medical team for treatment, and no one has been seriously injured. Commanding level, I don't need to say more. As for age. Oh, your fathers, at the age of 5 or 6, went to war at the age of 8, and became famous at the age of 8 or 9. Doubting Gong Yi's age is doubting the glory of your parents. I won't say anything else. Now I appoint Gong Yi as the chief of the medical force, whoever opposes, whoever agrees. The scene, there was silence, and then Nara Shikaku was the first to speak. My Nara clan agree. After him, someone spoke one after another. My Akamichi clan agree. Yamanaka clan agree. Sarutobi Aster has no opinion. It turns out that you are Gong Yi. I heard that Inazukali from our clan is. You healed. Well, I can trust your level, and we Inuzuka clan have no opinion. The female ninja named Inuzuka Claw said with a smile, before her face changed. Gong Yi glanced at her, and if it was not bad, this woman should be the mother of the future Konaha 12 Shaoqiang and Inuzuka Kiba. It's pretty good looking and full of wildness. Aburame Jawei, agree. A man in a light green trench coat, with half of his cheek covered by the collar, said softly. Only ones who haven't spoken yet are Uchiha and Hyuga. And these two clans are also the two most powerful giants in the village. Singled out, they are the existences of other families present that cannot be looked up to. Hyuga Hazashi looked at the situation at the venue, pondered for a while, and then said, Hazashi has just arrived, and the specific situation is not very clear. Everything is according to Orochimaru-sama's orders. HMPH, let's figure it out. For me, Uchiha, medical ninjas don't need at all, just kill the enemy. Uchiha Chinfeng said arrogantly, but there was no objection in his words. So, it is unanimously approved. Orochimaru was satisfied that his first order was approved by everyone, which was a manifestation of his power. But that's all, he wasn't addicted to the feeling of master's power. In his opinion, this is just to sell a good one to Gong Yi so that he can cooperate with Gong Yi in the future. Young people are the most easily moved, a few words of trust, and a few important tasks, they will give up on the strong. He was quietly, step by step letting Gong Yi fall to his side. Gong Yi silently looked at the inconsistencies of everyone's attitude, and could understand how much political game there was. He was only agreed at the end, stood up and said a few words. It's probably, if you will manage the medical ninja well, become the life support of the Konaha ninja army, and let everyone fight with peace of mind. Orochimaru licked his tongue. Now, we can start the discussion of the second matter. Sunagakur village is bold, not only slandering my Konaha village, but also preemptively declaring war. 3 days ago, it attacked our army's defense line, causing many casualties. Now that our second batch of ninja reinforcements has arrived, it's time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 90. Thanks from Hyuga Hazashi. War meeting is over. 5 days later, the Konaha ninja army will cross the riverland of Imagawara and attack the front line of Sunagakur village. However, this does not mean that in the middle of the past few days, everyone is idle. For example, the Hyuga family, after Hyuga Hazashi arrived, the defense inspection task of the base camp was handed over to him. Left Orochimaru's command camp, he sent someone to open Byakugan, take turns to change shifts, and check the situation around the base camp 24 hours a day. Prevent the strong Sunagakur from sneaking past the 3 lines of defense and stealing information from the base camp. Gong Yi also has something to do here. Sunagakur is good at using poison, and various puppet techniques are also very strange. He has to lead the medical team to speed up the development of enough antidote. It's best to do one by hand. Of course, this task is too difficult. With the current base of Konaha medical ninjas, it will take more than a month to do it with overtime. Orochimaru can understand the difficulties of Gong Yi, and the specific task given to him is to prepare as much as possible for Jonin. Gong Yi walked towards the camp he was in charge of. Along the way, the ninja who learned that he was appointed as the leader of the medical unit, saw him with respect. For the past few days, Gong Yi has not healed everyone without rest, and has won the respect of the first batch of ninjas. He is still a long way from completing the tasks issued by the system. The second group of ninjas who arrived did not respect him so much, and at most they just got along with him indifferently. Gong Yi doesn't care. He knows very well that as the war goes on, the respect the medical ninja can gain will only increase. And this war with Sunagakur will not end in a while. Based on the memory of the plot, Gong Yi judged that this war against Sunagakur probably lasted for a year or 2. Now both sides have only invested a little of their respective villages. On Konaha's side, there are 2 groups of ninja troops, about 1,800 people. On the Sunagakur side, according to what Orochimaru said at the meeting just now, there should be about 2,000 people. But for Da Ninja Village, this ninja is not even half of it. In the original work, Iwagakure village used tens of thousands of ninjas to kill 3 generations of Raikage, and in the Fourth Ninja War, he called for a coalition of 80,000 ninjas. Konaha, who is stronger than Iwagakure village, there are at least tens of thousands of ninjas in the village. Now this collision, where does it go? Gong Yi no. Hurry, the longer the war lasts, the more he can improve his status. Once the war is over and back in the village, not to mention the current Sanin or Namikaze Minato, he can at least have a reputation like Tsunade used to be. After inspecting the medical unit's camp, and checking the recovery of several wounded, Gong Yi came to the outside of the camp. Hyuga Chisong is standing outside with a gloomy expression. Kionzong, why are you running out if you don't rest in there? Hyuga Kionzong said gloomily, my injury is serious, but it's not complicated. After your treatment, Captain, I don't need much training. Gong Yi frowned and affirmed his recognition. Palm Sage art does have a good therapeutic effect on some serious trauma. Hyuga Kionzong looked at Gong Yi, hesitated and said, Captain, I am sorry, I didn't fulfill your request. What? Gong Yi crooked, Gong Yi smiled, put his hands behind his back, and didn't mind. When a ninja performs a mission, it is inherently dangerous, and it's not your fault. And I heard Guy talk about the battle situation. A puppet ninja who is good at stealth, can cross the front 2 lines of defense, and his strength can be said to be very strong. Especially since he still sneaks up on you, and in the end the 3 of you can kill him, it is very powerful. Hyuga Kionzong shook his head. It all depends on Guy, the puppet of the puppet ninja, who is not afraid of Asuma's futon wind style ninjutsu. It is too hard. My gentle fist doesn't work very well either, and I can't hit the puppet ninja's acupuncture point. Gong Yi hummed. Mite Guy has now started to practice the 8 inner gates. Good at steel fist, can penetrate the puppet body very well. Just like Gong Yi's sneak attack on Monziman a few days ago, the 10 or so people of Kinmatsu, who are famous for their reputation, were blasted into a big spiral hole by him. If it hadn't been for the good materials made by the 10 people of Jinmatsu, the ordinary puppets would have been blown up by one punch long ago. Oh yes, I have something to tell you. Now I am the head of the medical unit, and I don't have to go out to perform tasks. 3 of you belong to the palace team, so you don't have to go out. Hyuga Kionzong asked curiously, don't you have to go out on a mission? Gong Yi smiled, I can't say that either. Your protection of the medical troops is also considered a mission. Other hand, Asuma's injuries are more serious, and the people from the Sarutobi clan will come over later and bring him back to the village to recuperate. This is a special treat. Injured and sent back to the village directly, other civilian ninjas cannot enjoy this kind of treatment. Often, they are treated in situ, healed, and then continue to fight. Of course, other people can't use battlefield deserters as Asuma. After all, Asuma has also been on the battlefield and killed the enemy. The most important point is that he is the son of Lord Hokage. Hyuga Kionzong glanced back with some envy, although he couldn't see Asuma who was healing, but he seemed to feel Asuma's kind of. The feeling of being cared for by others all the time. Pity for myself. Oh, Hazashi-sama, why did you come here? The voice of Captain Gong Yi. Hyuga Kionzong turned around, looked at the approaching man, and bowed respectfully. Elder Hazashi. Hyuga Hazashi signaled to him not to be too polite, and even touched his head lovingly. Are you hurt? Your face is so pale. Hyuga Kionzong replied moved. It's all right, the captain personally treated me. Hyuga Hazashi smiled slightly and looked at Gong Yi. Captain Gong Yi, I thank you in advance. Gong Yi shook his head and smiled lightly. It's nothing, Kionzong is my subordinate, he is still a member of the village, and he should be saved. Hyuga Hazashi said solemnly, I can't say that. After Kionzong followed you, I learned a lot and survived several dangerous missions. As his elder, I must thank you in person. Looking at this elegant, but persistent man in front of him, Gong Yi didn't. He declined again and accepted this thank you. Two chatted for a while. And Hyuga Hazashi left for the reason of visiting the base camp. Gong Yi looked at Kionzong's moved appearance, and suddenly asked, what is Hazashi-sama's attitude towards the people who separated from you? Although Hyuga Kionzong didn't understand why the captain asked this, he still had something to say. He is the elder of our branch and the younger brother of the elder, and he is very kind to the members of our branch. And Elder Hazashi has been working to make the main clan and the family split, let go of prejudice, and work together to grow the family. After hearing this, Gong Yi looked a little complicated. He thought about the future, was threatened by Kumogakur villagers, and in order to protect Hyuga Hazashi had to commit suicide. If Hyuga Hazashi knew his fate in the future, would he be so dedicated to doing things for the Hyuga family? The world is unpredictable. Thanks for the rewards from the brothers. The code words have made me dizzy these 2 days. I didn't remember which ones were rewarded. I'm really sorry. 5th update has been completed, and there will be updates later. Just treat it as a reward and add more. To read this paragraph, otherwise block the collection of IP and GT. Chapter 91. 4 Generations of Kazekage vs 4 Generations of Hokage. 5 days later, at 4 o'clock in the morning, it was pitch black, and the drizzle fell again. The rustling sound continued to sound, and soon, it converged into one. Under the night, the Konaha ninja army dressed in black and green ninja uniforms has assembled. This battle was led by Namikaze Minato, who hurriedly arrived after finishing the intelligence spying work 2 days ago. He will carry 1,000 troops mixed from family ninjas and civilian ninjas, across the river land of Imagawara, and raid the front line of Sunagakur village. As for Aminawahara, some of Sunagakur's spies, the Dark Sentry, have been led by Namikaze Minato himself and cleaned up. A short period of time, Sunagakur has not found out, and has not added a new dark whistle. Konaha is just. The timing is poor, and they are caught off guard. Gong Yi stood on a high mountain in the first line of defense, overlooking the fast-moving team under his feet, and beside him was his current deputy Sakurai Ariyi. Sakurai Ariyi was holding a big black umbrella to shield Gong Yi from the rain. Looking down, she was worried. I heard that there are more than 2,000 people in Sunagakur, so Minato-sama brought 1,000, 3220. Go, okay. Gong Yi said lightly, the main goal of this raid is not to defeat Sunagakur, but to boost our morale. Morale. Sakurai Eri doesn't understand a little. Women don't understand these things. War matters, especially medical ninjas like her who stay in the hospital all day. Gong Yi nodded. The last time Sunagakur attacked us, we easily broke through 2 layers of defense, and even the 3rd layer was penetrated. If it wasn't for Orochimaru-sama to take back the camp in person, our base camp would not have been preserved. Although it was successful in the end, our morale dropped dramatically. If you don't cheer up, then in the next battle, the ninjas will not be willing to fight, and the general trend will fall to Sunagakur's side. Although there are not many people brought by Namikaze Minato, they are all elites. As long as a certain victory is achieved, they will retreat in an orderly manner. And we. Gong Yi turned his head, and slowly walked down the mountain. Wei Li followed behind him, rather curious, and even looked at him with a hint of admiration. All we have to do is to respond to the returning team members at the first line of defense. When encountering injured ninjas, we will treat them as soon as possible. What about Orochimaru-sama? He is the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, so how can he easily take action? The last time we were on our feet, he had to move. Not now. If the enemy keeps Orochimaru-sama at all costs, our loss will be greater than the death of 100 or 1,000 ninjas. Having said that, Gong Yi stopped. There was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. If White Fang is still alive, then the battle commander will be White Fang. A strong man like Orochimaru doesn't have to be trapped in the back at all, and he can shoot at will. It's just a pity that White Fang has passed away. The 3 generations of Hokage can't get old, and Sunagaku no longer has any scruples. Perhaps, this is also the reason why Sunagaku village dared to provoke war. Without White Fang, Orochimaru's war commanding ability has not been verified, but they have Chiyo, Ebizo, veteran powerhouses who have experienced World War II, and they are desperate, totally capable of wrestling with Konaha. Sunagaku Frontline, Rasa, wearing a large cape, patrolled slowly. Behind him is a group of escorts himself formed by him, and every ninja selected as a powerful Jonin. Just like the 3 generations of Kazekage Kazama Hiroshi, Sa Izumi, this group of escorts, he is also forming his own team. Chiyo-sama has promised that as long as this war is effective, she will do her best to support my superior Kazekage. I have to take this chance. Rasa's heart lined up, looking at the nearby ninjas, the ambition in his chest and abdomen continued to expand. He thought a lot, but also far away. Once he becomes Kazekage, he must first befriend Iwagakure village and join forces. Then, he will start the Tail Beast plan. Sunagaku village master is One Tail, but One Tail is not stable and often riots, causing huge losses to the village. Rasa has thought about it. With his own strength, he can completely suppress One Tail, if he can tame it. With a tailed beast that can be used at any time, the strength of Sunagaku village will definitely surpass that of Konaha. At that time, Sunagaku village will not need to be trapped in that difficult corner and can walk to the center of the continent. Annex the country of rivers, to conquer the country of rain, and to shock Konaha with great strength. But this is a later story. The top priority is to win this war. Suddenly, Rasa felt a sense of danger in his heart. His eyes widened, and countless golden sands shot up from behind him. Uchiha. Haha, I heard that you are the next generation Kazekage heir. Let me, Uchiha Chinfeng, take your head today. A man flashing 3 Tomo Sharingan came out madly, and behind him, there were dozens of Uchiha people. Rasa gave him a serious look, and then turned his eyes to other places. Yellow flash, vertical and horizontal, from time to time came the screams of Sunagaku. More and more Konaha ninjas appeared on the battlefield. Sunagaku was caught off guard and suffered heavy damage. Rasa was angry, and Konaha dared to attack. Jiden, magnet style. Gold dust imperial funeral. A raging flame spurted out, forming a sea of fire in an instant. From childhood to the top, bombarded the golden placer. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, the sea of fire was instantly lost, retreated, and even had a sign of being extinguished. Rasa smiled contemptuously. Uchiha, that's all. Uchiha Chinfeng was furious. Regardless of the overwhelming gold dust, 3 Tomo Sharingan swirled, demonic illusion was already activated. The opposite Rasa's body instantly stiffened, and the golden sand poured into the sky also levitated. Uchiha Chinfeng waved his hand with difficulty. Come on, go and kill him. Killing Rasa is a great achievement. The rise of Uchiha is up to you. Yes. More than 20 Uchiha people have started Sharingan. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo are not a few, and even sporadic 3 Tomo Sharingan exist. These people approached Rasa. They were about to attack, but Rasa suddenly opened his eyes. It wasn't even influenced by Uchiha Chika's demonic illusion. With one hand, he shook it from a distance, and the golden sand, which had stopped, instantly wrapped the 20 or so Uchiha people. Jiden, magnet style, broken glass. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. Countless blood flowers bloom from the golden sand. Everyone, all died. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Chinfeng's eyes were full of yuhi. These are all the main battle faction clansmen that he finally brought out from the clan. He lost more than 20 at a time, he couldn't bear it, and neither could Uchiha. Rasa was slightly out of breath, snorted coldly. Uchiha, the old antique who should have passed away with the Senju clan, dared to kill me. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Rasa ignored him, waved his hand, and 555 guards rushed over. Miru Tianlin, Jinchuriki column, kill this Uchiha guy. Ignoring Uchiha Chinfeng, Rasa looked at the yellow flash with a solemn expression, and he couldn't let that guy wantonly slaughter Sunagaku's ninja. Rasa clasped her hands tightly, and then roared up to the sky. Namikaze Minato. The yellow flash stopped instantly, and in the man's hand, a handful of kunai dripped with blood. Less than half an hour after the battle started, he opened a breakthrough with the power of one person, beheading more than 30 ninjas. Judging from the record, not only is it not weaker than Rasa just now, but it is even better than that. Namikaze Minato looked at one with a grim expression. Turning to Rasa, he caught sight of Uchiha who was in a frenzied state, fighting frantically, and his heart skipped a beat. Rasa himself, but Uchiha Chinfeng grabbed the task. But now, Uchiha Chinfeng failed. Not only failed, but also lost a large number of Uchiha people, and now has gone into madness. The Uchiha people are prone to fall into madness, lose control of their minds, and go to extremes. Looks like I'm the only one here. Namikaze Minato was not afraid and went straight to Rasa. He had the same idea as Rasa. Rasa, who is good at Jiten magnet style, controls the powerful sands. If Rasa were to attack the Konaha ninja, one person could deal with dozens, hundreds, and kill them effortlessly. Someone has to hold Rasa alone. A roar, a flash of light, and the two fought together in an instant. If Gong Yi was here, he would only sigh. The future 4 generations of Kazekage, the future 4 generations of Hokage, this is really interesting. Philo reminds you. And LT, please keep the collection this paragraph, otherwise block the collection of IP, and GT. Chapter 92. Emperor Guy who almost died suddenly. Guy, how many doors can you open now? Ah, me, I opened the 4th door and got hurt. But the 5th door can't be opened. Mite Guy scratched his head, somewhat regretfully. As a few squads guarding the medical unit, most of the time, they are relatively boring. Just after the shift was over, Asuma went back to Konaha village, and Hyuga Kionzong was very quiet and withdrawn, and the two couldn't talk a lot, so he simply came to see the captain Gong Yi. Gong Yi was also idle and bored, so he took the time to teach Mite Guy the 8 inner gates to practice. Hearing what Mite Guy said, Gong Yi frowned. You don't move, I'll check your body. Ah. Mite Guy hugged his chest and looked at Gong Yi vigilantly. Captain, I don't like men. Gong Yi smiled helplessly. What are you talking about? You kid, come here. The current Gong Yi, regardless of age, is already a little majestic. This is what he has led for a long time, and he has recently commanded dozens of ninjas in the medical unit, which he has accumulated. Come here. Mite Guy came over obediently. Gong Yi stretched out his hand and put it on Mite Guy. Chakra poured into Guy's body, and from time to time Gong Yi squeezed him in some places. A minute later, Gong Yi frowned even more. You're too impatient to practice the 8 inner gates. 29 is wrong. What's wrong? Gong Yi withdrew his hand, did not rush to explain, but asked, who taught you the 8 inner gates? Mite Guy scratched his head and smirked. My father. Although he practiced badly, he thought I was a genius, so he taught me this ninjutsu. Mite Guy's father, Mite Guy, the 8 inner gates practiced badly and Gong Yi almost spit out a sip of salt soda. It was a one-man ninja sword with 7 people and 7 people. But thinking that Mite Guy is still a genin now, he doesn't usually show off very much, and he is quite low-key, he understands. No wonder even his own son doesn't know his strength. Gong Yi shook his head. Instead of thinking about these things, he asked directly, did your father instruct you when he taught you anything? Mite Guy thought for a while, and said uncertainly, my father said, let me never stop exercising, accumulate enough, the 8 inner gates will naturally learn. Gong Yi nodded, your father is right. Mite Guy's eyes lit up, but he didn't expect that he was already the captain of Jonin, and he actually agreed with his father's words. In my house still has 2 brushes. But you didn't practice it right. Gong Yi said sternly, and got off Mite Guy and jumped. Do you know that when I checked your body just now, the meridians were severely injured, and the dark wounds have accumulated for a long time. If you keep practicing like this, your body will die sooner or later. Mite Guy was stunned. He touched his strong body, but he didn't feel it. Gong Yi added, the 8 inner gates is really like what your father said, it needs to be done step by step and accumulated over time to achieve something. When your physical strength reaches a certain level and your endurance becomes stronger, you will naturally be able to open 8 doors. These words, Gong Yi can also be regarded as experience. He opened 8 doors at first, but by virtue of his horror, he could open 3 doors in an instant. But later, when facing the corner, he forced the 6th door to open and almost broke his body. That is to say, he had the rejuvenation technique, so he didn't stay. But Mite Guy didn't. You opened the 4th gate before and stepped into the dangerous area of the 8 inner gates. You didn't control your proportions, and it lasted for too long, causing your body to be hurt. You said that you tried to hit the 5th gate. How much are you now? At such a young age, your body has not grown yet. If the 5th gate is really opened and you haven't met the enemy, you will drain your body energy first. And died. Speaking of this, Gong Yi was also afraid and said, fortunately you didn't open the 5th door, otherwise I would not have you as a team member. Mite Guy listened to these words blankly, and touched himself subconsciously. It seems that I sometimes feel uncomfortable in my body. Could it be that this is what the captain said about the injury to the meridian? He raised his head and looked at Gong Yi, who was a bit taller than himself. Captain, you are also practicing the 8 inner gates. Which door did you open? The 6th gate. Wow, that's awesome. But you can open the 6th door, why can't I open the 5th door? Bang! Gong Yi knocked Mite Guy with a hammer. If you have such superb medical ninjutsu as me, I will open the door as you wish. Mite Guy suddenly realized, only then did he know where the gap was. With superb medical ninjutsu, he can treat his injuries after opening the 8th gate at any time. No wonder Captain Gong Yi can open the 6th gate. In this way, you recently stopped the practice of the 8 inner gates. I will find a time to treat your body, and you will practice again. But remember, in the future, don't open 8 doors casually, you must wait until your body sends a signal that it can fully withstand the opening of the next door, and then go to the impact. Do you remember? Well, remember. Looking at Mite Guy, who is a little ignorant, but a little bit passionate, Gong Yi can't stop shaking his head. In Hokage's original work, his favorite characters are the 4th generation of Namikaze Minato, followed by Emperor Guy. But if you continue to practice like this, Mite Guy won't say Emperor Guy, I'm afraid he will die in the middle. Luckily, I had to fix it myself. But if it wasn't for me, in the original book, who corrected Guy's cultivation? Gong Yi didn't have time to think about this question. Because of the front line, someone came back. The first one to come back was Jonin from the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Lee. That's the unfortunate guy who made the wound worsen after Gong Yi finished his treatment and let his ninja dog lick him. However, he has recovered from his injuries and even participated in the assault on the Sunagaku front. He sat on the ninja dog, quickly returned to the camp, and reported the results to the crowd. Master Minato took us and completely penetrated the Sunagaku front line, beheading more than 5,320 Sunagaku ninjas, forcing them to retreat 3 kilometers. Now Minato-sama is returning from Imagawa with his troops. Guy spin. This assault is definitely a Guy spin. Hundreds of ninjas who stayed in the camp cheered. Even Orochimaru walked out of the command camp. First condolences to Inuzuka Lee, who came back to report the letter, and then brought 200 of 200 people to meet Namikaze Minato's troops. Sakurai Ariyi appeared in front of Gong Yi. Gong Yi, you were right. Minato-sama not only won the battle, but also pushed back the enemy frontline camp by 3,000 meters. However, when Gong Yi heard this, there was no expression. 3,000 meters is a matter of A few minutes for a ninja. Of course, Namikaze Minato did a good job, achieved brilliant results, and pushed back the enemy frontline camp. In terms of improving morale, it has indeed played a great effect. But, Gong Yi's face, she gave the order seriously. Ellie immediately organized the medical ninjas in the camp and rushed to the first line of defense. Wei Li was stunned for a while, then she realized something and ran to the camp without looking back. Gong Yi put his hands behind him, looked at Orochimaru who was going to meet the troops, and shook his head. We raided a camp of 2,000 people with 1,000 people, and killed more than 500 ninjas. The casualties on Konaha's side can also be imagined, so I'm busy now. Chapter 93, Konaha Duo, Second More. The cheers. Namikaze Minato returned to Konaha's first line of defense heroically, stained with blood and mud. All the ninjas behind him were also praised and cheered by everyone. Who did not have the opportunity to participate in the raid also expressed regret. Gong Yi doesn't feel sorry, and if those people see Gong Yi and the others busy treating the seriously wounded, they probably won't feel sorry either. Severe wounded who are in danger of life get medical treatment on the spot. Severely injured but not dead, arrange for other ninjas to carry them back. Slightly injured ninja, walk back to the base camp by yourself, and then give them treatment after we finish this batch. Eri, you go to Hyuga Hazashi and ask him to arrange someone to help count the number of wounded. In addition, you need bandages, needles and threads, antidote, and recovery medicine. You can go to the logistics side to get them. What's not enough? Not enough. Go to Lord Orochimaru, and let him hurry up and transfer him from the village. Otherwise, I will not be responsible for the death of these people. Gong Yi was busy commanding the crowd, and he himself took over a seriously injured Akamichi clan. Hearing that the medical ninjas in other places were in a hurry, he even asked them to bring people over, put both hands of sage art together, and treat 2 people at once. The young Jungsho's face was already covered with blood because of the sweat, and he looked just as ferocious and embarrassed as those ninjas who came back from the battlefield. Who were cheering in front gradually lowered their voices and looked towards this side quietly. 4. Gong Yi, who was frantically rescuing his comrades, everyone showed their respect. Nara Shikaku appeared at the right time, and after recovering for more than 10 days, his condition was much better, and his face became somewhat yuhi moist. Standing beside Orochimaru, he pointed to the seriously wounded and said, "It's Sunagaku, slandering our Konaha for no reason." It was Sunagaku who gave up peace and started war with despicableness. 9 days ago, they even disregarded the fighting between the 2 armies, and they made a surprise attack on our camp, causing dozens of ninjas to be killed and injured. And now, have you seen more than 200 ninjas, lying here, wailing in pain? They are all your companions, your brothers, your family. As soon as these words came out, all the Konaha ninjas had Yuhi's eyes. Their hatred and condemned Sunagaku. Hatred can often twist people into a rope, and then form a knife and chop at the enemy. But this is not enough, because the knife has not yet been edged, and it is not sharp enough. Shikaku waved his hand and pointed at Guy spinning again. The Namikaze Minato party. But Sunagaku, never know how weak they are and how strong we Konaha are. Exclamation mark quote. Lord Namikaze Minato, with only 1,000 ninjas, he defeated 2,000 of them, forcing Sunagaku to take the front line back 3 kilometers. And behind us, the village of Konaha, the land of fire, and thousands of ninjas. We will win this war. The breeze blew, and the continuous drizzle of the past few days gradually stopped, and the sky showed a warm sunshine. Thousands of ninjas roared into the sky. Definitely. 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 Shikaku returned with satisfaction to the purpose of the Orochimaru Namikaze Minato raid, which was perfectly accomplished. Orochimaru glanced at Nara Shikaku with a faint smile. This young man is a bit interesting. No wonder the old man of the 3rd generation wants to let himself. If I really want to do Hokage one day, there is such a person to assist. That's a lot easier. Gong Yi didn't have time to pay attention to the situation over there, he only knew that his side was really bad. More than 200 wounded and sick, and they are only a few dozen medical ninjas. Even after kicking out some ninjas with minor and serious injuries but no need to rush to heal, there are still more than 100 left. Gong Yi used medical ninjutsu and cursed inwardly, "Tsunade, sensei, why did you build the Konaha medical system halfway through, so don't care. If you continue this job, it will be much easier for me now." Of course, he wouldn't really blame Tsunade. Death of his younger brother and the lover who has just confessed, has no intention to do anything anymore. Tsunade is still there anyway. Konaha Hospital took care of him for many years and didn't let go. If it were someone else, it is estimated that he could not bear the blow long ago and gave up on himself. Well, although Tsunade's current appearance is not much different from giving up on himself. Every day I spend my days with alcohol, and when I teach Gong Yi, I will be a little restrained. With the help of other ninjas, some of the wounded were transferred to the camp. But at the scene, there were still many people who were inconvenient to move and could not be carried on stretchers. Gong Yi didn't even know how they survived the battle. Whoosh! A man in a green vest with a determined face jumped over to Gong Yi. "Gong Yi. Minato, are you hurt too? Look at how alive you are. I'll show you later. I'm too busy right now." Gong Yi's head. Don't lift his head, just listen to the voice and know it's Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato shook his head. "No, I have a proposal, let's see if it works." "Speak." "I left a kunai with a Hiraishin mark on the medical camp, and I can go directly there. You see, I will send you there first, and then send the other seriously injured ninjas one by one, what do you think?" Gong Yi couldn't help but look up at him. The sun shines on this man, and there is an inexplicable brilliance. Shouldn't he be cheered over there? He should be in a place where everyone is applauding. Gong Yi took a deep breath. If that's the case, then it's the best. At the camp, the tools are complete, so it is convenient for me to save people. But wait a minute, Hiraishin is a time-space ninjutsu, and when you use this technique, you will suffer a lot of pressure. These seriously wounded, can they withstand it? Namikaze Minato smiled confidently. "Don't worry about that, I'm treating Hiraishin master very well now, and it won't aggravate their injuries." "Okay, how many people can you bring at a time?" "2. Then take me and this big fat, thin guy from the Akamichi clan first." Gong Yi used to think that the Akamichi family were all big fat people, but the guy in front of him was really skinny. It is estimated that this is related to the secret arts of the Akamichi clan, who usually eat wildly and save fat. During the battle, the energy stored in the body is released, and after the battle, the body tends to lose weight. The guy in front of him is too skinny, and he wants to fight fiercely. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Namikaze Minato, Gong Yi, and the Akamichi clan disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the medical camp. "Gong Yi, the rest, I'll trouble you. You go. By the way, inform Eri and ask her to bring the other wounded back as soon as possible. The hygiene outside is not good and it is easy to get infected." Gong Yi's head said without raising his head. In his hand when he was healed, chakra kept surging, treating the big skinny man. Namikaze Minato is no nonsense. Hiraishin activates and disappears. When he appeared, he returned to the first line of defense. 2 people were picked up by both hands, and the support was not seen again. The boring action, he used dozens of times in a row. Later, Namikaze Minato, who was already after a war, couldn't take it anymore. Dripping sweat, he slowly walked back to the camp. All the Konaha ninjas who witnessed this, the tired Namikaze Minato, and the Gong Yi who bit Kiba and healed everyone in the camp, respected them from the bottom of their hearts. Nara Shikaku stood beside Orochimaru, smiling. If it wasn't for one ninja, maybe Minato, Gong Yi, would be able to get Konoha Sannin together again. Orochimaru twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head. We are not like them. Nara Shikaku shrugged. It's really different, there are only 2 of them. Instead of imitating your name as Sanin, it's better to be called a double hero. Konaha Duo, nice title. Konaha Duo is interesting. Orochimaru chuckled. Chapter 94. 3 Psychic Beasts 3rd. The words of Nara Shikaku and Orochimaru were heard by many Konaha ninjas. Then, with the news of the victory in the raid, it spread in the camp together. Konaha Duo. Yellow flash traverses the battlefield, come and go freely. The dark blue demon has superb medical skills, life and death, flesh and bones, and saves countless companions. One can make companions rely on the battlefield, and the other can let companions not worry about how to treat them when they are injured. One inside, one outside, tisk tisk, it's really beautiful. It's someone's Deep Blue Devil, against Gong Yi. This title gave rise to doubts. At this time, Miura Akira, who was rescued twice by Gong Yi, stood up. You don't know. When Lord Gong Yi performed his mission, he not only saved us, but also killed 2 Jonin by himself. One of the Jonin, before dying, shouted out the title of demon out of fear. What? Why are you calling it dark blue? Well, to be honest, I don't know much about it. Clear that Lord Gong Yi was green at the beginning, but it is estimated that it was passed on later. After listening to Miura Akira's explanation, the others no longer bothered about the title of Dark Blue Devil. Anyway, in their eyes, the enemy's demon is their angel. The stronger Gong Yi and the better his medical skills, the more they like it. 5 days, 5 days. Seriously wounded ninja. However, because there are too many people who are seriously injured at the same time, he is a high-level ninja in the base camp, and there are times when he can't take care of it. Among them were 9 ninjas, who did not persist until Gong Yi came to save them, and died silently. This is a fly in the ointment, and it makes me a little sad. But no one will blame Gong Yi, because everyone can see that Gong Yi really tried his best. Later, when he walked out of the medical camp, his steps were stumbling and his face was frighteningly pale. A few passing ninjas even helped him go back to rest. Night, Gong Yi, who had rested long enough, woke up slowly. His body was not as fragile as others thought. Although the chakra consumption is excessive, there is the existence of rejuvenation, which is not a big problem. He just deliberately did not use rejuvenation, and showed that he did his best. Only in this way can he win the respect of all ninjas. Of course, he did his best. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so pale and frightening. Thinking of the hard work in the past few days, Gong Yi couldn't help sighing. He recognized a reality. Tsunade was respected, perhaps not just because of her personal superb medical ninjutsu. It is also related to her psychic beast. Slug. As a psychic beast with the same name as Wan Snake and Toad Wentai, Slug is definitely stronger than Wan Snake and Wentai in a sense. That's it. In the 3 Holy Lands, behind Toad Bunta is a toad family. The snakes that Orochimaru summoned from Raichi Cave are not just 10,000 snakes, but also other powerful snakes. But slugs are different. There is one slug in the entire Shikatsu forest. No matter what. It was Tsunade, or later, the slugs they summoned, all of them were a slug. It's just that because of the amount of chakra, the slugs that are summoned are different in size. The more chakra and the slug size, the latter psychic beast has the ability to split and can separate thousands of small slugs. The slug does not have strong fighting ability, but it has a medical ability that makes all ninjas in the ninja world unmatched. As long as the supply of chakra is enough, the slug can even split a large number of small slugs, and at the same time medically treat a ninja in a large ninja village. When Pain destroyed Konaha, Tsunade let slugs protect many ninjas. Physical attacks have no effect on slugs. She can also wrap ninjas for quick healing. Judging from the development of Hokage's plot, in the 4th war, Wan Snake and Toad Wentai basically didn't show up much, and they couldn't keep up with their fighting ability. of sword. But the slug can still play, and even save the ninja coalition, connecting Tsunade's body. I have to say, Tsunade can get the title of Sanin, there are enough reasons. Like this war, as long as Tsunade is around, the casualties of Konaha ninjas can definitely be reduced to an unimaginable level. Gong Yi realized the gap between himself and Tsunade. He can save one person, 2 people, even hundreds of people. But he can't save thousands, tens of thousands of people like Tsunade. Maybe, I also need a psychic beast. Gong Yi pondered, realizing his own inadequacies in this regard. But this matter, he can only wait to think about it later, he can't rush it now. What he needs to pay attention to now is that in the Shuiba system, the released Yuhi-colored task. Mission: survive the 3 wars. Mission description: survive the 3rd Ninja World War. Overall progress: 9 inches. Branch missions: completed the defeat of the Sunegaku arsenal behind enemy lines, completed the treatment of Nara Shikaku, completed the leader of the Konaha Medical Corps, completed the Konaha Ninja reputation status and not completed. Evaluation: the task is not over, no evaluation. Reward: it depends on the evaluation. The minimum reward is 10,000 points and a low-level scholar skill. Gong Yi was a little surprised. The task of becoming the leader of the medical unit was completed. But he didn't understand the latter task. It stands to reason that most of the people in the camp should have a lot of respect for me. Can be seen from the eyes and attitudes other people look at me every time I walk in the camp. I think about. Gong Yi pondered for a while and came to a conclusion. This mission, perhaps not just the ninjas on the battlefield, is very likely to cover the entire Konaha village's range of ninjas. Only in this way can we explain why he repeatedly brushed his favorability and failed to complete this task. To understand this, Gong Yi just don't worry anymore. As long as this thing is a passive quest, as long as I survive the 3 battles and get the result of being respected by the village ninjas, it is not easy. Gong Yi smiled and prepared to close the system interface. He blinked when noticing the overall progress of the mission. The last time was 71, and now it is 91. The reason for this is that Namikaze Minato led the raid and won the victory. The war is constantly being promoted, from the contact stage to the fierceness. I haven't had the time to practice divine art in the past few days, hurry up and practice. When it's done, I'll find an opportunity to teach those medical ninjas in the camp. They learn more and become stronger, and they will be able to help me better in the future. Making a decision, Gong Yi closed his eyes again and began to practice magic. This practice is 4 hours, the sky is already clear. Gong Yi opened his eyes, stood up and stretched, and walked out of his tent refreshed. Outside his tent, Gong Yi could feel that there was a ninja who had been waiting for 2 hours. Seeing Gong Yi coming out, the ninja hurried up and said respectfully, "Master Gong Yi, you are awake. Isn't this nonsense? Everyone is standing in front of you, can you not wake up?" Gong Yi smiled kindly, he could hear the ninja's concern for him. From the fact that he stood outside, waited for 2 hours, and didn't come in to disturb him, he could see how high Gong Yi's status was in his heart. Well, is something wrong? Lord Orochimaru, they are in a meeting and said if you wake up, they will let you go. How long has it been on? It's been an hour and a half. I came here half an hour earlier, but I can't bear to disturb you and want you to rest a little longer. Gong Yi pretended to be stern and said, "Wake me up directly next time, how can I delay such an important meeting?" The ninja in front of him said in a panic, "This is also what Shikaku-sama told me secretly, saying that you are tired these days, try not to wake you up." "I don't blame you, I'll go first." Gong Yi patted him on the shoulder and walked casually, the feeling of being able to sleep in without being disturbed, it's great. And behind him, the ninja looked at Gong Yi adoringly. Master Gong Yi is not only good at medicine, but also takes his work so seriously. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone, the author-kun is out of town, and he also found 2 friends, ready to have a few drinks. The rest of the updates will be sent later. Chapter 95. The scale of the war is escalating wildly. In terms of his enthusiasm for attending the meeting today, Gong Yi's work attitude is really not serious. The time he arrived, the meeting was almost over. But seeing him coming, everyone stopped their steps to leave. Gong Yi is here, take a seat first. Nara Shikaku said with a smile, and again pointed to the position of his right hand below Orochimaru. And this time, when Gong Yi sat down, no one questioned. Just a few short days, Gong Yi, with his performance, conquered everyone present. Orochimaru coughed. Gong Yi, the meeting is almost over. Details, you can ask Shikaku later. Now tell me about the situation of the medical team in general. Gong Yi nodded and spoke methodically about the past few days. A total of 231 ninjas were brought back, of which 70 were lightly wounded and 56 were more seriously injured. The remaining 105 are all seriously wounded, the kind who may die. The medical team worked overtime and treated them day and night. Most of them are fine, only 9 ninjas, because of the serious injuries, and our lack of manpower, unfortunately passed away. When talking about the back, Gong Yi's expression was slightly heavy. Of other family leaders are worth pondering. Most of them showed relief. Gong Yi understands that this is probably the reason why they are willing to stay for a while. Among the more than 200 ninjas, there are many from the scene, from major families. Gong Yi, you did a great job. Orochimaru does not hesitate to praise, just like he will do to Sasuke in the future. He will always praise Sasuke's growth. Gong Yi continued, the medical force is barely enough at the moment, but if the scale of the war continues to expand, it may not be enough. Words came out, the other ninjas looked at each other in dismay. Such as Nara Shikaku, Namikaze Minato, etc. also frowned. Orochimaru was the same, his face was slightly gloomy. If only Tsunade was here. It's a pity that guy, suffering from hyperphobia, can't go to the battlefield at all. This sentence is a reflection of his heart and cannot be said. Gong Yi can't say either. Tsunade's hyperphobia is a secret in Konaha that only a few high-level people know about. Jiraiya, who has a crush on Tsunade, doesn't know. Orochimaru can know that it was only when he personally brought the broken body to Tsunade and found it. Perhaps a few other people in the know would be 3 generations of Hokage, plus Shimura Danzo and those 2 advisors at most. Gong Yi looked at the others, and he understood that the scale of the war would definitely continue to expand. Otherwise, these people would not have such expressions. But this is better, and it can further enhance your power on the battlefield. Lord Orochimaru, I have an idea to expand the number of medical units. You said, if you have a request, I will do my best to satisfy you. Gong Yi tentatively said, I want to train a group of medical ninjas and expand the number of medical troops when there is no large-scale war. Orochimaru frowned, and Nara Shikaku, who was beside him, asked in disbelief, is there enough time? Gong Yi pondered, the time must come to cultivate advanced medical ninjas. But if I only cultivate some ninjas who can quickly deal with simple wounds, the problem is no greater than the serious wounded, and I will do it myself. Hearing what Gong Yi said, Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku understood what Gong Yi meant. But the problem came again. Where did the ninjas come from? Let Gong Yi cultivate this question. Not only the 2 of them, but also the heads of other clans, also instantly thought of it. Where else can they come from? The talent of civilian ninjas is not good, and the medical ninjas have high requirements, so they can only be selected from the family ninjas. And this, in disguise, weakened the strength of the major families. Although only marginally weakened. For a time, everyone's faces were gloomy and uncertain. Gong Yi didn't speak, just watched them quietly. The meaning is here, if you want Lao Su to cure you and save your life, you have to show some sincerity. Cough. Nara Shikaku was the one who received the kindness of Gong Yi, and she spoke first at this time. Gong Yi, our Nara clan, are very good at chakra control, and there must be some seedlings of medical ninjas. I'll send a group of people to you. Someone speaks. It's fine. The most fearful thing is the cold field. Gong Yi smiled slightly. This is not very good. We must maintain the number of main ninjas fighting. Let me see it this way. I will choose a few genins myself. Female ninjas are the best and more careful. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up and she agreed immediately. Others, after hearing Gong Yi's proposal, no longer objected, and opened their mouths one after another, letting Gong Yi choose the manpower. The reason they don't disagree is simple. Gong Yi gave a very low request. A few genins, or female ninjas with weak combat effectiveness, will not affect their family's strength on the battlefield at all. Gong Yi all responded, and Orochimaru had no objection, and even mentioned that a new batch of reinforcements would be brought along with enough medical supplies. The meeting was soon dissolved. To end itself, but everyone stayed because they wanted to hear the situation on Gong Yi's side. It was dissolved, everyone left. Gong Yi and Shikaku were walking in the camp, and Shikaku also told Gong Yi about the general situation of the previous meeting. Although this raid was won beautifully, in fact, it was 1,000 against 2,000, and the losses were heavy. There were more than 200 wounded people brought back, but those who were not brought back have all become corpses. Gong Yi looked serious, and he also thought of this. How can there be no dead in war? We sent 1,000 people to kill more than 500 Sunagaku, forcing them to retreat 3 kilometers from the camp. But we killed 300 people, and the rest were wounded, more than 200 people. Nara Shikaku sighed. The victory was brilliant, but some people paid the price with their lives. Gong Yi curiously said, with Namikaze Minato leading the team, and the strong men of the Uchiha clan, the casualties are so great. Shikaku shook his head. There's a ninja over there at Sunagaku, you should know. Rasa. This person is extremely good at large-scale destructive ninjutsu, and immediately killed more than 20 Uchiha people as soon as they fought. Hiss. Although I can think of Rasa's Kekkei Genkei, it can exert a terrifying effect on the battlefield. But when he heard it from Shikaku's mouth, Gong Yi was still shocked. He is also considered a master of advanced physical skills, and if he encounters a cage-level powerhouse alone, he has the certainty of survival. But it is still difficult to kill blockbuster ninjas as quickly and effectively as Rasa. Fortunately, Minato personally dragged Rasa in the back, and even nearly killed him, which prevented our casualties from expanding. And we are the raid, and the elites of the major families lead the team, and the subsequent battlefield trends will be controlled by us. Gong Yi nodded. Namikaze Minato's strength, he had no problem with it. One-on-one, Rasa is no match for Namikaze Minato. However, the scale of the war will escalate in the future, and the threat of Rasa will be too great. Shikaku sighed, a little worried. Gong Yi asked curiously, I just heard from Orochimaru that a new batch of reinforcements has already departed. How many people will come this time? Nara Shikaku stretched out a slap and raised 5 fingers. 5,000. This war is escalating wildly at an unimaginable speed. In the near future, a ninja war with tens of thousands of people is completely predictable. Philo reminds you. Read the 3 things to collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates. Find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 96. Ambition breeds. Name. Aburame Kaiwei. Gong Yi looked at the girl in front of him, and said lightly, I'll take a look at a ninjutsu. Any ninjutsu, a clone will do. The girl lowered her head shyly, as if she didn't dare to look directly into Gong Yi's eyes. She hand-seal released a clone, and looked at Gong Yi nervously. Heard that after the young patriarch Aburame Jiwei came back today, he issued an order. The leader of the medical troop, Gong Yi, will temporarily expand the medical troop, and will select ninjas among the major clans of ninjas. And as long as careful female ninjas. After this order came down, Aburame Kaiwei took heart. 4. Genin, the battlefield is too dangerous, even for simple vigilance missions. Heard that even Hokage-sama's second son, Sarutobi Asuma, was seriously injured during the guard duty. Although everyone knows the danger, but no one can escape and must face it. But now there is a chance. 3220. Once selected into the medical force, you can stay in the safer rear. And the most important thing is that you can always accept the guidance of Lord Gong Yi. Aburame Kaiwei looked at Gong Yi nervously, for fear that he would say unqualified words. Gong Yi took a looked at the girl with Yuhi's face, and smiled slightly. If you are qualified, pack your things today, and report to the medical camp tomorrow. Oh yeah. Shaking his head and smiling, Gong Yi beckoned, and Hilly walked over with a roster. Take her name, and ask her age by the way, and how long she's been a genin. Eri nodded. She was getting more and more used to obeying Gong Yi's orders. Gong Yi looked up and saw that the Aburame clan had already recruited people. A total of 555 female ninjas were summoned, all of them were genin. Compared to the Inuzuka and Nara clans, the number of people is slightly smaller, but this is normal. The Aburame family likes to play with bugs. Most girls don't like bugs, they prefer deer, dogs, cats, these cute guys. 555, almost enough, let's go to the next family camp. Who is the next? Gong Yi thought about it and moved. Go and see the Yamanaka clan. The Yamanaka family is the family with the most female ninjas in Konaha. The family's source of income is flower planting, flower sales, and flower shops opened in various countries. Female ninjas are simply too numerous to count. Hopefully a nice catch. While Gong Yi was busy recruiting and expanding the medical team, the situation at the Sunagaku village base camp was not very good. Other words, the atmosphere is not very good. Chiyo slammed the letter in his hand to the ground with a look of anger. In front of her was Ebizo, who had just driven back from Iwagakure village, and Ebizo was also smiling bitterly at this moment. Sister, that guy Onoki really doesn't give us any face. Chiyo slapped the table with an angry slap. If you don't give us face, he won't see rabbits or spread eagles. This old guy, what a joke about being afraid of Konaha village. Now in the various Dainin villages, his Iwagakure village is the most unscrupulous ninja to deal with Konaha. It has been more than 10 years since World War II to the present. The village of Iwagakure has gained the complete trust of the daimyo of the land of the earth, and various financial resources have been given to them. Now the strength is strong. I am afraid that it is not inferior to Konaha. He said that he is afraid that this is fooling us. Chiyo stood up and circled the room angrily. Ebizo picked up Tsuchikajinoki's reply from the ground and patted the dust. But Onoki also gave a signal. Achieve certain results on the frontal battlefield. He doesn't mind sending troops and attacking the village of Konaha. Chiyo's anger subsided slightly, but he wasn't blinded by the news. In order to achieve results in the frontal battlefield, it means at least one victory, and only in this way, the village of Iwagakure dares to send troops. But looking at the major ninja villages, who can be sure to get a good deal from Konaha? Chiyo bites Kiba. Ebizo, you go back to the village and transfer 5,000 ninjas here. Hi. Ebizo took a deep breath. So much, is it necessary now that the war has just begun? Chiyo sneered. I am afraid that the Konaha family will have a great career, and they don't take 5,000 ninjas seriously, so they just send them out casually. Ebizo suddenly wakes up, and for them Sunagaku, 5,000 ninjas can be said to be traumatic. But Konaha is different. They are strong and deep, let alone 5,000. It is also very possible to ask Konaha to come up with 10,000 ninjas. I understand, I will do it right away. In addition, you have 3,000 ninjas as a reserve force, and the battle ahead is unfavorable, so let them come directly. Sister, are you desperate? Chiyo said angrily. How can we do this war if we don't go all out? We can't afford to lose. Since Onoki wants to see the results, I will give him an answer. If he doesn't send troops later, then I will leave it behind. Konaha, turn your hands and attack the village of Iwagakure. Looking at Chiyo with a ferocious face, Ebizo trembled in his heart. He knew very well that his sister's son and daughter-in-law were killed by Hitaki Sakumo of Konaha. Has an unforgettable hatred for Konaha. Ebizo is a little scared just thinking about such a huge number of ninjas. There are already 2,000 ninjas on the front line, and another 5,000 reinforcements will be dispatched, and even 3,000 ninjas will be prepared. This is the real thing, to hollow out the old bottom of Sunagaku village. There was a hearty laugh at the door. Rasa opened the curtain and walked in. 2 consultants, the discussion is so intense, I can hear it outside. Chiyo glanced at Rasa, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. This man's strength has improved too fast. She had already set up the Otogaku technique to prevent the sound of the house from going out. It could be heard by Rasa. Chiyo asked coldly, "Your injury is fine?" At the mention of this, Rasa's smile stopped abruptly. Thanks to Consultant Chiyo's treatment, there is no serious problem. And my injury is all thanks to Yellow Flash, and I will definitely get it back in the final battle. Chiyo sneered, "You'd better not be selfish. I don't know if Namikaze Minato can kill you. But if you want to kill him, it is absolutely impossible." Rasa's face froze, and he couldn't refute it. Man who gave him a spiral shape of ninjutsu on his chest, the talent of time and space ninjutsu is too powerful. He really doesn't have much confidence that he can kill Namikaze Minato. Chiyo waved his hand, "Count 1. 6, I don't want to tell you so much. As long as you remember, I saved you and promised to support you, but you must do what you promised me." Rasa grinned, half smile. The disappearance of that kid Sasori seems to have something to do with the 3 generations of Kazekage. But he really doesn't have the heart to deal with Chiyo's grandson. If Sasori really killed 3 generations of Kazekage, Rasa might have to thank him sincerely. If it wasn't for him, how could I be so close to Kazekage? Ambition will always numb people's emotions, but at the same time, it will also give people the power to become infinitely stronger. For example, Gong Yi at this moment, looking at the 200 medical ninjas in front of him, a desire for power gradually came to mind. This will be the first step I take to conquer Konaha and dominate the ninja world. Chapter 97. Cultivate your own forces. The medical team sent by the Konaha hospital was actually less than 100 people. Even if Gong Yi had previously controlled the medical force, he had little weight at the meeting. But it's different now. Gong Yi spent some time a few days ago, and selected 70 female genins one after another from the major families. Then, on the side of the civilian ninja, more than 30 people were carefully selected. In this way, there are 200 medical troops. This is not a small number. About 200 medical ninjas, the number of wounded that can be healed can reach thousands. In a medium-scale war, the number of wounded is mostly less than 1,000. That is to say, as long as a war of this scale does not break out, at any other time, every clan must pay attention to Gong Yi. Gong Yi coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. I know that I am relatively young, and some people present will doubt my ability. Everyone shook their heads. A group of female ninjas, the younger ones worshipped Gong Yi, the older ones also trusted him very much, and even 29 and some were full of maternal brilliance, and regarded Gong Yi as their son and younger brother. But I don't care what you think. What I'm going to do in the future is very simple. That is to teach you what I learned from Mr. Tsunade as much as possible. When you learn it, you can save your companions, your family, your brothers and parents, and even your lover. You are not following my orders, you are working for yourselves. The words were so passionate that a group of female ninjas couldn't help clenching their fists, planning to study very seriously in the future. Gong Yi was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and his morale was boosted by himself. However, it would be unrealistic to give them everything Tsunade taught them. Not everyone is Gong Yi, everyone has a future like Sakura. Talent. Gong Yi is very self-aware, So his next job is to establish a system, how to train these female ninjas into instant combat power. It can immediately play the effect of medical ninja. Painting pair clothes. In. Sakurai Ariyi stood up excitedly. It has been a long time since I saw Konaha's medical ninja lineage. Regarding Gong Yi's next order, she secretly swore that she would do her best to complete it. You give each experienced medical ninja 1 or 2 lieutenants based on the roster. Then let them teach their deputies to learn the simplest wound dressing, trauma management, and medicine use. Sakurai Ariyi nodded quickly, yes. Gong Yi smiled. This is the first step in quickly training medical ninjas. Is not compulsory to train these female ninjas into a class, the kind of Shizune. Excellent level, but they must be allowed to play a role in the next war. And next, what he wants to say is 2 steps. Every 7 days, I teach some of the simplest medical ninjutsu in the camp. All newcomers should come and listen. I will give you 3 months to master simple medical ninjutsu. Okay, that's all I have to say. Everyone. Let's work together. ... Gong Yi watched everyone busy teaching, studying and working, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help showing a smile. He mentioned just now were the original plan. This group of ninjas grow up, he will have enough confidence to face any family. And in his heart, he has other plans. Tsunade made the wrong decision by shelving Konaha's plans to establish a medical ninja system. Although I don't blame her, I can't continue to shelve this plan. From now on, I will silently resume the plan to establish the Konaha medical ninja system. And the medical ninja lineage, once strong, is not weak at all compared to the roots of Hokage Anbu and Danzo. The most important thing is that medical ninjas can see the light and live in the sun, which will have a very good effect on the improvement of my personal reputation. Gong Yi can see clearly why Danzo's status of the 5th generation of Hokage is not right, and he is not even recognized by Konaha. He also made great contributions to Konaha, and even his contributions are no less than the later Tsunade and Kakashi. Reason is that there is no light at the root. What Danzo did, there was no light, he did not gain the respect of all the villagers in Konaha. This matter, the most thorough, should be the old man of the 3rd generation Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage gave Danzo the power, but did not let him show up. Under this kind of temptation, Danzo could only bite Kiba and do things. Remember that Kakashi also joined Anbu later, but 3 generations of Hokage let him out again. Just because the 3 generations can understand that if Kakashi wants to gain public opinion, he must live in the sun. In the days to come, Gong Yi will stay at the base camp and stay at home. The things you do every day are complex yet simple. Manage 200 people of 200 people, always check the learning progress of the newbies, and occasionally give some tips. Gong Yi has a lot of experience in trauma management and wound dressing. His joint skills are already very perfect, not to hurt people, but to save people. It is also very effective. After 5 or 6 days, he will open a class to teach others to learn simple medical ninjutsu. Such as healing, hemostasis, detoxification, etc. Not high-end, but it will be very effective when dealing with emergencies. As for sage art and chakra scalpel, it is too difficult and few people can learn it. Gong Yi just taught it to Sakurai Ariyi. In addition, Gong Yi personally brought 2 apprentices, Aburame Kaiwei and Shizune. Aburame Kaiwei master produced a 320 worm that can devour chakra, called gram. But if it is used to heal and devour the remaining enemy chakra in the ninja's body, it is very effective. She has a strong medical talent and is worthy of cultivation. Also, Shizune. Yes, that is the woman who always follows Tsunade in the original Hokage storyline. The current Shizune is just a girl who has not been out of school for a long time, at the level of genin. But her medical talent has already been revealed. If Gong Yi personally cultivated her, her future achievements should not be under the original work. In the original book, Shizune took over Tsunade, S-class and served as the captain of the ninja coalition and the medical unit. Gong Yi is very satisfied with the 2 apprentices he has accepted, but he occasionally thinks of another apprentice he taught. Nohara Rin. Originally, Gong Yi also wanted to go to Namikaze Minato and ask Nohara Rin to come over. Pity that Namikaze Minato led the team and went out on a secret mission, and he didn't have a chance to speak. While Gong Yi was training a new group of medical troops, Konaha's army of 5,000 ninjas also arrived one after another. The entire base camp has been continuously expanded, and now it has fully accommodated 7,000 people. The arrival of the 5,000 ninja army not only brought enough medical consumables to Gong Yi, but also brought a signal to Gong Yi. Decisive battle. It will be triggered at the touch of a button. Philo reminds you. Book 3 things to read, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 98. Before the decisive battle. Gong Yi's guess is not without reason. First of all, 5,000 reinforcements, plus the Konaha front line itself has 1 or 2,000 men, and the strength is enough for a battle. Secondly, with so many people gathered together, it is a terrifying figure for the consumption of logistical resources. Even if ninjas can eat bingbing pills to replenish their physical strength, bingbing pills are fucking expensive. Finally, Gong Yi looked at the map in his hand. On it, the Land of Fire is located in the middle of the mainland. It occupies the most fertile. The land has good traffic roads to all countries, and the prosperity of commerce is eye-catching. Yuhi. Don't look at the fact that it's just Sunagakur village and Konaha fighting each other, but secretly, I don't know how many shinobi villages, big and small, are also staring at Konaha's fat meat. Once Konaha is defeated, the country of fire will be divided by the wolves. Therefore, Konaha must not delay this battle. It is necessary to instantly destroy Sunagakur village with the power of thunder, and use force to stun other villages. Sure enough, after the arrival of the 5,000 ninja army, Orochimaru issued a series of orders. First line of defense forward, step into the river country Tianchuanyuan, and advance to Sunagakur step by step. Form an elite team, spy on the information of the Sunagakur unit, obtain the number of enemy ninjas, and the arrangement of the defense line. Even an additional assassination team was formed to remove the various Sunagakur secret posts scattered all over the border of the Fire Nation and Amagawa Plain. Gong Yi doesn't know what's going on Sunagakur's side, but Chiyo, Rasa, the leader of the other party who wants to come, isn't stupid either, and won't be indifferent to Konaha's actions. They should be doing something similar. At the beginning of the 44th year of Konaha, just after the new year, there was still a heavy snow in the sky. It has been 5 months since the battle with Sunagakur. In the past 5 months, the friction between the front lines of the two sides has never stopped. Squad battles, team battles with 100 people, and even small-scale wars with more than 1,000 people, all continue to break out. Secretly, those assassinations, infiltrating to obtain information, are happening every day. But all of this will probably be over in the next few days. Gong Yi looked back at the camp in the heavy snow, and walked towards the command camp. Sakurai Ariyi trotted after him and put a snow-white coat on him. Don't catch a cold, Lord Gong Yi. Gong Yi smiled and patted Wei Li's hand. It's okay. Touched the hand that Gong Yi had just touched, and her heart trembled, but then she sighed again. The new year is over, and we don't know when we can go back to reunite with our families. Gong Yi's eyes were calm, and he stepped firmly in the deep snow. Don't worry, it will be soon. Entering the command camp, there are not a few people yet, only Orochimaru, Shikaku, Namikaze Minato are there. Gong Yi nodded to them and took a familiar seat. After that, the curtains of the camp were continuously pulled open, and the heads of various families came in one after another. When they saw Gong Yi, they all nodded. The past few months, Gong Yi's medical department has gradually grown after the expansion. Effective when the two sides of the war were trying to find friction. For this young man, now, it seems that everyone has already arrived. Orochimaru coughed, not knowing whether it was because of his poor health or on purpose. Looking around the crowd, Orochimaru said directly, "You can also feel the atmosphere inside. Too late to end the war and let our men go back to their families, even if we can gain the upper hand on the battlefield. But if it goes on like this, there will be problems. So, the decisive battle must be carried out. The time is set in 3 days." No one objected, and everyone looked forward to what Orochimaru said next. "Gong Yi, how is the medical force? Anytime you can fight." Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. In this battle, the medical troops can no longer stay at the base camp, they have to go to the battlefield with us to treat the wounded at any time. Of course, I won't put you in the most dangerous place. Fugaku. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru said indifferently, "The medical team is the key to our continuous battle on the battlefield. This time, your Hyuga family is responsible for personal protection. The Hyuga clan is good at physical arts, and it is better to use it to protect the medical troops." Fugaku didn't hesitate, this was a slightly safer mission, and he agreed directly. Akamichi Choza, Inuzuka Claw. A sturdy man, and a woman with yui color on his face, stood up. In. Orochimaru said lightly, "In this battle, you will be the main force to attack the Sunagaku army head-on, and it will surely pierce their formation." Akamichi Choza nodded excitedly, the mission must be completed. Inuzuka Claw was a little worried, the frontal attack, the casualty level is too high. But she couldn't refuse and went to the battlefield. Even a family ninja had to obey the commander. Inuzuka Claws represent the Inuzuka clan, take orders. Seeing that the two of them didn't object, Orochimaru and Shikaku looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Among the major families of Konaha, there are many who can act as frontal attack troops. The strongest are definitely the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. The former has a powerful Kaiden, fire-style ninjutsu covering an area, and the latter is famous for its huge amount of chakra and unparalleled power of ninjutsu. Pity that the Senju clan, now only Tsunade is left, is already dead in name only. The Uchiha family lost more than half of the people they brought in because of the previous wars. Speaking of this, I have to say that the demise of the Uchiha family really deserved it. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Battlefield, they don't know how to cooperate with other troops. Unless their entire family is dispatched, the large-scale battlefield will be finished sooner or later. Of course, if there is a big killer like Mangekyo Sharingan that can change the pattern of war, that's another story. But now, the Uchiha clan, there is no clan that opened Mangekyo. Aside from these two big families, in fact, the Sarutobi family is also very suitable for frontal combat. However, considering that the current leader of the Sarutobi clan is Sarutobi Aster, the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage, Orochimaru is not easy to arrange for him. Aside from that, there are none. Orochimaru's quests are still being handed out. The Aburame family, cooperate with the Inuzuka troops on the side. Also, always pay attention to the enemy puppet troops. Once they appear, use the family bug secretary to destroy them. The Yamanaka and Nara clans cooperate with the Akamichi troops on the side, and select a group of other people to form a battlefield command team to coordinate the overall situation. Where is the danger now? Sarutobi clan, you lead the troops as reserve troops. Once there is a problem in any battlefield, follow the orders of the battlefield commanding troops and go there for support. The orders were issued like snowflakes, and no one dared to resist. Orochimaru itself is Sanin. Legendary, powerful and powerful. He rose again during World War II and has rich battlefield experience. Now, after 5 months, his experience in commanding troops has become more and more proficient. And behind him, there are 3 generations of Hokage's support. No one will oppose him. Except that family, Uchiha. Seeing that after talking for a long time, there is no task for the Uchiha family. Uchiha Chinfeng can't sit still. He stood up abruptly and stared at Orochimaru. After several small-scale wars, the current Uchiha Chinfeng has a face full of suffocation, and there is a huge scar on his face, from the corner of his eye to his chin. He asked irritably, Orochimaru, you ignored us Uchiha. Orochimaru's side face, eyes like snakes, narrowed slightly. Chapter 99. Uchiha, take 2 steps together. Gong Yi watched this scene with interest. The current Orochimaru is probably at the end of the research and development of the immortality technique, and his cough just now is probably related to his body experiment. After the successful development of the undead rebirth technique, Orochimaru will need to find a suitable container. However, Orochimaru at this time was not so obsessed with Uchiha's body as he was later. The reason is simple. That he hasn't seen the power of Mangekyo. It's just like that, seeing Uchiha Chikaz who dared to question himself, Orochimaru smiled. The snake-like smile is chilling. Uchiha Chinfeng will not be frightened by Orochimaru. The honor of Uchiha engraved in his bones makes him disdain all ninjas. If it's normal, maybe Orochimaru will teach Uchiha Chikaz a lesson. But this is a military camp. Once a fight begins, it will easily affect other ninjas. Orochimaru took a different approach. You Uchiha clan, since you joined the war, how many have you sent? Ninjas. Uchiha Chinfeng said firmly. One after another, a total of 400 people were dispatched to 400 people. Only 400 people 400 inches. HMPH, although the number is small, all of my Uchiha's sons are 1 of 10. Orochimaru pursed his lips. Then how much is left now? Uchiha Chinfeng's face instantly changed. It was extremely ugly. He couldn't answer this question. Let me tell you 320. There are only 70 ninjas alive on the Uchiha battlefield. Not even the number of medical ninjas. Not even a small army. Might as well think about it, after returning to the village, how to face the anger of your Uchiha clan. The meeting is over. 3 days later, in the early morning, leave on time, and those who are late will be killed. Orochimaru waved his sleeves and walked away. Everyone left in an orderly manner, and when they passed by Uchiha Chinfeng, they could feel this man, the suppressed anger, and the slightly trembling body. Gong Yi and Minato walked behind, and the two chatted about the decisive battle 3 days later. Minato's mission, Orochimaru didn't say, was probably the most dangerous one. Other words, since the start of the war, except for the attack on Monziman, Namikaze Minato has taken the lead and participated in other dangerous missions. Passing by Uchiha Chinfeng, Gong Yi suddenly stopped. Minato, you go first. Namikaze Minato looked at Gong Yi, then at Uchiha Chinfeng, frowning slightly. But he didn't want to inquire about anything, wished Gong Yi-san good luck and left. 2 steps together. Gong Yi smiled at the suggestion, and seemed not to care about Uchiha Chinfeng's uncontrollable anger. Uchiha Chinfeng glared at Gong Yi. You guys have been wanting to see my jokes. Enough is enough for today. The feud between the two, in fact, in the camp, it has long been spread. It has to start with their first mission together. At that time, Uchiha Chinfeng ignored his companions and fled directly, which aroused the dissatisfaction of Shikaku, other family ninjas, and civilian ninjas. Orochimaru also told everyone about the situation of that mission, so many people know the inside story. Yes, Uchiha Chikaz completed the mission, but escaped alone. The heavy Hyuga name with him when he escaped, maybe Hyuga would not have died. Even if it is dead, the body can be taken back and given to the Hyuga family. But he didn't. In contrast, Gong Yi carried Nara Shikaku on his back and risked his life to chase it back, winning everyone's respect. Facing Uchiha Chifeng's anger, Gong Yi shrugged. I'm sorry, I haven't seen enough. Bastard, are you courting death? Gong Yi smiled and said, no, I actually want to see how you will face the anger of the Uchiha clan after you return to the village. Tisk tisk, you brought out 400 Uchiha clan members, and now there are only 70 left. Many wounded soldiers. I think about it, after you go back, what punishment will there be? The deprivation of the position of elder is for sure. The position of the Konaha police department should not be left. I think about it again, those dead ninjas' brothers, fathers, friends, how will they trouble you? Wow, how do I think you will be kicked out of the Uchiha family? The more he talked about it, Gong Yi became more and more exaggerated, and even danced quickly. Sharingan, open. Yuhi Sesentomo, demonic pupils appeared in an instant, and the evil breath made people chill. Gong Yi sneered, showing off his snow-white robes. The 8 inner gates, open. Hiu, health, injury, Du, Jing, instantly opened 5 gates, with a powerful aura, completely unafraid of Uchiha Chinfeng. Shut up your imperfect eyes. If you don't want to die. Uchiha Chinfeng was furious. What, you say my Sharingan, imperfect bastard, it's not your turn to despise me Uchiha. Gong Yi does his part and goes against him. Tit for tat. He sneered again and again, if your eyes were perfect, then the more than 300 Uchiha people before would not have died. Let me say, all of you, Uchiha, don't have a perfect pair of Sharingan. If not, why does Uchiha's reputation continue to decline, and now even the Hyuga clan can compete with you? Uchiha Chinfeng was trembling all over, staring at Gong Yi, spitting out a few words. Bastard. Kid. Damn it. However, he didn't dare to do it. The mighty power on Gong Yi's body showed that he was not afraid of himself. He has also fought alongside Gong Yi, and he knows that this kid is by no means as weak as he looks on the surface. And this is still in the camp, if you really want to do it. Orochimaru will definitely be the first to suppress him. Suddenly, Gong Yi put away the 8 inner gates and asked abruptly, don't you want to know what a perfect Sharingan is? Uchiha Chikaz was stunned. If you want to know, walk 2 steps with me and have a chat. Speaking, Gong Yi opened the door curtain and slowly walked towards the outside of the camp against the wind and snow outside. Uchiha Chinfeng is in shock. The Sharingan of the 3 Tomo is still not perfect. Does this little guy know that it is impossible? But I, Uchiha, clearly suppressed the Sengoku of the ninja world, and is on a par with the Senju clan. This little bastard really knows something. He is Tsunade's disciple after all. Tsunade is the only descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju clan has fought and cooperated with Uchiha. Maybe he really knows something. Just in this complicated mood, Uchiha Chinfeng, following Gong Yi's footprints, followed. Feeling the disappearance of those 2 powerful chakras, Hyuga closed by Ikugen. It was almost a fight. Gong Yi and the Uchiha clan were at odds. This can be used, and if there is a chance in the future, pull it towards our Hyuga clan. Yamanaka Inoichi withdrew his senses and shook his head at Shikaku and Akamichi Choza. It's alright, no fight. But it's not clear how they could conflict. Akamichi Choza said carelessly, perhaps he helped Shikaku out of that mission. If it were me, I would have beaten that arrogant guy Uchiha Chinfeng long ago. Nara Shikaku felt inappropriate. Although Gong Yi is young, he is very calm. It's all over and he doesn't make sense to have a conflict with Uchiha at such a critical moment. Akamichi chose the 2 big hands, hugging Shikaku and Inoichi. Why do you think so much? There will be a decisive battle in 3 days. Go to my place, there is delicious food. Orochimaru returned to his heavily guarded abode, not at all interested in the chakra fluctuations that erupted when Gong Yi and Uchiha Chinfeng confronted each other. He hand-sealed with both hands, and a seal on the ground was opened. Then he stepped into the cave, and underneath, there was a huge laboratory. And inside, it was filled with dozens of Sunagaku ninjas, all of them alive. He watched all this obsessively, and his body even trembled. I'm about to succeed. My dream of immortality is about to succeed. Just give me another 100, no, 500 subjects, and I'll be able to reduce the success target to the most accurate. Until then, I'll be successful. Once I succeed, I will have countless energy, endless years, to study all kinds of ninjutsu. It's such a wonderful feeling. Ha ha ha, I can't wait. Chapter 100. Looking for Sasori of the Red Sand. 4th. Crunch, crunch, feet stepped on the snow, and the dead branches under the snow were constantly crushed, making a dull sound. Uchiha Chinfeng had a livid face and followed behind Gong Yi. Without asking where Gong Yi was taking him, he just followed. Just that after walking for a while, his face changed, and his surprise continued to emerge. On the snow, Gong Yi's footprints gradually faded away. After that, there was no trace of it. Trace. Under the state of deliberately controlling the chakra, the general ninja can indeed walk on the water without waves, as if walking on the ground. But the snow is different. As long as you step on it, you will definitely have footprints. The current situation is so strange. Gong Yi seems to be drifting over from the snow. Uchiha Chinfeng opened the Sharingan in disbelief, stared at it seriously, but was shocked to find that Gong Yi had indeed stepped on the snow, but he did not leave any traces. This child's chakra control ability is really terrifying. When he was on the mission 5 months ago, although he was strong, he wasn't like that. Hey, this guy's progress is too fast. Uchiha Chinfeng put away his contempt and followed carefully. Although he began to value Gong Yi, he was not afraid. The power of Sharingan is not just to enhance ninjutsu, it is as simple as seeing through the enemy's attack. To demonic illusion is even more powerful. Most experienced ninjas who have lived for decades can't resist demonic illusion. No, Gong Yi. After a mere 10 years old, it is absolutely impossible for him to resist Uchiha's demonic illusion. Gong Yi, who was walking in front, stopped suddenly, did not look back, and just stood in front of the cliff at the top of the mountain. Uchiha Chinfeng followed cautiously, standing in front of the cliff with him. If you have something to say, just say it. Gong Yi smiled slightly. Uchiha Chinfeng, the third elder of the Uchiha clan, has a high position and authority. What are you talking about? Let's get straight to the point. Your current situation is the same as the ice edge under my feet. Gong Yi pointed to the crystal ice edge under his feet. It's hard and dazzling, but... A gust of wind blew past, and the ice ridges were shattering, as if they were about to fall into the abyss and shattered into pieces. Uchiha Chinfeng was silent, speechless. This kind of thing has been said more than once or twice, and not only Orochimaru sees it clearly, but everyone else knows it too. I have something I want you to cooperate with me. If successful. Gong Yi put his 2 fingers together in the food, the chakra surged in an instant, and under the ice edge, a rock appeared, which firmly supported the ice edge. The wind blows again, and the ice edges are as steady as a mountain, as steady as a rock. Hey, this guy is indeed from the Uchiha clan. Others may think that Gong Yi is Muji ninjutsu, but in fact, it really hasn't reached that point. It's just a one-handed hand seal. But this is enough. From the horrified expression on Uchiha Chinfeng's face, it can be seen that this move has shocked him. Gong Yi pursed his lips. The place you are paying attention to should not be me, but the ice edge. Here, look. Uchiha Chinfeng calmed down, looked carefully, and then stared blankly at the ice edge. With the bumps accumulated by the rocks, the ice edges are no longer afraid of the cold wind, and even on the top, the volume becomes larger and larger. Don't worry anymore, falling off a cliff. Come on, I'm getting more and more curious about what you said. Gong Yi overlooked the blurry landscape under the cliff, and said softly, you Uchiha are useless in this war, the number of people is too small, and there are few strong people, so you can't gain merit. Shimaru will not assign you important tasks, at most the task of protecting the retreat route in the rear, or guarding the base camp. Uchiha Chinfeng did not refute, he knew this would be the result. In this case, you will be free. So, I want you to go out and help me find someone. Who? Sasori of the Red Sand. I don't know. Haha, it's normal if you don't know each other. the Uchiha family doesn't need to put other people in their eyes. Even if Sasori of the Red Sand is known as a genius puppet stylist, even if he is a Sunagaku consultant, Chiyo's grandson. No need to be sarcastic, according to what you said, that Sasori of the Red Sand should be very young. I haven't heard of it, it's normal. Find him. But don't panic, he will find him. This should be very easy for Uchiha ninja. No, it's not easy. In the vast continent, dozens of large and small countries, where can I find it? Quote. I have a clue, you go to the country of craftsmen and the country of tools to find it. These two countries are both small countries, and their scope is not large. With your elder Uchiha's strength, I believe you can find them soon. Uchiha Chinfeng asked, why do you think he should be there? Gong Yi naturally wouldn't say. Sasori of the Red Sand got the corpse of the 3 generations of Cage, and will find a place to refine human puppets. And refining puppets, you must have all kinds of precious materials. The source of the material, after lacking the supply from the country of Hefeng in Sunagaku village, he can only go to the place where the material is rich, and buy and refine it at the same time. He just smiled lightly. Have you forgotten that he is called a genius puppet stylist? The country of craftsmen and the country of tools, rich in puppet materials, he will definitely go there. After listening to Gong Yi's explanation, Uchiha Chinfeng also nodded in agreement. But he wondered again, why don't you go? Oh, that's a stupid question. Gong Yi glanced at him, do you think I can walk away? Uchiha Chinfeng just wanted to give himself a slap. This conversation has been led by Gong Yi's nose. He has forgotten that the decisive battle is about to take place. As the leader of the medical force, Gong Yi will definitely not be able to walk away. He threw another, no, three questions. Why are you looking for a little guy in Sasori of the Red Sand? What's the use of finding it, or I'll just knock it out and bring it back to you. The reason for looking for him, I can't tell you. As for the usefulness, you will understand later. Gong Yi stopped abruptly and looked at Uchiha Chinfeng with a half smile. You better listen to me and don't startle the snake. That little guy is not as simple as you think. ... Uchiha Chinfeng also ignored the sarcasm in Gong Yi's words. He had found out that this kid had no reverence for Uchiha, and was mocking himself from time to time. He pays more attention to the other 2 points. Finding him will let me go back without being punished. No problem at all. What is the perfect Sharingan you say? Gong Yi smiled lightly and said casually, do you know Mangekyo Sharingan? What is that? ... Uchiha Chinfeng left, and when he learned that there was Mangekyo on top of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, his whole person became muddle-headed. He didn't have time to ask Gong Yi how to open his eyes. Or, in the bottom of his heart, he doesn't believe that Gong Yi master has a way to open his eyes. This matter, he will find the patriarch or chief elder who keeps the history of the Uchiha family in the Wei clan, and ask him to clarify. Of course, for Gong Yi's cooperation, he readily accepts. Mangekyo Sharingan is one thing, whether he can return from the battlefield without being punished by his family is another. Compared with the future, he values how to protect himself more. Gong Yi stood on the edge of the cliff, his eyes fell on the ice edge before. Uchiha. Powerful glory. It's actually very fragile. Even if there is a solid foundation, how long can a piece of ice survive once the sun is exposed? The ice and snow melt, and a mere ridge of ice can survive. Humph. Gong Yi turned around and walked away. Behind him, without his chakra support, the rock melted in an instant. And that ice edge did not even wait for the sun. A gust of wind blew, and it fell into the abyss with a thud. Chapter 101. Battle of Wind and Fire. Next 3 days, Gong Yi organized the medical unit for pre-war preparations. Bandages, needles and thread, antidote, hemostatic agent, all consumables, must be prepared. In addition, Gong Yi called everyone together and gave a speech to boost morale. Conceivable that with the force of 7,000 ninjas invested by Konaha, Sunagaku will not be less than this number. Such a large-scale war is very cruel to a group of female ninjas under him. By that time, blood will be flying all over the sky, broken hands and feet will be everywhere, and internal organs that are rarely seen will probably be everywhere. This kind of situation is unbearable even for many budding male ninjas, not to mention a group of women. Gong Yi must be vaccinated first to keep their morale high and not be frightened. Finally, he added another sentence. The ninjas of the Hyuga family will protect us. But remember, if anyone wants to be a deserter, then the ninja of the Hyuga clan, who are the superintendent, have power. 3220. Kill directly. Everyone was in high spirits and with a heart of awe. Sweet dates and sticks are two-pronged. This medical unit is very useful. Gong Yi returned to the camp with satisfaction, and saw Uchiha Chinfeng on the way. The other party was a little absent-minded. I guess I'm still thinking about Mangekyo Sharingan. Gong Yi didn't say hello to him. Tomorrow morning, when the army was dispatched, Uchiha Chinfeng, as the commander who stayed behind, could come and go freely. Only then will he leave. Gong Yi isn't worried that Uchiha Chinfeng will tear up the collaboration. That conversation, from start to finish, was under his leadership. In the command camp, open 5 doors, which are on par with the opponent. On the way out of the camp, he showed his terrifying chakra control ability, walking on the snow without a trace, making Uchiha Chinfeng cautious. Later, he deliberately cast the one-handed hand seal, which made him lose his mind. In addition, once the cooperation is successful, Uchiha will get the function, and he has no reason not to agree. Gong Yi is confident that he has achieved the best in every link and every step. Of course, even if the cooperation is unsuccessful, he has nothing to lose. But it just revealed a Mangekyo Sharingan. Just news, and this thing, Uchiha's ruler, must also have it. They certainly don't have a way to open their eyes. Gong Yi recalled the plot. Uchiha Madara destroyed most of the history of the Uchiha family, including the eye-opening method. Because of Uchiha Madara through Sharingan, Rinnegan was born. And that method can actually be replicated. Uchiha Madara didn't want to see the second pair of Rinnegan appear, so from the source, that is, Mangekyo, it was eliminated. Perhaps the method of opening eyes will be an important bargaining chip for me in the future, so that Uchiha can be used for me. Gong Yi thought about it, but didn't go any further. All he was thinking now was Sasori of the Red Sand's side. Find Sasori of the Red Sand and prove that Kazekage was killed by him. This war, without moral support, Chio will also be accused by Sunagaku, and it can end. Gong Yi's eyes were sparkling. Since the release of the Yuhi color task, I have been thinking about how to make the evaluation higher. Although becoming the leader of the medical corps and becoming a pivotal player will also make the evaluation higher, but it is not enough. If only I could end this war. The reviews will definitely be higher. The next day, the twilight gradually faded, and the Ons had already appeared. On Konaha's side, the army is like a beast that has been dormant for a long time. Come, and then gather in an orderly manner, move forward. Target, Tianchuanyuan. The same is true on Sunagaku's side. With the support of intelligence, they also learned about Konaha's movements. After all, with so many ninjas starting to prepare for the battle and clearing the obstacles ahead, no one knows what Konaha is going to do. Chio is standing on the icy sandy slope, Ebizo is on the other side, and in the middle is Rasa, who is increasingly in the limelight. Rasa looked at the neat Sunagaku army behind him and waved suddenly. March on, Tianchuanyuan. As the territory of the river country, Tianchuanyuan has not returned to the river country at this moment. Rather, it belongs to the military forces of two great powers, Konaha and Sunagaku's head-to-head battle. This is the sadness of a small nation, but no one pays attention to it. There are many small countries like the country of rivers. Rain, the country of islands, the country of soup, and even the country of vortex that has been destroyed. What people are more concerned about is the next, Konaha and Sunagaku, who will win and who will win. Needless to say, they will pursue thousands of miles, beat each other, and even sign a humiliating surrender treaty. If they do not obey, they will even be destroyed. Village. For those who have failed, to sum up the above, the only chance for a comeback is probably to regroup, and turn defeat into victory in the course of the opponent's pursuit. But no one is willing to try the second method, all they want is victory. At this moment, the attention of all the countries on the continent, Ninja Village is focused on here. The land of the land, Iwagakure Village, Onoki is sitting above him on a chair with a body that is several times larger, listening to the intelligence report of the person below. His tiny beard, Onoki's eyes flickered with treacherous light. Chiyo, if you want to cooperate with me, you must at least show enough strength. The land of rain, Omegakure Village. Known as the demigod Hanzo, standing on a huge Sancho fish, at his feet, is a dead ninja. Those ninjas were all wearing black trench coats embroidered with Yuhi clouds. Is it a final battle? Fortunately, this war did not fall into the territory of our country of rain, otherwise it will cause huge losses. This stubborn Akatsuki, like an idiot, even tried to negotiate with a big country, saying that peace is achieved by communication and mutual understanding between people. This is bringing my country of rain into the abyss. I will destroy it. The land of thunder, Kumogakure Village. Clouds and roaring thunder and lightning, an old man with a savage aura slapped the map with a slap in the face. Sunagakure Village has already started, how can I, Kumogakure, be left behind? War on Konaha will be declared tomorrow. Lord Rakage, you can't. That pay attention to this war are either coveted or afraid. There are those who are eager to try, and those who are afraid of being affected. But everything, no one dared to act rashly until the final result came out. Konaha's prestige, in everyone's heart, is heavy. What made people's hearts heavy? There was also the sense of tension that the two armies faced off against Tien Shuanyuan. Roar resounded through the battlefield. Konaha, this battle. Victory. Akamichi Choza screamed in the sky, his body swelled wildly, and he became a giant in a blink of an eye. Waving the weapon in his hand, facing the army of ninjas rolling in, rushed 1-6 up. Behind him, there was a tsunami-like response. Definitely. Kill. And in the endless ninja army, 9 purple snakes burst out. Snake's body is circling, the snake's tail is swaying, the target, the Sunagakure army. Orochimaru stood coldly on the largest snake and rushed to the opposite Chiyo, no one dared to stop it. Orochimaru, come, don't even think about it. Go. Chiyo is not afraid. Several powerful puppets suddenly appear, with a power that is not inferior to Orochimaru, tit for tat. These days, the 5 is more stable, mainly when it is put on the shelves. There are too many bursts in one breath, and some have not recovered. Give me a few days, and I will have another wave of terrorist outbreaks. Let's wait and see. Chapter 102. Fierce Battlefield. Ninjutsu of various colors burst out continuously, dyeing the blue sky into a pair of oil paintings. Puppets relying on their hard bodies to traverse the battlefield. There are psychic beasts roaring out and biting the enemy. Among them, the few remaining rivers were used by the Suiten, water-style, ninjas of Konaha, and the waves swept the earth. Several powerful Akamichi clan ninjas, their bodies swelled like big iron balls, rolled back and forth on the battlefield. The Sunagakure side is also not showing weakness. The powerful futon, wind-style, ninjutsu is used in combination, and a scratch is a large piece. As the frontal attacking Inuzuka clan, people and dogs are one. Often one impact can be taken away dozens of lives. Looking at this scene, Gong Yi felt a little weird. Shouldn't ninjas only be good at small-scale wars? In such a huge battlefield, friendly ninjutsu, they are not afraid of accidentally hurting their own people, but no one will answer him. The ninja village itself is the military force of a country, and the battle between countries often depends on the context of the ninja village. Since there are usually tasks such as escort, assassination, and investigation, then large-scale battles, 29 also makes perfect sense. Gong Yi's attention was mostly on Orochimaru and Chiyo. Two top powerhouses in this war, no one dared to approach the duel between them. Gong Yi looked at it seriously, just for a while, and felt that he had benefited a lot. Chiyo at this time was between the ages of 40 and 50, a ninja at its peak. This peak refers not only to physical strength, but also to ninjutsu knowledge, combat experience, etc. Latter, all take time to accumulate. By comparison, Orochimaru was much younger, only in his 30s. However, as Orochimaru, who made his name in World War II, he is no weaker than Chiyo, and he has all kinds of ninjutsu at his fingertips. Both of them are at their peak at the moment. If it is pushed back more than 10 years, Chiyo is old, and he will definitely not be Orochimaru's opponent. But now, she can still resist one or two, and even because there are so many puppets, she blew up a few from time to time, which forced Orochimaru not to take it lightly. Occasionally Gong Yi also turns his attention to another man, Ebizo. Chiyo and Ebizo are both Sunagaku advisors, and their strength is not weak. Now the confrontation with Ebizo is Konaha's Aburame Jiwei. It's just obvious that Aburame Jiwei is not Ebizo's opponent and has been beaten to the ground. If it wasn't for the occasional support from Inuzuka's claw, Aburame would have been defeated long ago. Gong Yi was curious, the two advisors of Sunagaku were so tough, what about the two of Konaha, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado? Usually looks weak, and even chattering makes people irritable. But the two were also once with the third-generation Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Akamichi Kagami, Uchiha Kagami, etc. Teamed up, performed missions, and even played the role of the second-generation Hokage guards. Want to come, it is also very strong. From this point of view, the strength of Konaha Shinobi Village is indeed higher than that of Sunagaku Village. Sunagaku's side is full of fire, and Konaha, whatever. 3 generations of Hokage, or the roots of Danzo, or the patriarchs of the major families did not appear. This battle, the 3 generations of Hokage are very open. Let the younger generation of ninjas accept the baptism and accelerate their growth. Even if the situation is ruined, he has the backup strength to turn the tide. Now on the battlefield, it seems that Konaha is in control, but Gong Yi knows that Konaha still has useless means. Sure enough, half an hour after the battle, Nara Shikaku, who had been hiding, appeared. As soon as he appeared, 500 ninjas followed him. 500 ninjas, lined up in formation, each hand seal, and release ninjutsu at the same time. Doden, Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. At the camp behind Sunagaku, there is a large troop of ninjas remotely controlling puppet technique, which is out of reach of Konaha. And now, the earth instantly softens, turns into a swamp, and devours the enemy. Kaden, fire-style, impatience technique. Flames flew out like seeds, fell to the place covered by swamp of the underworld, and exploded suddenly. Suiden, water-style, runoff technique. Raiden, thunder-style, lightning pattern. With the blessing of Suiden, water-style, Raiden, thunder-style, is more powerful, a brilliant white light, accompanied by countless screams. This is not over yet, the remaining 100 ninjas stepped forward suddenly. Futon, wind-style, Daitapa, great breakthrough. Countless gusts of wind gushes out like sharp knives, easily reaping countless lives. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi couldn't help breathing quickly. Thunder, water, fire and earth, a whole set of combination ninjutsu, even if they are all high level, but they can't hold up many people. In just an instant, Sunagaku lost at least 1,000 puppet ninjas. Moreover, this kind of combat method, in the 5 great ninja villages, can only be used by Konaha. From Tsunade, Gong Yi learned that Konaha has been collecting all kinds of ninjutsu since its establishment. Other ninja villages do not have such sufficient ninjutsu resources. Chiyo naturally saw this scene too, with an old face that instantly turned hideous. But Orochimaru entangled him like a boa constrictor, preventing her from getting out. With a wave of Chiyo's right hand, 5 sharp chakra threads swept across the void, temporarily forcing Orochimaru back. "Rasa, how long are you going to endure?" Just when she roared, a man stepped into the battlefield on the flank of the battlefield. With his hands raised, countless golden sands rose into the sky, forming huge waves. He stood on the giant wave of sand and kept advancing towards the Konaha ninja. Wherever he goes, he seems to be able to identify the ninjas of Sunagakur. Konaha ninjas died silently and tragically, but Sunagakur was unscathed. Giant magnet-style Kekkei Genkei, such as gold dust, are too scary on the battlefield. Only 500 meters, Konaha's dead ninjas were no less than a few hundred. The damage caused by one person's strength is almost equal to 500 of Nara Shikaku's 500 people. Orochimaru glanced back and licked his lips with his tongue. "Old woman, you still have time to care about other people." Chiyo sneered, "Junior, when I fought with Sarutobi Hiruzen, you weren't born yet." Orochimaru unleashed a quick ninjutsu and said, "Old age is not an advantage. The older you are, the closer you are to death. Everyone will die, but I won't. Arrogant, at least I won't die today." Between the two became more and more intense, and their battlefield gradually deviates from the frontal area of Tianchuanyuan. The power of the ninjutsu used by the two is too great, and it is easy to accidentally hurt their subordinates. Luo 320 Sand is different. His giant magnet style, Sand Gold has the ability to distinguish itself. Even when there is a shortage of funds in the village, placer gold can be extracted from the endless sand. This valuable material is used as the fund for the village's activities. Since gold dust can be extracted from the yellow sand, it is natural to be able to identify your own ninja. It can be said that if no one comes out to stop Rasa, then the scale of victory in this war will most likely fall to Sunagakur village. But Konaha, would you not have considered this? The answer is no. A yellow flash suddenly appeared behind Rasa, with a frantically spinning chakra ball accumulated in his hand. Rasengan. Rasa's face changed slightly, and the golden sand under his feet rolled up instantly, forming a shield, blocking his back. Bang! The first contact between the two sides, the Rasengan dissipated, and the Jinsha shield was also defeated, turned into ordinary yellow sand, and fell to Tianchuanyuan. Namikaze Minato, I'm going to avenge my last palm. Rasa roared, and the golden sand poured over the sky under his feet. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly, come on. Rasa, let me see how much your strength has increased compared to the last time. Countless kunai flew around, and there was a scream of Sunagakur ninjas. On the kunai, there is also a special seal of Hiraishin engraved. This means that Namikaze Minato can then use Hiraishin at will in that area. Gong Yi looked at that scene with a moving expression on his face. But just for a moment, he turned around calmly. Ellie, prepare all the medical ninjas. The mass casualties have been eliminated. It is time for us to contribute to the village. Chapter 103. Destroy the medical unit. Byakugan open. Hundreds of Hyuga ninjas have turned on Byakugan. Excellent eyesight allows them to find the Konaha ninja who are not killed in an instant, but are seriously injured and unable to fight. Hyuga Hazashi, his subordinates quickly dispatched and brought the wounded one by one to the medical team. Some seriously injured ninjas in the vicinity, under the cover of teammates, also entered the battle for treatment. 200 medical ninjas were busy in an instant. Who are injured will be handed over to the group of novices who have been trained before. Poisoned, the detoxification technique is used together with the antidote to quickly restore their combat effectiveness, and then they are put into the battlefield again. Some ninjas with life-threatening and precarious dangers, Gong Yi and Eriri even shot themselves. Few months, under the guidance of Gong Yi, Eriri is now the master of sage art. Antidote. Bandage, this way. Eriki-sama, this ninja's abdomen is severely injured and needs to be treated with sage art. I'll be right here, Shizune, go ahead and use healing to stabilize him. Master Gong Yi, Akamichi Bingjo's secret art is backlashing, and now the meridians are constantly disintegrating. Bring it to me. Gong Yi carried out the treatment in an orderly manner, and all kinds of medical ninjutsu were in his hands, and he performed like a watch. If Tsunade saw this scene, he would only feel extremely relieved. Under such circumstances, the battlefield on Gong Yi's side, although busy, was unusually calm. Compared to the entire battlefield where they were constantly fighting and shouting, their side was really quiet. While fighting, Konaha ninjas bite Kiba and enter the medical team as long as they encounter the wounded. Those who are not seriously injured can even recover their combat power quickly and go out to fight again. The numbers of both sides are similar, and their strengths are almost the same. However, due to the presence of the medical team, Konaha fought harder and harder, making Sunagaku almost breathless. Everyone knows that although medical ninjas cannot directly participate in the war, as long as their troops are still on the battlefield, they can quickly rescue their companions. The medical troops in the rear have become the belief of Konaha ninjas. Every one of the battles that sacrificed their lives, the morale was extremely high. Sunagaku's side is in charge of a Jonin from Rasa's lineage. Not many people know the name, but in terms of the overall situation, it is a very strong one in Sunagaku village. He naturally saw this scene, and understood that if Konaha's medical troops were not destroyed, Konaha would only fight more and more fiercely, while Sunagaku had to fight less and less. Miru Tianlin, Jinchuriki column, you brought a 500-man army to take away Konaha's medical unit. ! Sir, their medical unit is at the rear of the battlefield, do we have to cross it? Don't worry about it, Lord Rasa will clear the way for you. Jinchuriki column bit Kiba and waved to the reserve team behind him. Follow me, target, Konaha Medical Corps. In the sky, Rasa, who was stepping on the giant golden sand, was beaten to the ground by Namikaze Minato, almost completely suppressed. Hiraishin, this ninjutsu, is simply too shameless. The control speed of sands itself is very slow, hitting Namikaze Minato. Rasa's active attack from the beginning to the back can only be passive defense. Namikaze Minato traverses the battlefield, not only suppressing, but also harvesting a group of Sunagaku ninjas around him from time to time. He is hilarious. Although there was Hiraishin in the past, his attack ninjutsu was not strong enough. The face of powerful ninjas, other ninjutsus of Namikaze Minato master are difficult to achieve a finalized killing effect. But after learning Rasengan from Gong Yi, this problem is solved. Hiraishin launches, teleports to the enemy, Rasengan follows, goodbye to an enemy. It's as simple as that, so chic, even Rasa has to be on guard. Namikaze Minato gasped, he had just hit Rasa hard. Using the kunai shuriken throwing technique, he threw it behind Rasa, and Rasa didn't care, just pushed it away with a golden sand. However, in the air, Namikaze Minato instantly switched positions with that kunai. A palm of Rasengan pressed directly to Rasa. Even if Rasa hurriedly defended with Jinsha, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. 3 more times, and he won't be able to bear it. Namikaze Minato estimated Rasa's chakra and defense strength, and was preparing for the next attack, only to find that Rasa had changed. Countless golden sands covered him, forming a huge spherical defensive shield. Then Rasa didn't care at all. Namikaze Minato, setting off countless yellow sand, slayed the battlefield behind Konaha. And at his feet, a small army of 500 people and 500 people was quickly following. Namikaze Minato said that it was not good, it was going to attack the medical team. He quickly followed, in the air, with Hiraishin and Rasengan, constantly bombarded Rasa. Rasa didn't care, and endured the terrifying shock, blood overflowing from his mouth. Kakuzu. Chio is right, I really can't kill you, Namikaze Minato. But as long as this medical force is eliminated, we can win this war. Namikaze Minato, you are indeed stronger than me, but the victory of this war belongs to me. Jiden, magnet style, sands waves. Endless sands, forming huge waves, rolling frantically, sweeping the Konaha rear forces. Scene was terrifying. Master Gong Yi, the enemy has put the focus of the attack on our side. What should we do? Gong Yi stopped the rescue work he was doing, patted the ninja who had recovered most of the time, and looked forward with a solemn expression. War means that everyone is in danger and nowhere is safe. Even at the back of the battlefield, even if it is a medical ninja. Lord Hazashi, the raiding force of 500 people and 500 people will be handed over to you. Gong Yi said lightly. Hyuga Hazashi didn't feel any humiliation to be commanded by Gong Yi, it was his duty. He turned around without looking back, and led the ninja from the Hyuga family, and ran towards the raiding force fearlessly. Everyone, hand seal with both hands. Byakugan is open. The sinister blue veins crawled all over the Hyuga family members. Hyuga Hazashi stood at the forefront, and the gray robes fluttered in the wind. With one hand and push forward hard. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A white shock wave burst out, heading straight for the oncoming Sunagaku raiding force. As the leader of the team, Miru Tianlin, Jinshuiki column, bit Kiba, stopped his body, and pressed it to the ground. Doden, earth style, is a solid wall of dirt. He succeeded and blocked Hyuga Hazashi's palm. Of the team was also slowed down. Hyuga Hazashi's goal has been achieved. With a wave of one hand, hundreds of Hyuga tribesmen behind him rushed out without fear of death. Just get close. As long as you get close to the Sunagaku ninjas and use the physical skills of the Hyuga clan, you can annihilate this team. Gong Yi looked away, no longer caring about the battle group that was already fighting fiercely over there, but looked at sky. Rasa looked down, ignoring Namikaze Minato who was chasing after him, and pressed his hands into the void. Jiden, magnet style, golden sands burial. Countless golden sands swept in from all directions, and actually covered the medical troops of more than 200 people in front of them. He wants to destroy it in one fell swoop. These weak guys, medical ninjas shouldn't appear on the battlefield, die. In Rasa's sight, there was a boy in a white trench coat, looking at him coldly. Chapter 104. That scene, Golden Sand Rain. Oops, the rear medical unit is under attack. Master Gong Yi is in danger. That's Rasa, who can fight Minato-sama for hundreds of rounds. Gong Yi-sama is in danger. Master Gong Yi is known as the Dark Blue Devil, he should be able to resist Rasa once or twice. What do you think? Lord Gong Yi is a medical ninja. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Let's go over and protect Lord Gong Yi. Yes, protect Lord Gong Yi. From other battlefields raised their hearts when they saw Rasa attack the medical unit. There was a young man leading the medical team, who saved countless people in the past few months. Even some people who have not been injured. When it snows, Lord Gong Yi will organize people to boil hot water for them. Even Gong Yi personally condoled to the ninjas who were on the mission, and treated them for minor illnesses such as colds and fever. It can be said that besides Namikaze Minato, what they respect the most is Gong Yi. As for Orochimaru, other people are more afraid and awe than respect. It is also like this, when Gong Yi encountered danger, some ninjas even risked being attacked by the enemy in front of them, but also went to rescue Gong Yi. Nara Shikaku is Konaha commander, the battlefield situation is all in his mind. Seeing this scene, I was also anxious. Gong Yi's strength, he is very clear. 3 is very strong, not even inferior to his own family powerhouse. But he definitely did not fight against a character like Rasa. Everyone please chew. Rasa has shown in the past few months powerful and invincible on the frontal battlefield. If it wasn't for Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato in Konaha, the war situation would have been one-sided. Nara Shikaku bit Kiba, let Sarutobi Aster, lead the reserve ninja, go to support the medical unit. In addition, you have also passed 300 people, be sure to stop Rasa, don't let him hurt Gong Yi. Yes. Maybe Rasa doesn't even remember this young man who had a relationship with him. It was a rainy night. Gong Yi fled thousands of miles from the country of rain, and then met Rasa at the site of Iga Xuanji. At that time, Rasa didn't remember what Gong Yi looked like at all, he only smelled the blood from the wind. Then he gave the order to kill everything. Gong Yi stared at Rasa quietly, he remembered this man with a depressed but domineering introverted face. Because of him, his first captain, Iga Kawaji, broke an arm. Gong Yi has distrust of most people, even Namikaze Minato, whom he respects very much. But Iga Xuanji, this ninja who has not been fighting with him for a long time, Gong Yi believes him very much. Because Iga Kawaji once said that he will try his best to protect his team members. And Iga Kawaji did exactly that, pulling away the most powerful Rasa at the time, giving Gong Yi, Ogawara, and Hyuga Kionzong a chance to escape. For this reason, Iga Xuanji broke a hand, ruining his career as a ninja for decades. Gong Yi made a secret decision, if there is a chance, he will definitely help Iga Xuanji and avenge that one arm. And the chance is today. The right hand is stretched out in front of the chest, and the two fingers are together while eating. Doden, Earth-style, sharp gun. Rasa looked at the boy with a funny look, was she scared by herself and stood still. How to say, I also want Hand Seal to release a few ninjutsu, let's go. I guess he is a rookie who just came out. It's a pity that he encountered a battle. Rasa said it was a pity in his heart, but his hands were not slow at all. The Jinsha funeral was already surrounded, and the next moment, the 200 medical ninjas would definitely be destroyed. Kindness to the enemy is to yourself. This sentence, he engraved in his own bones. Come on, pathetic medical ninjas, you are destined not to set foot on the battlefield. No, Rasa's eyes widened suddenly. That boy, Muji released a ninjutsu buzzing. Buzz sounded, and in front of Gong Yi, a long spear that was deep and black quickly emerged. Tip of the gun, the barrel of the gun, it is 2 meters long. Go! Gong Yi shouted, and the Doden Earth-style, sharp spear, which was improved from Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu, flew out. Target, only one person. The black spear cut through the void, the air burst like thunder, and it was in front of Rasa almost instantly. Feeling the terrifying sharpness, Rasa's face changed suddenly. Withdrawing from the Jinsha funeral, his hands quickly Hand Seal, the absolute defense he was proud of, came out in an instant. Jiden Magnet-style, Shukaku's golden sand barrier. Sigh. Like a spark burning a cigarette, it constantly emits a sound of annihilation. The sharp and deep black spear suddenly penetrated into the wall made of gold dust, and then continued to penetrate, as if cutting tofu. Rasa kept increasing the chakra, preventing the advance of the black spear. Phew, it seems like a long time has passed, but in fact it was just a blink of an eye. Rasa withdrew the spell with sweat on his face. Too fast. Muji released the ninjutsu, it was too fast, he almost didn't react. Luckily, this trick of gold sand fortification was learned from the Aikiao Shukaku riot, and it was combined with his own unique Kekkei Genkei, Jiden Magnet-style gold dust. Thus forming such an absolute defense. Even if Namikaze Minato uses Hiraishin's ninjutsu so fast, I can guard against it, let alone a level 1 ninjutsu. Rasa raised his head and looked at Gong Yi suddenly. What kind of genius he is to unleash ninjutsu without printing. This son, Duent. Stay. It will be my Sunagaku's confidant in the future. Gong Yi didn't seem to feel his killing intent at all. The 8 inner gates opened furiously, broke through several gates in the blink of an eye, and reached the 6th gate, Jingmun. Jingmun can use advanced physical techniques, Morning Peacock. But Gong Yi it's useless, he didn't open the 8 doors for this purpose. His feet stomped hard on the ground shook, Gong Yi leapt to the sky. With a soaring posture, like a phoenix, he headed towards Rasa and rushed towards Rasa. Turn sideways, retract your left foot, and kick your right foot forward. The speed is the limit of human beings. When Rasa was out of sight, his right foot stomped heavily on the tail of the black spear. Give me in. Gong Yi roared furiously, stepped on the black spear, and pushed it with great force, piercing the golden sand wall known as the absolute defense. PFF'd. Rasa spat out a mouthful of blood, and the black spear had been pierced through his sturdy chest. Of countless people in shock. Rasa, who had been threatening the entire battlefield a moment ago, was actually stepped down from the sky by that young man. And on his body, a black long spear trembled and swayed, and then slowly disappeared. Even the spears made by high-level ninjutsu can't withstand Gong Yi's full-strength kick. But he also accomplished his mission. Rasa's chest, a huge hole, is. Thanks to it. Rasa was floating in the air, and the giant wave of sand that he stepped on also collapsed because no one was controlling it, forming a golden rain. Many years later, in the ninja world, there are still people who remember this scene. The golden rain, the incomparable Rasa was knocked out of the sky by a young man. However, at this moment, after a brief daze, countless people moved. Great opportunity. Namikaze Minato fired up, Hiraishin suddenly appeared behind Rasa, and the following bombed, Rasengan spun violently. War. We never talk about fighting more with less, or taking advantage of people's dangers. The war is about only one thing, victory or defeat. Become the king, the loser. Gong Yi didn't stop, and another long-skilled ninjutsu was released in an instant. Kaden Fire Style Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. A gigantic wall of fire slams down from the sky with a mighty, unstoppable force. Rasa stared at the death situation tragically, and he vomited blood continuously. If it wasn't for the previous battle with Minato, I spent a lot of chakra, how could you defeat my absolute defense? If it wasn't to clear the way for Miru Tianlin, Jinchuiki column, how could I be alone in the rear of the enemy camp? You bastard, and Namikaze Minato, if I don't die, I'll never die with Konaha. Chapter 105, Endless Death. Master Rasa. Miru Tianlin, Jinchuriki column took the palm of Hyuga Hazashi abruptly, and with the help of huge force, flew out backwards and ran towards the falling Rasa. Yet he knew very well that it was too late. Whatever. Was Namikaze Minato's speed or the ninjutsu released by that boy, they were both faster than him. However, he had to do it, even if it was to die. It doesn't matter if he died, but once Lord Rasa dies, Sunagaku really has no hope. At this moment, Gong Yi also quickly fell from the air because of the loss of momentum. Watching a Sunagaku rush to save Rasa, but doesn't stop him at all. It's too late. Namikaze Minato, hold the breath and concentrate, and the spirit is highly concentrated. Just hit. As long as Rasengan hits Rasa, then this war can end. The village can die a lot less. I can go back and marry Kushina. There is no moment when he is more serious than now. Close. Success. Phew. With the smell of blood blowing, Namikaze Minato fell to Gong Yi's side a little confused. On the opposite side of them is Chiyo, and at Chiyo's feet lies Rasa, who is constantly vomiting blood. Chiyo's face became extremely ugly. He raised his head from Rasa, and said coldly, Konaha, what a great talent. Just now, Chiyo tied the falling Rasa with a chakra thread, and pulled him out of the mortal situation at the critical moment. No matter what. The sake of the village or her grandson, Rasa can't die now. Oh, no wonder you keep pushing the battlefield to this side, and even don't hesitate to blow up all the puppets to block me for a moment, so you already expected this scene. Orochimaru stood on the only remaining purple snake and swam slowly over. Chiyo's eyes swept across, and around her, there were only the 500 raiding troops, and the rest were all Konaha ninjas. In the distance, the ninjas of Sunagaku were rushing towards this side in a frenzy, and the ninjas of Konaha also desperately resisted, preventing them from meeting. Chiyo said coldly. The second generation died. Konaha came out of White Fang. White Fang committed suicide, and Yu Orochimaru rose again. Now there's Namikaze Minato and this kid. Konaha Shinobi Village, the land of fire, is a really good place. Orochimaru was not in a hurry, and with the strength of the ninja around Konaha, it was easy to surround Chiyo. He rarely smiled, it was more cheerful, not gloomy. Thanks for the compliment, of course Konaha is a great place. HMPH, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it. Whether we can keep it, that's our business, and you will die today. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Konaha's ninjas slowly approached. And Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Gong Yi, and the three of them also spread their mighty power and moved forward step by step towards Chiyo. But what puzzled Orochimaru was that in this situation, Chiyo didn't show any fear. If Chiyo is not afraid of life and death, it is absolutely impossible. To fear of death, Chiyo was also famous during World War II for being selfish and only seeking personal survival. Then she acted like this, and why was it that Orochimaru still had the trump card to wink at Namikaze Minato, Gong Yi, and make them be careful? Trapped beasts still fight, the poor bandits are desperate, this principle has been invincible since ancient times. Sure enough, just as the Konaha ninja was about to approach, Chiyo raised his hand, and three giant white-clothed puppets appeared in the center of the arena. Seeing the three white-clothed puppets, Gong Yi's expression changed instantly. All ninjas back. Orochimaru, Minato, stop her. Chiyo sneered, it's too late. Three puppets suddenly stuck out their tongues. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. A terrifying suction force formed a huge tornado in an instant. 3 joules suction crushing. There are more than 10 people of Kinmatsu who used to be in the gate of Zeman, and they are very powerful. But Monziman is old, too old to exert the power of the 10 members of Kinmatsu. But Chiyo is different. She is at her peak now, and she is a master who is good at manipulating puppet technique. In her hands, the power of 3 joules suction crushing, the coverage area, has more than doubled. Take Rasa. Chiyo bit Kiba and gave an order, chakra lines with both hands, and frantically manipulated the 10 people of Jinmatsu and 10 people, and even with the strength of one person, he resisted thousands of people in Konaha. At this moment, the 10 people of Jinmatsu, who can destroy the village and destroy the country, once again shine a powerful light. Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and he slapped his hand on the ground. The first level of spiritualism Rashomon. The second level of Rashomon. When it came time to summon the third level, Orochimaru groaned, chakra was a little lacking. This weak body. Orochimaru cursed inwardly and looked back at Gong Yi. Isn't Monziman dead? His Kinmatsu, 10 people, why are they still there? Gong Yi didn't have time to answer him at this time, because the direction of 3 joules suction crushing was facing the medical unit. That he had saved up, be destroyed directly here. The 8 inner gates, madly opening 6 gates, with a high-level ninjutsu rock armor attached to his body, Gong Yi actually walked towards the eye of 3 joules suction crushing, step by step. Gong Yi, you don't want to die. Namikaze Minato shouted anxiously, he also consumed a lot in this battle. Namikaze Minato itself does not have any family blood, and the amount of chakra can only be said to be higher than that of ordinary people. Later, even if he learned the sage mode, he couldn't use it in battle, except after the impure world reincarnation came out, the chakra was infinite and could be used casually. In such a fierce battle, he hit the Hayate like a shower and Rasa couldn't lift his head, and now the chakra is running out. At this time, he could only turn to the side for a moment, watching this scene worriedly. Gong Yi couldn't answer, all his attention was on countering the terrifying suction of 3 joules suction crushing. Especially in the suction, there is also a tornado strangulation force. Even his strong body can't handle it. The skin was disintegrating inch by inch, blood was scattered wildly, and the bones made an unpleasant squeezing sound. There were constantly Konaha ninjas screaming and being sucked in, and this tornado had a tendency to expand. I didn't think that when I read the original book before. I only thought that Chiyo was weak, and her puppet technique was also very general, just like a bad and ugly old woman. She got bored at a glance. But now Gong Yi realizes what a one-sided idea that is. Chiyo is weak, just because she is old, so old that even her brother thought she would die suddenly at some point. But this woman is 1 year older than the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. She was able to survive the brutal World War II, and in the name of a consultant, she supported 3 generations of Kazekage, and 4 generations of Kazekage came to power. Even though the 4th generation of Kazekage was killed by Kimimaro and Orochimaru, when Gaara had not grown up, she also resisted the pressure of other shinobi villages, so that Sunagakure village would not be destroyed. Later, he supported Gaara as Kazekage, and when he was old, he joined forces with Sakura to kill Sasori of the Red Sand, who was at his peak. The end, even if she died, she used her life to save Gaara from the mouth of the god of death. How could she be weak? She can never be weak. The 10 members of Kinsatsu are also the ultimate mechanical puppets who claim to destroy the village and destroy the country. 2 in 1, regardless of the enemy or me, there are really few people present who can stop her. Unless it's Namikaze Minato at her peak, use Hiraishin, keep attacking her, seize the opportunity, and kill her. Too bad Namikaze Minato is not at his peak at the moment. Then it's up to you. Gong Yi took a deep breath, stepped out, and stepped out. 10 times gravity, 20 times 20 gravity, and then, 30 times gravity. The terrifying gravity pulled Gong Yi, his body, the bones are shaking frantically, and it seems that they will disintegrate in the next moment. Because of the strong gravity, Gong Yi was directly sucked into the eye of the wind by 3 joules suction crushing. His right hand shone slightly. Medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. When Gong Yi took a long time to walk to the side of the 3 white-clothed puppets shrouded in the tornado, he slashed his right hand fiercely. The Chiyo chakra wire covering it was instantly checked. Scalpel cut off. Lost chakra control. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. The 3 puppets suddenly retracted their tongues. This area is quiet. It seems that the tornado just now has never come. Chiyo, who had already broken out and joined the Sunagakure unit, spat out a mouthful of blood. All troops, retreat. By her younger brother Ebizo, she walked in the center of the Sunagakure unit. Looking back at the 3 quiet white puppets, there was a trace of sadness in their eyes. That was the only thing Monziman left her. That man who was also a teacher and a friend died, and he didn't even have a puppet left for him. Chiyo turned back suddenly. Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, and the dark blue devil. I Chiyo, remember you. Konaha, I Sunagakure and you, never die. Some people may think that I have ridden Chiyo strong, but I came to this conclusion after careful consideration. The strength of a ninja changes with age. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was called the weakest of the 3 generations, was named Shinobi. Is he weak? No, because he was old when he showed his combat power. Stronger than Uchiha Madara, he is just an old man who has difficulty walking. That being the case, it was completely normal for Chiyo at his peak to have more than 10 members of Kinmatsu from Monziman. Of course, you are also welcome to discuss and express your own opinions. Maybe I have made a mistake in the details. Chapter 106. Victory. No, this is just the beginning. Chiyo's words are extremely poignant, and the meaning of hatred in them is even more chilling. However, all the ninjas in Konaha just sneered. The far bark of the defeated dog. No matter how terribly you bark, it cannot change the fact that you have failed. Nara Shikaku was surrounded by the remaining 200 ninjas and issued orders calmly. Let Sarutobi Aster lead the reserve force, cut off the east side, and don't let one escape. Tell the Inuzuka troops to attack the front, and the Akamichi troops to retire after the whole. Strangulation along the way, rout Sunagakure. The Nara and Yamanaka troops supported by the flank are besieging the southern side of Amagawa Plain. The Hyuga family don't have to protect the medical troops. They all attack, cooperate with the Aburame family, and besiege the west side. Call the 300 people 300 back, gather a team of 500 people 500, release a round of combination ninjutsu again, and bombard the north side reserved for me. Nara Shikaku waved his hand with a cold light on his face. How can it be so easy to retreat safely? I'll take you Sunagakur, 3220. Don't dare to challenge Konaha again. Down from the sky on the vast Tianchuan plain, you can see such a tragic yet magnificent scene. The Konaha ninja army is divided into 555 units, and the three sides are like a big pocket, constantly closing, forcing the Sunagakur ninja to break out to the north. Akamichi Inuzuka clan, who had been attacking from the front, were severely damaged and retreated to the middle to the rear, killing Sunagakur who was fleeing in a hurry along the way. Originally because of Rasa's defeat, Chio led a breakout, and the fighting spirit was lost. The Sunagakur village ninja had no fighting spirit, and now has no desire to continue fighting. They are already leaderless. Now that they are surrounded by three sides, they can only attack from the north. But when they reached the north, the 5-attribute combination ninjutsu that Nara Shikaku had prepared was already ready to go. The violent chakra filled the sky and the earth, and the ninjutsu of different colors combined to form the destruction of heaven and earth. Bombardment. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of Sunagakur lives in just one blow. This is also the result of their scattered formations and their escapes. If they were gathered together, the casualties would be even more severe. But even so, Sunagakur is showing a general rout. Ah! I fought with you, Konaha. Kill him. Where's the courage to challenge Konaha? Since the decision of war has been made, prepare to die on the battlefield. Tree Squad, come with me and kill those three Sunagakur. To be said that Nara Shikaku can become a Konaha brain in the future. Worthy of the name. This battle, his on-the-spot commanding ability was vividly displayed. If the two armies faced each other before, it was still a battle of their respective hard powers. The current Amankawahara is a veritable meat grinder. Countless Sunagakurs who had no time to retreat were surrounded by Konaha ninjas, crushing them layer by layer. Especially the Sarutobi clan, the Hyuga clan, who had not engaged in frontal battles before. The fighting power that erupted at this moment was even more terrifying. The giant ape slapped its chest, roared and performed the Hyuga body technique, and died close to the body. Wherever it went, Sunagakur fell down and lay in the dust. Blood penetrated the earth, and the entire battlefield was filled with an unimaginable bloody smell. This annihilation battle continued until the second. White snowflakes floated down, covering the blood. Weather was cold, all the Konaha ninjas who were still alive felt their blood boil. A ninja with a broken leg, sitting on the ground, beside him, is a Sunagakur he killed with kunai. He looked around, and suddenly let go. Kunai, murmured, we won. The companion next to him came over and helped him up. We won. Konaha won. Loud or small voices gradually converged. Immediately after that, it was. A tsunami of cheers erupted wildly. We won. We won. Konaha wins. Long live Orochimaru-sama. Minato-sama is invincible. Master Gong Yi is mighty. In the end, it gradually converges into the same sentence. Konaha wins. Hearing the cheers of his subordinates, Nara Shikaku was relieved and nodded respectfully to Orochimaru. Follow our mission. We won. I don't know if it's because I heard that. Long live Orochimaru-sama. Win the war. Orochimaru is in a good mood, very good. Orochimaru patted him on the shoulder. You are more suitable for commanding the ninja army than me. Shikaku was a little excited, and being able to get Sanin's approval meant that he would be on the rise in Konaha next. However, the excitement was fleeting, and he looked at the young man lying in the innermost part of the medical unit. No, it shouldn't be called a boy, Gong Yi is already a real man. After going through the baptism of blood and fire, he turned the tide, resisted Rasa head-on, and even knocked him out of the dust. Later, he destroyed 10 people and 10 people in Jinsong and rescued him. Countless ninja lives. No one is more like a real man than Gong Yi. Orochimaru also looked over. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Still, the other ninjas cheering, all lowered their voices and looked over worriedly. A moment of silence on the battlefield after the war. Until a cough sounded, Gong Yi was supported by Ariyi and Namikaze Minato. A brand new snow-white trenchcoat completely enveloped him. Slowly walking out of the medical unit, Gong Yi, whose face was so pale that it was frightening, grinned. We won. Gong Yi didn't humiliate the mission. All the medical troops are here. Naked eye can see that the snow-white windbreaker oozes blood. Under Gong Yi's feet, blood is constantly flowing. A female ninja covered her mouth and turned around quickly. Even some strong male ninjas have to show great admiration for that young man at this moment. Many people saw it with their own eyes. How did Gong Yi step into the tornado? His flesh shattered and blood splattered wildly. He was physically resisting the mighty power of the day. If it wasn't for him, even if Konaha had beaten Chio, Rasa and the others, hundreds more would have died. Thousands of people. Orochimaru stood in front of Gong Yi and Namikaze Minato and nodded solemnly. You have done a great job. Then, leave it to us. Turning around, Orochimaru looked sharp. Nara Shikaku, arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties of the enemy and me. Hyuga Hazashi, I'll give you 1,000 people to chase down the Sunagaku route troops. Don't let them return to the village. This war is not over yet. I will make Sunagaku, for our dead ninja, pay 1/6 price. Gong Yi looked at the battlefield with blurry vision. Yes, this war is far from over, this is just the beginning. Gong Yi, your injury is too serious. I'll take you back to Konaha and ask Tsunade-sama to treat you personally. Namikaze Minato looked at Gong Yi worriedly. He knew better than anyone present how much Gong Yi was injured. Gong Yi nodded, but Tsunade's face appeared in his mind. Perhaps she doesn't want to see me in such a mess. After a short rest for 2 days, the state will recover. Tomorrow will start a wave of terrorist outbreaks. Everyone, get ready to subscribe. Don't get fat, at least have an automatic subscription. Don't be afraid that I will spend money to find a shooter. With my style, you can see at a glance whether you find a shooter or not. I treat everyone with sincerity, and my brothers also treat me as flowers and subscriptions, thank you. Baidu Search 99 Playmate Find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 107. Sister, I will teach you. In Gong Yi's mind, the Third Ninja War has just begun. But for many ninjas, this war between Sunagaku and Konaha can be briefly over. The next confrontation will no longer be a confrontation between the two armies, testing each other. Konaha won the frontal battle, carrying the momentum of victory, enough to coerce Sunagaku. Even after Konaha rests for a while, he can send a large army to attack the Land of Winds. War is not. A war can be called twice by fighting. The victors have lost so much and need to get enough war rewards. Since Sunagaku took the initiative to provoke the war and is now defeated on the frontal battlefield, then next, they have to be prepared in how much they will pay to quell Konaha's anger. Of course, they can also choose to resist to the end, and Konaha will die. All the jades are burnt. But I'm afraid that they see and take Konaha to hell with their hard work. Gong Yi obeyed Minato's advice, and after Minato rested for a few hours, he continued to rush back to Konaha with himself as Hiraishin. He is very aware of the current situation, the war with Sunagaku, and staying on the front line, can no longer achieve greater credit. His credit at this time has basically reached its peak. If you want to go further, you have to plot with Sasori of the Red Sand. Going back to the village now, firstly, you can enjoy the treatment of Hero 29, and secondly, you have enough time to settle yourself. This war, I have seen Orochimaru's powerful psychic skills, various ninjutsu techniques at his fingertips, and the extremely wonderful puppet technique in Chiyo's peak state. Rasa, who swept across the battlefield with Kekkei Genkei, and Namikaze Minato, who was invincible and invincible by time and space ninjutsu. There's even Nara Shikaku, the superb art of commanding a large army. Wait, and so on. The harvest is huge. Give yourself a certain amount of time to settle down. The next time Gong Yi reappears, Gong Yi will have the confidence that he can become stronger. According to the plot of the original work, his strength broke out, mainly in the latter part of the Third World War, in the Battle of Shinwu Kunchao. With the power of one person, he reversed the decline of Konaha and changed the situation of the war. Order to prevent Konaha from being destroyed by Iwagakure village, the two sides signed a peace treaty. Another time, it should be that after he succeeded the fourth generation of Hokage, he came into contact with various secret arts of Konaha, and even practiced sage art with Jiraiya. By the time he faced off against the masked man Uchiha Obito, his strength had basically grown to its peak, and he could even transfer the tailed beast bomb of Kyuubi, 9 tails to the point of splitting Kyuubi, 9 tails, and sealing it. As for now, the distance that Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique can be performed is not far. Therefore, it is not an instant thing to bring Gong Yi back to the village. Spending half a day, Namikaze Minato kept moving and quickly approached Konaha according to the Hiraishin technique he had left behind. In the evening of the same day, the tired Namikaze Minato returned to the gate of Konaha village with the seriously injured Gong Yi on his back. As soon as he appeared, several ninjas who were in charge of guarding the village jumped out. Minato-sama. How did you come back and what happened to the war on the front line? This is Lord Gong Yi, what's wrong with him? Namikaze Minato shook his head, sweat dripping down. For a while, I can't finish talking for a while, you send a notification to Lord Hokage, I will send Gong Yi to Konaha Hospital. Is Tsunade-sama in the hospital? The ninja looked at the two of them in disbelief, and nodded subconsciously. My lord is in the hospital, and he went out to drink at noon today, so he shouldn't leave now. That's good, I'll go first, remember to inform Lord Hokage. The words fell, Namikaze Minato carried Gong Yi on his back and entered the village. As he ran, many villagers and ninjas in the village were also there. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Namikaze Minato's back in shock. That's Minato-sama, isn't he supposed to fight Sunagakure on the front line? Sir Minato is back, what about the situation in the frontline war? Win or lose? Lord Minato is covered in blood, he must have come down from the battlefield. Hey, is it Captain Gong Yi who is on the back of Mr. Minato? Why is he wearing a Yuhi-colored coat? Idiot, that's blood, can't you see Yuhi's footprints left by Mr. Minato on the ground? Been suffered, even Captain Gong Yi has been injured so badly, isn't it bad for the frontline battle? You bastard, don't talk nonsense. This battle, with Orochimaru, one of Sannin, leading the army, we will definitely not lose. ... Not to mention these, the villagers who didn't know the truth. Namikaze Minato crossed most of the village and arrived at the Konaha hospital very quickly. Tsunade was holding a jug as he walked out of the hospital in a leisurely manner. Another happy day, off to work. However, when she saw Namikaze Minato, and Gong Yi on her back, she was stunned. Master Tsunade, Gong Yi is seriously injured, please save her. Tsunade nodded numbly, oh, you send it to the ward first, I'll be right over. Namikaze Minato didn't suspect him, so he just found a room and settled Gong Yi down. He didn't see Tsunade's hands shaking violently under the blank expression on his face. Blood. The jug has fallen to the ground. Tsunade strode hard and walked towards Gong Yi's ward step by step. Namikaze Minato saw Tsunade, and when he was about to speak, he realized that something was wrong with Tsunade. Master Tsunade, you. Ahem, Minato, go to Hokage-sama and report the battle situation on the front line first. With Tsunade-sensei here, I'll be fine. On the hospital bed, Gong Yi grinned and forced a smile. Namikaze Minato glanced at Tsunade suspiciously, but when he thought that the other party was known as Sanin, the existence of the world's best medical ninjutsu, a little doubt was forgotten. He nodded to Gong Yi. You must cheer up, you will be fine, I will come to see you after I report the situation. Namikaze Minato left. Just like the worries and suspicions of those villagers, the 3 generations of Hokage knew that he was back and would definitely care about the battle situation on the front line. He is also the first ninja to return to the village, so naturally he has to make it clear. Good news for Konaha victory. But now in the ward, the situation is not so good. Tsunade leaned against the wall and squatted down slowly, curled up, eyes glazed. Her beautiful plump body was trembling constantly, showing the fear in this mature woman's heart. Gong 320 knew early on that there would be such a situation. Hyperphobia is not a physical disease, but a heart disease. It's like a strong man with 5 big and 3 thick, but he is afraid of a small cockroach. Others won't understand, but in that strong man's heart, little cockroaches will be scarier than swords or even atomic bombs. Gong Yi is not worried that Tsunade's hyperphobia will affect himself. He has a rejuvenation technique, which can quickly recover from injuries. He didn't use it before, just to deepen his impression of the Konaha ninja and show his greatness. But at this moment, Gong Yi felt pity for Tsunade. A woman, what has she experienced that will make her have the strength of a cage level, but she will be afraid of a few pools of blood? Ahem, Tsunade-sensei, if you don't come to save me, I'm going to die. Hearing Gong Yi coughing and vomiting blood, Tsunade shook his head frantically and stepped back subconsciously. No, I can't save you. I can't save anyone. I'm so useless. I'm not some medical ninja. I can't save people, I let others come. Tsunade stood up tremblingly, didn't dare to look at Gong Yi, leaned on the wall, and walked towards the door. Suddenly, Sister, Tsunade, save me. That youthful yet pretending to be mature voice, the tone that pretended to be calm but trembling. Just like that, a rainy night in the jungle. Naoki Tsunade controlled his fear and turned around slowly. Gong Yi struggled to pull out a smile. You can do it. Come on, I'll teach you. Start. Philo reminds you. Book 3 things to read, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 108. Come, let me distract you. Put your hand on my lower abdomen, use the weakest healing technique, and the chakra output must be small. Yes, that's it, my body is too fragile now to withstand too strong chakra. Tsunade's body trembled slightly, and subconsciously used ninjutsu according to Gong Yi's instructions. Gong Yi bit his lower lip. The amount of chakra output by Tsunade just now was actually too much. He almost cried out in pain. A little further down, at the navel. It is not suitable to use sage art now, my meridians are chaotic and chakra is running wild. Restoring cellular activity, in turn, causes greater trauma. Miss Tsunade, you can stop for a while. Come on, my left hand. The left hand is relatively lightly injured. You first try to restore my left hand. Now you can use palm sage art. But the place has to be changed to the thigh, where the meridians have shrunk, so it has to be smoothed out first. Okay, help me up. Tsunade listened to Gong Yi's words obediently. Now she doesn't have the slightest sense of self-awareness. She almost does what Gong Yi tells her to do. Lifted Gong Yi up, and Tsunade supported Gong Yi's body with his plump front chest. The firm touch made people feel charming. Gong Yi glanced at Tsunade and gave a warm smile. Sister, do you want to close your eyes? Tsunade looked at him blankly, a little puzzled. Gong Yi's left hand lit up with chakra light, and it felt sharp like a scalpel cutting the human body. I'm going to cut open the superficial skin and put the 3 messed up meridians out of order, and blood will spill out. Tsunade's body trembled, but he shook his head firmly. She didn't speak, but in her eyes, she seemed to be saying, I have to look at you so that nothing happens, even if blood is spilled. Gong Yi didn't force it. His left hand fell slowly. Tsunade stared at him, his heart tightening like a screw. Just as he was about to make contact, Gong Yi suddenly turned his face away. Tsunade's eyes widened. Gong Yi kissed her just now. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of being beaten by me? This guy, no one has ever kissed him. Even if he was broken, he just confessed to me, but he never dared to go beyond the rules. Slam. With a slight noise, Tsunade subconsciously stuck out his tongue after licking it. There was a drop of fresh yuhi at the corner of her mouth. Blood. It turned out that at the moment when she was distracted, Gong Yi had already cut open the skin, and quickly penetrated with his left hand, bringing the meridians into order. Phew. Gong Yi exhaled a long breath, so that the repair of the meridians of the whole body is almost complete. What follows is just some trauma. Just a few months of rest will be fine. This is the first time for me to treat such a serious injury myself without using the rejuvenation technique. Although the pain was unbearable, it was okay. With this kind of difficult treatment experience, I can use it on others in the future. Turning around, Gong Yi smiled and wiped the blood from Tsunade's face. It's alright, you can have someone come and clean the dirt on my body. I can handle other traumas by myself. You. Tsunade only said one word, but she couldn't. She really wanted to question Gong Yi's kissing her just now, but it was later. This was deliberately done by Gong Yi to distract her. At that moment, she didn't feel the fear of blood at all. You bastard. Tsunade Gong Yi's waist. Gong Yi exclaimed in pain, Teacher, your strength. You know what? Tsunade hurriedly retracted his hand nervously, only to realize that Gong Yi was still seriously injured and walked back from the gate of hell. She got up staggeringly and was about to find someone to wash Gong Yi's body. Just when she walked to the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at Gong Yi with crystal clear eyes. Why did you suddenly call me my sister? Gong Yi lay on the bed and smiled softly. Didn't you keep calling you old by calling you the teacher? Then why didn't you call me sister just now? Gong Yi was silent, his face pale, and there was a hint of exhaustion. After a long while, he spoke slowly. Tsunade, do you want me to call you teacher, or sister? Tsunade tilted his head, not daring to look at Gong Yi, with a complicated expression. Forget it, do what you want, I'll find someone to take care of you. ... While Gong Yi was being treated, Namikaze Minato had run into 3 generations of Hokage who had rushed to the hospital. 2 went straight to the topic, and the first sentence of Namikaze Minato was, We won. 3rd generation waved his hand fiercely, and then took a few puffs of cigarettes, clack 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 clack. Good, good, good. After saying 3 good things, the 3 generations looked at this young man with satisfaction. Go to the vacant room next to you, and give me a complete report on the situation on the front line. When he said this, the 3rd generation assigned one of his own Anbu by the way, you go to the forbearance propaganda department first, and send out the news of the victory to calm the hearts of the villagers. Anbu left with a bit of excitement, and Sandai and Namikaze Minato entered an empty ward in the hospital. Door. The 2 quickly chatted. Most of the time, Minato is talking and the 3 generations are listening. 3rd generation was a little excited when they heard that Gong Yi and Minato almost joined forces to kill Rasa. What a pity, what a pity, there are few talents in Sunagaku's generation. If Rasa dies, the village of Sunagaku will have no successor for the next 10 years. Namikaze Minato also regretted, it's really a pity. However, there are more than 10 Kinmatsu members of Chiyo's Master Gate Zeman, which is beyond our expectations. 3rd generation shook his head and said as a matter of course, Monziman is a strong man at the same time as the 2nd generation of Kazekage. He worked with the 2nd generation of Kazekage to develop the puppet technique, and even competed with the 2nd generation of our village's Hokage Tobarama. The puppet he made with his own hands. It is not an exaggeration to say a war machine. Chio also played against me back then. Although his strength is slightly inferior to me, after so many years of practice, the master of puppet technique must have become more and more exquisite. Even if it's me, personally, I don't have the certainty of winning. You can beat her to serious injuries, and even leave 3 Jinsong 10 people or 10 people, it is already a success. By the way, where are the 3 puppets? Faced with this question, Namikaze Minato suddenly froze for a moment. Right, about the 3 puppets that could release 3 jewels suction crushing, he recalled quickly, and after a while, he said uncertainly, at that time, the tornado covered too much area, and it was hard to see clearly. Maybe it was sealed by Gong Yi with the sealing scroll. Is it at Gong Yi's place? Third generation squinted and thought for a while, then shook his head. As long as it is in our village, it doesn't matter who is in the hands. Then the two chatted for a while. Mentioned that Shikaku took the place of Orochimaru to lead the war. The third generation frowned again subconsciously. He originally wanted Orochimaru to command the whole process. Nara Shikaku was only a support type. How could Shikaku command his disciple at the back? Of course, the 3 generations would not show it in front of Namikaze Minato. Minato goes back to rest. However, Minato insisted on returning to the front line and participating in the follow-up small-scale pursuit battle, and the 3 generations were not reluctant. Let's go see Gong Yi first, hope he's alright. Suggested with a smile that Namikaze Minato was also very interested in this matter, and hurriedly took Sandai to the previously arranged ward. Walked away, he said, it should be fine, Tsunade-sama is here. Yeah, Tsunade. Face of the 3 generations changed instantly. Tsunade's fear of blood, and she was destined to be unable to save people. If this was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter what. Gong Yi was seriously injured and died, or Tsunade's failure to take action affected Sanin's reputation. It was a huge blow to Konaha. The strongest player in Konaha right now is Sanin. If Tsunade's hyperphobia is known to others. Namikaze Minato looked at the 3 generations in confusion. At this moment, Tsunade walked out of the ward with a complicated expression, and nodded when passing by the 2 of them. Master Tsunade, Gong Yi, is he alright? Tsunade waved his hand. It's alright, I'll be alive and kicking after a while. 3 generations were so surprised that they left Minato behind and caught up with Tsunade. Your hyperphobia, okay. Not good. Then how did Gong Yi get cured? His medical ninjutsu is no weaker than mine now. Old man, tell me, don't lock me up in Konaha. Gong Yi can take my class now, how about letting me go out to relax? Chapter 109. Want to learn Mokuden wood style. 4. Tsunade's request. The 3 generations did not agree. Although Tsunade had long known that he wanted to leave the village for a walk, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to let her go. Now the situation in Konaha seems to be in full swing, and it has one Sunagaku village in the frontal battle. But in fact, the crisis is full of dangers, walking on thin ice. White Fang committed suicide. Uchiha was arrogant and did not listen to orders. Hyuga main clan. The conflict between the separation of the family gradually escalated, although Hyuga Hazashi was in the middle to reconcile, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the grievances of the separation were constantly rising. Today's Hyuga family has not yet developed the seal technique to control the separation of the caged bird, and the difference in strength between the 2 sides is not that big. The 2 major families are in an unusable state. Although Konaha is suppressed by a group of older generation powerhouses, they can't stand the green eyes of the surrounding wolves. Sunagaku is the first to jump out. Then what about the last time Orochimaru sent Sunagaku to the village? He was ambushed and killed on his way back to the village. One of them was a ninja named Kurosuke Rai Kiba. Kurosuke Rai Kiba is one of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the 7 ninja swordsmen 7 are the strongest representative of the force in the Kurigaku village. It is difficult to say whether the Kurigakure village has any ideas for Konaha. Over at Kumogakure village, Reikage has been extremely warlike throughout the ages. Especially this generation's Reikage I. Although he is about the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, his fighting power is still resounding in the ninja world. Once, with the power of one person, he suppressed Yahweh and sealed Yahweh with 320 seals. If Kumogakure village and Kurigakure village are far away from Konaha, they will not be able to attack in a while. Then Iwagakure village, which has only one country of rain as a buffer zone, cannot be attacked. Don't consider it. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the bong and took a heavy puff, the smoke blurred and worried. Iwagakure village has not experienced any wars in these years, and its strength has developed so fast that it almost catches up with me, Konaha. That old guy Onoki, who didn't dare to approach Konaha when he was young, is afraid that he is about to move now. The Hokage hat under his arm, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Sitting in this position is tiring. If White Fang hadn't died, maybe things would have been much better. Somehow, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of that. A man with a determined face. When I saw him for the last time, he sat quietly in the dark room, a short knife was placed in front of him, and his chest and abdomen were cut open. You, walk freely, how can I handle this stall like Konaha by myself? Hiruzen, Konaha is ent. You're the only one. Shimura Danzo was standing in the shadows, leaning on crutches. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over. How did you come out? It's time to come out. Sunagakure failed in the frontal battle, and then, it was my turn to do things at the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What do you want to do? Shimura Danzo smiled coldly. Sunagakure was defeated, the army's heart was broken, and the village was unstable. Rest assured, Konaha will be stronger after this war. After speaking, Shimura Danzo slowly disappeared into the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the sun and felt a little cold. He could guess what Danzo would do. It's just that, the hatred between Sunagakure and Konaha may get deeper and deeper. Gong Yi stayed in Konaha hospital for a week. The week, at Hokage's Shinobu hyped the situation on the front lines. Now, as long as it's a Konaha village, everyone knows that Konaha won Sunagakure in the frontal battle. After hearing the news, people ran around to tell them when their family members would be able to return to the village. In the news of the victory, some war heroes who emerged were also constantly praised. Among these heroes, there are two names with the most frequent mentions and the most discussions. Namikaze Minato and Gong Yi. The former performed war missions several times and made great contributions, and even personally led the team to defeat the army with 1,000 troops. Sunagakure's 2,000 frontline troops. They even defeated the strongest young generation on Sunagakure's side, Rasa. In the final battle, it was Namikaze Minato who restrained Rasa from wreaking havoc on the battlefield. And the latter, in terms of its credit, is no less than Namikaze Minato. Together with Nara Shikaku, perform high-level missions, go thousands of miles behind enemy lines, destroy puppet manufacturing strongholds, and kill the famous Monziman during World War II. Later, he returned to the camp, led the medical team, rescued the dead, and saved the lives of countless companions. Even when it came to the decisive battle, facing Rasa's attack, he didn't give in at all, and knocked it down to the ground. If it wasn't for Chiyo's shot, Rasa would have died in his hands. Namikaze Minato, Yellow Flash. Gong Yi Dark Blue Demon. These two were praised by Nara Shikaku as the Konaha duo, and even recognized by the Orochimaru-sama. When Gong Yi walked out of the hospital, the Konaha villagers were all excited looking at him. Elders would praise him loudly. Some younger ninjas even regard him as an idol of the same name as Namikaze Minato. In the eyes of many people, Namikaze Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya. Gong Yi also received Tsunade's medical ninjutsu personally. The rise of the two of them is also the inheritance of the Konaha spirit. Konaha's will of fire will never be extinguished. Gong Yi is very happy with the attitude shown by these people. He was happy, of course, not the inheritance of the will of fire. It's your own Yuhi-colored quest. On the branch quest Konaha ninja reputation reached respected status, it has already started to flicker. This means that he will soon complete this task. As for why it hasn't been done immediately, Gong Yi has a few guesses. One is his own age. He is too young, and it is difficult for ninjas to respect him. Most of them still pay attention, be friendly, or expect him to grow up. Second, it should be his status. Gong Yi's former master, in the final analysis, is only a medical team with 200 people and 200 people. It's very important on the battlefield, but it's not enough to spread it over the entire Konaha shinobi village. It seems that this Yuhi-colored task is really not that easy to complete. A mere side quest is so troublesome. Gong Yi shook his head and slowly returned to his home. Just that when he took out the key, pushed open the door, and saw the woman who was lying on his stomach in the courtyard, he was stunned. Tsunade-sensei, why are you here? Tsunade raised his head and looked at Gong Yi with drunken eyes. I'm the only one in the Senju clan, so boring. 3-generation-old man won't let me leave the village, so I will come to sit with you. Gong Yi raised his eyebrows. Listen to what you mean, you often come here when I'm on the battlefield. Yeah, as I said, I live in the Senju clan. It's all cold old stuff over there, I don't like it. Gong Yi's eyelids twitched. He could hide a one corner, the heart, and some research tools that he secretly purchased. Tsunade came every 3 to 5, so don't be discovered. But it's hard to ask directly about this kind of thing. Gong Yi can only pray that he wasn't discovered. He sat down beside Tsunade, saw a jug next to him, picked it up and shook it, and Tsunade snatched it up. You're underage, you can't drink. Gong Yi smiled and put his hands behind his head. Okay, I don't drink. But it's boring now. Tsunade-sensei, tell me about the Senju clan. Tsunade looked at the sky in confusion. Why are you asking this? Curious. As a big family as famous as the Uchiha family, why are you the only one left? Tsunade bowed his head and was silent. After a while, I don't know either, change the subject. Gong Yi didn't force it, and naturally changed the subject. I heard that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama, knows Mokudan wood-style ninjutsu. Tsunade suddenly raised his head and looked at Gong Yi with a half-smile. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Chapter 110. Yin, Yang. Facing Tsunade's beautiful brown eyes, Gong Yi didn't consciously licked his lips. Oops. This is a heart-wrenching feeling. Mokudan wood-style ninjutsu. No words can describe the power of Mokudan wood-style ninjutsu in the Hokage world. When Tsunade said that he wanted to teach him, Gong Yi was the whole person. All got excited. However, it was only for a moment. Gong Yi instantly calmed down and looked at Tsunade suspiciously. She shouldn't. Gong Yi doesn't. From suspicion, Tsunade never showed Mokudan wood-style ninjutsu in the original book. The boy's appearance, in Tsunade's eyes, is expecting to be excited, but forcing himself to remain calm. Tsunade smiled charmingly. Do you want to learn? Gong Yi glared at her. Stop joking. How could you possibly be Mokudan wood-style teacher? You're kidding me. Tsunade spread his hands. I'm the only descendant of the Senju clan, and I'm also the favorite granddaughter of Grandpa Hashirama. If you want to say who is most likely to be a master ninjutsu in this world, shouldn't it be me? You actually suspect that I won't? Gong Yi frowned. Mokudan wood-style ninjutsu is Kekkei Genkei, indeed may be inherited. The Senju family should also have related inheritance knowledge, and according to Tsunade, it is indeed possible. This Hokage world, since the battle with Tsunagakure and the realization of Chiyo's power, Gong Yi has no longer dared to rely on the original memory to judge certain things. Chiyo can show that kind of combat. Tsunade will be Mokudan wood-style, it's not impossible. Thinking of this, Gong Yi asked tentatively, Teacher, you really know? Of course I. Tsunade suddenly laughed. No way. You fool, Tenten pretended to be so mature, didn't I lie to you? Haha, little guy, let you laugh at me a while ago. Gong Yi looked at her helplessly. This woman, she was so big, and she was so funny. That he laughed at her, it was probably because of that treatment. Tsunade remembered clearly that his own disciple said boldly, I'll teach you. Still in the area of medical ninjutsu, which he is best at. I didn't feel it at the time, but when I reacted later, Tsunade was extremely embarrassed. If this spreads out, then she is the Slug Princess of Sanin. The title of has not been pointed by others. Gong Yi is a pity, but he is relieved. Pity Tsunade can't learn Mokuden wood-style ninjutsu by himself. Was relieved because he still did not deviate from the original plot. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped laughing and looked at Gong Yi seriously. Although I can't teach you Mokuden wood-style, I can teach you something else. Do you want to learn it or not? Gong Yi was stunned for a moment, and said that it must be impossible if he didn't want to. But he remembered very clearly that when Tsunade brought himself, he said it very succinctly. I only teach you medical ninjutsu. Gong Yi secretly speculates whether it is the creation and regeneration or both of them can be considered medical ninjutsu in a sense, but it is just to heal oneself. But it's not right. These two extremely powerful ninjutsu are based on another ninjutsu, Yin Seal. Yin Seal. Through special jutsu, the usually extracted chakra is sealed on the forehead, thus forming an imprint. Usually this part of chakra will not be used passively, but it can play a role in micro-adjusting chakra all the time, maintaining a youthful state, and improving physical function. Once you encounter a long battle, you can unlock the seal and have an endless stream of chakra. In terms of chakra volume, this ninjutsu is equivalent to a reduced version of the tailed orc Jinchuriki, column power, providing chakra all the time. Of maintaining youth and maintaining the same appearance is extremely attractive to women. If it was this ninjutsu, that would be great. Gong Yi looked at Tsunade's forehead and frowned again. There is no diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead. At this time, she should not have researched the Yin Seal. Hey, do you want to learn it or not? Little guy, do you want me to ask you to learn it? Tsunade touched his forehead and looked at Gong Yi viciously. Gong Yi hurriedly shook his head. Teacher, if you are willing to teach, I will definitely be willing to learn. But what? Gong Yi said embarrassingly, Teacher, I'm no longer young. Tsunade was stunned, not understanding what Gong Yi meant, thought he was talking about age. Okay, I won't call you little guy anymore, I'll call you little Gong Yi. Why don't you call me husband? Gong Yi joked in his heart, but he wouldn't make such a joke. Because, next, Tsunade was going to teach him something that kept him in no mood to joke. In other words, not to teach him a certain ninjutsu, but to pass on some knowledge to Gong Yi. Gong Yi, do you remember the nature of chakra? Gong Yi replied casually, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, such a simple question, of course I remember. Tsunade shook his head. Among these 5 basic properties, there are actually 2 other basic properties, but the ninja school never taught you. Gong Yi was stunned. There are 2 kinds of yin and yang. Tsunade said lightly, and then added it completely, the so-called yin and yang qualities. In fact, in general terms, yin refers to mental energy, and yang refers to physical energy. Gong Yi suddenly realized, and then instantly thought of his own system. In addition to the 5 basic attributes of chakra, there are 2 additional attributes. Mental strength, physique. It turns out to be corresponding to the yin and yang qualities. Tsunade continued, the yin and yang qualities are innate to everyone, and when the yin and yang meet, an attributeless chakra is born. When you enter the school, there are chakra test papers, which can test the nature of your affinity. As the most friendly, it is naturally easier to understand nature transformation. Once you control nature transformation, your chakra will have nature. The ninjutsu released is the so-called Raiden, thunder-style, ninjutsu, Futon, wind-style, ninjutsu. Gong Yi listened quietly, what Tsunade said, and he understood a lot. But in some subtleties, there are unique insights. This kind of insight was something he couldn't get from the ninja school, nor could he experience it from his understanding of the plot of the original book. Why don't the ninja school, or your leading teacher, tell you about yin and yang? Why do you have these two properties, but you rarely see yin-yun ninjutsu and yang-yun ninjutsu? That's one of the main points I want to bring up. Yin escape ninjutsu and yang escape ninjutsu are actually very difficult to cultivate. Once practiced, there will be all kinds of incredible effects. Therefore, this kind of ninjutsu is often passed down as a family secret technique and never taught to outsiders. For example, the shadow technique of the Nara clan is actually yin escape ninjutsu, and the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan is the same. The representative of Yangdun ninjutsu, Konaha, also has it. So-called Yangdun is the use of body energy. Akamichi's multiplication technique, my magic power technique, etc. Gong Yi frowned. Teacher, you mean to say that the ninjutsu that is based on spiritual power is the ninjutsu released yin escape ninjutsu. That focuses on the energy of the body and releases it is Yang-dun ninjutsu. Yes, there is no problem with your understanding. Then here comes the problem. Gong Yi pointed to the key point. Demonic illusion, which is different from ninjutsu and taijutsu, is yin ninjutsu. Tsunade hummed. That's right. In Konaha village, in addition to the big family, there are also some small families that are gradually spreading out. Kurenai Yuhi, your classmate, and their family, are very good at demonic illusion, and what they use is also considered shady. And what about Uchiha? Tsunade paused for a moment, then said faintly, this is the second knowledge I'm going to teach you today. What is Kekkei Genkei entry? Chapter 111. Road. Going crooked. Gong Yi's heart tightened suddenly. He always felt that there was something different in Tsunade's eyes. Gong Yi didn't. I dared to speak, I was afraid of revealing something, so I let Tsunade continue like this. The Uchiha clan you mentioned, their demonic illusion, came from the mighty and evil Sharingan. If it is said that Nara, Yamanaka and their families, the escapism used by these families is just a simple use of spiritual energy. That means, if you get the corresponding cultivation method and have a certain talent, you can also learn it. But Sharingan, it's different. It is born out of spiritual energy, and its root is in the ninjutsu. But because a lot of spiritual power is entrenched in the eyes, this organ has undergone strange and unique changes, and it has genetic characteristics. At this point, it evolves into the so-called Kekkei Genkei. Byakugan is the same, and belongs to Kekkei Genkei. Sharingan is no longer just the use of spiritual energy. After evolving into Kekkei Genkei, it has a series of special abilities. You will learn about the specific abilities later, but I will only say one point. The class is 3220. Like yin escape ninjutsu, and basically it won't work for Sharingan. Gong Yi nodded. In his memory, Sharingan and Byakugan were basically immune to most demonic illusions. The secret arts like the Nara family and the Yamanaka family have little effect on Sharingan and Byakugan. Unless it is Jonin and Genin, the strength is disparate. Tsunade stopped drinking and seemed to become more and more sober, more logical and more logical. In addition to, Yin-dun can give birth to Kekkei Genkei. In fact, the 5 basic properties also have the opportunity to give birth to Kekkei Genkei. 2 kinds of chakras of different properties, used at the same time, do not produce any exclusion, and even further fuse, and give birth to blood genetic characteristics. They can become a new Kekkei Genkei. At this point, you have to differentiate it from normal combination ninjutsu. Combining ninjutsu seems to be ninjutsu made by 2 kinds of chakras, but they do not have the characteristics of blood inheritance, nor are they truly 100% fused together. Gong Yi listened carefully. He probably understood, how could Tsunade bring the topic to this point so well. However, he was too lazy to delve into it, but kept absorbing this knowledge. Occasionally he also asks questions. Teacher, have you ever thought that Yindun can give birth to Kekkei Genkei such as Sharingan and Byakugan? So what about Yangdun? Speaking of which, Tsunade was a little confused. Yangdun refers to the use of body energy. If you want to make it mutated and have blood genetic characteristics, there seems to be no example of this. Gong Yi boldly speculated. I heard that there is such a race in the land of water, they can use it. His own bones fight, and his body is covered with sharp bones, which can be attacked and defended. This should be counted as a mutation of the body's energy, that is, the Kekkei Genkei produced after Yangdun reaches its limit. The Keigaya family. Tsunade raised his eyebrows and started thinking. Gong Yi went on to speculate, Tsunade teacher, you Senju clan, can compete with the Uchiha clan for countless years, and even suppress Uchiha. Don't you have a corresponding Kekkei Genkei? Ah. Tsunade, sensei, have you ever wondered? Your chakra extraction speed and maximum capacity are much stronger than the average person. Quote. Tsunade, who was gradually confused, Gong Yi smiled. The end, he didn't let Tsunade master dominate the topic. After half an hour, Tsunade, who was still confused, left. Gong Yi patted the dust on his butt, entered his small villa, found the secret room he built, and pushed the door in. Sure enough, Tsunade entered my secret room and even found the horn preserved in the culture medium, the heart. The corresponding books on Kekkei Genkei are here. It's probably not difficult to explain why she suddenly talked about the knowledge of the sect of the blood-based limit species. After finding the clues, Gong Yi felt at ease, and at the same time was a little grateful to Tsunade. She was afraid that she would go the wrong way, so she guided some knowledge about Kekkei Genkei. It is also difficult to guide the topic for her bewilderingly. Pity that in the end, I was surrounded by a few problems of my own. Gong Yi stood in front of the petri dish, looking at the heart that took a long time to beat. It's too insecure and not enough to have graduate students at home. Maybe I should also learn Orochimaru, and set up a research laboratory in the wilderness, in a sparsely populated place. And then, in the name of recuperating, I will have a lot of time. Kekkei Genkei Research Project, which was previously shelved, can also be launched again. ... Time keeps passing. Moon, cycle. Gong Yi's idea of opening a field laboratory was temporarily put on hold after he learned the first seal technique. Sleepy Dragon Seal. A seal technique that can be called high level or low level. The reason for the advanced level is that it can effectively conceal and seal dead objects. Low-level reason is also very simple, it cannot be used by people, and the hand seal is extremely slow, and it often takes a long time to prepare before it can be released. This is a relatively tasteless sealing technique, and few people will learn it. However, Gong Yi took a fancy to the fact that hand seal is slow but simple, and used it as an introductory training for sealing. After learning it, I discovered that this technique could actually have the effect of concealing and sealing dead objects. So he used it in the secret room of his own home. In this way, in a short period of time, there is no fear of this secret room being discovered. Of course, if you want to do research that is easy to criticize in the future, it is better to set up a laboratory in the wild. Standing in front of the experimental table, Gong Yi carefully used a chakra scalpel to open the heart. From it, take out a drop of blood. Then immediately use sage art to maintain the remaining cell activity in the heart, and put it into the culture medium to prevent it from dying. According to the previous experiment, the secret technique of resentment should actually be it is a variant of Yangdun ninjutsu. Stimulates the body's cells to release black tentacles that give it the effects of stripping, fusing, plundering, and stitching. Gong Yi wrapped the blood in chakra and slowly melted it into the palm of his hand, and then stimulated the drop of blood with fire chakra. Soon, a black tentacle that couldn't be smaller climbed out of Gong Yi's palm. Zhao, when they both use earth resentment, it is different. This black tentacle is too weak. However, the black tentacles of Earth Resentment U have the characteristics that they should have, and this one in Gong Yi's hand also has. With such black tentacles, it is completely possible to deprive others of the heart and fuse it into one's own body. Immediately plunder the cell vitality of the heart itself, so as to achieve the effect of infinite physical life. Gong Yi shook his head again, but this effect is limited by the lifespan of the plundered heart. In other words, horns are not really immortal. If he can destroy all of his hearts at the same time, like Naruto Kakashi and the others in the original book, he can completely kill Kaku, too. In addition, Zhao, if you fuse a new, young heart before the heart's lifespan ends, he will die of old age naturally. The second conclusion is obtained by Gong Yi's own research. He also discovered at this time that he wanted to take the Kekkei Genkai road with the help of Earth Resentment U, but it would not work. Because the chakra used by Earth Resentment U, more from the heart itself, the two can only using combination ninjutsu cannot achieve the 100% fusion effect that Tsunade said. Gong Yi sighed, it's better to use it to study Kekkei Genkai, rather than use it to study Yangdun ninjutsu. Clearly 1. 6 Shion, Earth Resentment U belongs to the advanced category of Yangdun ninjutsu, which is stronger than the general Yangdun ninjutsu, but far from enough to achieve mutation and become the existence of Yangdun Kekkei Genkai. Main reason is that it does not have the genetic characteristics of blood. It is just a secret technique. Gong Yi was very disappointed. He triggered the research topic of Kekkei Genkai, and for this reason, he deliberately learned medical ninjutsu. After more than a year, I finally found that my path had gone astray. Anyone will be extremely lost, even disheartened. Phew. Let out a sigh of relief. Gong Yi doesn't think about this again. Blinking his eyes, Gong Yi washed his hands and quickly returned to the outside. Someone is coming. Gong Yi opened the door, and a man in a fan-shaped dress with the Uchiha emblem was waiting for him. You are Gong Yi. Gong Yi frowned. The man in front of him seemed to be a bit stronger than Uchiha Chinfeng. It gave him a slight sense of danger. Who are you? Man smiled slightly. Introduce yourself, Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 112, Hell Viewing Technique, 6th. Gong Yi's pupils narrowed and he looked at the man cautiously. Why are you looking for me? Uchiha Fugaku pointed to the courtyard with a smile. Aren't you going to invite me in and take a seat? Gong Yi frowned. Sorry, I usually only entertain friends here. After telling each other their names, they are considered friends. No, my friend, not so cheap. Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows. What about friends of friends? Gong Yi's eyes flickered, and finally moved away. Come in. Fugaku put his hands in his pockets, and when he was young, he had a somewhat unrestrained feeling. I looked at Gong Yi's yard. In the midsummer season, the flowers are full of flowers, but it's very beautiful. Pity. With such a big yard, you live alone, don't you feel lonely? Lonely. Gong Yi walked beside him. Get used to it. That's not going to find some like-minded friends to make you less lonely. You are Uchiha. Gong Yi pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing an unintelligible smile. Forget it, Uchiha Chinfeng asked you to come here. I have something to do. Speak up, speak up. Fugaku has some regrets. In his correspondence with Chinfeng 29, he learned that Gong Yi is a very strong and talented person. But under Fugaku's research, there is another found. This young man, from a war orphan, has gradually reached a very high status with the titles of the Dark Blue Devil, the Konaha Duo, and the next generation medical ninja leader. In the process, Gong Yi gained the trust of 3 generations of Hokage, became the successor of Tsunade medical ninjutsu, was appreciated by Orochimaru, and even made friends with Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku and others. It can be said that every step of his is worthy of in-depth study. Absolutely impossible to say that Gong Yi was unintentional. Deduce the truth from the result, then it is very simple. This is a very ambitious person. And Uchiha's ambition is bigger than anyone else. So today I came to Gong Yi in person, and Fugaku started to win over the other party. Just that before the topic went deep, Gong Yi decisively rejected it. Fugaku didn't care either. Uchiha didn't need to be rude to make friends. There's a letter here, sent back by Chinfeng, but I haven't opened it yet. Here it is for you. Gong Yi took the letter and didn't open it, because he knew that there was something he wanted in it, so there was no need to be so eager. The two didn't speak, so you stared at me, and I stared at you. Fugaku shrugged. There is no tea and no snacks. It's rare that I have time to come out, but it's a pity that the host doesn't welcome me. Gong Yi said indifferently, if you have so much time, you might be able to go to the battlefield to pass the time. I think you will like it there. Fugaku sighed and said regretfully, actually, I really want to go, but I also serve as the captain of the Konaha garrison. Fought with Sunagaku. My wife happened to be pregnant, so I had to let Chinfeng lead the team to the battlefield. Just that Uchiha did not make much credit in this war, but suffered a lot. The corner of Gong Yi's eyes moved lightly. Fugaku's wife was pregnant at the time of the war with Sunagaku. Now more than a year has passed, no matter. At the beginning of the pregnancy, or at the end of the pregnancy, I think the child has already been born. Uchiha Itachi, he has come here. Fugaku's free and easy face is gradually wrinkled. He can be regarded as a man, and he has no attitude to befriend Uchiha at all. He also simply stopped trying, but directly revealed his intentions. Gong Yi, I would love to know, where did you know about Mangekyo Sharingan? Hee. Gong Yi rarely shows a smile, so let me just say, send a letter. No one can come, but let a high-level person from the Uchiha clan like Fugaku come over in person. That's the purpose. He said noncommittally. I learned from my teacher. Why, didn't you know Mangekyo Sharingan before? Fugaku's mouth twitched. Of course I know, this is the highest evolutionary stage of the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. I'm just curious, how would you know? If Tsunade told you. His heart, Fugaku frantically turned his thoughts. Gong Yi's teacher is Tsunade. Behind Tsunade is the extinct Senju clan. The Senju clan and Uchiha are both enemies and friends, and they know a lot about Uchiha. This point of view, it makes sense that Gong Yi knew about Mangekyo. Seeing him like this, Gong Yi couldn't help laughing. Wonder you know. Above Mangekyo, there is eternal Mangekyo. Above eternity, you can even advance to Rinnegan. If you knew, you wouldn't say such ignorant words. Uchiha Fugaku tentatively asked, except, do you know anything other than the name Mangekyo? Gong Yi pretended to be at a loss. Is there any other way to open my eyes? I don't know, I don't understand, don't ask me. The 3 consecutive waves were not clear, but Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly short of breath. If he didn't know how to open his eyes, he wouldn't say much about this sentence at all. That said, Gong Yi must know, or at least know some relevant information. He, who had been pretending to be free and easy, couldn't help but be anxious. You really know how to open your eyes? Gong Yi waved his hand. I said I don't know, and I'm too lazy to understand these things, don't ask me. Fugaku was extremely unwilling. What do you want, ninjutsu, money, women, or my Uchiha's friendship? Gong Yi looked at him contemptuously and raised the new seal on his hand. Remember, I have nothing to do with Uchiha. Uchiha Chinfeng is only involved in the cooperation with me on this letter. As for what you said, I don't need it. Sorry, I have something else to do, please. Bang! A punch hit the table hard. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and walked out angrily. Those contemptuous eyes took Uchiha as something. I even offered Uchiha's friendship as a condition, and I didn't even need a word to dismiss it. When I walked to the door, Uchiha Fugaku turned around abruptly. Gong 321. Low shout came. Gong Yi looked up. Fugaku was staring at him, but Sharingan, a pair of 3 tomo, was watching him with the light of Yuhi the gorilla. Demonic illusion hell viewing technique. A low-level demonic illusion, which allows the opponent to see the most feared scene in his heart, and then under the hypnotic control of the caster, say the desired information. Another advantage is that the launch is extremely fast, and it is difficult for the enemy to respond. Although it is a low-level demonic illusion, Sharingan integrates insight eyes, copy eyes, and hypnotic eyes. With Sharingan's blessing, even Naraku sees this kind of demonic illusion. Its power is quite terrifying. Even the elite Jonin is hard to resist. A 10-year-old child in Gong Yi district, with no one else by his side, solved the demonic illusion for him. How could he resist Uchiha Fugaku? He couldn't wait. Under the temptation of Mangekyo, he couldn't hold back and wanted to get rid of Gong Yi. Get the eye-opening method. Not enough, then robbing and robbing, the latter is the orthodox way of doing things for the Uchiha family. Speak Mangekyo's eye-opening method. Gong Yi stared at him blankly, his eyes were blank, his eyes were dull, his confused face was a little bit painful, and he seemed to have seen the scene that he feared most in his heart. Facing the hypnosis of Uchiha Fugaku, he slowly opened his mouth. Mangekyo, Sharingan's eye-opening method is. Chapter 113. 3 Conditions, 7th more. Yes. What is it? Fugaku maintains demonic illusion, trying his best to listen to what's behind. But the voice is too small, like a murmur, and can't hear at all. What the hell did this guy go through? Hell viewing technique is the most frightening scene for him to see. Is there anything in his memory that is so scary that he can't even speak? Is there something you can't say? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but step closer. Mangekyo Sharingan's eye-opening method was in front of him, and he had to get it. Even if it hurts Gong Yi for this, it will offend the 3 generations of Hokage. He will not hesitate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. From the door to the wooden pavilion, the time required for just a few seconds. Uchiha Fugaku finally came to Gong Yi. Before, I even heard the following words. Mental strength and physical energy are fused in a ratio of 5:2, plus 3 points and 3 natural energy, bombarding the eyeballs. What's behind? Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed. Since Qinfeng came back with news, he went to the Great Elder and forcibly obtained the historical documents of the Uchiha family. There is indeed a record of Mangekyo in it. This word also has a description of its power. But it is only limited to the power description, without any other instructions. Since then, he has missed Gong Yi, but has no reason to come to him. Qinfeng's letter was the best opportunity for him to use the topic. He couldn't wait, and directly put his ear to Gong Yi's mouth. Silly beep. What is this? 2 simple syllables. Uchiha Fugaku was confused, but the next moment, his eyes widened and his mouth expanded. Boom! A powerful punch hit Fugaku's lower abdomen directly. Gong Yi grabbed with his left hand and swept his right foot, breaking Fugaku's calf. His right hand grabbed Fugaku's shoulder, and slashed from top to bottom. Sigh. The gorgeous Uchiha costume was torn apart, with 5 bloody handprints, and it was full of hideous eyes. And when Fugaku's right shoulder went down, the bones were scratched and dislocated, and there was no strength at all. This set of combos is moving with thunder and lightning, making people dizzy. Fugaku roared in his heart, why didn't he hit the demonic illusion? But as a powerful man in the Uchiha clan, he was about to take over as the patriarch, and his overall strength was definitely not weaker than any of the young generation's top powerhouses in the great ninja village. Spot adaptability, extremely fast. The surviving left leg went up to the table and hit the knee. Gong Yi was not afraid at all, the knee hit. Fugaku's left leg is broken again. Gong Yi's strength is unforgiving. Take off your arms. Break your fingers. Dig your heart. Poke your eye sockets. Slap your face. Slap. It seems to be a breath, and it seems to be a blink of an eye. Gong Yi clapped his palms and looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was lying on the ground and sat comfortably beside him. Sneak attack on a 10-year-old child, this is not something that arrogant Uchiha would do. Exclamation mark quote. You said yes, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was lying on the dusty ground, trembling all over. If the Konaha villagers saw his humiliated appearance, he would never believe it. This is that. The young patriarch Uchiha, who was like the favored son of the sky, opened his eyes with difficulty, and stared at Gong Yi regardless of the pain. Don't look, I didn't gouge out your eyes, but that doesn't mean I dare not. Gong Yi grinned and paused for a moment to look at a big tree outside the courtyard. A green leaf fluttered in the wind and gradually disappeared. In the vagueness, there was a sense of panic fleeing. Why didn't you hit my demonic illusion? Gong Yi looked at him seriously, and after a long while, he sneered, aren't you fooled by me to ask such a stupid question, do you think I'll answer you? The humiliation in Fugaku's heart reached its peak. If it wasn't for your sneak attack, I would. Please, find out who attacked first. Tisk tisk, I always feel that your brain circuit is abnormal, and I am a little worried that you are the captain of my Konaha police force. Word, like a sharp blade, pierced into Fugaku's heart. I admit it, what do you want? Whatever you want. After speaking, he plunged his head directly into the soil. Gong Yi didn't answer right away. He just sat on the steps. That comfortable appearance seems to be only complaining about the absence of his teammate Asuma. If it's there, it's not nice to have a cigarette. Occasionally glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who buried his head in the soil, and Gong Yi even laughed. The Uchiha family has Sharingan, which is a set of eyes of insight and eyes of copying. Hypnotic Eye in one, can be called invincible. But there is a disadvantage, which exists from beginning to end. That is super fast physical skills. Sharingan is very difficult to keep up with. In the original book, when Chunin took the exam, Sasuke, who was so proud, was taught to be a man by little Lee, who had not opened the door yet and was carrying heavy loads every day. Even in the later stage, Uchiha Madara, Rinnegan with Sharingan Ultimate, couldn't escape the bombardment of Mite Guy, taijutsu, and could only resist head-on. Gong Yi's fighting conditions just now were even better than little Lee, Mite Guy, and even Fugaku was leaning beside him, almost face to face. Such a close distance. With Gong Yi's physique accomplishments, even if he does not open 8 doors, he can defeat the opponent with pure skill and strength. Moreover, Gong Yi used the articulation technique, a physical technique that instantly makes the enemy lose their combat effectiveness in a close-up state. Break your leg, you can't keep the distance. If you take off your arm, break your fingers, what kind of hand seal do you have to use? Fugaku to release ninjutsu to poke the eye socket even harder, and Sharingan doesn't even think about using it flexibly. As for slaps in the face, are you the dignified young patriarch of Uchiha, the captain of the Konaha police force, who shamelessly attacked a 10-year-old boy with demonic illusion? Are you still afraid of being slapped in the face? And patted Fugaku on the head. Since he was offended, he is not afraid of insulting. Hey, look up and tell you something. Fugaku ignored him and buried his head in the soil like an ostrich. Aren't you here for the Mangekyo thing? Don't want to hear it. Fugaku suddenly turned his face and stared at Gong Yi. Gong Yi raised 3 fingers. 3 conditions. For you Uchiha, it's very simple. As long as you promise, I will tell you how to open Mangekyo Sharingan at the right time. Fugaku didn't answer, but the flickering in his eyes showed his movement. Gong Yi didn't care about him either, talking about his own conditions. First, give me a copy of all the Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan treasures. Time, within 3 days. Fugaku thought for a while, and although he was a little reluctant, compared to Mangekyo, the Kaden fire-style ninjutsu within the clan was nothing. Second, when necessary, you, Uchiha Fugaku, do one thing for me unconditionally. Worry, you won't be allowed to do anything that endangers your family. As for what it will be, and when it will be done, it is still uncertain, and we will talk about it later. Fugaku thought again, well, there's nothing to think about, it's just a mission. Third, Gong Yi squinted slightly, moved his head slowly towards Fugaku, and the two looked at each other with a distance of only a few centimeters. The young and gentle voice, like snow in the cold winter, entered Fugaku's ears. Give me a pair of 3 Tomo's Sharingan. Chapter 114. From Juvenile to Weapon. You are courting death. Uchiha Fugaku bit Kiba and spit out 3 words, one eye, exuding a terrifying light. Who dares to covet Uchiha's eyes will have to die. Gong Yi, unaware, raised his head and shrugged his shoulders. I don't care, I'm alone, if I die, I will die. But. Gong Yi smiled, but your Uchiha family is different. The family has a great cause, and it will be glorious for all generations. It's a pity, a pity. What a pity. Gong Yi was condescending, looking at him like an ant. It's a pity that we don't birth 1 or 2 cage-level powerhouses, and they will end up like the Senju clan, buried in the long river of history, and only 1 or 2 people will cherish them. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute. He struggled to make friends with Gong Yi, and even turned his back on him. Isn't it Mangekyo's eye-opening method, so that a strong man who surpasses the 3 Tomo Sharingan will be born in the clan? As long as there is a strong man of this level, Uchiha can re-emerge and conquer the ninja world. He was silent. Even when Gong Yi touched him, he didn't resist. Of course, Gong Yi has no interest in men. He is treating Fugaku's injuries. The joint technique has extraordinary power, but as long as it does not attack the vital parts, it is easy to control the strength, and only make the enemy lose the combat effectiveness and not die. Naturally, it is very easy to treat. At least for now Gong Yi, very easy. Attach a dislocated arm and correct a broken finger. Combined with palm sage art, it can restore legs and stimulate the vitality of cells at the wound site. Soon, Gong Yi spread out his hand and pointed out. Please, I don't welcome you here. After thinking about it, come find me 320 again. Uchiha Fugaku crawled up in embarrassment, covered in mud all over his body. Glancing at Gong Yi, he turned around and walked out. Behind him are Gong Yi's lazy but murderous words. Uchiha people better not use demonic illusion on me again, or next time, I will dig out Sharingan with my own hands and use it as my collection. Fugaku's body trembled. No wonder this young man is called a devil. The country of wind, the country of ghosts, the country of marsh, the country of earth, the country of rain. If you can make friends near the country of earth, a small country, so that it can help me contain. The 3 generations looked away from the huge map and looked at the window. A green leaf fluttered and flew in. Tree Tiger, shouldn't you be on the side of the palace leader? A strange chakra burst out from the green leaves, and then an Anbu ninja wearing a tiger face mask appeared in front of Sandai. Sir, Uchiha Fugaku has gone to the palace. What is he going to do? The 3rd generation frowned instantly. The leader of the palace in the 2 people's mouth is actually. The house where Gong Yi lives is within a radius of 100 miles. Gong Yi performed various tasks over the years and really made a lot of money. Addition, there were several missions that contributed a lot to Konaha, so when Gong Yi took out a huge savings and wanted to buy the land near his home, he got the consent of the village. After that, that land was called the leader of the palace. Now Gong Yi's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Last time on the wooden sand battlefield, he defeated Rasa head-on. Therefore, the Anbu ninja, who was originally in charge of monitoring him, did not dare to monitor Gong Yi's house in case he was discovered. Most of the time, it leads the outer area. Anbu ninja called Tree Tiger looked up. Nervous, they fought. What, it's a fight. Face of the 3rd generation changed greatly. Is Gong Yi alright? Subconsciously, he didn't think it was enough to defeat Uchiha Fugaku one-on-one fairly. The existence of the perfect 3 Tomo Sharingan, on behalf of yourself, you have to be careful. Of the blood wheel eye is really too scary. Under the illumination of Sharingan, there is no way to hide the 3 ninja tricks. Shuhu took a deep breath. Gong Yi is fine, but Uchiha Fugaku is fine. Exclamation mark. The two just fought for a moment, and the outcome was decided. Uchiha Fugaku, captured alive. Tree Tiger, are you sure you read it right that Gong Yi defeated Uchiha Fugaku, not by defeat, but by capture? Fugaku alive, this beats Gong Yi and terrifies the three generations. Shuhu really wanted to wipe the cold sweat under the mask. He dared to confirm that Gong Yi had definitely spotted him when he accidentally looked at him before. With his own strength, there is no possibility of escaping from Gong Yi's subordinates. Next, the Tree Tiger recounted the tragedy of Fugaku. After listening to the three generations, without saying a word, they left the Hokage building and went straight to the leader of the palace. Gong Yi, no, I can do something. He is now the village's war hero. Fugaku can't do anything more. He is the next head of the Uchiha family. If something happens to Fugaku, Konaha will be in chaos. Of the three generations, it only takes 10 minutes to get from the Hokage building to the palace leader. 10 minutes later, he stood suspiciously under a tree. Tiger-faced Anbu Ninja gasped for breath and followed, looking at the three generations who stopped in confusion. When he looked at Gong Yi's house, he couldn't help being stunned. Fugaku just walked out without any problems. No, he did get hurt. You see the dirt on him, the torn clothes, and the unnatural way of walking. Said indifferently, his eyes followed Fugaku for a long distance, until Fugaku disappeared. He raised his foot and stepped into Gong Yi's house. A set of exquisite tea sets, worth tens of thousands of tea leaves, was placed on the stone table in the wooden pavilion by Gong Yi. While he fiddled with making tea, remembered the situation where he beat Fugaku just now, he couldn't help laughing. The means to deal with Sharingan demonic illusion, he wouldn't dare to take the hell viewing technique easily. As early as on the Sunagaku battlefield, his mental power had already accumulated to 68 points. In the few months since he came back to recuperate, he has had a lot of time to practice divine art. Perhaps it was because he had accumulated enough on the battlefield and was accustomed to seeing people's life and death. This time, he practiced as a matter of course, and he moved forward madly. Divine refinement, from the second floor to the third floor. And the mental power has also changed from the slow progress before, from 68 points, across 70, 80, to 90 points. So far, it has slowed down. And after breaking through to 90 o'clock, he found that in terms of mental power, in addition to the previous unforgettable, distinguishing true and false clones, and insight into 100 meters, there are more effects. Perhaps it should not be called too much. But those three characteristics have been improved in an all-round way. Insight into the range of 100 meters has directly increased to about 500 meters. The feature of distinguishing between true and false can not only distinguish the true and false of the enemy's clone, but also resist demonic illusion and distinguish whether one is in a real or an illusory state. As also the case, hell viewing technique has no effect on him. But whether he can resist Tsukuyomi of Uchiha Itachi in the future, demonic illusion of this level, Gong Yi is not sure yet. That is the ninjutsu of Uchiha Ninja, the special master after Sharingan opened Mangekyo. Its demonic illusion level has already surpassed the normal range, reaching the level above. I didn't think about it beforehand, the current Itachi is just a baby. Perhaps, I should prepare first to welcome the arrival of the guests. As soon as Gong Yi's hands stopped, the aroma of tea began to overflow, and the gate of the courtyard was also pushed open. The quiet fragrance of tea, wafting in the front yard, mixed with the fragrance of flowers into a strange fragrance. Lord Hokage, why are you here? Come, sit here. Gong Yi's eyes lit up and warmly greeted the three generations to sit down. Gong Yi with a half smile, I'm afraid this pot of tea is specially prepared for me. The water just boiled, the tea leaves were still floating and spinning, sinking and floating, obviously they had just been brewed in a hurry. Gong Yi was not surprised to be guessed by the third generation. he picked up a cup of tea and took a breath. Yes, I think Lord Hokage will come to visit me. No matter what. For me, or for Uchiha Fugaku. When he said this, he inadvertently glanced outside the fence. Behind the wall he was looking at, Anbu Ninja, wearing a tiger face mask, froze. Gong Yi retracted his gaze and looked at Sandai calmly. Lord Hokage, I am no longer a new leaf that the will of fire needs to protect at all times. Contrary, I can already do a lot for the village. Third generation was a little surprised. At this time, Gong Yi seemed to him that he was an adult with 3 perspectives formed, and he saw things thoroughly. He hesitated and asked, I heard that you were on the front line, in the command camp, and had a conflict with Uchiha Chinfeng. Gong Yi nodded, without explaining or hiding. Why did you fight with Uchiha Fugaku just now? Gong Yi chuckled. As a genius of Uchiha's younger generation, maybe he wants to measure. I am a Konaha duo who is as famous as Minato. It's just a pity that he failed. 3 generations are still puzzled. Did he drive Sharingan? Sharingan doesn't mean invincible. Gong Yi put down the teacup and pursed the moist corner of his mouth. Lord Hokage should know better than me that even their ancestor Uchiha Madara was defeated by Shodai First Sama. It proves that Sharingan is not invincible. Gong Yi stood up abruptly. I have the 8 inner gates you taught me, and I am not afraid of anyone. The 3rd generation frowned, and he remembered what Gong Yi said at first. The current Gong Yi is no longer a new leaf that the will of fire needs to protect at all times. Contrary, Gong Yi can already do a lot for the village. Many of the things he said were to use himself as a weapon to forcibly suppress the Uchiha family. Then what was the purpose of what he said to himself? I want to get my support. The 3 generations felt that they wanted to understand something. The former Gong Yi needs to be cultivated, and the current Gong Yi is strong and needs status. And to gain status in Konaha, Hokage's support is stronger than anyone else. Sandai smiled. Gong Yi, I heard that there are 10 people of 10 kinmatsu made by Monziman, and the 3 strongest puppets are in your hands. Chapter 115. Sasori of the Red Sand, 9th. Gong Yi's face was calm. Well, it's in my hands. That's a famous weapon of war in World War II. It's a waste to be idle so much. 3rd generation beckoned, and the Anbu ninja outside ran in, but didn't dare to look at Gong Yi. Shuhu, you go to my house, find Lake Biwa, and ask her to bring me a copy of the control puppet ninjutsu that I treasure. He turned his eyes and looked at Gong Yi. A powerful weapon, you should use the right method to avoid accidentally hurting your allies. Gong Yi, you say yes. In the words is very simple. I am willing to support you. You will be a weapon for me to suppress the Uchiha family, but control the scope and do not affect other families. The power I give you is limited. Gong Yi bowed his head. Lord Hokage taught me a lesson. What's wrong? I still have something to do, so I'll go back to the village first. Shuhu, you'll get something later, just give it to Gong Yi. Okay. The way, Shuhu will not come here in the future. Gong Yi bought this land just for the sake of tranquility, do you understand? Got it, Hokage-sama. Gong Yi raised his head slightly, squinted his eyes slightly, and watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's leaving back with a smile. He is still young, but already strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen is strong, but old and weakening. In this case, every 1% increase in one's own strength will increase the suspicion of Hokage or the major family forces behind Hokage by 1%. If he doesn't want to be isolated like White Fang, then he must choose a team. A strong man never exists in isolation. Unless he is so powerful that he ignores everything, he can fight against the world with one person. Before that, the strong were still accommodated by the group, at most prominent. Gong Yi's move towards Hokage was deliberate. If he doesn't want to be suspected and isolated after the war, and he doesn't want to be as powerful as White Fang, then he must first become a weapon for others. Wait until the day when you are sharp enough, you can fight back. On the same day, Shuvu gave Gong Yi the secret book of puppet technique collected by 3 generations of Hokage. When delivering the secret book of puppet technique, Gong Yi stared at him with a smile for a long time, seeing the cold sweat dripping from the tree tiger mask. Go back and thank Hokage-sama for me. Getting the puppet technique secret book, Gong Yi watched it for 2 days, and finally sighed and put it on the shelf. The 3rd generation of this puppet technique controls ninjutsu. It is indeed somewhat unique. With Gong Yi's chakra control, after learning it, it will be very strong. But no matter how strong they are, they can't rob Chiyo, Monziman and the others, not to mention the strong men who will emerge in an endless stream in the future. And Gong Yi doesn't like that his strength comes from external things. He believed that the power under his control was the real power. In the middle of the night on the 3rd day, a Uchiha endured it, and took advantage of the darkness to sneak into the palace, but soon left. Under the light, Gong Yi looked at the stack of Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu scrolls, slightly excited. The way of researching and resenting you is a crooked one. Next, if I want to continue the research mission of Kekkei Genkei, maybe I can only go on the road of chakra nature fusion. Among the chakra qualities of my master, Doden Earth style is the strongest, followed by fire and water 2-2. Uchiha is Konaha, and even the entire ninja world, the family that is best at using Kaden, fire style ninjutsu. Through these ninjutsu scrolls, maybe I can learn something by analogy. But before that, there's one more thing to deal with. Gong Yi took out a letter, which Uchiha Chinfeng entrusted Fugaku to bring a few days ago. No wonder Uchiha Chinfeng has been looking for more than half a year. Sasori of the Red Sand, not in the country of tools and the country of craftsmen, but went to the country of iron. Calculate the time, it's almost time, it's time to understand the matter. The battle between Konaha and Sunagaku broke out in Konaha 4. From the declaration of war, contact friction, to the frontal battle, 555 have passed, and the time has come to Konaha 44. That battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Konaha killed 2,000 ninjas, nearly 1,000 of whom were killed by Rasa's Kekkei Genkei. On the Sunagaku side, the loss is even greater. 4,000 ninjas did not return alive, but all stayed on the battlefield. There are many reasons for the difference in casualties between the two sides, such as Konaha's medical troops, the comprehensive strength of Konaha ninjas, and Nara Shikaku's excellent battlefield commanding skills, etc. Wait. In short, after that battle, the army of 7,000 ninjas on the front line of Sunagaku was maimed alive. All the way back thousands of miles. And it has been 4 months since Gong Yi returned to Konaha to recover from his injuries. In 4 months, the Konaha ninja army with the momentum of victory, led by Orochimaru, attacked the Land of Wind. Sunagaku was not willing to fail, so 3,000 reserve reinforcements were dispatched from the rear, and when they converged, the army of 6,000 ninjas regrouped. Konaha had lost 2,000 men, and only 5,000 remained. However, because it was the victorious side, there was enough time to dispatch troops, and from the village side, another 2,000 people were dispatched to advance step by step. Can be seen that the high-level Sunagaku headed by Chiyo is not willing to surrender. Plan to fight to the end. Konaha is not in a hurry here. I am afraid of you being beaten, and if you are beaten, you will know what pain is. In this case, the ninja world is already a little bit turbulent now. Konaha fell into the quagmire of war for a short time, and had no time to deal with other shinobi villages. Those shinobi village secretly, all kinds of small actions, have been performed. Intelligence stealing, assassination of important people, collecting and stockpiling war materials. Walking on the road of the Iron Country, Gong Yi, disguised as an ordinary person, was a little surprised. This was his first time in a country where he rarely saw ninjas. Most of them are warriors with knives and swords. This neutral country is a bit interesting. It turned out to be a military force composed of samurai, not ninjas. Gong Yi looked at the people around him with interest, and probably understood why Sasori of the Red Sand chose this country for his hiding place. Ninjas in the country of iron, so the chance to find him becomes very small, and you can give him enough time to make puppets. A top-level puppet is not that easy to accomplish. Just as he was watching, his eyes lit up, and he saw a mark carved outside the restaurant. That is Uchiha Chika's, and his contact signal. Following the mark, Gong Yi walked all the way, and soon, he left the big city of the Iron Country and came to the outskirts. On the vast and boundless Gobi, Uchiha Chinfeng appeared in front of Gong Yi with a tired look. I regret working with you. Oh. You swore that you would find Sasori of the Red Sand soon. But now, it took me 4 full months to find his hiding place. Looking at the resentful Uchiha Chinfeng, Gong Yi didn't smiled. Then why do you keep looking for him for me? Uchiha Chinfeng's face froze, very ugly. Why is it because of the order within the clan? The Uchiha clan cares more about the clue of Mangekyo than his cooperation with Gong Yi. In order not to interrupt this clue, Uchiha Chinfeng also had to pinch her nose and appear in various countries, looking for clues about Sasori of the Red Sand. Just a few days ago, there was an order from the family, asking him to cooperate with Gong Yi as much as possible, and even protect Gong Yi when necessary. At that time, Uchiha Chinfeng almost exploded with anger. Gong Yi no. Looking at his ugly face, he asked directly, where is Sasori? In front, over that Gobi Desert, there is a cactus. Below the surface, is Sasori's hiding place. Sharingan's detection ability is not as wide as Byakugan's, but the effect is still very good. Gong Yi does not doubt the accuracy of this news, because in the next second, he will verify it himself. The Jingmun opened. One step out, the speed shook the ground, breaking the sound barrier, making Gong Yi instantly disappear in the eyes of Uchiha Chinfeng. Appeared again, he was already in front of the huge cactus behind the Gobi Desert. Right foot lightly in the air, and then slammed into the ground. Boom! A middle-aged man who was crawling on the ground was looking at him coldly. Beside him, there were densely packed puppets. Gong Yi face. With a smile, Sunagaku really likes burrowing. Sasori of the Red Sand. The middle-aged man shouted dully, Deep Blue Devil, Gong Yi. I'm so tired, I don't know if I can write the 10th update, and now my eyes are full. After all, my chapter is not 150 words, nor 200 words, most of them are about 2,500, and there are even more. I won't deliberately break the chapter, I just feel it and break it. I hope you have a good time, come and subscribe to it. Chapter 116. The Terrified Uchiha Chinfeng, First. The air gradually became quiet. Even the wind blowing on the Gobi Desert is no longer noisy. Uchiha Chinfeng, who was hiding in the dark, looked at this scene and was stunned. Isn't Sasori Chiyo's grandson? It stands to reason that he is only a teenager now, how can he be a middle-aged person? He is not the only one who has this doubt. Of course, it can't be Gong Yi who is familiar with the plot of the original. Sasori of the Red Sand slowly walked out of the cave and looked at Gong Yi suspiciously. How can you confirm, I am Sasori of Red Sand? Gong Yi glanced at the densely packed puppets under the cave, his pupils shrinking. Impossible. Sasori of the Red Sand during this time period probably hasn't performed the Master's red secret tricks. Other words, he has already started related research. These puppets are the prototype of the 100 machine exercise. Gong Yi is a little more cautious. If Sasori of the Red Sand is really the Master 100 machine exercise, then he may still be unsuccessful today. And back. The corners of Gong Yi's mouth twitched slightly. In this world, there are only 2 masters who have such a superb puppet-making art. One died in my hands, 3220. On the other hand, there is only Sasori of the Red Sand, who is known as a genius puppet stylist. So, when all the impossibility is ruled out, even if there is a woman standing in front of me, I will believe that she is Sasori of the Red Sand. After hearing this, Sasori of the Red Sand fell silent. After a long while, he hoarsely said, "You killed Monziman." "Almost. Although he did not die before my eyes, he did die in my hands." A steel tail stretched out from behind Sasori of the Red Sand, and slapped the ground, as if to vent his anger. "How is that possible? Monziman has 10 people from Kinmatsu, the White's secret skill. He's so powerful, it's up to you." Sasori of the Red Sand, who is obsessed with making puppets, doesn't care about outside news. The death of Monziman was far less serious than Rasa's serious injury. Chiyo's defeat was so sensational. After all, Monziman, who has been recuperating in Sunagaku for many years, doesn't care much. But for Sasori, the person he wants to challenge the most in his life is Monziman. This proves his puppet technique attainments. At this moment, when he heard the challenge goal set by himself, he was actually killed by Gong Yi. He was surprisingly angry. Nothing is impossible. He is old, and he should be buried in the old age in the dust. And you, with such a human-like appearance, what's the point of living? You come with me today, or you die here. The steel Sasori tail behind Sasori of the Red Sand keeps swinging. He shook his head, refuting Gong Yi's words. It doesn't matter what form a person lives in. The important thing is to pursue perfect and timeless art. You don't understand. Gong Yi casually said. I really don't understand. You may find similar people in the future. But now, you have no future. The words fell. Gong Yi moved instantly. When he had a brief conversation with Sasori of the Red Sand just now, he deliberately observed the puppets in the cave. He observed it very carefully, and then determined that those all were newly made puppets. In other words, Sasori of the Red Sand has not yet mastered the red secret technique to perform this ninjutsu that can destroy the city and destroy the country. In this way, Gong Yi will no longer have any scruples. The view gate of the 8 inner gates, a level completely different from the previous 5 gates. Once you open this gate, you can let yourself enter a half-open buffer state. That is to say, although the body exudes green energy after opening the door, its own consumption load and damage are reduced to a minimum, and the combat power can be fully activated in an instant when needed. Result, Gong Yi could not maintain the long-term state of the 8 gates, and the duration could be greatly increased. Facing a Sasori who had just escaped from Sunagaku village, Gong Yi was not afraid. "Who?" The wind howled. Gong Yi quickly appeared in front of Kai, and punched out. The steel Sasori tail came towards him. Gong Yi frowned. "If I remember correctly, this thing is highly poisonous." Withdraw. Gong Yi kicks his right leg horizontally. Sasori of the Red Sand is not afraid at all. The puppet he is using now is named Hyliuhu. It is a human puppet made by the ninja killed by Sasori. The defense is extremely high, completely different from those puppet masters who are afraid of close combat. The boy's leg collided head-on with Fei Liuhu. Boom! Fei Liuhu was kicked 10 meters away. On the ground, there is a long ravine, showing the great power he encountered. Gong Yi grinned. "It's very strong. But 3 strokes, just 3 strokes. I can pull you out of this turtle shell." Sasori came back to his senses from the shock, and he, who had been calm before, was horrified at this moment. Human power reached such a terrifying state. Yes, 3 hits, including the previous one. If he takes only 2 more attacks like the one just now, Fei Liuhu will completely collapse. Sasori at this time of the Red Sand, the combat experience is far less rich than after the plot begins. At that time, he had already joined Akatsuki, and he had gone through countless missions to assassinate the powerful, and his combat experience was extremely old. Restrained by Chiyo, who is more experienced than him, and assisted by Sakura, he would definitely not be defeated. And now, what he is best at is making puppets, using poison, and corresponding puppet manipulation skills. Seeing the green figure rushing up again, Sasori bit Kiba. The seal scroll opened instantly, and a human-shaped puppet with wings shot out into the sky. "Son, those 2 pairs of wings," flashing with sharp cold-ons, turned out to be composed of 2 blades. Facing the green figure, Sasori did not dare to be careless, controlled the puppet and released a powerful ninjutsu. Jiden, magnet style, sand and iron shiu. Not only that, Fei Liuhu even stretched out the cylinders on both sides, and with a bang, it fired countless poisonous needles. 1,000 copies of the prosthetic hand. Under 2 powerful and fast attacks, the enemy is sure to die. Gong Yi looked at this scene coldly, and stopped himself with his peak body control ability. Then, the 2 fingers of the right hand are raised up and put to the mouth. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. A wall of fire rises from the ground, blazing flames, burning everything. And behind the wall of fire, Gong Yi slaps the ground with one hand. Doden, earth style, 10,000 li earth wall. The wall is like a city wall, followed by the fire wall, and it is as motionless as a mountain. The speed of both sides is so fast that it is dizzying. Almost the moment the ninjutsu is used, they have collided. Ding, ding, ding. Dense iron bullets and poisonous needles hit the wall of fire, and a large part of it was burnt out. When the remaining sand iron bullets and poisonous needles hit the Wanli Tuliu wall, they smashed the Wanli Tuliu wall with Yue. But that's all. Gong Yi punched in the air vibrated, and those swaying things were knocked out of the soil before they could reach him. Raising his head, Gong Yi looked at the figure flying in the sky with a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm curious, in the ninja world, there are 3 missing case cages, who else can use such a powerful sand iron jiden, magnet style? Sasori of the red sand, you did a great job. ... Hoo hoo hoo. Uchiha Chinfeng gasped and looked at the battlefield over there in horror. Whether it's Sasori of the red sand, S superb and powerful puppet technique, or Gong Yi's terrifying physique, he was shocked. No wonder Gong Yi told him before that after discovering Sasori of the red sand, don't act rashly and startle snakes. Now it seems that if you really suppress 1.6 if you can't stop, you may have already died in the hands of those weird and powerful puppets. And just now, the scene of Gong Yi's one-handed hand seal, quick release of ninjutsu, was also taken in by his Sharingan. At the beginning, he really wasn't showing off, but he was really capable. He could hand seal with one hand and release ninjutsu quickly. If all this is said, it is not enough to make Uchiha Chinfeng startled and even breathing unevenly. Then the corpse of 3 generations of Case Cage appears, it is enough. 3 generations of Case Cage turned into puppets. My god, if this matter spreads out, it shouldn't cause an uproar. I understand. Gong Yi asked me to look for Sasori of the red sand, the original purpose is here. No wonder he didn't tell me at the time, if this matter was used to deal with the old woman Chiyo, as Sasori of the red sand is her grandson. It can be said that in a short period of time, Chiyo can be ruined. When Chiyo falls, Sunagakur village is bound to collapse. From the today, at least 15,000 words. To read the IP. Chapter 117. See through everything. Sasori of the red sand, you did a great job. Hearing Gong Yi's hearty laughter, Sasori of the red sand snorted coldly. By this time he was no longer panicking. His most perfect artwork has been taken out, not to mention the dark blue devil, that is. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages, come in person, and he is not afraid at all. Fei Liuhu slowly squirmed and came to the lower part of the 3 generations of Case Cage in the sky. At this moment, going up and down, attacking and defending, he is the most powerful puppet master in the world. Gong Yi, dark blue devil. I noticed you very early. Oh right. A long time ago, I was just a nobody. How could I get the eyes of your genius puppet stylist? Gong Yi was interested, and since Sasori wasn't in a hurry, he wasn't in a hurry either. Sasori thinks he has nothing to fear, and Gong Yi is confident in defeating Sasori. You are not a nobody. Sasori's voice was like the turning of a mechanical gear, stiff and cold, and he looked up at the Case Cage puppet he made by himself, and he smiled with satisfaction. If you hadn't killed the most trusted guard leader of the 3 generations of Kazekage, Kazuma Hiroshi, and Kazuma Hiroshi's subordinate Sa Izumi. Where do I get the opportunity to set traps and kill the 3 generations of Kazekage who are known as the strongest in history? Tisk tisk, speaking of which, I have to thank you. Gong Yi suddenly realized that some problems that he couldn't figure out before were solved at this moment. Of the 3 generation when 29 shadows goes without saying. His generation, there is Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Shinobi. Reikage who suppressed the 8 tails, and later resisted the army of tens of thousands of Iwagakure. Even in the neighboring country, there is Onoki of the 2-day scale, the demigod legend of the land of rain Hanzo of the salamander. If he wasn't strong, Sunagakure village would have been carved up cleanly by other countries. It is such a peerless powerhouse. When he died, he was the most useless. He disappeared without a sound, leaving Sunagakure without a leader. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. 3rd generation of Kazekage suppressed Ichi, and resealed it, causing his own vitality to be severely damaged. His most trusted guard leader, Kazama Hirato, died early in Gong Yi's hands. During the retreat, there was almost no strong person who could be trusted to protect him. Such as Rasa, Chiyo and the like, either too ambitious or selfish, not worth entrusting their lives. And that's exactly what gave the still weak Sasori of the Red Sand a chance. No matter what, poison or puppet, Sasori of the Red Sand has a great chance to assassinate 3 generations of Kazekage. Gong Yi greatly admired. How old were you 2 years ago? How old are you, 13 or 12, you dare to assassinate Yikyun? Shadow, even if we are enemies now, I have to admire your courage. Sasori of the Red Sand let out a shrill mechanical laugh. Aren't you the same way? You're only 10 or 11 now. You have the courage to come and kill me. I am the one who has slaughtered shadows. On the scene, the two seem to have the kind of feeling that they cherish each other and don't know each other. However, they knew each other, and after a few simple conversations, it was just to gather strength. Next time, they will definitely kill each other directly. This is the country of iron, where ninjas are not allowed to exist. There are also many masters in the country of iron. If you give each other time to come over, who will the two of them after a war? There is no certainty that he can escape calmly. Sasori of the Red Sand, moving. Fei Liuhu Yisho Chinban once again cast, densely packed poisonous needles, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth. His mind moved, the 22 puppets in the cave flew out and killed Gong Yi. If other puppet masters saw this scene, they would be shocked at least for a long time. Limit of the number of puppets that the puppet master can manipulate is 10. Sasori of the Red Sand can actually use 20 puppets in one breath. No, plus Fei Liuhu and the 3 generations of Kazekage in the sky, he can control 20 at the same time to 22 puppets. In fact, his red secret skills are gradually taking shape. 3 generations of Kazekage also moved, and countless sand and iron emerged. This time, it was no longer scattered iron sand, but frantically condensed, fused, and squeezed to form 2 high-density iron sand and black stones, and faintly radiated magnetic force. Jiden magnet style iron sand world method. 2 high-density sand iron black stones block the enemy's direction with magnetic force. Then, the repulsive force of the magnetic field is used to divide the 2 black stones into small pieces continuously and equally, and they fly in disorder within the entire magnetic field. Because it is a disorderly flight, the enemy's routes cannot be predicted, and the flight path of the sand iron black stone cannot be clearly seen. Once on impact, with the density of iron sand and black stone, and the poison added on it by Sasori of the Red Sand, will kill the enemy in an instant. This set of tactics, using everything, can be described as Sasori of the Red Sand's ultimate trick. Just as he was preparing for all this, Gong Yi also moved. Boom! A dull buzzing sound spreads everywhere. The 3 white-clothed puppets appeared impressively. Gong Yi quickly hand-sealed, and the 3 white-clothed puppets also followed the hand seal. Suddenly, 3 tongues came out from the puppet. 3 ancient characters written on each. Buddha, Dharma, monk. Sasori of the Red Sand. Face changed greatly. How is it possible? How can you control the 10 people of Jinsong and 10 people? This is impossible. Gong Yi gave him a cold look, and whispered 4 words. 3 jewels suction crushing. Sasori of the Red Sand panicked. As the puppet masters of the younger generation, almost all of them grew up listening to the prestige of Monziman and Kinmatsu. Treasures puppets that can perform ninjutsu and mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth. Once sucked into it, with futon wind style combined with the pulling force of the tornado, it can completely destroy a ninja village. Some people even guess that if the manipulating the puppet is strong enough, the spread time of 3 joules suction crushing will be maximized. Then even if the tailed beast is pulled in, there is a chance that it will be torn apart. This is the so-called mechanical puppet, the pinnacle of existence. No, although the 3 generations of Cage's human puppet have approached perfection, there are still many areas to improve. The material used is not as hard as Fei Liuhu. Can't let. He's pulled in. Sasori of the Red Sand hurriedly made what he thought was the best decision. Control 3 generations of Cage to undo Jiden, magnet-style ninjutsu, waving wings, keep away from the 3 puppets. Seeing this scene, Gong Yi smiled. Doden, earth-style, rock armor. The dark yellow armor instantly covered him. Then the green energy enveloped himself. Gong Yi carried the 1,000 poison needles in the sky and approached Fei Liuhu. With a kick in the air, the heavy Fei Liuhu was kicked away. Immediately, Bam and Teishu started. Lianhua, get up. Morning Peacock, open. Kicked from the ground to the sky, and then smashed from the sky back to the ground. The rumbling sound spread all over the world. Fei Liuhu, broken. A Yuhi-haired boy suddenly emerged from the inside, and a spiral slash flew out from his body. At this moment, no matter who is dealing with this sudden move, they will be injured if they are caught off guard. Uchiha Chinfeng in the distance is even more like white paper. Sasori of the Red Sand turned out not to be the middle-aged man, but hidden inside his body. This incomparably young Yuhi-haired boy is the one in the portrait, the one from Chio 320. His grandson. Uchiha Chinfeng thought about what would happen if he were to face the Jiden, magnet style, of the 3 generations of Cage. He couldn't beat him. Luhu is so hard that he is also difficult to penetrate. If you use demonic illusion, you may even be set up in an ambush by the opponent. Sharingan's demonic illusion can't penetrate Fei Liuhu at all and reach the boy inside. If he knew that even this Yuhi-haired boy was not Sasori's body, Uchiha Chinfeng might collapse even more. So Gong Yi, can you block this sudden move? Uchiha Chinfeng bites Kiba and prepares to run over. The clan has issued an order. He must protect Gong Yi's life and safety. If he dies here, then he Uchiha Chinfeng is a sinner of the clan. However, when he just stepped, the whole person was stunned. How is this possible? How do you know my body? I don't believe that my artwork is perfect and like no one has ever known it before. A black round Jinchuriki column-like object, held in Gong Yi's hand, came the frantic cry of Sasori of the Red Sand. Even later, Sasori of the Red Sand's voice became hysterical. From beginning to end, he was seen through by Gong Yi. You can't manipulate the 10 people of Jinmatsu at all. You won't 3 joules suction crushing either. You lied to me. You already know where my body is, dark blue devil. Wind blew, rolling the sand on the Gobi Desert and making a clattering sound. 21 puppets, including the 3 generations of Cage, have fallen weakly, cold and stiff, because no one has manipulated them. Gong Yi looked at the black round Jinchuriki column in his hands and relaxed. The demise of Sunagaku is just around the corner. Chapter 118. Trading, 3rd. Time is running out. Gong Yi doesn't want to stay here longer. The black round Jinchuriki column containing the consciousness of Sasori of the Red Sand, he walked towards the corpse of Cage 3 generations lying on the ground. Next, Just let the Sasori of the Red Sand assassinate 3 generations of Cage, and the fact that Cage's body is made into an adult puppet is shaken out. Pamper his Chiyo, and his reputation will stink eternal. Even because Sasori of the Red Sand is too young to be strong enough to assassinate the 3 generations of Cage, many Sunagaku villagers will suspect Chiyo as a strong man. Whether or not Chiyo was involved in the assassination of Cage does not matter. Result, Sunagaku village will inevitably fall into civil strife and lose its strength. And the reasons they used to provoke war were also untenable. Konaha can benefit from the fisherman. If he is a little cruel, he will directly destroy the Sunagaku village and annex it. It is not impossible. When Gong Yi's hand touched the cold body of the 3rd generation, Gong Yi's heart suddenly moved. Sasori, I have a question for you. People are dead, the spiritual energy does not exist, the activity of body cells will gradually disappear, and the basis for the birth of chakra does not exist. Then why do you still allow puppets to use unique ninjutsu, even Kekkei Genkei? HMPH, why should I tell you? At this point, I can only blame myself for being inferior to others. Sasori is no longer manic and complaining. He was a very calm, very silent person himself. The previous gaffe was mostly due to his own mistakes and was defeated by Gong Yi. But in this short period of time, he had already figured it out. It's not that Gong Yi is treacherous, but that the opponent has more combat experience than him. Of the ninja itself is composed of various factors. Chakra, ninjutsu, combat experience, intelligence, on-the-spot response, etc. 5 years older than Gong Yi, and has more chakras than him. He is also Chiyo's own grandson. Master has mastered many ninjutsu, and even human puppets can be developed by himself. It can be said that in terms of hardware, he is stronger than Gong Yi. But if he loses on the spot and combat experience. Gong Yi couldn't get an answer, so he silently carried the body of the 3 generations of Cage, and took Sasori's own body with him. As for the other puppets, he can't control it. Leave it to the people of the Iron Country, deal with it. If you move your body, you won't join Uchiha Chika's. The fewer times the two met, the better, so that no one would know that he was cooperating with the Uchiha family. The distance, Uchiha Chinfeng slowly closed Sharingan, leaned on the Gobi Desert, and returned to his restless heart. Gong Yi is too powerful. Perhaps I should have wooed him. But it's okay, if what Fugaku said in the letter is true, Gong Yi and my Uchiha clan have reached an agreement, then in the future, they should not be enemies. Relief, Uchiha Chinfeng quickly got up and left this Gobi Desert. When he was about to step out of the Gobi Desert, Gong Yi stopped. Eyes, the scene of the battle just now appeared slowly. A human puppet made by 3 generations of Cage, skilled in the use of Kekkei Genkei, Jiden magnet style. He couldn't contain his curiosity. Putting down the 2 human puppets one by one, Gong Yi held Sasori's regeneration core. I remember correctly, this black round Jinchuriki column thing is called a regeneration core. Looking at the regenerated nucleus, Gong Yi's face was gloomy and uncertain. Obviously, the human body contains wonderful properties. But once you die, many characteristics will disappear, such as chakra. The chakra left in the corpse is in a state of using 1 and 1 less. Don't look at the puppet of Monziman, you can also use chakra and release ninjutsu. Of chakra is his own. Gong Yi is quite sure that the ninjutsu used by the puppets that Sasori uses is in front of the puppets. And not just once or twice, Sasori is using Cage for 3 generations in the battle. Other words, he can let the dead 3 generations of Cage continue to make chakras. How did he do it? If only this is enough, it is not enough to arouse his curiosity. Then Sasori made Cage's people puppet and used Kekkei Genkei, and he couldn't let it go. If you give him Onoki's corpse and make an adult puppet, will he use Onoki's blood ninjutsu? Quote. Give him the corpses of the Uchiha clan. Does Sharingan have any effect? The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's corpse, if he gets it. Gong Yi took a deep breath, researching Kekkei Genkei recently, and researching it all over his head. Especially after discovering that he had gone astray, he couldn't let it go. This is the so-called obsession. Sasori, how about we make a deal? Regeneration Core. Sasori's voice came out again. I've already fallen into your hands. I want to kill or cut whatever I want, and what kind of deal is there? Some things, even if I kill you, I won't get it. Than that, I'd much rather get it through a trade. I'll talk about my trading chips first and let you go. Sasori was silent, and then said lightly, you want to change my puppet production method. Gong Yi shook his head. Not only that, I want you to use the secret art of ninjutsu in front of the puppet. Not enough. You don't have enough chips. My chips are your life. Do you think those two things are not worth your life? Gong Yi frowned. He had already decided that if Sasori didn't agree, then he would simply kill him. Sasori's secret technique is just a clue, and it may not be successful. I'm not an existence that will be threatened by others. Sasori hesitated for a long time, thinking that he was on the artistic path of puppets, and only took a few steps. If he died here now, he would never be reconciled. I agree. Gong Yi's mouth. A smile, isn't that nice? He thought about something later. Sasori was alive, maybe it would be better. Click. Put Sasori's regeneration core back into Sasori's body. Sasori was a little surprised. You're not afraid of me resisting? Oh, I think too much. With your physical skills, I can't resist at such a close distance. Gong Yi looked at him. That's it. You think very clearly. Give me the secret technique I want. Sasori twisted his neck and looked at Gong Yi vigilantly. Before this, I was worried that after you got the secret, you would go back on your word. Gong Yi frowned slightly. I can't guarantee this, because no matter how much you say, you won't believe it. But you can consider taking a gamble. Bet right, everyone's transaction is successful. Sasori sneered. If I bet wrong, I'll lose both. Perhaps you can think so. Gong Yi chuckled. If you bet on my character wrong, you will be killed by me, but the puppet making method and the secret manipulation technique you gave out still survive in the world. Maybe one day, I need corresponding subordinates, so I will pass on your art. Sasori fell into deep thought. It's a life-threatening deal, and it also involves a serious gamble. If you lose the bet, not only will you lose the entire deal, but even your own life. At least we can pass on the eternal art of puppets. He was still a little reluctant in the end, not as cold and ruthless as he was when he was 35 years later. Right now, he is still young, and his mind is not fully mature. He is very unwilling if the puppet he has worked so hard to study does not bloom. Without saying anything, Sasori responded with action. A blank scroll was taken out by him, and then he quickly wrote on it. After a while, he handed the scroll to Gong Yi with a solemn expression. After Gong Yi took it, he put it away without looking at it. Then the two looked at each other in silence, and no one spoke. Will Gong Yi make good on it? His trading promise is only a matter of his thoughts. Let Sasori go. You can say it's like letting go of a tiger. The future Sasori will be very strong. The perfect human puppet, the power of the 3 generations of Cage, the horror of the red secret skills and the terrifying performance, will all be a threat to me. The truth very clearly, so he hesitated. But after a moment, he waved his hand. Okay, the deal is done, let's go. Surely don't kill me. No need, at least both of us are underage, and we should have a little sincerity of young people, you were right. Sasori looked at Gong Yi seriously, as if reacquainted with him. All right, he nodded, but reminded indifferently. I have a puppet technique, which is close to completion, and once it is completed, its power is huge. Next time we meet, I'll let you know. Gong Yi shrugged. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe the next time you see me, you'll find that I'm still better than you. Sasori stopped talking, walked to the puppet of the 3 generations of Cage, and prepared to leave. By the way, for my credit's sake, do me a little favor. It looks like you agreed. Come on, you control the 3 generations of Cage and use his sand iron jitten magnet style. Sasori of the Red Sand controls 3 generations of Cage, and in his heart, there is a villain who tells him. Manipulate Cage and kill Gong Yi. He's not 3 jewels suction crushing, this is a chance. However, in an instant, the villain who bewitched him was strangled in the cradle. Kidding, with Gong Yi's physical skills, at such a close distance, he will definitely die first. But once the distance is drawn, Gong Yi wants to leave, but he can't stop him. Although it was not clear what Gong Yi wanted to do, Sasori of the Red Sand decided to do this little favor. 3 generations of Cage flew into the air, and on his head, one after another, sand and iron bullets were ready to go. Click! The white light lit up and Gong Yi shook the camera holder in his hand. Perfect. Then, see you next time. Chapter 119. 3 generations, disappointing. Gong Yi stepped out of the Gobi Desert, but Sasori of the Red Sand moved towards the depths of the Gobi Desert. The 2 of them, one south and one north, moved in opposite directions, walking farther and farther. Perhaps just like their future, one south and one north run in opposite directions. Sasori will live in the shadows, poring over his puppet art. And Gong Yi, with this photo in his hand, will become more and more dazzling the whole ninja world. Although I didn't kill Sasori, at least, the purpose of my trip has been achieved. Gong Yi looked at the photo in his hand, the puppet of the 3 generations of Cage, flying above the head of Sasori of the Red Sand. As long as anyone can see it, it is controlled by Sasori of the Red Sand. This is the proof that Sasori killed 3 generations of Cage. Well, don't wonder why the ninja world has such a technological product as a camera. In Hokage, the tech tree develops very strangely. There are silver lines, cameras, TV sets, and even programmers and computer games at the back. Tisk, old thief Kishimoto, just be happy if you're happy. Photo away, Gong Yi turned his attention to the scroll that Sasori traded to him. Inside it is written how to make puppets, as well as special manipulation secrets. Here, there may be clues to his own research on Kekkei Genkai. Gong Yi squeezed the scroll and took a deep breath. Now is not the time to study, and the war with Sunagaku has come to an end. Can I get more credit, just now? Hide the scroll closely, Gong Yi rushes to the country of fire. 320 kingdoms of wind. The Golden Stream Desert. Orochimaru squinted and looked at the sun-scorched and twisted sky. It seemed that here, he could see the trembling Sunagaku village. As a master of snakes, he doesn't like the sun. He also doesn't like being on the front lines and wasting time. He wants to end this war as soon as possible and go back to the most crucial step of research. Nara Shikaku stood behind Orochimaru with a little fear. This man, recently became, more and more gloomy, few people dare to approach him. However, thinking of the recent series of radical orders from Orochimaru, he mustered up his courage and walked up. Lord Orochimaru, although Sunagaku village was defeated in front of the battlefield, this place has already penetrated into the land of winds and belongs to Sunagaku village. They occupy the geographical position, and the number of ninjas is not without the strength of a fight. Now we are pressing too hard, are we too anxious? Case the dog of Sunagaku village jumps over the wall. Orochimaru looked back at him, the snake-shaped vertical pupils were chilling. Nara Shikaku bowed his head, but still insisted, I think we should slow down the pace of the attack and report back to Lord Hokage to see how he instructs. His hand, Nara Shikaku was already sweating. Orochimaru stared at him for a while, then said lightly, do as you say. Phew, Shikaku let out a long sigh of relief, but fortunately, Orochimaru can still listen to himself. Back at the camp, he hurriedly sent a message to Ying. Inside the Konaha office building, inside the Hokage office. 3 generations of Hokage sent off the chiefs of the major families with a smile, but he had a headache. This war with Sunagaku has dragged on for too long. Of the major families have not returned to the village for a long time, which makes the patriarchs start to worry. Ninjas do not return to the village, they accept very few tasks. There are few tasks, and there are few sources of family funds. The patriarchs did not want to wait any longer, and urged the 3 generations to end the war as soon as possible. Either defeat Sunagaku directly, or negotiate and stop the war. Destroying Sunagaku village is definitely not an option. Opponent counterattacked, and we Konaha had to kill and injure thousands of ninjas at least. So many people dead and their strength greatly reduced. Iwagakure village and Kumogakure village will not sit idly by. Quote. The 3 generations directly abandoned this idea, and he looked a little longer than the patriarchs. However, when it comes to negotiating a cessation of the war, he is not very good at it. By taking the initiative to propose a truce negotiation, our momentum has fallen behind, and Sunagaku will definitely gain an inch and refuse to make concessions on the negotiation conditions. There is no way to make up for the losses in this battle. What a hassle. The door was pushed open and an Anbu ninja walked in. Lord Hokage, Gong Yi wants to see you. Gong Yi, why is he looking for me? The 3rd generation was stunned for a while, completely unaware of Gong Yi's purpose. Let him in. Gong Yi looked away from the clan chiefs one by one with a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems that the top management of Konaha can't bear the pressure of the long-term war. It's not too late. Walking into Hokage's office, Gong Yi saw Sarutobi Hiruzen smiling kindly. Gong Yi is here. How did you study the puppet technique I gave you last time? Okay, works great. Gong Yi smiled slightly, the effect was really good. Although he does not want to take the road of puppet technique, it is still possible to dabble. He couldn't fully control the 3 treasures puppet, but it was no problem for the 3 treasures puppet to make movements with a few stamps. It was with this move that he directly scared off Sasori's cage puppet. I have to say that the 3 generations helped him a lot. Wait, 3 generations asked questions. Gong Yi stepped forward and took out a photo. Lord Hokage, I think you might be very interested in this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over inadvertently, and in an instant, his face became serious. Reach out, carefully pick up the photo, and examine it carefully. After a long while, he raised his head. Who is this Yuhi-haired boy? Chiyo grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and then burst out laughing. Okay, I didn't expect that the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Kage was actually done by the grandson of that woman. He even poured dirty water on my Konaha's head. Now I'll see how you explain it to the countless ninjas in Sunagaku village. After laughing, he looked at Gong Yi with satisfaction. Gong Yi, you did a good job. With this photo, the village can save thousands of ninjas from dying. I'll give you this credit first. Gong Yi shook his head humbly and turned to ask a question of his own. Lord Hokage, what are you going to do with this photo? This photo, if used well, has a complete chance of causing Sunagaku civil unrest, and Konaha took the opportunity to destroy each other. However, even Sunagaku, who is in civil strife, will bring a lot of trouble to Konaha and cause death and injury. With the character of 3 generations, Gong Yi feels that he may choose the most moderate way of using it. Sure enough, the next 3 generations left Gong Yi extremely disappointed. Make a copy of the photo, secretly show it to Chiyo, and force her to take the initiative to truce. In this way, our village can avoid a lot of casualties, and at the same time, we can get enough benefits from the armistice negotiation. Gong Yi, I'll leave this matter to you, and also apply to the Fire Nation's daimyo for a mission to travel with you. Can you do it? Although Gong Yi was disappointed with the handling of the 3 generations, he still took over the task. Now he is just a weapon, how to use it is not up to him. He also thought about spreading this photo secretly, but in that case, the credit has nothing to do with him. Alas, the 3 generations are really getting old. If there is another ambitious Hokage, such as the 2nd generation, or even a person like Danzo, never miss this opportunity. Gong Yi sighed and walked out of the Hokage office. The setting sun of Fei Yuhi on the horizon, he clenched his hands slightly. Time. As long as you give me enough time, this weapon of mine will definitely be swung at the enemy according to my own wishes. Chapter 120. Set off fireworks in Sunagakur village 5th. Sun is still blazing, and the Golden Stream Desert is almost burning in this summer season. Walking on the hot sand, behind Gong Yi, several old men kept complaining. How far is it? I'm about to die. Damn Sunagakur village, why are you still stubbornly resisting? Why did Orochimaru press the frontline camp to the Golden Stream Desert? It's better to put it on the border of the Fire Nation, or Tianchuanyuan. Gong Yi glanced at some old men. They were officials from the capital of the Fire Nation. Or all around the big name, very trustworthy people. But that's not all, they don't have great power. But it is these people, who form the official government, who can interfere with the Hokage position in Konaha village. I have to say, it's kind of ridiculous. But it's normal, looking at the situation in my original world. A literati government can govern the country better and feed countless ordinary people. The so-called armed military forces have to rely on them. However, understanding is understanding. Gong Yi doesn't like these bad old men. If his force can suppress the entire ninja world, he doesn't mind moving his fingers to overthrow the daimyo's position. Several adults, here we are, ahead is the camp of the Konaha ninja army. Orochimaru, Nara Shikaku, and Namikaze Minato, the 3 of them sat in the quiet tent, looking at the photos Gong Yi brought with different expressions. Orochimaru looked at it for a long time, and after asking Gong Yi what the 3 generations of Hokage had said, he showed a relaxed smile. Okay, it's better to end it early. Shikaku, you are solely responsible for this matter. After speaking, he left immediately. Nara Shikaku is a little excited. The opportunity for a truce turned out to be this way. Gong Yi, the negotiator sent by the daimyo, are all arranged. Gong Yi nodded. I arranged them with the medical team. Along the way, their bodies can't hold up a little, and there are medical ninjas who can help them treat them. That's it. Well, let me tell you about the plan, you listen. After all, this matter, Hokage-sama means, is up to you. Nara Shikaku looked at Gong Yi with a little surprise, but he did not expect that Gong Yi, who went back to recover from his injuries, had already gained the trust of 3 generations of Hokage. Such a big event, but it is dominated by Gong Yi. Okay, you say. Nara Shikaku pondered. First of all, I have to get in touch with Sunagakur Chiyo to get some air, and this matter can't be exposed, it has to be done secretly. Only in this way can Chiyo bow her head. If it is exposed, it is hard to guarantee that she will not bring people from her own lineage, and the fish will die and the net will be broken. Gong Yi nodded. Shikaku's meaning was actually the same as the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then next, the second thing. The person to get in touch with Chiyo. Having said this, Shikaku was a little distressed and frowned. Gong Yi definitely wants to go, but this matter can't be discussed openly, and there can't be many people going. Once there are more, people will notice. But if there are fewer people going, if Chiyo turns his face, Gong Yi will be in danger. Namikaze Minato suddenly said, I'll accompany you. You? Yes, Gong Yi and I are enough. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. I left the Hiraishin spell outside Sunagakur village, and then went to find Chiyo with Gong Yi. Even if the other party turns his face, I can easily escape with Gong Yi. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up. Yes, Gong Yi, what do you think? To have Minato as my teammate, that's great. Nodding, He originally planned to do the same. In this way, the final step of formal negotiation is simple. As long as you and Chiyo reach an agreement, the war will be over. Nara Shikaku can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one wants Tenten to stay on the battlefield. His girlfriend is still waiting for him at home. Sunagaku Village. The city wall made of endless yellow sand and rocks, with the blessing of ninjutsu and puppet technique, is extremely hard. Even more defensive than the tall walls of Konaha village. Cannot be said that Konaha is not good at building fortifications, it should be said that Sunagaku village had to do it. There are all reasons for this, mainly because of the location of Sunagaku village to build the village. It's too remote and too dangerous. In front of the village, there is a huge golden desert, and there are mountain streams with gusty winds nearby. Every year, there are sandstorms of varying sizes that swept through. If there is no good city wall, I am afraid that the villagers would have already died in the sandstorm. In fact, this is also the reason why Sunagaku village ranks at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages in terms of strength, but after several wars, it is still not destroyed. 2 great natural dangers blocked the enemy's further attack. Now even the Konaha army led by Orochimaru is blocked in the Golden Stream Desert, unable to advance an inch. However, no matter how hard the fortress is, there will always be a few gaps left. In the dark of night, Namikaze Minato and Gong Yi suddenly appeared. Beside them, a ninja dressed in Sunagaku clothes was holding a kunai nervously. Suffering is exactly the mark of Hiraishin engraved by Minato. Master Minato. This is Master Gong Yi, why are you here? The ninja whispered in surprise and looked at Gong Yi and Namikaze Minato with respect in his eyes. Could it be that the village is going to launch a sneak attack on Sunagaku village? Namikaze Minato smiled, shook his head and said, it's not a sneak attack, we have other tasks here, you should hide for now. It was a spy that the village arranged in Sunagaku village, and he had a Hiraishin kunai that I left to him, so we could come indirectly. Namikaze Minato explained it to Gong Yi. Gong Yi hummed and looked around vigilantly. But I was thinking, time and space ninjutsu is really killing people and setting fires, and it is a must-have ninjutsu for home travel. The future masked man Obito can stir up trouble in the ninja world. Enter Konaha to win Kyubi. Nine-Tails dive into Kurigaku. The village controls Yagura, breaks into the 5 Shadows meeting, and declares war on the ninja world. All of this is due to the time-space ninjutsu mastered by Obito. Pity that my talent is not good in this area, otherwise I would have to learn Hiraishin. According to the information, after Chiyo gave Rasa treatment, she herself was seriously injured. Past few months, I have been recovering from the wound in the dark. How are we going to find her? Namikaze Minato asked cautiously. This time, he had to listen to Gong Yi, and he was a bodyguard. Where is Rasa? After he was rescued by Chiyo, he has been on the front line, taking advantage of the natural dangers of the Golden Stream Desert to resist the troops of Lord Orochimaru. In a short period of time, I won't be able to return to Shinobi Village. After listening to Minato's explanation, Gong Yi didn't. You licked his lips, his eyes lit up. The cautious body can't help but relax. Gong Yi laughed, moved his body, and quickly hand seal with both hands. Watching Gong Yi's movements, Namikaze Minato froze for a while, then his face changed greatly. Gong Yi, what are you doing? No. Gong Yi chuckled. It's just that the things we talk about cannot be exposed, but it doesn't mean that we people cannot be exposed. Words fell, and the turbulent chakra swept out. Kaden, fire style, art of balsam. Bang! Countless flames like petals rose into the night sky. Is like a grand fireworks show, illuminating the entire Sunagaku village. Chapter 121. Chiyo's concession. Who is it? Angry shout exploded, and then a Jonin ran up the tall building. Behind him, the Sunagaku patrol team, full of chills. You dare to release a range of damaging ninjutsu in the center of the village. If I catch you, you will die. Straight Sickle's eyes were cold, and he kept scanning the bottom of the village. The whole village also seemed to be disturbed, and patrols gathered from time to time. Just as they were searching, a fire suddenly lit up in the corner of the city wall, and 2 young men stood there. Namikaze Minato was facing a big enemy, but Gong Yi smiled and looked relaxed. Don't look for it, here it is. Seeing straight sickle at a glance, the whole body is stiff. Yellow flash, dark blue devil. Enemy attack. There are no 2 words, the title of Konaha duo has long been started in this war. The strength of the 2 of them, even Rasa, Sama, is no match for them. Suddenly appearing here now is a sign of an attack. The alarm bell rang piercingly, and countless ninjas came around. Faced with this scene, Gong Yi had his hands on his back, and he didn't have the slightest idea of running away or attacking. But when a Sunagaku unleashed ninjutsu on him, Gong Yi sank his face. One handle is deep, 3220. Black long spear appeared beside him with speed and slowness, and then stabbed it out. PFF'd. The spear went through, and that Sunagaku died there. Gong Yi said coldly, tell Chiyo to come out, or don't blame me for killing me. A group of patrolling ninjas looked at each other, surrounded Gong Yi and Namikaze Minato, neither daring to attack nor let go. Just when they were deadlocked, an old voice came from behind. Chiyo had a dark face, behind which was dozens of jonin who had gathered in a hurry. You two, do you really think I'm nobody in Sunagaku? With the arrival of Chiyo, a group of ninjas are no longer afraid of the Konaha duo in front of them. No matter what. The Konaha duo are strong, but there are Lord Chiyo and a group of jonin present. That is, using crowd tactics, they can be piled alive, and they can be piled to death. However, Gong Yi is not afraid of seeing a large number of enemies. Chiyo, find a place where I can talk to myself, how about? Humph. Sunagaku, and you guys, Konaha, have nothing to talk about. Chiyo's eyes were fierce, and his once black hair had now turned white. In the last battle, she spent countless chakras to release 3 jewels suction crushing. After returning, he tried his best to rescue Rasa, who was seriously injured. All of this has made Chiyo exhausted, and now his hair is gray. Gong Yi smiled, maybe there are things we can talk about, such as father and mother. Hearing this, Chiyo's expression changed drastically. Others don't understand, but Chiyo knows what father and mother are. The father and mother are 2 puppets that he personally taught his grandson Sasori to make. Gong Yi suddenly said his father and mother, that is to say, he knew where his grandson was, did Konaha caught Sasori. Chiyo took a deep breath and glanced at Namikaze Minato. I can talk to you, but he can't come. If it's just a dark blue demon, Chiyo is not afraid, but if Yellow Flash is also with him, and the 2 join forces, Chiyo is really not sure. Okay. Gong Yi, you take this. Minato handed a kunai to Gong Yi, and then stayed where he was, surrounded by a group of Sunagaku ninjas just about to move. Tell me, what the hell do you know about the 2 puppet characters of father and mother? On a sand tower, Chiyo stared at Gong Yi coldly, as if trying to see something from his face. Gong Yi smiled and joked, said, Sasori of the red sand is in Konaha's hands, and then please lead Sunagaku to surrender, what will you do? Bang! The sand tower shook suddenly, and countless fine sands were shattered by the chakra leaked by Chiyo, and floated down. Sunagaku impossible to surrender. Oh. Gong Yi was a little surprised. I don't think you are the one who would give up your grandson for Sunagaku village. Chiyo sneered, HMPH, it sounds fake because of your words. My grandson should not have been caught by Konaha. Gong Yi touched his head, it seems that his improv performance is not very good. He spread his hands and said helplessly, actually, Sasori was really caught by me. But later, I let him go. Well, I won't lie to you about this. Chiyo looked at Gong Yi in surprise. She could see that Gong Yi's words were not false. His grandson was actually caught by him. But then, haha, should I say you're confident or stupid, and if you do catch Sasori, I might seriously consider your proposal. Sure enough, you are a selfish person. But Gong Yi took out a photo and threw it directly to Chiyo. Now, you can think carefully about my proposal. Carefully taking the photo, Chiyo glanced at it by the moonlight. The turbid eyes were instantly hideous. Sasori, you really did it. Gong Yi said lightly, you should understand the hidden meaning of this photo. Sasori killed 3 generations of Kazekage and made it into a taboo-like puppet. Both of these things violated the taboo of Sunagaku ninjas. Sasori will definitely be hunted down by the village. Sasori is your grandson again, if this kind of thing comes out. Your Chiyo's reputation, status, and even life will be threatened. Don't think about it from your grandson's point of view, then at least, you should think about yourself. Oh, as for how the Sunagaku village will be affected after the photos are spread, you should be well aware, but you probably don't care much. Give you 3 minutes, think carefully, and give me an answer. The wind was blowing, bitter and cold. A woman with white hair, holding a photo of her grandson, trembling all over. Minato, let's go. Under the moonlight, Gong Yi stepped forward, and Sunagaku gave in wherever he went. Chiyo followed behind him with a gloomy face. No. Other Sunagaku watched this scene suspiciously, but because of Chiyo's status in the village, they didn't dare to say anything. Namikaze Minato pulled Gong Yi slightly excitedly. Let's go. Hiraishin activated, and the two disappeared in place, leaving only a shock. That's the power of Yellow Flash. It's so fast, it can come and go, even Lord Rasa can't keep him. Outside the village of Sunagaku, Namikaze Minato asked curiously. Chiyo agreed so easily. Gong Yi chuckled. She has no way to refuse our request. This is about her life, and her grandson's life. As for the village, Gong Yi doesn't think Chiyo's selfish character will take it into consideration. At most it's just an additional consideration. Then will Rasa agree? Now in Sunagaku village, Rasa's influence has gradually caught up with Chiyo. Faced with this question, Gong Yi shrugged. Chiyo, let Rasa agree. This kind of question should not be considered by us. No, I don't agree. Rasa roared angrily and pointed to the outside, the countless Sunagaku soldiers who were insisting on the front line. With the Golden Stream Desert as a defense, it is impossible for Konaha to break in. Why do you want us to surrender? Chiyo said indifferently. We have already lost this battle, and if we continue, it will not be good for anyone. But do you know how much Konaha killed us? Subordinates. Let me tell you, 5,000. It's 5,000. After several wars, we have already killed more than 5,000 subordinates. So much hatred. You made me surrender Chiyo to Konaha. You're a fool. Bang. Chiyo slapped the table hard. Rasa, don't forget who rescued you over and over again. Who is it that supported you in this position? Rasa sneered. I never forget your help to me. But I know better that you are avenging your grandson and your son and daughter-in-law. Why are you joking now that you put down your hatred? After several battles, Rasa was defeated by Namikaze Minato, and was seriously injured by Gong Yi on the verge of death. The hatred for Konaha was deeply imprinted in his mind. Chiyo took a deep breath. She couldn't say anything about Sasori and the 3 generations of Kazekage, she just gave Rasa a handle. To get Sunagaku to surrender, he had to pay more. The village can no longer fight. After the surrender, the morale of the village plummeted, and a new Kazekage is needed to lead everyone out of the shadow of defeat. I will contact the puppet army, as well as me and Ebizo's old subordinates, and fully recommend you as one. 6 for 4 generations of Kazekage. With your performance in this war, you are also competent enough for the 4 generations of Kazekage, and the villagers and ninjas will believe in you. Surrender means defeat, and it means giving up countless benefits. This crime requires a person to carry. I will bear the guilt that led to the defeat of the war, and I will resign as an advisor, and I will not question any of your actions in the future. The puppet troops will be handed over to you from now on. Human Jinchuriki column power and the tailed beast will also be handed over to you. After saying this, Chiyo lowered her head slumped. At this moment, she was really old. Twilight sighed spontaneously, and her head was full of white hair, like an old woman. Rasa was stunned, listening to Chiyo's expressionless words. He was completely stunned. Chiyo's decisions, once implemented, mean that everything he wants is in his hands. He doesn't even have to bear the responsibility of defeat, and he can control the puppet army that Chiyo has been holding in his hands. And that what he is trying to promote this war for. Interests, desires, power, everything, all converge into ambition. When the ambition is big enough, it will completely suppress the so-called friendship, love, family affection and unforgettable memories, the hatred. Chapter 122. Mission Progress 2100. When Gong Yi saw this man whose eyes were full of ambition all the time, he was no longer on the battlefield, but at the negotiating table. Sunagaku voluntarily surrendered and offered to conclude a peace treaty. Konaha offered many conditions, and Sunagaku accepted most of them after bargaining. This peace negotiation, Chiyo was on the Sunagaku side to sign the treaty, and Konaha was represented by Orochimaru. In addition, the daimyo of the Land of Wind and the daimyo of the Land of Fire also sent officials to be responsible for drafting the treaty documents. After the treaty was signed, the two sides left in silence. Rasa stops Gong Yi from his subordinates that Gong Yi had a secret conversation with Chiyo a few days ago. The content of the conversation is unknown, but presumably, that is the reason why Chiyo let go of his hatred, made countless retreats, and was willing to surrender. I really want to know, what the hell did you say to Chiyo? Gong Yi shook his head. You won't know, probably until you die, you won't know either. Rasa frowned and snorted coldly. Rampant little brat, if it wasn't for my wear and tear at the time, and I despised you at the same time. You can't hurt me. Hee hee. Gong Yi shrugged and said sarcastically, if Chiyo hadn't rescued you, you wouldn't have had a chance to say this now. Goodbye, loser, future 4 generations of Kazekage. From start to finish, 4 generations of Kazekage have been a loser. His love failed, his family failed, his career failed, and his whole life was a failure. 29 Even the superior Kazekage was carried out when the village was defeated. Such a person may have threatened Gong Yi in the past, but in the future, Sir Rasa, are you alright? A teenager stood beside Rasa, looking at the man worriedly. His body was shaking uncontrollably, his anger was constantly rising, and then he was madly suppressed. Rasa reluctantly glanced at the boy. It was Maggie. In this war, he performed very well, and he was willing to cultivate him. Not wanting Marky to see himself so rude, Rasa smiled reluctantly. Come on, go back to the village. However, in his heart, Rasa was roaring wildly. Gong Yi, Konaha, sooner or later, I will destroy you. ... The surrender of Sunagaku and the signing of a peace treaty means that this war will come to an end. What follows will be the harvest of the victor, Konaha, and the grief of the defeated Sunagaku village. As a condition for stopping the war, the village of Sunagaku gave up many interests. The Kingdom of Wind will no longer hand over 1/3 of the tasks to Sunagaku village, but to Konaha Ninja village. In terms of resources, Sunagaku village gave up the 3 iron ore mines located on the border, and Konaha will take over it in 3 months. In addition, there is a huge war indemnity. The amount is as high as 1 billion taels. Of course, Sunagaku village can't get this money, and the Kingdom of Wind will pay for it. But this also means that Sunagaku village will no longer receive the full support of the next daimyo from the Land of Wind, and their situation will be even more difficult. Sunagaku village is miserable. Konaha was happy. Such rich conditions are enough to make up for war losses. Especially the 1/3 of the tasks handed over to Konaha by the Land of the Wind. This means that Konaha will have more tasks to accept in the future, and the conditions of the ninja will get better and better. With sufficient funds, Konaha village can also cultivate more outstanding talents. Just say it. In the Hokage world, money doesn't matter. But in fact, the liquidity of a village is no less important than a strong cage-level leader. Why is Konaha so powerful? They have built a perfect education system. There are many shinobi who graduate from the ninja school every year. Here, such as Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Obito, Mite Guy. Even the future Konaha 12 Xiaoqiang, all came out of the ninja school. With a good basic education, they will be able to play firmly in the future. Other ninja villages are not so good. Handful of geniuses that appear every year. This is just one aspect. Ninjutsu collection, forbidden technique research, medical system, intelligence system, basic life support for ninjas, these all require money. Like Akatsuki, such a powerful organization has to worry about money. There's even a role to play. Hidan is dedicated to carrying out bounty missions and earning campaign funds for the organization. Of course, these perceptions, levels, are all too high, and only the high-level villagers will consider them. For ordinary ninjas, they only know one thing. The war is over. Peace is here. They can finally go home. Yes, go home. Wei Li, go and inform everyone, pack up, and prepare to go back to the village. Gong Yi waved his hand, and Hilly walked out excitedly. Soon, there were warm cheers from outside the tent, and there were even many happy and excited cries inside. Hearing these voices, Gong Yi walked to the door and looked at the joyful subordinates, thoughtfully. Peace. The war has stopped, but as long as the 5 major ninja villages exist at the same time for one day, how long can peace be maintained? He was sighing, but other people had already seen him, and without knowing who encouraged him, a group of people actually rushed over. In Gong Yi's astonishment, everyone lifted him up and threw him high into the sky. Long live Lord Gong Yi. Thank you, Lord Gong Yi. ... Wei Li wiped her tears and looked over there happily. Beside him, a petite and lovely girl sighed. Lord Gong Yi has been away from the front line for so long, yet everyone still respects him so much. Eri Yi touched her head. Shizune. Don't watch Lord Gong Yi leave for so long. But you must know that he taught everyone a lot of medical ninjutsu. He was on the battlefield again, standing in front of us, blocking Rasa's attack. What he has done is something we should all respect for the rest of our lives. Shizune nodded confusedly, but his fingers were still tangled. If Lord Gong Yi doesn't leave, I can follow him to learn more about ninjutsu. Not only the medical team, but the camps of other clan ninjas also gave out cheers resounding through the sky. On this day, everyone has survived. Gong Yi shook his head and walked over to Wei Li in disbelief. I haven't seen you for a few months, but everyone is still so enthusiastic. Wei Li smoothed the folds on his clothes for him, and said with a crooked smile, because of Lord Gong Yi, you are back again. And you have brought peace to everyone. Shizune stood aside, nodding and making a hum. Yes, the coming of this peace is inseparable from Gong Yi. On the way back to the village, all the ninjas were excitedly discussing the war. Some people are saddened by the death of their companions, some are looking forward to their family being greeted at the gate of the village, and some are showing off the ninja guard on their forehead, proudly saying that he has been upgraded from Chunin to Jonin. Apart from these, the biggest focus of discussion fell on Gong Yi. I heard that this peace negotiation was led by Lord Gong Yi. Hey, I heard a little news. Lord Gong Yi once joined forces with Lord Minato to enter Sunagaku village, capture Chiyo, and force her to surrender. Is this true? If the two heroes of our Konaha join forces to get in, it's really possible. Think about it, Minato-sama is invincible in speed. Lord Gong Yi, it seems that he has mastered a very powerful physical technique again. The two of them joined forces. How could Chiyo, the old woman, be rivals? Don't talk nonsense. I don't know if this news is true or not, it's not good to spread it randomly. I'm not sure if the news is true or not, but Lord Gong Yi and Lord Minato sneaked into Sunagaku village late at night. It must be true. How do you know it's true? A friend of my brother's captain's teacher, Shikaku-sama's liaison. At that time, it was. He passed the news of Lord Shikaku, and arranged 2 teams to go outside Sunagaku village to meet Lord Gong Yi and Lord Minato. It's a bit complicated. Simple things, because of the cover-up, have been continuously spread, and there are various versions. But no matter. Whatever version it is, it all mentions that Gong Yi facilitated this peace negotiation and ended the war. That's exactly what happened. Arriving at Konaha village 10 days later, Gong Yi received cheers no less than Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. The swarming cheers rushed into the ears, and the densely packed Konaha villagers lined up in 2 rows to welcome them at the gate of the village. Flowers were continuously sent, and all kinds of adoring and respectful eyes looked at them without hesitation. Gong Yi hurriedly took a few bouquets of flowers, and Hilly, who was beside him, also helped him pick up a few bouquets with a smile. Is probably the treatment of the return of the hero. Gong Yi enjoyed this feeling for a short time, but he did not indulge it for too long. Because he knew that it was still early before the end of the Third World War. An orangutan Yuhi-colored quest symbol, in his system, glowed slightly. Mission: survive the 3 wars. Mission description: survive the Third Ninja World War. Overall progress: 20 inches. Branch missions: completed the defeat of the Sunagaku arsenal behind enemy lines, completed the treatment of Nara Shikaku, completed the leader of the Konaha Medical Corps, completed the Konaha Ninja Reputation Point and reached the respected status. Unfinished personally ended the war against Sand. Additional completed. Evaluation: the task is not over, no evaluation. Reward: it depends on the evaluation. The minimum reward is 10,000 points and a low-level scholar skill. Today is still a violent 4D update. Start at the 5th watch. Let's go. To read the IP. Chapter 123. Orochimaru. Let's have a drink together. Welcome home. Crowd dispersed, and the 3 generations of Hokage unfolded their inner smiles and walked to the front. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with relief. Orochimaru, his proud disciple, personally led the army and won the victory on the frontal battlefield. Namikaze Minato, a genius who fought among the civilian ninjas, participated in any dangerous mission, and even kept the opponent in check during several wars, the top master of the gang. Gong Yi, who rebuilt the medical force on the battlefield, made great contributions several times, and finally ended the war. Each of them is the future of Konaha, and he is a strong man who has grown up. The 3 generations of Laowai are pleased. You are all the pride of the village. Namikaze Minato is a sentimental man, and he couldn't help but be moved at this moment. Everything is thanks to Hokage-sama's support. No, all of this is due to your hard work. Sandai shook his head, then turned around and looked at the surrounding villagers. You said, don't you? Crowd was slightly silent, but then, there were shouts like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. In between, the names of Gong Yi and Orochimaru were constantly being called. A war made Orochimaru's reputation disdain the whole village, and Namikaze Minato, Gong Yi, had the same name as Sanin during World War II, Konaha duo. This is the beautiful fruit of the brutal war. Hero is born. Sarutobi Asuma watched all this with envy. He was injured when he just joined the war, so he quit the war early. Instead, he was transferred to another team and went to the village of Iwagakure to perform a security mission. Although the mission process is also dangerous, and even was promoted to Chunin, but compared with the magnificent ninja village war, it is too bland. Asuma squeezed his hands tightly, and his eyes fell on the 3rd Hokage. If I wasn't Hokage's son, but an ordinary ninja, maybe I wouldn't have these special treatment. Uchiha Obito also looked at Gong Yi enviously. Obviously they are the same age. Why is Gong Yi can accept the worship of the villagers with his teacher Minato, and the praise of Lord Hokage? He squeezed his side indifferently the boy's arm. Kakashi, don't you envy Gong Yi? Quote. Kakashi glanced at him. No envy. Uchiha Obito was puzzled, but Nohara Rin, who was next to him, covered his mouth and smiled. Kakashi performed the task well. I heard that the teacher is going to help him apply for the Jonin assessment. He will definitely not be envious. Obito opened his mouth wide. He was just a genin. Kakashi, is he going to become a Jonin? Hatake Kakashi looked at that side quietly, but he kept recalling his father's appearance in his mind. When my father came back from the battlefield, did he also experience the praise and cheers of countless villagers? Kurenai Yuhi and Azuki Yugao stood behind the troops, who also joined the battlefield at the end of the war. Do some less dangerous tailgating. Looking at the crowd, the dazzling Gong Yi, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly sighed. Yugao, you said, we are at odds. The distance between Gong Yi is getting farther and farther. Azuki Yugao was silent, then nodded. Go. Kurenai Yuhi shook his head in distress. I also want to be strong and stand by Gong Yi's side. Azuki Yugao lowered his head and said nothing. Maybe I should follow in my father Gong Yi-kun's footsteps. Wow, the captain is so handsome. This is a real man. Mite Guy jumped up and down in the crowd excitedly. Sooner or later, I can become such a man. Kionzong, do you think so? Hyuga Kionzong showed a rare smile, and he couldn't help shaking his head for his enthusiastic teammate. Guy, everyone's destiny is predetermined. With the captain, he is. That dazzling sun and moon, we are just. No, Kionzong, I don't agree with this sentence. Gong Yi, like me, is a ninja. He can do it, why can't I? As long as I do 30 workouts a day, I'll be able to. As if that's not enough, then add 20 more. 50 workouts, I'll definitely be able to be the captain like that man. Mite Guy smiled confidently, the huge Kiba teeth flashed a white light. He suddenly looked at the crowd, and waved his hand with great joy. Father. In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a green tights and combing watermelon hair suddenly gave a thumbs up. Guy, you are the best. ... Thousands of ninja troops cannot stay at the gate of the village all the time. After a grand welcome ceremony, they all dispersed. The speed of dispersal is faster than expected. Because every ninja can't wait to go home and reunite with relatives and friends. At this time, never again, have a meal together, a steaming reunion dinner, something more refreshing. Even Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, they couldn't help but want to leave the army and find their girlfriends. But there are exceptions. Orochimaru, whose parents died young, was alone. Gong Yi, war orphan. Two smiled at each other, and Orochimaru suggested, let's have a drink together. Gong Yi shook his head, I'm not yet an adult. No, you don't look like a teenager. How about going to my house? No one cares about you drinking. Facing Orochimaru's uncharacteristic enthusiasm, Gong Yi raised an eyebrow. At this time, you should go to Jiraiya-sama or Tsunade, sensei. Orochimaru chuckled, I have nothing in common with them. Oh, is that so? Gong Yi nodded lightly, okay, let's go. I'm also worried about no one to chat with. Yeah, when the whole village and even the whole country celebrates, the two of us are regarded as heroes, but we don't even have the opportunity to find someone to share. Among the people who had dispersed, Gong Yi and Orochimaru were quite disappointed. Jiraiya rushed to the gate excitedly, but she didn't see her friend, so she scratched her head in distress. His eyes lit up and he shook the 2 bottles of wine in his hand. Go find him at Orochimaru's house. ... Quiet, even a little gloomy mansion. Gong Yi looked at the surrounding arrangement curiously. No matter what. In the original book, or in the world of Hokage, this was the first time he saw Orochimaru's home in Konaha. He once visited Tsunade in the Senju clan, which is very big, very ancient, and has a rich and powerful heritage. He had seen the family land of the Hyuga family from a distance, graceful and luxurious, with a hint of precipitation. Even the home of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had seen before. Well, those are the ones. Compared to Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, his home is too austere. Except the basic chairs and benches, the rest are books. Except books, they are still books. The dense bookshelves are placed from other rooms to the living room. A bottle of wine was placed on Gong Yi's face. Before, Orochimaru pointed to the books around him. Very interested. Gong Yi laughed. It's really interesting. Dissatisfied with Orochimaru-sama, when I was at the ninja school, I read all the books in the school library without falling. Orochimaru nodded. Sure enough, you and I have a common language. Like Tsunade and Jiraiya, never like to read books. They all like liveliness and crowds, and I only like reading quietly by myself. And doing research. Taking the wine glass that Orochimaru handed over, Gong Yi gave a slight pause. Following his words, he continued. What kind of research support? Orochimaru sipped his sake and narrowed his eyes slightly. Research on ninjutsu. Gong Yi, are you interested? Chapter 124. Completely Crazy, Chapter 3. The wind chimes. Jiraiya scratched her head and looked at Orochimaru's mansion in confusion. Where did this guy go when he's not at home? Teacher, Tsunade can't even do it. Jiraiya shook the jug in his hand and said depressedly, I still want to have a drink with your kid, but when I came back from the battlefield, no one was there. Turning to leave, he did not see the 2 wine glasses in the room, on the table. Maybe from the beginning, he and Orochimaru were not the same. And Gong Yi, at the moment, is walking on the same road as Orochimaru. The road is very dark, and damp. Until the end, it suddenly becomes clear, and the scenery you see is shocking. A prison made of steel, in which a group of ninjas stretched and howled. 555 huge experimental benches are covered with basic experimental equipment and special medicines. On the side of the test bench, there are several small rooms. Corner of your eye, you can probably see a special shelf. On each shelf, there were comatose ninjas tied up, as if they had undergone some kind of experiment before. Orochimaru squinted slightly, and instead of looking at every grass, tree, sand and stone in his laboratory, he stared at Gong Yi. To see something from his first reaction when he saw 320 feet's own laboratory, his first expression. However, the result surprised him. Gong Yi was so calm and seemed not to be curious or shocked by anything. As expected of the person I like, you are not shocked by all this. Is it because your emotions are too restrained or you already guessed it? Gong Yi turned his head and said, Lord Orochimaru, do you think that a boy under the age of 11, with his ability to restrain his emotions, will be able to see all this and turn a blind eye? Orochimaru showed that look as expected, and then looked at Gong Yi with interest. When did you start to doubt? Gong Yi said lightly, I am the head of the medical unit on the battlefield. I will also be there when the battlefield is counted, so I can help the surviving Konaha ninjas at any time. On the battlefield, it is normal to have fewer wounded. But every time there are fewer casualties, there are traces of snakes crawling over, which makes people suspicious. And the one who can control snakes and accurately find the dead ninjas can do this. On the battlefield at that time, there should be only Lord Orochimaru. You are the only one. Listen to this careful and very logical guess. Orochimaru laughed. Hee, it seems that my decision to push you to the head of the medical corps is exposing myself instead. No. Gong Yi shook his head, but turned to Orochimaru and bowed slightly. I am very grateful for your promotion at that time. It is because of your promotion that I can enjoy so much cheers and respect in Konaha village today. Orochimaru was slightly silent. He was not very seen. Turning around, he looked at his laboratory that had been built for many years. Although it is only one of many laboratories, it is undoubtedly his first step towards Konaha. With a hoarse throat, Orochimaru asked softly, "Do you know why I liked you?" "My medical ninjutsu." "Oh, very clever, that's really the most important reason." Gong Yi asked curiously, "There are other reasons?" Orochimaru seems to be remembering something. "The time is not far away, it seems to be yesterday. The first time I saw you, I asked you a question. Your answer is still fresh in my memory." Gong Yi frowned slightly, and with his strong mental power, he quickly recalled it. At that time, Orochimaru should have been told by 3 generations to let him see if he is suitable to be his apprentice. Orochimaru did not accept him in the end, but asked an interesting question. Cultivating hard, becoming stronger with one heart, and finally what is Gong Yi's answer? To control his own destiny. Orochimaru stretched out his right hand and looked at the palm lines above. "I like ninjutsu, I am obsessed with ninjutsu, the mighty power that can change the world. There are so many mysteries in this ninja world that I can't finish my research in my whole life. So I want to pursue longevity. I want to study more ninjutsu, to explore the ultimate mystery of this world." This is probably the reason why Orochimaru pursued to become stronger in the early stage, but suddenly changed his style and became obsessed with research in the later stage. Gong Yi thought deeply. Orochimaru suddenly stopped and pointed to the huge laboratory. "Don't you have any questions you want to ask me? For example, research topics are the advanced ninjutsu of my master. Of course, if you have questions that you don't understand, I can also choose to answer you." Gong Yi fell into silence. The silent laboratory door, the underground passage behind him, came the tick of water droplets. He took a deep breath and asked a very sharp question. "If I see this scene, I will not choose to cooperate with you, but will report you to the village. You want to ask how I would deal with you in this situation?" Orochimaru took over. Gong Yi shook his head. "No, I'm just saying, this possibility definitely exists. And you should definitely think about it. But why did you choose to let me into this laboratory?" Orochimaru laughed. "People who can ask such questions are usually not too stupid, but very smart. There was once a person who asked a similar question." "Who?" "The name won't tell you, it's a high-ranking person anyway." Orochimaru licked his tongue, "And the answer I told him will also be the answer I will give you next. It's actually very simple. I don't care about your reactions, I care more about having what I need in you. Even if you don't choose to cooperate with me now, run out and tell other people. For me, the big deal is leave the village. I have nothing to lose, and I have no attachment to the village." Gong Yi suddenly understood. Orochimaru acts very strangely. In the original book, he once cooperated with Danzo. Danzo's status, strength, and power at that time were definitely higher than Orochimaru. But Orochimaru still lives peacefully with the other party, because Danzo has the resources he wants. Orochimaru also used Kabuto as his deputy. But in fact, he also knows that Kabuto is a double agent with Sasori's shadow behind him. But Orochimaru doesn't care, just because Kabuto's medical ninjutsu can help him. Orochimaru has reached a cooperation with Sasuke to help Sasuke improve his strength, even if Sasuke has the possibility of backlash against himself. But he wasn't afraid, because of Sasuke's body. In all respects, Orochimaru is a complete lunatic. He never cares about risks, he only cares about the resources he wants. As long as you help him achieve his goal, even if it is to join Akatsuki and be used by pain, he is willing. This kind of person, dealing with him, is dangerous. Very dangerous, but very safe. As long as you have room to be valuable to him, he will never deal with you." Gong Yi understands this. The whole person is relieved. What he has now, is undoubtedly what Orochimaru desperately needs. And what the master holds in Orochimaru's hands is what Gong Yi desires. The question has been answered. Now it's my turn to ask you. Orochimaru licked his lips. Gong Yi, would you like to cooperate with me? Gong Yi chuckled, honored. Chapter 125. Arrangement. Cooperation intention is reached, then many things need not be said more. Orochimaru is not in a hurry to start researching today, he has just returned, and the 3 generations will definitely find him in the past 2 days. The same is true for Gong Yi, he needs to go home and organize some things, he has to prepare. The two passed through the tunnel and slowly returned to Orochimaru's house. However, it is considered to have fought side by side, and finished drinking this bar. Gong Yi nodded and drank the wine without any discomfort. Orochimaru is in a really good mood today, and even smiles a lot more than usual. Sure enough, you don't look like a young man at all. Of your age or too naive, but you act like an adult. His judgment was actually quite accurate. Gong Yi itself has the soul of an adult, and the way of thinking is the same as that of an adult, with a complete world outlook, values, and outlook on life. After drinking, Orochimaru sent Gong Yi to the door. Suddenly, he stuck out his tongue and licked the void. It's Jiraiya. This guy never walks through the main entrance, so he probably came in through the wall again. Gong Yi asked curiously, "You and Tsunade, sensei, Jiraiya-sama, were teammates who fought side by side, why you haven't been close to them?" Tsunade is too cowardly, Jiraiya has an ambition but is lazy. In them that interested me in the slightest. Orochimaru said lightly, and didn't care to tell Gong Yi this. Gong Yi is generally clear, but has some regrets. Master Jiraiya once said that I could learn a ninjutsu from him, but I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Orochimaru turned around and pointed to his room of books. If you have time, you can read as much as you want. Although only some basic ninjutsu knowledge is collected here, but if you accumulate enough, you can also create your own ninjutsu. Well, it's the one that suits you best. Then thank you Orochimaru-sama. Gong Yi accepted this gift very happily, and it was a good start for cooperation. Sitting in the quiet secret room, Gong Yi recalled the contact with Orochimaru today. After confirming that it was correct, I was relieved. Although I feel that everything has been performed perfectly, it is no exaggeration to be cautious when dealing with a crazy scientific research maniac like Orochimaru. Even Kabuto's multifaceted spy, who has followed Orochimaru for several years, still has to be careful with Orochimaru. Gong Yi doesn't think that the current self is much stronger than the future Kabuto in his ability to conceal himself. Kabuto has kept a low profile and has become one of the masterminds behind the ninja war. After reflection, Gong Yi fell into trouble again. Next, it seems that my time is not enough to allocate. The daily routine exercise must not be left behind. This is the accumulation of strength, and only when the accumulation is enough can it produce qualitative changes. He doesn't have a sage body, a fairy eye, and can reach the sky in one step. Beyond that, there are 3 important things at hand. The study of seal art, Kekkei Genkei's research topic, and ninjutsu knowledge acquisition. As for other research topics in the system, to be honest, Gong Yi has given up some temporarily. Unlike tasks, research topics do not have time, so there is no need to rush. Some research problems that seem difficult now may be easily solved when his strength increases. Kekkei Genkei's research must never be stopped. This matter is related to a qualitative change in my strength. Gong Yi can see clearly that the 8 gates are big, especially if he has the rejuvenation technique. He is even stronger than the future Mite Guy. But this thing does not mean that a complete master can become a master. What he needs is the accumulation of time and the complete growth of physical attributes. Even Mite Guy, with such a crazy accumulation of training, did his best to open the last door during the 4th Ninja World War. But before that, Kai's combat power could only barely reach cage level. When killing a ghost shark, you must open the 7 gates. Gong Yi is now able to use the first 6 gates proficiently, but the 7th gate will take at least 5 years to be opened and mastered. That's actually pretty fast. 5 years later, he's just coming of age. Little Lee was his age, he could barely even open the 6th door. Mite Guy isn't much better either. Once master Kekkei Genkai, my strength will rise to a new level in an instant, at least not weaker than Kimamaro's level. Coupled with my the 8 inner gates, as well as various advanced ninjutsu assistants, I have no fear in the face of any shadow. Gong Yi saw it very clearly, he knew deeply what he really needed. Kekkei Genkai, you can't just rely on the magic that Sasori of the Red Sand gave me. As Orochimaru said, I can create my own ninjutsu with a lot of basic ninjutsu knowledge from the master. The rock armor was created by me in the early days, although it is only a level. Now I have a lot of Kaiden fire style ninjutsu from Uchiha, as well as the basic knowledge of ninjutsu from Orochimaru. If I research it thoroughly, I can keep experimenting with new ninjutsu and even promote my Kekkei Genkai research. Just an instant, Gong Yi made a decision. Kekkei Genkai and ninjutsu master, both hands must be grasped, and both hands must be hard. As for sealing, Gong Yi will not directly abandon it. He knows the power of sealing. He can seal objects, strong men, tailed beasts, people from impure world reincarnation, and even the future Otsutsuki Kagaya. He will never give up sealing. However, this thing is not to say that you can learn it by learning. When Kakashi arrived at the beginning of Hayate's biography, he also mastered the simplest seal of sealing evil. It can be seen that the sealing technique requires a certain amount of time and is slowly cultivated. Okay, that's it. The morning, I will do regular exercise and learn about ninjutsu. In the afternoon, I will start the research of Kekkei Genkai. Every night, I will spend some time and learn the seal art before practicing magic. Perfect timing. The only thing to watch out for is and Orochimaru's research. This point, if you need to give up, you can only give up the study of sealing art first. While Gong Yi was resting at home, the post-war Konaha village also began to show a busy scene. With so many war usually, rich funds, a few iron ore, and especially a lot of tasks cut out by the land of wind. It would be embarrassing if there were not enough manpower. After this battle, with the momentum of Konaha's subduing Sunagaku, Konaha Ninja Village gradually has a stronger atmosphere. Other villages also know that even if Konaha White Fang committed suicide, the 3 generations of Hokage began to decline, but Konaha is still strong. Generation, there is Sanin who came from World War II, as the mainstay Jinchuriki column. And the new generation, there are the 2 heroes of Konaha. It can be said that the powerhouses of Konaha village have never been interrupted. Some forces that are just around the corner have to suppress their ambitions for the time being. It's not the time yet. Konaha naturally understands this truth. Since there are strong signs in the momentum of victory, it is a good time to cultivate talents. To say, the ninja school will soon have a new batch of graduates, who will be assigned to each Chunin and Jonin to go out to perform tasks. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage did not speak, and he gave the opportunity to Orochimaru. You know, speaking to the students graduating from the ninja school every year is a great opportunity to win over the hearts of Konaha's new generation of ninjas. It can be seen that the 3 generations of Hokage are really determined and want to push Orochimaru to the position of Hokage. And Orochimaru really has this qualification. With outstanding strength, he has more leadership ability than Tsunade and Jiraiya. On the surface, he is also the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is good at countless ninjutsu and can teach the next generation of ninjas. This time, he personally led the army and defeated Sunagaku. If he was the top Hokage, no one would be able to refute him. Even the ambitious Danzo can only sigh inwardly, it's not the time to perform on his own. When Orochimaru came back from the ninja school to speak, when Gong Yi went out again, he was surprised to find out Orochimaru has one more disciple. And he, God, has one less disciple. Chapter 126. Primary Cells. Lord Gong Yi, what are you mad at? Gong Yi looked at the girl squatting in front of him depressedly, and couldn't help rubbing her head. I rarely trained 2 medical ninjas, ready to be my disciples. But one of them was taken away by my teacher. What Gong Yi said is actually not complicated. When he was on the front line, he recruited 2 talented female ninjas to teach medical ninjutsu. Aburame Kaiwei and Shizune. After the war ended, after returning to the village, when the 2 girls were resting, they simply went to the Konaha hospital to help. They also got along very well with Sakurai Ariki, and when they went there were enough patients to familiarize them with the master's medical ninjutsu. However, Shizune somehow got noticed by Tsunade, who was passing by. Even saying hello to Gong Yi, Tsunade took Shizune as his apprentice. You know, although Gong Yi is usually Tsunade teacher is very affectionate. But in fact, Tsunade never admitted that Gong Yi was his disciple, even 3220. The psychic beast slug did not let Gong Yi sign a contract. But Shizune is different. This is a veritable apprenticeship. Even when Gong Yi went to the hospital, he saw Shizune channeling a small slug. Well, it's very small. It can only treat very small wounds. Small slugs. Shizune said so. Tsunade-sensei saw that Kaiwei had bugs, and felt that his disciple couldn't live without psychic beasts. Just let me sign the contract. Gong Yi was really dumbfounded at the time. Tsunade, why are you competing with yourself? If you rob Shizune, you have to give her a psychic beast, just to prevent Shizune from being compared by his own disciple, Aburame Kaiwei. But it is limited to crying and laughing. Gong Yi is really not very angry. He could see that this matter should have something to do with the 3 generations of Hokage. Over the years, the 3rd generation of Hokage has been urging his 3rd disciples to accept apprentices. Jiraiya is more obedient and cultivated Namikaze Minato early. Namikaze Minato is also very promising, making Jiraiya a lot easier, anyway. Whatever, with Minato's gentle temper, Jiraiya entrusts him, and Minato will not refuse. This is probably why Jiraiya is always very leisurely in the village. Tsunade and Orochimaru were disobedient, and for so many years, they were alone. Before asking them to accept Gong Yi, the 2 also pushed the 3 and blocked the 4, for fear of trouble. Tsunade would rather teach Gong Yi medical ninjutsu than be a teacher. But this time, it was probably the 3rd generation of Hokage who gave the death order. Tsunade and Orochimaru, too, can only hold their noses to collect people. Tsunade was greedy for cheap and was too lazy to find people. He heard that Gong Yi's 2 apprentices were very talented, so he simply dug up Shizune. Orochimaru didn't really care about the order of the 3rd generation, but when he gave his graduation speech at the ninja school, he found Mitarashi Anko and was a little bit moved. So now, squatting in front of Gong Yi, the cute girl in front of me is Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Rubbing Anko's head in love, Gong Yi exhorted, Anko. If someone comes to kidnap you to become a disciple in the future, you must refuse him sternly. And you will take out the name of your teacher, Orochimaru, to scare the opposite party to death. Anko blinked his eyes. Then Lord Gong Yi, your disciple was robbed. Is it because of your name that you are not as loud as Tsunade-sama? Hey, you little girl, why are you talking so much? The Konaha duo, known as the existence of the Dark Blue Devil. The name is ringing. Gong Yi said angrily, and was actually despised by the little girl who left the school. Anko turned his head and avoided Gong Yi's hand. Is that so, Mr. Gong Yi, who is so famous, won't he give Anko a meeting gift? Gong Yi grinned. This little girl is a bit smart. No wonder Orochimaru took a fancy to her, just a few words and she wanted benefits. Gong Yi scooped up his body and took out a gadget. Hey, here it is, see if you like it, that's all I have on me. Anko took it curiously, and found that it was a small butterfly in Yuhi color, like a hairpin. Is there a girl's stuff on Mr. Gong Yi? Gong Yi put his hand on Anko's head again. He felt that this little girl's hair was really comfortable to the touch, it was terribly soft. Like playing with a cat. This time Anko didn't hide, probably because he was short-handed, so embarrassed to hide. Gong Yi rubbed his head while squinting and said, "This is not a card, this is a puppet. You put chakra in it and try to control. Puppet." Anko looked at the little butterfly in surprise, and chakra injected into it. The yuhi-colored butterfly flew wobbly, and flapped its wings twice. Anko's mind moved. Chakra controlled the butterfly to fly to the left, and it really moved. Gong Yi watched this scene with satisfaction. This is the product of his experiment after researching the way Sasori left to others to make puppets. Now I can't use people as puppets, but using animals instead, there is no problem. Butterflies, toads, snakes, grasshoppers, etc. Gong Yi made dozens of small animal puppets in one go and spread them all over the palace area. Forms a surveillance network, and if someone breaks in, he can instantly find out. After all, Gong Yi's current spiritual insight range is only 500 meters. The area of the palace collar is as high as 100 miles in radius, which is about 5 kilometers. Only puppet technique can help Gong Yi solve this problem. As for another secret technique left by Sasori, Gong Yi is still there, while groping, and vaguely have some experience. Just as Anko was excitedly manipulating the butterfly, Orochimaru came out of the house with a few books in his hand. Seeing Orochimaru coming out, Anko stood up obediently, but with a small butterfly in his hand, he was a little unsure of where to put it. "You can put it on your hair and use it as a hairpin." Gong Yi clapped his hands, stood up, and said to Anko with a smile. Anko tried wearing it, and it worked. "This butterfly puppet is interesting." Orochimaru glanced at it, not interested, and handed the books to Anko. "Take it back and see, I will test you in 3 days. "Oh." Anko took it carefully. She was still a little afraid of the cold Orochimaru, but it was Gong Yi, she liked to be in contact with him. After Anko left, Gong Yi put away his smile and was no longer as cynical as before. Orochimaru didn't say much, and walked straight into the house. Tick-tick through the familiar passage, the two came to Orochimaru's laboratory again. "I need to do something. It's very simple. You treat the 3 Sunagaku ninjas first. They are very important experimental subjects. They can't die yet. I have to follow up on their physical conditions." Gong Yi hummed and entered the prison. Facing the 3 pale, shivering ninjas, Gong Yi frowned. But he didn't say anything, and started medical ninjutsu directly. 10 minutes later, Gong Yi easily walked out of the prison. 1-6 out. Orochimaru looked at the 3 and nodded in satisfaction. "I have to say that your current medical ninjutsu has surpassed Tsunade." Gong Yi shrugged. "There is still a difference. Master Tsunade has the bloodline of the Senju family, and her healing ability is unparalleled in the world." When Orochimaru heard this, he fell silent. Then he opened a sealed door, and walked in. Gong Yi followed closely, but when he saw a ninja inside, he showed a surprised expression. Surprisingly, Orochimaru turned to look at him. Gong Yi nodded and admitted, "Yes, it's really surprising. Are trees growing on people? I don't think it's surprising that no one has seen this scene." Quote. Orochimaru pointed to the experimental subject. "Perhaps from this experimental subject, you can get a glimpse of the mystery of the Senju family's healing power possessed by Tsunade." Gong Yi took a deep breath. Orochimaru's research, has it come to this stage? The first generation cell. To read the IP. Chapter 127. Walk with a lunatic. Maybe, just maybe. The healing power possessed by Tsunade's body is common among the Senju clan. Of this family are extremely powerful, and their chakra content is also different from ordinary people. However, Senju Hashirama is a special case. Beginning to the end, among the Senju clan, only Hashirama has mastered Mokuden wood style. Even Senju Tobarama, whose talent is several times better than him, cannot learn Mokuden wood style. This is also the case. While the ninja world is rumored that Mokuden wood style is powerful, there are countless people who want to have a glimpse of the mystery of Mokudan, wood style. Including the high-level Konaha. You can roughly guess where he got the Hashirama cells from. Danzo. Orochimaru said before that there was a person who asked the same question as himself, and finally chose to cooperate with Orochimaru. That person, 9 times out of 10, is Danzo. Only Danzo has a chance to retain Hashirama cells. However, Danzo's research ability is not strong, so he chose to hand it over to Orochimaru, and the two shared the research results. U-29 first check the situation of this person. It seems that he is not good. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Gong Yi nodded slightly, concentrated his mind, and placed his hand on the experimental subject. The gentle chakra was precisely controlled and flowed all over the body. But just for a moment, Gong Yi frowned. Seeing this, Orochimaru asked curiously, "What did you find?" Gong Yi shook his head. "I still need to take a look, mind if I dissect him?" Orochimaru waved his sleeves, "Whatever. Other words, even if the dissection is broken, it doesn't matter. This means that this experimental subject is not very important, or Orochimaru still has a large number of experimental subjects in his hands." From the chakra light, the sharp tips formed on the fingertips, and his chakra scalpel became more and more exquisite. The chakra scalpel gently slid across the subject's skin, creating a deep wound on the blood vessel on the hand. The bones are clearly visible. If a normal ninja encounters such an injury, he will basically lose his combat effectiveness. But an astonishing scene emerged. The wound was recovering extremely quickly, and even the blood flowing quickly stopped. Gong Yi's brows became even tighter, and the movements of his hands became much quicker. Thighs, lower abdomen, double ribs, until reaching the throat, he stopped. Putting his hands away, Gong Yi took a deep breath. The healing power of this person is incredible. Orochimaru is not surprising, he has this feature before. He even hoped that Gong Yi would have other discoveries. Gong Yi pointed to those cut by him, and said word by word, "But there is a problem, his healing ability is extremely strong, but it is not supported by the strong activity of cells. Instead, overbraid cell activity is used to achieve this effect. In him, there are 2 kinds of cells cut to 1. One of the cells, the level is too high, forms a powerful phagocytic force. These wounds, although recovered, but you can see it. Nearby flesh and bone, basically have varying degrees of atrophy. This means that his body cell is being engulfed by another type of cell, giving birth. And that kind of powerful cells also have no ability to regenerate, so this is what caused this." Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that it was only his first autopsy that Gong Yi would discover the results that he obtained after several studies. "It seems that I am looking for Gong Yi as a partner. This step is indeed the right one." Orochimaru licked his lips. "In your opinion, how can we solve this problem?" "Rescue this experimental body. It's very simple. I will perform an operation to remove all the foreign cells in his body." Gong Yi has this confidence, and his medical ninjutsu, aided by his superb chakra control, can totally do it. But Orochimaru waved his hand. "No, I don't care about his death. I'm asking, do you have a way to solve the problem of the terrifying phagocytic power of powerful cells and the inability to regenerate on their own?" Gong Yi was silent. Orochimaru was not in a hurry, let him think. Or rather, Orochimaru didn't hold out much hope that Gong Yi would be able to do it right away. "Give the answer." However, Gong Yi immediately gave three answers in the next moment. First, if you can develop an agent that inhibits this cell, you can solve his phagocytosis. Second, if a small amount of these cells are ingested at a low frequency, they will be fused with special ninjutsu or secret techniques. It may take a long time to fuse it, or even regenerate on its own. Orochimaru said in amazement, "How long is this time?" Gong Yi gave an inaccurate answer, "At least 5 years, long. Maybe more than 10 years. Orochimaru is a little disappointed. did it take so long? Third, you can talk about it. Gong Yi said softly, if someone's body, cell characteristics, can be stronger than this type of cell, then he can completely suppress his phagocytic ability. Even antiphagocytosis of this cell, retaining its cellular identity. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, but soon shook his head helplessly. The third point is completely impossible. Oh, why is Orochimaru-sama so sure? Gong Yi pretended to be puzzled and asked, in fact, he knew better than anyone why it was impossible. Because this is the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru said with regret. It was a powerful existence that joined forces with Uchiha Madara to suppress the ninja world, and even defeated Uchiha Madara head-on. If you want to cultivate your body to his level, no, according to what you mean, he is stronger than him. This is simply impossible. Even if it is possible, this process will take longer than the second method you mentioned. Gong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, suppress the ninja world and defeat Uchiha Madara. You are talking about the first generation of Konaha Hokage, Senju Hashirama. 320 Shiwan tilted his head and asked with great interest, why, when you hear this answer, not only are you not panicking, but why does it make me feel that you are still very excited? Ha ha. Gong Yi laughed loudly, to have the opportunity to study the cells of Shodai, first Sama. I think in the entire ninja world, few people will not be excited. Orochimaru also laughed. He became more and more admiring Gong Yi. Even, he was a little excited. If I had accepted you as my disciple, that would have been fine. Gong Yi blinked. If Orochimaru really wanted to accept him back then, he would not refuse. Just now we're working together, isn't it good? Haha, it's good. Orochimaru smiled freely. If I had accepted you back then, you would just be chasing my path behind me. But now, you have already walked your own path, and it is better for both of us to learn from each other's strengths and complement our weaknesses. Two looked at each other and smiled, feeling quite harmonious. However, beside them, there is a gloomy laboratory, a prison where pain screams endlessly, countless experimental subjects, with terrifying wounds. Gong Yi thinks Orochimaru is a lunatic. He walks with lunatics, but he is not a lunatic. Recommend a book to friends. Also Hokage God Uchiha, wrote Sengoku Hokage, 2 million words. If you are interested, you can go and read it. I have read it, not bad. Chapter 128. Failure, or failure. Are many lunatics in this world? In other words, any world has never lacked lunatics. The difference is that some people will hide, and some people will always show their crazy side. Just 3 months after the truce between Sunagaku and Konaha, the whole ninja world is still there. When the reputation of the two heroes of Konaha was rumored, there was a man who killed all his classmates during the graduation exam. Bloody, spread throughout the village of Kurigakure. Even in the graduation exam in the village of Kurigakure, where students are encouraged to kill each other, he went too far this time. Since then, the village of Kurigakure has directly reformed the way of graduation assessment. However, Zaibujian did not receive any punishment for this, but was recruited into Anbu by the third generation of Mizukage. However, this move also aroused a lot of criticism in the village of Kurigakure. Mizukage is even more discussed by the villagers. Under such circumstances, the village of Iwagakure, which had been eager to join the war, had to cover up the ambition that had to be concealed because of the quick defeat of Sunagaku by Konaha, and broke out again. The interior of Kurigakure is unstable, and the village of Iwagakure, which has hated them for generations, will definitely not miss this opportunity. Moreover, the village of Kurigakure is relatively weak, and the village of Iwagakure, which is already strong to a certain extent, urgently needs a war to stand up. Announced to the world that Iwagakure village is already a strong ninja village, not even weaker than Konaha who won Sunagaku. Without much to say, Iwagakure village began to engage in small-scale friction with Kurigakure village, in order to form a big war. The casus belli used is also very tenable. During World War II, It was the second-generation Mizukage of Kurigakure village who killed our second-generation Tsuchikage. Take revenge for the second-generation Tsuchikage, Sama. The shadow of war, once again, floated into the sky of the ninja world. In the silent secret room, Gong Yi spread his hands, each with a mass of chakra lingering on it. The left hand is mixed with the nature of earth, and the right hand is mixed with the nature of fire. He carefully fused the two groups of chakras together, staring intently, for fear of making the slightest mistake. This kind of action, in the eyes of outsiders, will think that Gong Yi is crazy. Even chakras from the same person cannot be mixed because of their different natures. Because once mixed, it is very easy to cause chakra to get out of control. Gong Yi's muscles were tense, and he was staring at his hands intently. The two chakras of the nature of fire and earth began to slowly blend. No runaway, no explosions. Sure enough, Sasori's secret art can help me touch the edge of Kekkei Genkai. Gong Yi was overjoyed. He had wondered why Xie Neng used the chakra in front of the puppet, and even used Kekkei Genkai. After getting the secret of rest, many problems were solved instantly. The reasons are complex, yet simple. Xie has developed a set of secret techniques that can simulate the spiritual power of others and integrate chakra. As long as he obtains the corpse of the ninja, even if the ninja is dead, he can simulate the corresponding spiritual energy. And according to the chakra extraction route of the deceased, a similar chakra is simulated. Kekkei Genkai is much more difficult, because it involves the fusion of two chakras. So even if Xie became stronger later, he didn't try to kill other blood Matsuri powerhouses. Because with his strength, he can only control a bloody puppet. After Gong Yi got this set of secrets, he did not go the route of imitating others. He changed his way. Participate yourself into two kinds of investigations of nature, imaginatively simulate one, and try to fuse them. More than half a year to get to where I am today. It has failed countless times, and the hands are out of control for chakra fusion, and the whole body is bruised and bruised. Thanks to the rejuvenation technique, he was able to continue this work. No wonder some possess medical ninjutsu to heal. Gong Yi looked at a new type of chakra that had merged most of the time, and was gradually blooming with two colors different from earth and fire, with a look of anticipation. It's just a little bit. As long as the fusion is successful, I can master Kekkei Genkai and develop the corresponding blood Ji ninjutsu. However, when he was looking forward to it, the group of chakras gradually changed. Like a bright golden light, it trembled and separated, turning into deep yellow and fiery yuhi again. Bang! With an explosion, Gong Yi's face changed greatly. Failed again. The rejuvenation technique began to be released on the wounded hands, and Gong Yi lowered his head with a gloomy face. What's wrong? Obviously I have found a way to fuse chakra, and the previous fusion process was very smooth, but why is it? I can't go to Kekkei Genkai. As for the Master of Kaden fire-style ninjutsu, I have received a lot of ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan in the past 6 months, so I can definitely be considered a grandmaster. Doden earth-style ninjutsu is the foundation of my practice for several years, and I can't be more familiar with it. The fusion of two chakras should not lead to failure. Gong Yi raised his head suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot. The war between Sunagaku and Konaha has ended for more than half a year. During this time, except for the occasional collaborative research with Orochimaru, most of his time was spent on the research topic of Kekkei Genkai. Progress is advancing by leaps and bounds. However, when it comes to this most critical step, it cannot be crossed. Gong Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Can't be messed up. I must be calm. Kekkei Genkai itself is a high-level energy that transcends ordinary chakra and forms a qualitative change. I started counting from the angle of the heart, but it only took 2.5 years, and it is normal to fail. Gong Yi stood up and walked out of the secret room. Moved his hands slightly, took off his clothes, and jumped into the swimming pool in the backyard. The icy cool water soaked his face, calming him down gradually. Problems after some studies failed, also gradually emerged. Maybe I should try to simulate the Kekkei Genkai who merged with others. No matter what Orochimaru said it, or my own opinion, I believe that what I created is the strongest. I can't give up now. Gong Yi is actually very curious. The birth of Kekkei Genkai is extremely difficult. He spent 2 or 3 years, without success. In the original book, there are some ninjas who created Kekkei Genkai, and how did they do it? Bakuden, explosion style, ninja of Iwagakure village. Kagura, his Kekkei Genkai is not inherited. 5 generations of Mizukage, Terumi Mei, mastered the 2 Kekkei Genkai of Yoden, lava style, and Futen, vapor style, at a young age. If Futen, vapor style, may have been studied from King Wuwei, but Yoden, lava style, is different. Yoden, lava style, from the beginning to the end, only Terumi Mei can use it. It can never be hereditary, but should be researched by herself. According to the time, Terumi Mei should be as old as herself by now. If the plot is correct, she has at least mastered a Kekkei Genkai by now. How she did it? Gong Yi squinted, letting the water drop on his cheeks. Is this the so-called talent? Just like Namikaze Minato can master Hiraishin, no matter how you learn it, you can't get started. Terumi Mei can easily create her own Kekkei Genkai. Gong Yi no. Believe in talent, but don't believe in fate. If he believed, he wouldn't be able to get to where he is today. Hey, little Gong Yi, what are you thinking about with that gloomy look on your face? A familiar voice came from his ear. Gong Yi looked over helplessly. Tsunade, sensei, I beg you, next time you go to the main entrance, ring the doorbell, okay? I'm taking a bath now, and you've seen me clean. Tsunade snorted, so what if you look clean? You're still a kid. Besides, it's not like I didn't watch it when I healed you. Oh. Gong Yi snorted, stood up directly from the pool, and walked slowly to the side to get dressed. Tsunade stared at Gong Yi in astonishment. His eyes were huge under the boy's crotch, motionless. But then, she threw a shuriken over. Hey, you're going to kill. Gong Yi hurriedly ran to the side and looked at the lily sword in shock. That thing was running down his crotch. Tsunade turned his back and cursed with yuhi all over his face. You boy haven't put on your clothes yet. Okay, don't be shy. Ha ha. Gong Yi laughed and put on his clothes slowly, but the inside was still empty. I've already said that I'm not a child, but you don't believe me, teacher. Human little devil is big. Gong Yi murmured, I am afraid it's a small tortoise. But he didn't dare to say it too loudly, otherwise Tsunade would definitely turn his back on him and beat him up. The teacher suddenly asked me for something. Tsunade stared at Gong Yi angrily, not knowing whether it was because of what happened just now or what he was going to ask next. I ask you, have you been close to Orochimaru recently? Chapter 129. Terrifying experiment. Anything, no matter. No matter how secretive you do it, there will always be clues that exist. Some people are smart, they will choose to let clues to mislead others, so as to hide themselves. And some people are dismissive and still go their own way. The cooperation between Orochimaru and Danzo has lasted for many years, and 3 generations of Hokage have noticed it. Although it is not clear what they are doing, the 3 generations do not want to involve Gong Yi. During this time, 3 generations passed through Anbu in the village and found that Gong Yi often met with Orochimaru. As one of the war heroes of a new generation of villagers, Sandai wants to get Gong Yi out of the way. So he found Tsunade and asked Tsunade to remind Gong Yi. Facing Tsunade's angry question, Gong Yi's smile gradually disappeared. Tsunade frowned. If you don't answer, it's just the default. Gong Yi nodded. I don't want to lie to you. Tsunade was slightly moved, but he continued to ask, what are you doing getting so close to him? Gong Yi thought about it for a while, then said sincerely, improve your strength. He didn't lie. Practice ninjutsu is to improve strength. Doing research is also to improve strength. Tsunade wondered. Aren't you strong now? The 8 inner gates can open to the 6th gate, created the Rasengan, and mastered the advanced Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu given to you by 3 generations of old men, and my medical ninjutsu. Is that enough? Gong Yi asked abruptly. Wait, Tsunade replied, he said lightly, even if I learned this, but when I came back from the battlefield, you saw it. Still seriously injured and nearly dead. So, I need 320 to get stronger. Tsunade was stunned. She thought of some of the things that the 3 generations had told her. Gong Yi wanted to worship 3 generations of Hokage as his teacher, but was rejected. Wanted to worship Jiraiya as a teacher, but was rejected. Even though he taught him medical ninjutsu, he didn't improve his strength much, and he was indeed a bit perfunctory. In the end, Tsunade thought of the heart in the back room of Gong Yi's house. I have come this way, and few people have directed my practice. Tsunade-sensei, you are very kind to me, but you have never taught me anything other than medical ninjutsu. I don't blame you, but I can't stop my steps. Master Orochimaru was reluctant to accept me as a disciple before, but after contacting me on the battlefield, he admired me very much. He is now willing to instruct me on my ninjutsu practice, and he even puts aside the books in his home for me to watch. This is an opportunity. I can't give up. Tsunade-sensei, do you understand? Gong Yi looked at Tsunade seriously. He hid some words, but what he said was never a lie. I don't want to drag my severely injured body back next time I go to the battlefield. Don't even want to die on the battlefield, so that I can't even see you one last time. The fact is that simple. Calmly speaking, it came slowly from the young man's mouth. A few drops of water slowly fell from his black hair and hit the ground with a firm speed, just like his determination. Tsunade listened in a daze, and for a moment, his heart was full of mixed feelings. It turns out that it was so difficult for Gong Yi to become stronger. Behind his achievements, he has seized opportunities and spelled it out again and again. Tsunade would like to say that you are still a child, working so hard. There are people in the village stronger than you to protect everyone. But she couldn't say it. The boy's black pupils were full of uncontrollable determination. Tsunade-sensei, is there anything else? I have to go out. Tsunade shook his head and walked out a little sadly. She didn't know why she was so lost. Maybe from the beginning, I should accept my son and try my best to teach him what I know. Why did he easily hand over the slug's psychic contract to Shizune, but was unwilling to give Gong Yi a further chance? Tsunade stopped and looked at the boy who was almost taller than himself. Be careful when you live outside the village. The village is not safe recently, and some ninjas have started to disappear. Well, thank you teacher for your concern, I will pay attention. When Tsunade left, Gong Yi also packed up and prepared to go out. Standing at the gate, staring at the territory that belongs to him, Gong Yi raised his brows slightly. Ninjas near village are missing. Could it be Orochimaru? Gong Yi doesn't have to have this kind of suspicion, because in the original book, the fuse of Orochimaru's defection was. He caught the ninjas in the village for human body research, and was discovered by 3 generations. But it's not right. I have also studied with Orochimaru for the past 6 months, and there are no Konaha ninjas in his laboratory. Gong Yi didn't walk with a solution. There were puppets guarded by him within the territory of the palace. He is not worried that he will be easily touched by the enemy. After walking for a while, Gong Yi stopped suddenly. Just like my puppets are scattered around, Orochimaru's laboratory is also countless. Usually when I'm not studying with him, I'm cultivating, so what about him? Gong Yi suddenly woke up. Maybe Orochimaru was carrying on his back and was still doing other ninjutsu research. If there is a Konaha ninja in it, it is only natural that Orochimaru would not let himself know. After all, he is called the Konaha duo, so he has the idea of devoting to the village. Gong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If it was true as he had guessed, then he and Orochimaru had only established a partnership for half a year. Maybe it will stop soon. This is not good news. The cooperation with Orochimaru has been used a lot, but I have indeed gained a lot of benefits. If it weren't for Orochimaru's open supply of books, and occasional personal instruction, research on Kekkei Genkai will not proceed so quickly. When Gong Yi came to Orochimaru's house again and entered the laboratory, Orochimaru's busy figure appeared in front of him. Gong Yi is here. Well, are you going to continue your last job today? Orochimaru stopped what he was saying and shook his head. No, today we conduct another study. Juvenile transplantation of Hashirama cells. Gong Yi's body trembled slightly, and then he noticed that behind Orochimaru, there were more than a dozen cages. In each cage, there are about 5 or 6 years old children. Orochimaru licked his tongue, his eyes glowing with excitement. You've proposed 3 ways to fuse Hashirama cells before, the second and the third, none of which are possible. For the first one, you and I have been working together for so long, but we haven't developed a suitable inhibitor. But I found in my research that there is another way, which may be able to fuse Hashirama cells. Gong Yi swallowed. Could this be the beginning of Yamato's transplant of Hashirama cells in the original book? Then in the cage behind Orochimaru, which one is Yamato? Without hesitation. But the death of the experiment question was due to the phagocytosis of the cells by the Hashirama cells. So is there a possibility that we allow Hashirama cells to engulf the cells of the subject, and let Hashirama cells flood the subject's body? Gong Yi hurriedly interrupted Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, you must understand this truth. Hashirama cells are too powerful, if they swallow all the cells of the test subject. The experimental subjects can't stand Hashirama cells either. Orochimaru glanced at Gong Yi and didn't object. But he said excitedly, if it's a young child has a strong ability to absorb anything. Just like teaching students in school, they know nothing, but under the teaching, they can quickly accept, learn and absorb and grow. We inject extremely weak Hashirama cells into young experimental subjects, and their bodies without any chakra flow have the possibility of absorption and fusion. Although Hashirama cells are too powerful, even a little bit in juveniles is hard to bear. But as long as one survives, then we won't be successful. Gong Yi took a deep breath. Have you ever thought about the lives of these children, their parents, their future? Ha ha. Orochimaru suddenly laughed wildly, then looked at Gong Yi with interest. Why, Gong Yi-kun, who dissected so many living people with me, suddenly became charitable and hypocritical. Chapter 130, Psychic Contract. Gong Yi looked at the children behind Orochimaru who had passed out unconsciously and shook his head. No, I'm neither kind nor kind, as Orochimaru-sama should see clearly. I just can't bear it, because I also grew up gradually from their age. Orochimaru put away his smile, and his face turned gloomy again. I can understand your thoughts, but you should know more about who these children are. They are all war orphans from other villages. No parents, no family, no one wants to adopt them. Not even food to survive. If they hadn't come to me, more than half of these children would have died. About the future. I'm experimenting with people who are about to die. If they can provide me with a little research value, then it will be an honor for them. Gong Yi was silent. Orochimaru's words were not a true portrayal of himself. He was also a war orphan and was lucky enough to be adopted by Konaha. But even if he is adopted, in the future, he should be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Of the shackles of fate and became a little stronger. But it is only a little stronger, and there are too many people who are stronger than myself. Forget it. I already knew you would have this reaction. Orochimaru suddenly waved his hand in a moody manner, and it doesn't seem surprising that Gong Yi's attitude today. After all, no matter what kind of adult way of thinking do you have, and you're still just an 11-year-old boy. Now Gong Yi, with the passage of time, has turned 11 years old. Gong Yi lowered his head slightly. Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, I let you down. Orochimaru did not get angry, but pointed at the children. Go and do your thing. Oh, forgot to say. Before you came, I actually implanted them with Hashirama cells. Gong Yi was stunned and looked at the children. No wonder they all fell into a coma. Since you can't bear to let these children die, then use your first Konaha medical ninjutsu to help them live. Orochimaru lowered his head and stopped looking at Gong Yi. These things were already what he expected. Gong Yi stood there, silent for a long time, wondering what he was thinking. After a long while, he took a step and walked in front of those children. Through the dim light, he seemed to be able to see his own shadow on these young faces. Weak, helpless, and controlled. Even now, he is still a weapon in the hands of 3 generations, a pawn fooled by Orochimaru. Master's hand was tight, and the mind that had been slack in the first moment became incomparably strong at this moment. At one time I was an orphan unnoticed, but later, I became a hero admired by thousands of people. Slowly, with qualifications, become a sharp weapon in the hands of others. And next, what you have to do is to decide the direction of the weapon. No, I have to control other people and let them be in my hands. Let go of the hand, it doesn't need too much force. As soon as I squat down, put my hand in slowly, and touch a sleeping child. It's just that before the chakra influx, the phagocytosis and fusion of the cells were probed, Gong Yi just pursed his mouth. Orochimaru had a child, died. Orochimaru glanced back and said regretfully, that's a pity, he didn't get through even an hour. Tone is indifferent, the only regret is not for life. It seemed that he was just regretting that he didn't live a few more minutes, and let him observe and observe. Gong Yi was a little angry, but didn't say anything, except that the next check and treatment was much faster. One after another, 15 in total. Among them, 3 3s died and 4 44s were unstable. Gong Yi stepped in to help them stabilize their lives. The other 8 8s have intact life characteristics, and even a faint powerful aura appears. Of the 12 children who survived, the 8 8s that emit a powerful breath, the Hashirama cells in the body, have devoured 1/5 of them. When Orochimaru got the observation report, he exclaimed with delight. I really didn't go the wrong way. Among these 8 people, as long as one survives, my conjecture has been verified. Of course, next, you need Gong Yi to check on them regularly. If someone were to die, you probably wouldn't stand idly by. Gong Yi didn't say anything, his attitude was a little colder than before. Perhaps when he was called Orochimaru instead of Lord Orochimaru, Gong Yi's remaining respect for Orochimaru disappeared. Orochimaru didn't care, and was still doing his own research. Gong Yi glanced at the cell tissue under the microscope, and suddenly said, Orochimaru, I need 10 Hashirama cells. Orochimaru raised his head and looked at Gong Yi in surprise. Gong Yi took a deep breath. You have your guesses, and I have mine too. Instead of putting all hope in your path, let me do a one-sided study too. Perhaps, I will find out the fusion method of Hashirama cells earlier than you. Orochimaru's brows gradually wrinkled, and from time to time he lowered his head to look at the Hashirama cells he was studying, and from time to time looked up at Gong Yi. After a long time, he turned away silently. Gong Yi stayed where he was, quietly waiting for his return. Within minutes, Orochimaru came out. He put a glass container on the laboratory bench. Here are 20 Hashirama cells, enough for a month of research. Done, come find me again. Glass container, under the green culture medium, there is a group of small white cells. The so-called Hashirama cells are preserved by the large amount of nutrients supplied by the culture medium. Gong Yi picked up the Hashirama cell, turned around and walked out. Orochimaru stopped him, and a huge scroll suddenly appeared on the experiment table. Since you have the intention to conduct independent research, the exchange of research results is a very necessary thing. Now in the village, it seems that someone has noticed your contact with me. For research confidentiality. Sign it. Gong Yi looked at the scroll, and immediately his heart was hot. Not some kind of guarantee, or some kind of letter that gives people a clue. That's a psychic scroll. Once you sign it, you can communicate with and summon the 3 most powerful psychic beasts in the world. Ryachi Cave. A tribe of snakes. Gong Yi did not hesitate, cut his palm, and stamped a palm print on the scroll. 99 Playmates find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 131. Kekkei Genkei. Become. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the blazing sun, Gong Yi smiled as he looked at the 3 little snakes hovering in front of him. Go, you usually watch when I'm not at home. If outsiders enter, notify me directly. The 3 little snakes spit out the snake letter, then escaped from the sun and got into the dark corner. Puppet technique is still a dead thing in the end, the distance is far away, and it cannot be controlled at all. Gong Yi doesn't want to see again, like Tsunade who sneaked into his own secret room. The ceiling technique is a guarantee, the puppet is another guarantee, and the little snake that is psyched out forms 3 guarantees. He did not spend a lot of chakra to summon a huge and powerful snake, but chose a small snake that consumes a very small amount of chakra. This way, it can last for a long time. Gong Yi spread out his hands and looked at the psychic seal that was gradually disappearing, his face uncertain. After a while, he shook his head. Orochimaru is getting more and more crazy, I can't be too close to him. Otherwise, the 3 generations will be annoyed, and Konaha village will not be able to stay. Konaha village at the moment, for Gong Yi, is still very useful. 3220. Not to mention the group of medical ninjas he cultivated, just for the system. Yuhi-colored task, he must stay in the village. Of course, he could also escape from Konaha, find a remote and uninhabited corner, and hide. Case, it can survive the 3 wars. But in this way, the task evaluation may be reduced to the lowest level, which is what Gong Yi does not want to see. But Orochimaru is becoming more and more extreme character. For me, it is also good. Like this psychic technique. This is what Gong Yi gets. Orochimaru is actually a very generous person, or a person who doesn't care about details. In the original book, he once asked Sasuke to leave a blood contract on the psychic contract of the snake family. And as Gong Yi, who was trusted by Orochimaru earlier than the 2 of them, after working together for half a year, he also got a psychic contract from the Serpent Clan. With Spiritism, I have the qualifications to go to Ryachi Cave and learn sage art. But now is not the time, this matter has to be moved back. The power of sage art, Gong Yi certainly knows. Naruto relies on sage art against pain 6 paths. Senju Hashirama uses sage art and Mokuten, wood style, Susanoo and Kyubi, 9 tails, against Uchiha Madara. And even, he can rely on sage art to deal with brothers Sasuke and Itachi. In terms of energy level, sage art should be on the same level as Kekkei Genkei. However, with sage art, the ninja will become more and more energetic, not more tired, so the power of sage art is stronger than the general Kekkei Genkei. Of course, sage art also has a disadvantage, that is, the time limit of use. 6 paths sage art is not taken into account, this thing belongs to the hook. Gong Yi doesn't. The main reason for learning sage art in a hurry is that he knows a prerequisite for learning sage art of chakra in order to learn and use them. Otherwise, they will be instantly swallowed up by massive amounts of natural energy. In the original book, there are only 2 people who can use sage art perfectly. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto. These 2 people, with the amount of chakra, are definitely the top of the ninja world. People who barely learn sage art, such as Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and even snake sage art included, they are not perfect. Jiraiya uses sage art and needs 2 frogs to absorb the natural energy for him. Namikaze Minato is even worse. He has learned sage art, but he doesn't dare to use it at ordinary times. Compared with the others, his chakra is too little. I have grown a tail for myself. In Gong Yi's opinion, this is definitely not perfect. Gong Yi's chakra content is already a lot. After all, his physical energy and mental energy are huge enough to create a lot of chakra. But compared to Uzumaki Naruto's arms, Senju Hashirama Master Sage body, it is far from enough to see. Therefore, Gong Yi had no plans at all for a short period of time. He wants to learn, and he must learn the most perfect and powerful sage art at the most suitable time. Looking at the scorching sun, the rainstorm may come soon. Gong Yi entered the room and came to the secret room with peace of mind. The Hashirama cells are there, split up and have at least 20 copies. Enough for 1 month of research. The basic experimental equipment, Gong Yi has, as early as in the research corner, when it was all hearts, he prepared it. Getting started again at this moment is also very simple. However, when he was preparing to study, Gong Yi suddenly had a flash in his mind. Those who have transplanted Hashirama cells seem to use Mokuden wood style. Yamato, Uchiha Madara, and even that guy Danzo was killed by Mokuden wood style. Other words, Hashirama cells contain the genetic factors of Kekkei Genkei, and they are extremely powerful. I have the simulation mysticism that Sasori of the Red Sand is working on, so can I simulate Mokuden wood style? By simulating Mokuden wood style, maybe I'll be able to figure out how to create my own Kekkei Genkei. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, Gong Yi gradually calmed down. Kekkei Genkei this way, he has failed too many times. No matter what. Seemed that, with so much hope of success, he wouldn't let himself lose his composure. Out a portion of Hashirama cells, Gong Yi slowly infiltrated the spiritual power. Not only that, but also simulated the spiritual power into a similar existence to the cells. At this moment, the trace of his simulated mental power, coupled with the cells that originally belonged to the original Hokage Senju Hashirama, was close to the original himself. With this, Gong Yi slowly squeezed the remaining body energy in the cells, and the simulated mental power, fusion. The birth of chakra. A slightly crystal clear green light appeared in front of the boy's eyes, and that flickering moment reflected Gong Yi's excitement. Kekkei Genkei, chakra of Mokuden wood style nature. It really succeeded. Kai, that little chakra, as the energy of the cells is exhausted, slowly disappears into the air. Gong Yi is not disappointed. After all, a cell contains too little energy, it is normal to be unable to resist. Contrary, he is now extremely excited. It really did work, and Sasori of the Red Sand is just a genius of his. A true genius. It's better to use Kekkei Genkei to study Kekkei Genkei than to use it to manipulate human puppets. This is the real usage. At the moment when I just simulated the Mokuden wood style chakra, I vaguely touched the threshold of Kekkei Genkei. As long as I come back a few times, I will definitely be able to step through this door. Gong Yi was trembling all over, unable to control himself with excitement. Countless failures, once embarked on a wrong path, walked into a crooked road. Fusion has also failed, chakra lost control, injured his hands, and the rejuvenation technique has been used for an unknown number of times. He has failed enough. People say failure is the mother of success, and sure enough, success is coming soon. This time, he was very sure of the way Kekkei Genkei should go. But before that, he had to experiment. Take out another Hashirama cell, and according to the previous process, Gong Yi fuses the simulated spiritual energy with the body energy that comes with the cell into chakra. Facing the green light this time, Gong Yi observed it very carefully and realized it. The huge spiritual power is concentrated on it. Sigh. The chakra dissipates. Gong Yi no. Hurry up and continue to repeat this process. This cycle goes on and on, each time with care and concentration. From noon, to late night, to dawn. 20 Hashirama cells that could have been used for a month, Gong Yi used it up in just one night. However, it was all worth it. When the fog cleared and the morning light illuminated the earth, Gong Yi stretched out his hands again. And this time, he did not condense a lot of chakra. Use the most familiar one-handed hand seal method, left and right, 1. 6. Both hands, middle finger, and index finger are close together, and a trace of chakra silk thread, which is too thin to be thinner, is guided out. The two threads gradually approached and then began to twist in a spiral. Just like a chain in modern biological knowledge, it presents the same level and is arranged in the same position. This tangled chakra thread has such a copy information, retains memory, and can be inherited in general. Kekkei Genkei's bloodline heritability is complete. The silk thread is getting longer and longer, and the winding degree is getting tighter and tighter, until it forms a complete double helix chain. The earthy chakra's dark yellow color has disappeared. The fire chakra's radiant color has disappeared. Instead, it is the brilliant golden color that has appeared countless times, but has been annihilated countless times. Kekkei Genkei. Complete. Ha ha ha. I made it. I finally made it. Ha 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 ha. In the basement room, the joyful and excited laughter of the teenager never stopped. Golden chakra on his fingertips did not dissipate like Mokuden, wood-style chakra, but bloomed for a long time. Chapter 132. You perform again. Gong Yi, how is Hashirama cell research going? Sorry, no research results yet. Hearing Gong Yi's answer, Orochimaru is not surprised. This is the real result. I have been researching for so many years without results. Gong Yi has only been researching for a month. If there are results, it will be doubtful. A month has passed, and the number of collaborative research between the two has become less and less. Gong Yi just comes over from time to time to take care of the children who have been implanted with Hashirama cells. Most of the time, he came over without seeing Orochimaru. 4. Orochimaru has other labs outside the village. Gong Yi is more and more confirmed. It's been a month. How are those children now? Orochimaru asked. Gong Yi said dully, 3 more 3s died, and there are only 9 people left. That's not very good. Gong Yi, you doctor, you are incompetent. Orochimaru sneered slightly. He admired Gong Yi, but sneered at the kindness shown by Gong Yi. Gong Yi ignored his sarcasm. He had tried his best to save the children. However, the powerful phagocytic and exclusivity of Hashirama cells cannot be resisted by just a few medical ninjutsu. Forget it. If you die, you will die. Orochimaru waved his hands casually, as if he didn't care about the situation. Gong Yi suddenly thought that in the original book, there were dozens of experimental subjects from the same batch as Yamato. Even before them, Orochimaru had conducted corresponding research on Hashirama cell implantation. Words. Orochimaru may also have a large number of children's experimental subjects in other laboratories. Controlling his breathing, Gong Yi didn't question Orochimaru. There are some things he can't do right now. But just give himself a little more time. Really, just a little more time, and he can do it. Orochimaru, this time, I need 50 Hashirama cells. Orochimaru frowned. 50 copies, why do you want so much? Based on your research progress, 20 copies a month is enough. Don't you forget that you only wanted 10 at first. Gong Yi didn't answer him directly, but picked up a Hashirama cell that was being studied on the lab bench. Orochimaru looked at him puzzled. Trace of spiritual power penetrated into the cell, and before being rejected, Gong Yi simulated it into a spiritual power similar to that in the cell's memory by using a secret technique of simulation. Use mental power to mobilize the remaining body energy of the cells, and the two merge. A gleaming green light appeared in the air. Orochimaru suddenly widened his eyes. This is... The green glow is fleeting. Gong Yi clapped his hands and said lightly, Mokuden, wood-style chakra. Orochimaru took a deep breath and placed another serving of Hashirama cells on Gong Yi's face. Before you act again. Gong Yi did not refuse, and directly reproduced the previous operation. Orochimaru was still in shock. Immediately, he looked at Gong Yi angrily, you haven't researched what you said yet. Gong Yi shook his head. I really didn't research anything. Like the situation just now, I just discovered it by accident. I don't know the exact reason. Hearing this explanation, Orochimaru looked at him suspiciously. How to do it? Mental strength and the remaining physical energy of cells, form chakra. Entering the ninja school, the lessons the teacher taught on the first day, it's that simple. Orochimaru's eyes rolled quickly, and the next batch of Hashirama cells was carried out according to Gong Yi's operation. However, his spiritual energy poured into the cells. Because of the powerful exclusivity of Hashirama cells, it was expelled. Orochimaru stepped up and then only heard S sound. Cells exploded and lost their activity in an instant. Gong Yi looked at this scene and laughed inwardly. Without the simulation secret technique of Sasori of the red sand, how could it be possible to merge Mokuden, wood-style chakra? Orochimaru didn't look very good, so he tried several times, and the results were all the same. Gong Yi suspiciously, could it be this person's spiritual power? What's special about it? Gong Yi spread out his hand, so that's why I want 50 Hashirama cells. Consumption is too fast for me to study the principle. Only with more experiments, I can sort out the principle and share it with you. Orochimaru nodded silently. Then, like the last time, he entered the laboratory inside. When he came out, 100 Hashirama cells. After the research results are obtained, they will be sent to me by the communication snake as soon as possible. No problem. When Gong Yi came out again, he had to lament Orochimaru's generosity. For valuable people, Orochimaru is always like this. Don't begrudge resources to cultivate. Sasuke's future strength is improving so fast, so should be the case. Gong Yi glanced back. That gloomy mansion. Under the mansion, there is an underground laboratory. The feeling there is really not very wonderful. Gong Yi shook his head, and on the tip of his right finger, a golden light shone brightly. Soon. Right now, I will not be afraid of Orochimaru, or even any cage-level powerhouse. On the way home, Gong Yi passed by the Hyuga clan's clan. Some people were busy running in and out. He glanced curiously, but found two Hyuga-Hazashi. No, it should be Hyuga-Hazashi and Hyuga-Hiyashi, these two brothers. Hazashi also found Gong Yi and walked over with a smile. What is this doing? Gong Yi pointed at those busy Hyuga people. Hyuga-Hazashi smiled slightly. I'm getting married, and everyone is helping me prepare for the wedding. Is Gong Yi free then? I want to invite you to my wedding. Gong Yi was stunned for a while, then said with a smile on his face. There will definitely be time. As long as you send me an invitation, I will definitely come. The invitation has already been prepared, and I plan to send it to you in 2 days. Hazashi laughed, then pointed at Gong Yi and said, You are not too young, you can find a girlfriend, don't delay. Gong Yi was stunned. I'm only 11 years old. What kind of girlfriend are you looking for? Hazashi was even more surprised than him. Isn't it normal to find a girlfriend at the age of 11 or 12 in the major shinobi villages? Only then did Gong Yi realize that the ninja's physical development was faster than he knew. Like the beginning of the original story, Sakura and Ino are crazy about Sasuke, and their hearts are sprouting. Sasuke was 15 and 15 years old. Karen was so excited when he saw him, he had to clamp his legs. Of marriage for ninjas is 16. Naruto and Hinata married when they were only 18 or 19. From this point of view, finding a girlfriend at the age of 11 or 12 seems completely reasonable. The middle 4 years are the period of love. Gong Yi suddenly remembered that in ancient China, in some dynasties, there was a custom of taking concubines and marrying wives when men were 12 years old. 3. It seems that Hazashi is really not joking when he said this. Hazashi patted him on the shoulder. Look at you, I'll be taller in no time. Village, so many girls worship you. It's time to find one, don't pick and choose. Gong Yi grinned. How could this be the same as an elder urging marriage? He waved his hand. said goodbye, and Gong Yi went home. Now, he has no intention of looking for a woman. Kekkei Genkei, more attractive to him than women. The golden light reappeared, and Gong Yi looked at this sharp, hard chakra with fascination. The fusion of fire and earth chakra has the characteristics of blood genetics. I didn't expect that it would look like this when it was born. This is a brand new Kekkei Genkei that has never appeared in the ninja world, only I can master it. Let me come and give you a name. Well, what's it called? Gong Yi was in trouble. He was named, but he had no talent. But then, his eyes lit up. Golden Escape. Hokage World, the basic chakra has wind, thunder, water, fire and earth, and the first generation created Mokuden, wood style. That is to say, only one golden escape is needed, and the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are all gathered together. And the properties of this chakra are almost identical to those of metals. Sharp, hard, fast, but also soft and deformable. It's called Jin Dun. Confirming the name, Gong Yi was in a great mood. The first generation uses the fusion of water and soil chakra to form Mokuden, wood-style Kekkei Genkei, thereby establishing Konaha and confirming the status of the god of ninjas. I, Gong Yi, fuse with fire-earth chakra today to form Kekkei Genkei. The future, all directions will be wiped out, and the world of ninja will be crushed. Chapter 133. After Gong Yi met Hyuga Hazashi, the next day, he received an invitation from Hazashi himself. Today's Gong Yi is known as the existence of the two heroes of Konaha. In the village, he is loved by people, and it is even heard that Mr. Tsunade had the intention to resign as the director of the Konaha hospital and let Gong Yi take over. Words, but someone heard Tsunade say to Hokage-sama. If Tsunade resigns in the future and Gong Yi takes over, then Gong Yi's status will increase by 10%. It is precisely because of this that Hazashi attaches so much importance to Gong Yi, and there are other high-level members of the Hyuga family who want to come here. Half a month later, Hyuga branch elders, Hyuga Hazashi got married. Guests from all over the world were invited. Gong Yi was also invited, and was greeted by the Hyuga tribe early and entered the Hyuga tribe. He only found out when he arrived. Who were invited were all distinguished. Nara Shikaku, the new leader of the Nara clan, Akamichi Choza of the Akamichi clan, and Yamanaka Inoichi of the Yamanaka clan. New generation of Ino Shikacho is also the new head of the three major families. The other Inazuka and Aburame families are also present. In addition, Lord Hokage sent his eldest son Sarutobi Aster as a gift of gravity. This wedding banquet has become a stage for the Hyuga family to show favor to all the Konaha families. Except Uchiha. Gong Yi sits in a very prestigious position, above everyone. But it is said to be reserved for Tsunade. Tsunade is not only one of the Sanin, but also the director of the Konaha hospital, and even the only member of the Senju clan, so he can be called the patriarch. She has such an honorable position, and it makes perfect sense. But Tsunade didn't arrive. Gong Yi was considered her half of her disciple, and she was more likely to take over the Konaha hospital. Arranged Gong Yi to sit here. No one else has any opinion. Looking at the people present, Gong Yi doesn't sigh secretly. The Hyuga family is really ambitious and has the ambition to compete with Uchiha for the largest family in Konaha. From the wedding of Hyuga Hazashi, so many people can be invited. If Hyuga Hiyashi got married, wouldn't Hokage be present, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire would send congratulations. The wedding process started gradually. Under the cherry tree, Hyuga Hazashi dressed in a strict kimono, like a graceful kunzi, waiting for his bride. No matter what. From the split family or from main clan, at this moment, I sincerely wish him well. Outside Konaha village, three figures hurried towards the village. The leader is a very calm young man. Behind him, a teenager with a watermelon head shouted, "Captain! Captain Kionzong, why are you running so fast?" Quote. Hyuga Kionzong glanced back at Mite Guy, Elder Hazashi's wedding is about to start. He usually takes care of me a lot. I must give my gifts and blessings at his wedding. Mite Guy glanced at the girl who fell far behind and said anxiously, but Kaiwei, she can't keep up. Hyuga Kionzong would like to say, if you take your time, I will go back first, but thinking that the previous captains never abandoned their traditions, he had to slow down. Hyuga Chizong, a former member of the palace squad. 14, he began to perform tasks with Gong Yi. Later, Gong Yi became the captain, and he was still one of the team members. Following the war with Sunagaku, some young ninjas who performed well on their missions were promoted. Like Asuma, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin are all Chunin. After Hyuga, who became Chunin early, arrived at Jonin, he was qualified to lead the team independently. Happens that Gong Yi has made a great contribution. If not, he will not have to perform the task for a year or two. So Gong Yi simply handed over the Gong squad to Hyuga Kionzong. Several original members of the palace team, Asuma, have joined other groups under the arrangement of Hokage. Hyuga Kionzong only had Mite Guy as a member at the time. Later, Gong Yi took the lead and asked his disciple Aburame Kaiwei from the Aburame clan to fill the team. 3 teams of 3 people, some are good at reconnaissance, some are good at taijutsu, and some are good at medical ninjutsu. The configuration is very complete. In this way, the 3 of them began to accept the task, carry out the task, and did it very well. Mite Guy even passed the Chunin assessment and became an excellent Chunin. Hyuga Kionzong stopped, and after a while, Aburame Kaiwei ran up panting. Captain, Guy, you run too fast, I can't keep up. Mite Guy scratched his head, this is no way, Captain and I are both good at physique. Kaiwei, aren't you a disciple of teacher Gong Yi? He is so strong in physical skills, why don't you learn a little bit? Aburame Kaiwei said weakly, Mr. Gong Yi usually doesn't see others, and occasionally guides me in medical ninjutsu. How do I learn gymnastics? And I, the Aburame clan, are not good at. Shish. Hyuga Kionzong raised his finger and put it to his mouth, signaling the 2 not to speak. He took a deep breath and turned on Byakugan directly. The hazy and hideous Byakugan appeared, and Hyuga Kionzong was already looking back. Aburame Kaiwei watched this scene curiously. Every time the captain used Byakugan, it was so strange. Could it be that all the Hyuga clan are like this? But in an instant, she realized that Hyuga Kionzong's complexion changed. Hyuga Kionzong turned back suddenly, run. Both Mite Guy and Aburame Kaiwei were stunned, until they were pulled by Hyuga Kionzong, and the 2 ran quickly. While running, Mite Guy asked anxiously, what's the matter, Captain? Hyuga Kionzong was trembling all over. Don't worry about it. Run to Konaha with all your might. 2 team members saw this. They could only do their best. They all trust Hyuga Kionzong. Although this captain doesn't talk much and is even very withdrawn, he will always try his best to protect them when performing tasks. I heard that the original captain is not like this. It seems that his old captain died 2 in a row, and even his best brother, Ogawara, died in the mission. That's how he became 3 people. Hyuga Kionzong is 16 years old, Mite Guy is 12 years old, and Aburame Kaiwei is 11 years old. It is just like the age of the flower season, but when it is close to the village, it runs wildly. Perhaps it was because they spent too much energy in order to rush back to the village. When she was about to see the huge wall of the village, Aburame Kaiwei couldn't run at all. Hyuga Kionzong bit Kiba and carried Aburame Kaiwei on her back. Captain, what's the matter? Mite Guy asked in a panic. He had never seen Hyuga Kionzong. He would show such an expression, as if there were tailed beasts chasing him. Hyuga Kionzong bit Kiba. Guy, set off a flare. Notify the village, there is an enemy. Mite Guy froze for a moment, then hurriedly ran and took out the flare. Bang! The signal bomb shot up into the sky, but before it exploded, it was cut into pieces by a slender knife directly in the jungle, without any signal. Swish. The thin and sharp long knife was pulled back by a steel wire. A man with yellow hair and white face, squatting on the tree, looked down at Hyuga Kionzong and the three of them. If it's just this person, that's fine. But as the figures swayed among the trees, 6 more people appeared in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Okay, 7 people with strange shapes, 7 knives that flashed with coldness, suddenly appeared on the surrounding trees. Almost let these 3 little devils run away. It's still Kushimaru's knife fast. HMPH, my thunder knife Kiba is not slow either. Stop the ink, this kid actually has Byakugan, no wonder he found us. Kill them, then infiltrate Konaha village and kill Hokage. After this battle, that guy Mizukage doesn't dare to point fingers at us. Hehe, I actually value the bounty of the 3rd generation Hokage in the underground black market more. If there is a chance, I would also like to know. Who is it that is willing to pay such a high price for only one head? The 7 people 7 were talking like no one else around, but the 3 Konoha ninjas at their feet didn't dare to move. Intense murderous intent completely enveloped the 3 of Hyuga Thousand Sects 3. Nearby, there was the strange man with yellow hair and white face from before, mainly with long knives, and countless sharp wire supports under the cloth. It seems that as long as they move, Hyuga Thousand Sects and the others will be cut into pieces. Hyuga Kionzong bit Kiba and looked at these 7 people. Ninja Sword 7 people 7 people. Chapter 134. The blood-colored steam that fills the sky. 7 ninja swordsmen, 7 powers, the kingdom of water, and the 7 powers of Kurigakure village. Each one is far more powerful than ordinary jonin. Even among them, there are people who are close to cage-level powerhouses. Hyuga Kionzong looked at these 7 people, and he was aloof and didn't take the 3 of them seriously. Looking back at Aburame Kaiwei's pale cheeks, and Mite Guy's stubborn and unyielding face, Hyuga Kionzong forced his body to stop trembling. He is the captain, he needs to calm down. Fighting is inevitable. It is impossible for all 3 to escape. Reminiscing about the past. Kionzong, run. That was the last word the first captain left to himself. Kakashi, run with Chizen and Hara. Don't look back. That was the entrustment of the second captain with blood on his face. First of all, I want to remind you that you should call me captain, not an adult. Secondly, for the village, the mission is indeed the supreme criterion. But in the process of carrying out the task, I will definitely do my best to protect everyone's safety. Of course, you can't support me, and you must work hard to complete the assigned things. These are the words of the 3rd captain, Iga Kawaji, who introduced himself with a stiff but polite smile. And in the end, Captain Iga, at the cost of a broken arm, took the team back to the village. It was also in that mission, in the rainy night, that his companion, the 4th captain later, Gong Yi calmly assigned the escape route. Kionzong, you 2 don't run away, find a hidden place to hide, and do everything possible to cover up. 1 day later, no, 5 days later at 320 and quietly return to the village. After saying that, Captain Gong Yi fled to another route. Half a month later, Captain Gong Yi returned to the village. That battle, Captain Gong Yi, as Genin, desperately killed the Jonin squad, the guard commander of the 3 generations of Kazekage in Sunagakure village, Kazama Hiroshi. In an instant, Hyuga Kionzong closed his eyes. This scene, in the eyes of the 7 people, is like knowing the fate and willing to wait for death. However, when Hyuga Kionzong opened his eyes, there was no more fear in them. Now, I'm the captain, it's my turn. Byakugan. Hyuga Kionzong swept back and found a way in an instant with Byakugan's powerful insight among the countless wires. A life that may hurt but not kill. Put Aburame Kaiwei on Guy's back, then reach out with one hand and grab Guy's clothes. Hyuga Kionzong used all his strength, and threw him out in Mite Guy's astonishment, and in the sneering ridicule of the yellow-haired, white-faced man. Guy, Kaiwei, live. Kuriarere Kushimaru, the owner of the long knife sewing needle, sneered when he saw it. However, the next scene was completely beyond his expectations. That boy with ridiculous watermelon hair actually escaped with a girl on his back. From the dense wire mesh, escaped. Bastard. Can't let. They run. Kuriarere Kushimaru, Kurosuke Rai Kiba, you two go and kill them. Hyuga Kionzong turned his head and looked at the 7 with a sullen face, and a strong and unparalleled chakra burst out all over his body. Don't even think about going there. His legs sank, his right palm was facing the 7 in front of him, and he waved 7 palms frantically. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, court to die. I'm going to gouge out your disgusting eyes. The screams of anger continued to sound, and the 3 ninja knives suddenly moved. Mite Guy ran away frantically with Aburame Kaiwei on his back, and behind him, there was a violent roar. It only lasted for a short time. 2 fast ninjas caught up. Long knife and needle, thunder knife Kiba. When you see these 2 people, you don't need to guess, you know what will happen to your captain. Mite Guy's eyes passed through Yuhi, Kaiwei. 8 doors open. Open the door. Shut the door. Live the door. Injury door. Mite Guy bit Kiba. The 5th door, Duman. Open. A large amount of green energy poured out, accompanied by countless scattered blood. Mite Guy stepped out. The ground trembled and the air vibrated. Then Mite Guy kicked fiercely, and his body was like a cannonball, rushing out with power beyond the speed of sound. Seeing this, Kurosuke Lei Kiba couldn't help but be surprised. It's too fast, the speed of this kid. And I always feel like, where have I seen this scene? Kuriarere Kushimaru gave a weird laugh. What's the use of hurrying? Even, Hachi has already laid a trap ahead. Munashi Jinpachi, the owner of the blaster. He and Kuriarere Kushimaru are collectively known as the Ruthless Duo, and they like to brutally kill enemies the most. Guy, run this way. Teacher Gong Yi's house is over there. Mite Guy did not speak, bit Kiba and ran towards the palace leader. With his current strength of opening the 5th gate, he has no problem dealing with ordinary jonin, but there are 7 famous Kurigakure powerhouses behind him. He always remembered what Captain Kionzong said just now. Live, not only yourself, but Kaiwei too. However, just as she stepped into the palace, a violent explosion sounded from the ground. Mite Guy flew out upside down, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Aburame Kaiwei was also bleeding from the shock, got up from the ground, and supported Mite Guy in fear and worry. Guy, are you alright? Mite Guy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but smile miserably when he saw the 7 of ninja swordsmen who were gradually surrounding him. Captain Kionzong, I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill your entrustment. He turned his face and grabbed Aburame Kaiwei. I'll open the 6th gate later. Hold these people down, and run to the village with all your strength. Aburame Kaiwei burst into tears. She cried, but the teacher told me that you can't open the 5th door until you are 15 years old and 15 years old. You open the 5th door now, and you will open the 6th door, and you will die immediately. Mite Guy forced a smile. That's because Captain Gong Yi underestimated me. I'm a genius. Just when the 7 ninja swordsmen were about to be surrounded, Guy was about to open the 6th door to create an escape space for Aburame Kaiwei. A green tights fell from the sky and directly blocked them. Guy, as expected of my son. Mite Guy froze. Father. But then, he said anxiously, Father, please leave quickly, there are 7 people with 7 ninja swords on the opposite side. Father, just a genin. How can he protect himself and Kaiwei against the 7 powerful jonin on the opposite side? It should be him to protect them. However, Mite Guy pulled him behind him, turned back to reveal his big white Kiba teeth, and smiled confidently. Guy, today, I'll let you know. Konaha village, who is the best person in the 8 inner gates. This is the result of my decades of practice, you should take a good look. When Mite Guy wondered, Mite Guy laughed. Laughter, this man who made people laugh all the time. His feet stomped heavily on the solid ground, his hands were clenched, and he roared up to the sky. The 8 inner gates, open. Open. Break. Life. Injury. Do. Scene. Shock. Death. The formation of the 8 inner gates. Boom. Everyone stood there, stunned watching this scene. Gong Yi was chatting with Aburame Jiwei with a smile, and they were talking about Aburame Kaiwei. In terms of blood relationship, Aburame Kaiwei is Aburame Jiwei's cousin. Kaiwei, she's very talented, even though she's still just a genin. Pop. A cup suddenly fell to the ground. It was the head of the Hyuga clan sitting at the top, Hyuga Hiyashi. Gong Yi's expression changed slightly, but his expression changed suddenly, and he rushed out of the hall without saying a word. The speed at which it left was too fast, and a gust of wind even overturned the table in the hall. The countless guests present looked at each other in dismay. Hyuga Hiyashi took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Hyuga Hazashi looked over in confusion. Is there such a powerful existence in Konaha? Brother, do you need me to take a look? You don't have to go, today is your big day. I can go alone. It's too dangerous, big brother, take 2 clansmen. No, it's dangerous for the clan to go. During the conversation between the two, there were already quite a few strong men who sensed the monstrous weather coming from outside the village. Their faces changed drastically, and they rushed out. When Hyuga Hiyashi stepped out of the gate, he could clearly see the blood-colored steam rushing into the sky. It was as if the whole sky was dyed with yuhi. Hyuga Hiyashi made no sound. Byakugan opened, and subconsciously glanced at the Hokage building. This strong man is stronger than the 3 generations of Hokage at the peak of my impression. Who would he be? Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette, but when the blood-colored steam filled the sky, his bong was involuntarily lowered. Standing in front of the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly squeezed his hands. Blood steam, the formation of the 8 inner gates. Could it be Gong Yi? Chapter 135. I will bring back his eyes. Countless strong men in Konaha village all turned their attention to this place. Such a powerful force, even more terrifying than cage-level powerhouses. At the root of Konaha, Danzo rushed out like a storm, looking over there with trembling all over. There are still strong people in the village that I don't know about. It's so terrifying, even stronger than the 2nd generation Lord Hokage. After a while, his expression darkened. I had to get Orochimaru to study Hashirama cells faster. Only by getting Hashirama cells can I recover from my injury and become stronger. In the land of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, who had taken over as the head of the Uchiha clan, looked at the direction of the leader of the palace in cold sweat. This power goes far beyond the 3 Tomo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. In front of it, I have no room to resist. Mangekyo, Mangekyo, I want Mangekyo. On another mountain several kilometers away from the village, a boulder moved slowly. Orochimaru came out. Raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at the bloody yuhi-colored sky. But then, he shook his head and returned to the mountainside laboratory. The brilliance that bloomed in an instant is too short. ... Just when the eyes of all parties gathered, Gong Yi, who was the first to leave, arrived at the scene at an extremely fast speed. What I saw was astounding. Thousands of ravines, bottomless holes, and huge boulders were thrown up, not to mention the fallen forests. As if it had been ravaged by several head-tailed beasts, the earth was in a mess. Captain, save my father. A shrill cry came from the clearing. Gong Yi hurried over and found that his former team member Mite Guy was squatting weakly on the ground. In front of him, there was a corpse that seemed to be scorched. Aburame Kaiwei squatted aside and tried her best to release medical ninjutsu. But no matter. Matter how much chakra pours in, it can no longer stimulate cell activity. Gong Yi took a deep breath and walked over. Mite Guy, the man who has been ridiculed all his life for nothing, in his last lesson, proved to his son how amazing his father really was. It made Mite Guy see the most powerful appearance of the 8 inner gates. As he said, in the whole village, the 8 inner gates cultivated the best, not Gong Yi, but him, Mite Guy. Gong Yi just felt it for a moment, and then shook his head calmly. Sorry, Guy, your father has long since died. Hearing this, Mite Guy sat on the ground dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe it. Gong Yi doesn't. Leave him alone and look around. Just a few hundred meters away, there were 3 corpses lying side by side, and in another place, a corpse had been blasted to pieces except for its head. Our 7 members of the ninja swordsmen, 4 of them were removed today. There are 3 others left. Aburame Kaiwei suddenly shouted, Teacher, go and save the captain of Qianzong. He was in the woods behind after he broke up for us just now. Gong Yi's face changed. His color changed drastically, his right foot stomped on the ground, and Mite Guy burst out at a faster speed than before. After a few breaths, Gong Yi came to the place where they scattered and fled. A body in a white robe was lying there, and blood was constantly flowing from his body, forming a huge yui flower on the white robe. Gong Yi controlled his emotions and went. Not dead yet, still breathing. Is it, Captain? Ahem. Palm Sage Art. Gong Yi didn't say much, and immediately started to treat Hyuga Qianzong, and then chakra entered the body, his heart froze. Body, there are 5 serious injuries, each of which is fatal. There is no chance of being rescued. Hyuga Qianzong blinked his eyelids, as if he wanted to open his eyes and take a look at Gong Yi. He succeeded, but when he opened his eyes, it was pitch black. His eyes were gouged out. Gong Yi pursed his lips, like a volcano about to erupt, but it was firmly suppressed. Qianzong, I'm here. Hyuga Qianzong grinned and asked tremblingly, Guy. Kaiwei. It's alright, just live well. Okay, Captain, help me hand this to Elder Hazashi. Gift, sorry, The forest was silent and silent. The leaves were stepped on, and Hyuga Hiyashi's figure appeared in front of me. Bastard! Who dares to insult my Hyuga people like this? Hyuga Hiyashi Byakugan opened his eyes wide and frantically looked around. At this time, he was still young and vigorous, and when he saw his clan, his eyes were gouged out, and he was seriously injured and died. An instant, he became angry. Gong Yi stood up slowly, held Hyuga Qianzong's body, and walked to Hyuga Hiyashi's side. Qianzong is a member of your family, I will hand over the body to you. This is the gift he wants to give to Elder Hazashi, and you also help me pass it on. Hyuga Hiyashi didn't dislike the blood-stained Qianzong corpse, took it over, but just looked at Gong Yi with some doubts. He also heard just now that his own clansman asked Gong Yi to personally deliver the gift to Hyuga Hazashi. Gong Yi turned around and looked into the distance with deep eyes. I will go and find Qianzong's eyes. 7 people with 7 ninja swords. I want to remove all of you. I want the land of water, and Kurigakure village will give me an explanation. The words fell, Gong Yi slapped the ground hard. The art of psychicism. A giant purple snake spiraled out, just as it was about to roar, Gong Yi stomped on its head. Find me the direction of those people. The giant purple snake hissed twice in grievance, and then spit out a snake letter to collect relevant information in the surrounding woodland. The bifurcated snake letter has the natural ability to collect information, and can also distinguish the location of the enemy through the smell particles. The purple giant snake is the leader of the snake clan, and its ability in this regard is particularly powerful, not even inferior to the ninja dog clan. In just a moment, it found its way. The 3 of you are all escaping to the same place. Gong Yi licked his lips and stepped directly on the ground. The powerful recoil force made him rush out of this dense forest in an instant. Hyuga Hiyashi watched Gong Yi leave uncertainly, and after a few breaths, shook his head. He's not a kid anymore, I can't stop him. It's just that the enemy is so powerful, and even when fighting, such terrifying energy fluctuations erupt, and I don't know if he can deal with it. Chizong, who is no longer breathing, Hyuga Hiyashi Bitkiba. Everyone is plotting the Byakugan of my Hyuga clan. Once a pair was lost, and now a pair has been poached, and it can't go on like this again. As the patriarch, I have to solve this problem. When he carried the corpse of Hyuga Kionzong and returned to the outer edge of the palace, a group of strong Konaha gathered here came over one after another. Chief Hyuga, this is. The ninja of my clan died for his comrades. Nara Shikaku glanced at it and her expression changed slightly. This is Gong Yi's former subordinate. I remember he was 16 years old. Jonin, his future is boundless, it's a pity. Aburame clan next to him, Aburame Jawei came over. Nodding to the two of them, he said straightly, it's the 7 ninja swordsmen, and I don't know why they approached Konaha. Humph. Hyuga Hiyashi's face was gloomy, and he was actually a ninja from the land of water. The last time the Hyuga clan lost their eyes, they were also the Kurigakure ninjas of the land of water. Now, they have hit the house. Shikaku suddenly asked, where is Gong Yi? Chapter 136. Kurosuke Lake Kiba, dead. Waves, the country of fire and the country of water, a small buffer country. When Gong Yi set foot on the land, a man with a knife with a barb stopped him. I was suspicious before, that watermelon-headed boy's physical skills seemed familiar, so I saw you used it before. Gong Yi looked at Kurosuke Lake Kiba coldly, as if the opposite was a corpse. Hyuga Kionzong's eyes are here with you. Kurosuke Rai Kiba tilted his head and thought, you mean that kid? I'm not interested in his eyes. However, you don't seem to be very afraid of me. A dying man, I have nothing to fear. Gong Yi snorted coldly, the 6 doors opened instantly, and without saying a word, he directly attacked. He caught up, not just to win back his eyes. These people, right under his nose, killed their subordinates. Kill all the remaining 3 of the ninja swords, so as to comfort the spirit of the 1,000 sects. In addition, Gong Yi has always had a puzzle, and he needs to find the answer here. Kurosuke Lake Kiba's pupils shrank. Gong Yi's speed is much faster than he imagined. But he is not afraid. In might, 107 inches. When Dai exploded, he was not in front of him. Therefore, he did not suffer any injuries, which is why he had the confidence to intercept and kill the pursuers in the country of waves. Hand seal with both hands, countless mists, diffused out. The technique of Kurigakure. This technique can be said to be the powerhouse of the village of Kurigakure, and most of them can effectively conceal themselves and assassinate their opponents. Fog enveloped the surroundings, and Kurosuke Rai Kiba grinned. I'd like to see, what kind of skills you, who is as famous as Yellow Flash, have. Just the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore. A figure suddenly appeared beside him, so close, almost face to face. A transparent Rasengan hit him fiercely. Bang! He knocked Kurosuke Lake Kiba upside down and flew out. The powerful spinning force even punched a small hole in his abdomen. PFF'd, how could you find me so soon? Gong Yi walked slowly, not thinking of killing him directly. People with 7 ninja swords, and the strength is high and low. Stronger than ordinary Jonin, but it is so strong that it is close to the strength of a cage-level powerhouse. It is precisely because of this that Mite Guy will not hesitate to open the formation of the 8 inner gates. He opened 7 doors at the time, and at most he could deal with 2 of the strong ones, and the remaining 5 were 5, and he could still kill Mite Guy and Aburame Kaiwei. In that battle, those who survived were also the strong. For example, Kurosuke Rai Kiba, who was once under the command of Namikaze Minato, came to life. But that, just Namikaze Minato before, and Gong Yi is no longer the Gong Yi he used to be. Looking down at Kurosuke Lake Kiba who fell to the ground, Gong Yi asked coldly, tell me, why are you approaching Konaha village? Don't tell me it's to hunt down my 3 subordinates, they are not worth the 7 of you. 7 team up. This question, in fact, Gong Yi is extremely puzzled in the original plot. 7 people of ninja swordsmen are well known, of which the 7 people and 7 are not monolithic, and there are even internal contradictions. But 7 of them got together and got close to Konaha, just to kill Mite Guy and a few genins. Chunin said they had no plans, absolutely impossible. Kurosuke lay Kiba clutched his stomach and looked at Gong Yi viciously. He was careless. If he hadn't been confident that Kurigakure could cover himself, he would never have been injured so easily. This man, there should be some way to confuse him. Hearing Gong Yi's question, he laughed. Why should I tell you? Don't say. Gong Yi frowned. It's hard to pry open their mouths when ninjas don't want to say. This is also the reason why he had clearly caught Kai in the first place, yet he had to make a deal with the other party. Seeing that there is no answer from here, Gong Yi is no longer confused. Then die. Kurosuke lay Kiba went backwards madly. Never let Gong Yi and him get closer. This is the best way to deal with the strong taijutsu. While retreating, he endured the injury and swung the thunder sword to the ground. Thunder burial, thunder banquet. Countless chakras are poured into the ground through the thunder knife Kiba, and then dense blue-white lightning spreads from the ground. As long as it touches, at least the body will be paralyzed. This is more than that. Raiden thunder style, thunder snake. Chakra, which is far bigger than the previous ninjutsu, is attached to the thunder knife Kiba, and countless thick thunders fall from the sky. Like snakes circling, bombarding Gong Yi in front of him at super fast speed. At this moment, Kurosuke lay Kiba's strength has surpassed most of the elite Jonin. However, Gong Yi did not change his face at all, and pointed forward with one hand. Brilliant golden light emerged, and immediately formed a very fine kunai. Go! Faster than Raiden thunder style, traversing the endless thunder, and in the eyes of Kurosuke Rai Kiba in disbelief, it pierced his throat in an instant. Thunder in the sky, lightning on the ground, and the clouds disappeared. Gong Yi walked slowly to his side, lowered his head, and looked at Kurosuke lay Kiba, who was unwilling to die. Kiba, the thunder knife on the ground, and cut it lightly. Big head rolled to the ground. A snake emerged from the ground and shrank back slightly in fear. Swallow him. 2 more heads. After Gong Yi finished speaking, he walked towards the land of waves again. It's ridiculous that you have to flee and think that you are safe when you return to the land of water. Gong Yi, today is the land of hard water, making a lot of trouble in Kurigakure village, and I will cut off your heads. Biwa Juzo, next, you how to go. Tsukazan Fugaku stood in the middle of a group of people, and asked the man on the opposite side with a little embarrassment. Biwa Juzo frowned, looked back subconsciously, and then shook his head. I will sneak back to the village. In this battle, you all took advantage of the timing of your respective missions to sneak out. I also carry out the mission through Anbu and get together with you. Now that the plot has failed, I have to go back to the village, otherwise Mizukage will not be able to explain Zero. Tsukazan Fugaku sneered, you seem to be seriously injured after you go back. Don't let the little devil in the village take the beheading sword for the challenge. Humph. Biwa Juzo snorted coldly, you better be careful with yourself. There is a guy in the back who is chasing after him. It seems that Kurosuke lay Kiba is dead. Tsukazan Fugaku also frowned at the mention of the guy behind. He suddenly suggested, how about we join forces and kill him? The ghost shark is also here, he can help. A man with a shark face stood up confidently beside him. Lord Juzo, isn't that the little devil known as the Dark Blue Devil? The 3 of us joined forces to kill him easily. Biwa Juzo was slightly moved, but after looking at the rest of Fugaku's squad, he shook his head. The inheritance method of the 7 people of the ninja sword is very bloody. Kill the previous owner, no matter what. What method did you use to kill? As long as it succeeds, you will be the next master of the 7 ninja swords. He now has more than 1 ninja sword in his hand. Bombarded to kill 444 companions by the terrifying man from Konaha before. He was worried that he would be besieged by the strong Konaha, so he could only escape with 4 ninja knives. Today, the 4 ninja swords, plus his own beheading sword, or a piece of fragrant fat for Kurigakure ninjas. He himself was seriously injured, if he lost to the dark blue demon behind him. Kurigakure village is about to lose a total of 5 ninja swords. Under various considerations, Biwa Juzo categorically refused. No, I have to go back to the village first. I have to find a new owner for the ninja swords Kuriare Kushimaru and the others left behind. As for the dark blue demon man, I will find an opportunity to kill him in the future. Sukazan Fugaku waved his hands regretfully. Okay, you go first. My squad still has a mission. Iwagakure village is really annoying to ignore the threats from Kumogakure and Konaha 1. 2. Attack our village. Biwa Juzo turned to leave, and soon disappeared into the thick fog. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at his embarrassed appearance, and pouted in disdain. Sukazan Fugaku didn't say much. Let's go, enter the realm of the water country. There is a thick fog covering, and the guy from Konaha can't find us. Go on the mission first, and when the information comes in, I'll kill him. Yes, Captain Fugaku. 4-person team of 4 slowly walked into the mist. It's just that they never found out that a few kilometers behind them, the man they called the Dark Blue Devil was moving firmly in one direction. It was not affected by the fog at all. A small snake emerged from the ground. Gong Yi stopped and felt the message from the small snake. After a long while, he pondered slightly. It's divided into 2 directions. One is heading towards Kurigakure village, and the other is heading towards the place where Iwagakure village and Kurigakure village rubbed and fought. Go kill the latter first. This side is closer. Making a decision, Gong Yi did not hesitate to speed up in one direction. 7 remaining ninja swordsmen. The entire ninja world was already surging. Chapter 137. Panic Sukazan Fugaku. Okay, the information is in hand, we withdraw. Lord Fugaku, why don't we kill this squad? Sukazan Fugaku glared at Kisame Hoshigaki and said in a low voice, you know what, in front of you is the blasting force from Iwagakure village. The captain inside, named Hunter, has Kekkei Genkei Bakuden, explosion style. His strength cannot be underestimated. Also, our team's mission is to obtain information, just bring the information back. Kisame Hoshigaki lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth were very disdainful. My own boss, greedy for life and fear of death, never dared to do things that were unsure. 7 ninja swordsmen gathered to go to Konaha for a big event. However, after returning, the 4 masters of the 44 ninja swords died in battle. Biwa Juzo was seriously injured, and Kurosuke Lake Kiba was left behind. Sukazan Fugaku was alone. Nothing happened, and he didn't get hurt at all. Fearing that it was against the enemy, he shrank back again. But in the end, this team is Fugaku's team, and no one dares to resist his orders. 444 Kurigakure ninjas quickly disappeared from the battlefield, and then proceeded along the river towards the village of Kurigakure. There is a road in the middle, which is the fastest way to go back. Thick fog filled the air, and a wooden bridge was built on both sides of the river. Sukazan Fugaku, with a large sword on his back, walked in the middle of the team. As long as you cross this river, you will enter the land of water. On the other side of the river, there are 2 Kurigakure ninja squads guarding around the clock, preventing Iwagakure raids. It's not dangerous to come here. Sukazan Fugaku smiled, although most of the 7 people of Ninja Sword died tragically, but he survived. After returning, his status in the village will definitely be improved. But when he stepped onto the wooden bridge, the smile on the corner of his mouth slowly disappeared. The smell of blood. The strong smell of blood is constantly emitting from the other side of the river. In the thick fog, a young man walked out indifferently. Sukazan Fugaku. Kill him. Fugaku shouted loudly, and without saying a word, ordered the team to surround and kill the enemy. This is the so-called Dark Blue Devil, an existence that is as famous as Yellow Flash. He must first understand the enemy master's ninjutsu before he can make a move. Just let your team members go to the bottom. The art of psychics. Boom. 3 purple giant snakes came out of nowhere, one in the mouth of the snake, and the dense fog was blown away. Gong Yi looked indifferently at the three ninjas rushing over and waved his hand. Kill them. 3 giant snakes circled up, and they fought with the enemy 3 people in an instant. With the strength of the giant snake, he quickly killed 2 people with ease. There was a man who killed a giant snake abruptly, rushed through the encirclement, and slammed towards Gong Yi. Sweetened water style, water shark bomb jutsu. A huge shark, roaring towards the young man in front. Gong Yi raised his head and looked at the blurred blue shark under the sky, with his 2 fingers together. An instant, a black spear emerged from the void, and then hit the blue shark with a preemptive momentum. Wear it from start to finish, and run towards Kisame Hoshigaki. Seeing the oncoming black spear, the ghost shark did not retreat but advanced, his right hand was blue and barked, and he directly grabbed the spear. Shish. The breeze blows, the chakra that forms the spear, the play disappears. Contrary, the aura of the ghost shark was a bit stronger. Gong Yi frowned slightly, looked at the man with the shark hole, and spit out a sentence. Kisame Hoshigaki. I didn't expect the famous dark blue devil to be a character. Ghost shark laughed, and then said madly, I think you are nothing more than that. You can actually frighten Biwajuzo and flee back to the village. But is that so? The corners of Gong Yi's mouth rose, and information about the ghost sharks flowed through his mind, and he rushed out like a gust of wind. This time, instead of using ninjutsu, he actually fought with taijutsu. Ghost shark is not afraid at all, and the face is a water prison technique. The surging water prison traps Gong Yi, who is rushing towards it, and absorbs the enemy's chakra all the time. However, after only a moment of obstruction, a golden light flashed, and Gong Yi had already rushed out. The 8 inner gates are open. The 6th gate. Morning peacock. Ya. A high-pitched cry, in the unbelievable eyes of the ghost shark, bombarded him fiercely. Gong Yi kicked his left leg horizontally, knocking the ghost shark several dozen meters away. Gong Yi shook his head. This is not the ghost shark 20 years later. Although his strength is already very strong, he can only withstand the attack of his own opening 6 doors. The ghost shark who was lying on the ground not knowing whether to live or die, Gong Yi looked at Tsukazan Fugaku on the bridge. The other party had the illusion of trembling. Not an illusion, Tsukazan Fugaku is really shaking and scared. You actually mastered the same physical skills as that man. Gong Yi walked towards him in a hurry. You mean the 8 inner gates? I don't mind, I'll let you meet again today. Fugaku shook his head suddenly. He was a strong man who had been famous for many years, and his will was not so weak. He looked at Gong Yi coldly. Before that man broke out, he once said that it was the result of his decades of practice. At your age, there is absolutely no way to accumulate that much. Speaking of which, he smirked instead. Very good. In order to prevent you from growing to that point, I will kill you today. Gong Yi shook his head. It seems that you have no confidence in yourself. If I improve, you will also improve. You are afraid of my future. It only shows that you are not enough confidence. Well, let me ask you something first. Of my subordinates here with you, you mean that pair of Byakugan? Fugaku said with a disdainful smile. I'm enough to have a big sword, so why not Byakugan? Come on, boy. The words fell. He held a knife in both hands, jumped off the bridge, and slashed Gong Yi across the sky. When Gong Yi's hand moved, a small snake suddenly appeared, opened its mouth and spit, with a long sword in hand. Compared with using the ninja tool to seal the scroll, it is still faster. With the long sword in hand, Gong Yi used 4 or 2 strokes of 1,000 jins to slash the strangely thorny sword. Kang! Swords clashed, making a piercing roar. Tsukazan Fugaku was abruptly pushed aside. What a terrifying power. It's just. Gong Yi frowned and looked at his sword, but most of it was cut off. The end. They are the 7 ninja swords that are famous in the ninja world. Except, The family ninja swords of the Hitaki family and the famous swords of the Iron Country, there are really not many weapons that can be sharper than these 7 knives. Even the least hard beheading sword has the strange power of blood-sucking recovery. Gong Yi threw away the long sword and probed with one hand. A long knife with a barb appeared in his hand. Thunder Blade Kiba. Fugaku's pupils shrank. Kurosuke Lake Kiba really died in your hands. Don't be sad, you will go down to accompany him soon. Gong Yi said lightly. His figure leapt out like a thunderstorm, and in the 6-door state, he cooperated with melee swordsmanship. He is really not afraid of anyone who is faster than himself. Stronger than himself. Clang, clang, clang. He kept enduring the contact of the knife, making a steel collision sound. Big sword shark muscle can't touch Gong Yi's body at all, and its other chakra-absorbing characteristic is completely unable to play. Instead, Fugaku had countless small wounds on his body. That is to say, Gong Yi is not good at Raiden Thunder style, otherwise he is superimposed on the Thunder Sword Kiba, and he has no fighting ability now. But as long as it continues, he will surely die. Seeing this, Tsukazan Fugaku hurriedly used ninjutsu with the help of the big sword shark muscle. Suiden, water style, raging waterfall. Under the blessing of the shark muscle, the power of Suiden, water style, ninjutsu reaches the maximum, and the nearby river is also swept away. A huge waterfall rose high, and then turned into a violent wave, bombarded down. Seeing this, Gong Yi didn't panic at all. With one hand and one palm on the ground cracked wildly, and a deep ravine appeared. Doden, earth style, rips the earth and turns his palms. All the huge waves are swallowed into it, and no waves can be lifted. Not only that, Gong Yi is a one-handed hand seal and spit forward very quickly. Kaden, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. 4 walls of fire appeared in an instant, raging flames evaporated water vapor, and surrounded Tsukazan Fugaku. To the speed at which hand seal releases ninjutsu, Gong Yi can now be called the number 1 in the world. The time for the enemy to use one ninjutsu is enough to release 2, 3, 3s, and even simple low-level ninjutsu. 4 or 5, 45. In such a predicament, Fugaku panics. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates find 99 novels. Chapter 138. Kill Hokage Liwei. It was too late for Hand Seal to release ninjutsu. Tsukazan Fugaku bit Kiba and stabbed himself with the big knife. Don't get me wrong, he certainly wasn't trying to kill himself. Instead, it uses a secret technique that comes with the big sword shark muscle. The art of fusion of shark muscles and human body. The blue light of the sea flashed, and a shark man appeared in the sea of fire. Fugaku grinned, opened his mouth and spit, and a huge amount of water rushed out, directly smashing the wall of fire behind him. Escape. After using the secret, he didn't even attack, he still wanted to escape. After the fusion of the human body and the big sword shark muscle, the ninja will have a powerful chakra swallowing and perception ability. Not only that, but it can also swim sharply in the water, with a speed no less than that of a powerful taijutsu ninja. As long as I escape into the big river in front of me and swim along the river into the sea, the dark blue devil will not be able to chase me. Tsukazan Fugaku looked back and saw Gong Yi, who was getting farther and farther away from him, feeling relieved. Hurry up, hurry up. It's about to rush into the big river. At that time, it will be. The sea is wide and the fish leaps. Just as he was about to enter the river, he smiled proudly. Little devil, you are still too tender. Already. Oh yeah. Gong Yi smiled lightly, sliding his fingers freely. Sigh. With a soft sound, the shark man formed by merging the shark muscle was actually cut into 2 pieces. Golden light flashed away in a flash. Boom! The big sword shark muscle was separated from the human body and swayed weakly on the ground, as if it had life. And Tsukazan Fugaku, looking at his body divided into 2 parts, was stunned for a moment, and then he screamed shrilly. Ah! My body! It hurts! It hurts to death. Stop screaming, not dead yet. Gong Yi walked up to him and looked at him condescendingly. Answer me a few questions, and I may consider helping you repair your body. Tsukazan Fugaku's face was pale, his lower body was beside him. Although it has been cut into 2 pieces, but with his special physique, he will not die for a while. Gong Yi said lightly, don't doubt my medical ninjutsu. Now in this world, my medical ninjutsu can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Fugaku's face was gloomy, and then he bit Kiba and said, after I answer your question, it will really help me repair my body. What I want is certain, not maybe. Gong Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay, me and you. Then you ask. Gong Yi asked the same question that Kurosuke had been asked before. The 7 of you are gathered, why are you going to Konaha? Don't tell me it's to attack my subordinates, they don't have the weight yet. Fugaku endured the pain and said, someone has offered a high bounty for the head of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bounty amount has reached 500 million. We are so excited that we are going to kill the 3 generations of Hokage. Gong Yi was taken aback, the reward of 500 million taels. This is a huge sum of money. Even the war reparations paid to Konaha for Sunagaku's defeat was only 1 billion taels, and the country of the wind had to pay for it. Who is to pay so much money to ask for 3 generations of Hokage, the head of a ninja who is about to grow old, Iwagakure village Kumogakure, or Sunagaku village, who is not willing to be defeated? But then, Gong Yi shook his head. This reason alone is not enough. Tsukazan Fugaku looked at Gong Yi, this young man, really smart. He continued, yes, the high bounty is just one of them. After all, the risk of sneaking into Konaha is too great, and we don't want to die for money. People, tell me, a deeper reason. The 7 ninja swordsmen and the 7 groups themselves are an inheritance system determined by the 2nd generation of Mizukage, so as to ensure that there will always be more than 7 top-level powerhouses in Kurigakure village. Speaking of which, Tsukazan Fugaku had a nostalgic look in his eyes. Seems that there are 7 people with 7 ninja swords, and they should be in a high-level position in the village of Kurigakure. But then, he had a look of hatred on his face. But the 3rd generation of Mizukage did not inherit the will of the 2nd generation. He believed that the inheritance of the ninja sword was too bloody and would lead to the new generation of strong men in the village killing each other. So he has been suppressing the status of R77. In this way, he wants to declare that Ninja Sword 77 is not an honor, but just an ordinary ninja. I don't want other new generation powerhouses to challenge us and die in our hands. Gong Yi frowned slightly, listening to these words. Many of the confusion about the original work gradually became clear. No wonder Kurigakure village has one after another of traitors. What's not to be killed again, what is Kisame Hoshigaki's defection and so on. Was supposed to be the strongest in the village, but he was unwilling to be suppressed, but he couldn't compete with Mizukage, so he had to betray the village. Biwa Juzo is the most powerful man of our generation, and he wants to change that. Killing Konaha's 3 generations of Hokage leeway and establishing our position is the best way. Gong Yi snorted, we, Konaha, are the strongest in the 5 ninja villages. How did we get to you? It's the best way to stand up. Fugaku shook his head and explained, Sunagaku's cage is dead, and the newly launched cage has no reputation and will not be able to achieve the effect of standing up. The one from the village of Iwagakure, Onoki, the master was eliminated by blood, and we are not sure that we will survive. The village of Kumogakure is even more out of consideration. So after all the calculations, he is already old, and there is no master Kekkei Genkei's 3 generations of Hokage, it is the best goal, and he is the leader of the strongest ninja village Konaha. Kill him, our position in the village, can be greatly improved. It can even make Mizukage fear us. The power of the 7 ninja knives to kill a cage-level powerhouse, there is indeed a chance to do so. Gong Yi thinks back to the time when they infiltrated the outskirts of Konaha, which happened to be the marriage of the elders of the Hyuga clan. Many strong people came to congratulate, and the third generation of Hokage happened to be at the weakest defense. After all, he even sent his eldest son. If so, it makes sense. Okay, I have finished answering your questions, hurry up and repair my body. Tsukazan Fugaku was so hurt that he couldn't understand what he could say. He pressed his bleeding waist. Oh, it hurts to death. What did you use to cut Li Jiao and cut off my body? Gong Yi interrupted him. One more question. You know I'm after you, why don't you go back to the village? What's the problem? Of course it's the execution of the mission. We gathered together secretly, but we only had the opportunity to take advantage of the mission gap. What mission? Iwagakure over there. PFF'd. A sharp drop of water rose into the sky from his neck. Fugaku's words stopped abruptly. Gong Yi squinted slightly to the side, and Kisame Hoshigaki lay there panting. Just now, it was. He, secretly using the Suiten water-style ninjutsu, pierced Fugaku's throat from below the surface. Looking at Gong Yi's eyes, he smiled miserably. I don't care about ninjas. But for selling out the village's information, he must die. Come on, kill me. I remember the name of the dark blue devil today. Pity that I won't have the opportunity to ask you for advice in the future. Chapter 139. Revenge Snow Hate, 5th More. Gong Yi stood there, not speaking. Wind was blowing, and the smell of blood was scattered everywhere. Looking at Fugaku, whose eyes were wide and dead, he suddenly smiled. Actually, if you don't kill him, I'll kill him too. I just promised him to answer my question, and I helped him repair his body, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill him. Kisame Hoshigaki froze. The devil, forget it, since you killed him and he didn't finish answering my question, I won't bother. With a wave of Gong Yi's hand, the thunder sword Kiba flashed past. Tsukazan Fugaku rolled his head directly to the ground. A snake emerges and swallows it quickly. Walking to the side of the big sword shark muscle, Gong Yi reached for it. However, the shark muscle twisted frantically, as if he was extremely afraid of him. On the body of the sword of the shark muscle, a thin and long notch suddenly appeared. Gong Yi used Jindun just now. He not only cut off Fugaku's body, but also cut out the shark muscle. Gong Yi frowned and kicked the shark muscle. The shark muscle rolled directly to Kisame Hoshigaki's side. He clapped his hands, looked at the foggy village of Kurigakure, and headed in that direction unhurriedly. Behind him, Kisame Hoshigaki yelled, "Why didn't you kill me?" Gong Yi's voice came from the mist, clear and cold. Give you a chance, ask me for advice in the future, and see if you can still take my 3 moves. Kisame Hoshigaki lay on the wet ground with shark-like cheeks, confused and puzzled. 3 tricks. Beast, the black spear ninjutsu, followed by a taijutsu accompanied by birdsong. Chilling, chirping. The big sword shark suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked the ghost shark's face, as if to comfort him. The ghost shark sat up with difficulty, whispering in a low voice. Dark blue devil. ... The land of water has small islands scattered around the cities, and the largest city-state is the capital of the land of water. Kurigakure village is located in the east of the land of water, with the sea as its back. The water vapor evaporates here all year round, and before the sun comes out, the fog is full. That's how it got its name from the village of Kurigakure. 4th generation of Mizukage came to power, the blood fog policy was implemented, the village was closed, and outsiders could not enter or leave. If it was then, Gong Yi would not be able to enter the village. But right now, it's still the 3rd generation of Mizukage in power. 3rd generation of Mizukage, there is almost no space in the original book, not even a name. However, after crossing over, Gong Yi understood the knowledge of various countries, and also learned a lot of intelligence. There are also many strong people who have not appeared in the original work. For example, he killed Hiroto Kazuma first. There is no such person in the original book, but if you say that the 3 generations of Kazekage have no guards, this is a joke. The 3rd generation of Mizukage and Kurigakure village is named Tsujido Tsukuri, a rare surname. In Kurigakure village, but when he was young, he made great contributions to building the village as the guard of the 1st generation of Mizukage White Lotus. Even accompanied by Lien and participated in the first 5 shadow talks in the ninja world. 2nd generation Mizukage and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village perished together. He succeeded the 3rd generation target. This man has a firm personality and is rarely influenced by others, although he inherited most of the policies left by the 2nd generation. But I don't like the inheritance method of the 7 people of the ninja knives, and I don't like the cannibalism of the graduation from the Kurigakure ninja school. Even this year, the graduation assessment method was banned and replaced with a similar, more moderate assessment method. The current Kurigakure village still has business with other large and small countries. As what happened, Gong Yi made a slight disguise and entered the village easily. But after he came in, he discovered an interesting thing before the little snake he channeled sent back a message. Karataki Yagura got married today. Gong Yi rubbed his chin playfully. In his memory, isn't Yagura a childlike person? He actually got married today and counted the time. It has been a month since he chased and killed 7 people of ninja sword. From the country of fire, across the country of waves, to the country of water. In this way, Biwa Juzo picked a good time to go out to run errands. A month ago, Yagura was planning a wedding, and as the 3 generations of Mizukage who trusted him very much, he would definitely help. In this way, Biwa Juzo can take the opportunity to go out. Alright, you ninja sword 7 people, took advantage of Hyuga Hazashi's wedding and killed my subordinates. Then, today, I will use the way of others to treat their bodies. Gong Yi's eyebrows flickered, and he continued to advance along the less and less populated area. In a hidden corner, the Snake Clan has already discovered the aura of Biwa Juzo. 7 people of ninja swords, 7 people, the honorary title set by the 2nd generation Mizukage, is now trampled by the 3rd generation Mizukage. Why isn't it because we fought each other and refused to form a group? Now my master is beheading with a large knife, a long knife and sewing needle, a dull knife kabuto cut, a blasting knife spray, and a double knife flounder. As long as I cultivate 444s, the people who obey my orders completely, let them master these 4 knives. Deter Sukazan Fuguki, who is afraid of death, and Kurosuke Lei Kiba, who is my friend. Ninja Swordsman 7, work together, even Mizukage is no longer a block. By that time, the village of Kurigakure will be controlled by me, Biwa Juzo. The dark room, Biwa Juzo looked at the ninja knives in front of him, and his eyes were filled with something called ambition. The light. Suddenly, he frowned. Chakra flashed by in his hand, and a small snake in the corner died directly. Why are there so many snakes in the village recently? I can't kill them all. He murmured, feeling a little weird. But he shook his head, forget it. I have to recover from my injuries as soon as possible, otherwise in the village, there are little guys staring at my beheading sword all the time. Just when he was about to close his eyes and recuperate, the door was suddenly pushed open. Squeak! The wooden door made a harsh sound, and the figure of a young man appeared at the door. Sunlight shone on him, making it difficult to see his face. Biwa Juzo. Who are you and why did you enter my room without permission? Are you courting death? Gong Yi looked at this ugly man, and it was hard to imagine that in the future, after joining Akatsuki, he would partner with Itachi, who is known as Uchiha. It's just a pity that it's no longer imaginable. Because today, he will die. Hand over by Akugan, I will leave you a whole body. Biwa Juzo was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically. Saying a word, he picked up the beheading sword, that is, slashed with one sword. Gong Yi was already prepared, and Kiba, the thunder knife, went head to head. Not only that, but the left-handed Rasengan slammed hard. Around him, a golden light pierced through the void, hitting Biwa Juzo's throat. In the village of Kurigakure, we must fight quickly. Gong Yi shot, just want to kill in an instant. Kang. The two ninja swords collided. Biwa Juzo was slightly inferior in strength, and retreated slightly. Rasengan bombarded him directly, and the powerful spinning force tore his body into pieces in an instant. No. Gong Yi frowned and swept away with a powerful mental force, and found that the one killed was actually a water body that only contained half of Biwa Juzo's chakra. Boom. The house shattered, and the real Biwa Juzo rose into the sky. Quick hand seal with both hands, in the air, and slammed hard on the ground. Sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. This is a high-level ninjutsu that is good at Kurigakure village powerhouse, and its lethality is huge. And when used, the scene is grand and the momentum is amazing. For a while, in the village of Kurigakure, the strong man who was attending the wedding of Yagura directly noticed the situation here. Gong Yi's face changed slightly, and Kekkei Genkei Jin-dun launched. The golden light circling around him shot up into the sky, and its speed was so fast that it went straight through the huge waterfall and ingested Biwa Juzo's throat. Boom! With a loud noise, Biwa Juzo fell from the sky unwillingly. If it wasn't for the Konaha battle, which seriously injured me, and just spent the last remaining chakra to release water, how could I have been defeated by you? Gong Yi unwillingly, weak, but said this sentence with resentment. Gong Yi snorted coldly, when you killed my subordinates with the power of 7 people, you didn't say anything fair. Long knife slashed, and the head rolled to the ground. Gong Yi crouched down and fumbled quickly on him. Soon, a glass vial appeared in his hand. The misty Byakugan is always so calm and deep when it is not turned on. Looking at those two eyeballs, Gong Yi seemed to be able to recall the appearance of Hyuga Kionzong in front of him. A gradually silent, but kind-hearted young man. Kionzong, the captain can also be regarded as avenging for you. Taking a deep breath, Gong Yi looked forward calmly. Field of vision can reach, there are countless strong men rushing over, among them the leader, the momentum is monstrous. The third generation of Mizukage, Sujitang Yuali. Philo reminds you. Read the 3 things to collect, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 140. 3 Generations of Mizukage, Happy National Day. Close black lens bracket. Swish, swish, swish. Figures scattered around, surrounding Gong Yi's location. Tsuji Tanyuki stood at a high place, squinting, or in other words, his eyes never seemed to be open. He looked at Gong Yi with a trace of killing intent, lingering around him. Who are you and why did you kill in my village of Kurigakure? Give me an explanation. Gong Yi picked up Biwa Juzo's head, stood up, and looked at Tsujido Sukari with his back straight. This person is from your Kurigakure village. Tsuji Tanyuki frowned slightly, and beside him, there was already a ninja whispering softly. Lord Juzo. How could Lord Juzo be dead? He is 7 people with 7 ninja swords. Could it be that this is a hidden powerhouse in the village who killed Lord Juzo and took the beheading sword? Hearing these remarks, Gong Yi shook his head in his hands. Looks right, Biwa Juzo, one of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Kurigakure village. Gong Yi sneered as he watched a group of Kurigakure ninjas in shock. This person gathered the other 6 people of ninja sword a month ago. 6. Break me into Konaha, kill me with the power of 7, and then become Jonin's subordinate, and gouge out his eyes cruelly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was in an uproar. However, before it was their turn to talk, Gong Yi spoke again. My Konaha strongman, Mite Guy, sacrificed his life to kill 4. Forced the remaining 3 to escape from Konaha. And I, chasing and killing 3 people for 30 million miles, just for one thing. Avenge my subordinates and take back those eyes. Silence. Silence. Immediately, there was a huge uproar, and countless strong people present couldn't believe it. What are the 7 adults doing together in Konaha? You're lying, Lord Fugaku is clearly on a mission on the battlefield. What a joke, Konaha Mite Guy, I've never heard of this character. To kill 4 ninja knives with 1 person's strength, and to force the remaining 3 people back 3 ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. I am afraid even your Konaha's 3 generations of Hokage can't do this. Let's do it. What kind of person are you? You say it so powerfully. I can tell you how old you are when you hunt for thousands of miles. You are not as old as my son. Put down Lord Juzo's head, you can't insult him like that. No, that knife in your hand. That's the Thunder Blade Kiba. ... Gong Yi remained silent, leaving these people to doubt. Of news spread in the ninja world is very slow. These people are far away from the center of the mainland, and it is normal for them not to know. Just like in the original book, when Sasuke killed Orochimaru, he had to deliberately release the prisoners and let them go out and spread the news. But he knew that the dead head in his hand could effectively explain everything. And in his hand, there is a ninja sword, which can prove most of the facts. A hand slowly rose, and everyone's mouths gradually closed. 3rd generation of Mizukage squinted slightly, stared at his hand for a while, then slowly opened his mouth and asked a repeated question. You, who is it? Gong Yi said lightly, Konaha, Gong Yi. When the words fell, countless ninjas were present, and their faces changed. Almost 7 or 8 months have passed since the battle between Sunagaku and Konaha village. The news is still delayed by them, and there are many details of the war. In that war, Orochimaru's prestige reigned supreme, and there were faint signs of Konaha's next generation of Hokage. Compared to this, the birth of the Konaha duo is the most talked about. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Even the 4th generation of Kazekage, who just came to power in Sunagaku village, has been placed under yellow flash several times. The last time, it was almost killed by the dark blue demon. Some small shinobi village has even been released. If you encounter 2 people during the mission, you can give up the mission without being punished. Now that the Dark Blue Devil said that he chased and killed thousands of miles and decapitated 3 people with ninja swords, it seems that it is not so unacceptable. Some people wonder, when the Dark Blue Devil was on the battlefield, it was said that he was only 10 years old, and even in the past 7 or 8 months, he should have been only about 11 years old. The young man in front of him already had the height and shape of an adult. But they didn't know. After practicing the 8 inner gates for a long time, Gong Yi ate a lot and drank a lot, and his height jumped up quite fast. Hearing Gong Yi's answer, Mizukage Tsujido Tsukuri shook his head. 7 of the 7 ninja knives broke into you Konaha and killed your subordinates. I'll leave it aside for the time being. But even if it is true, it should be the 3rd generation of Hokage to negotiate. Now you break into my Kurigaku village and kill my Anbu member Biwajuzo, but it's another matter. You should give me an explanation. His words came slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly, but contained strength. Of a village will never fall behind in words. Gong Yi said lightly, what do you want to explain? Hand over the heads of the 3 ninja swords, and the ninja sword in your hand. Tsujido Yuli squinted slightly, and then said, if you can't do it, I will negotiate with Sarutobi Hiruzen in person. Discuss who is right and who is wrong. Gong Yi was silent, and looked at the ninjas around him one by one. 0 Perhaps because of the recent friction between Iwagakure village and Kurigaku village, the situation has escalated, and there are faint signs of a large-scale war. Many powerhouses and backbones of Kurigaku village have been sent out to carry out missions. Addition to the Jonin knife, 7 people were killed. The people present at the moment, except Tsujitang Yuli, the remaining top powerhouses are not many. The only thing to worry about is the green-haired boy in green clothes standing behind Tsuji Tatsuki. The hook stick decorated with green flowers signifies his identity. Karataki Yagura, a man who looks like a child but is actually no younger than Namikaze Minato. After swiping, Gong Yi made a decision in his heart. Take your hands and surrender your life to others, waiting for the judgment boom. The 8 inner gates, opened 6 gates in an instant. The green energy body, blinking all over the body. Not only that, in the astonishment of countless people, a golden handle of kunai suddenly floated out of him. No, not one handle. Chang, 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 chang. That one, in a circle, hovered over Gong Yi. With the circling momentum, there was a constant buzzing sound. Tsujido Yuli frowned slightly, and the 7 kunai circling and dancing were all condensed from an unknown chakra. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Looks like you're not going to take it easy. Gong Yi sneered. Konaha strong. There is no tradition of kneeling to live, only standing to die. Right and wrong, you don't need to ask the 3 generations of Hokage, today, ask me directly. Tsujido Yuli nodded, showing a hint of admiration, but then he waved his hand. Kill him. Yes. A neat answer. Dozens of strong Kurigaku rushed towards Gong Yi. Are dozens of people behind, hand seal with both hands, ready to use long-range ninjutsu to kill the Konaha ninja who dared to provoke Kurigaku. Even if he is the man known as the Dark Blue Devil. Karataki Yagura stepped forward slightly and bowed. Mizukage-sama, do you need me to take action? Tsuji Dozuki shook his head. No need, he's a Dark Blue Devil, not Yellow Flash. Enter my village of Kurigaku, don't even think about going back alive. There are others, that's enough. Happy National Day. I wish you all a smooth and unobstructed trip. Those who sleep at home will not be woken up by the square dance ant, and all those who play games and cards will win. Oh yeah too.